Hi esports, welcome to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown powered by Katana Gaming live here at University of Staffordshire. My name is Quino, I'll be your host for this weekend and you know, I'm super excited to be here. We have games all weekend, the groups are best of 3, the playoffs will be best of 5 and then the finals, I'll treat you to that tomorrow. But you know, today I'm joined by a lovely group of people and you know, I'll let you all introduce yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of stole my spot because January Clash, that's where I was standing. Now I'm on the analyst side of things and I'm expecting some great COD this weekend.
Lovely.
I'm Prism Mojo. I play too much COD, and that's why I've been roped into doing this as casting host desk.
Lovely. I'm Abuse, and I'll be helping out on the analyst desk and casting over the weekend.
Yep. I'm going to say, you're all familiar faces with this. I'm the newbie here, basically. But how is everyone feeling about this? What should I be expecting as someone who's not really that into COD?
I think the most important thing is the fact that this is obviously LAN environment. We don't get too many of them, especially like we get UK LANs, that's always good to see, and some of the players more accustomed to online games. I'm really excited to see whether some players step up and perform on LAN to try and get that stigmatism of being an onliner off their backs, go in, and hopefully see some familiar faces that we saw from January Clash.
Lovely. What about everybody else?
I mean, you mentioned January Clash. There is a couple teams here who were here at the January Clash, but a lot of them I've seen on the sheets now have moved teams, and there's completely different teams now, and they've all moved around. But I'm hoping it's going to be good, because in the January Clash it was very entertaining. I mean, I don't know how you see it.
We're going to see loads of passion from the players, and there's a few roster changes you just said for some of the big teams, and especially the winners of the last one.
Yeah.
And I think there'll be a few upsets along the way, as there always is.
I think the biggest roster change would probably be the winners of the last January Clash, right? Heptix, Julian moving over to Project Vapor, moving away from Avenge. So I'd be interested to see whether they can replicate their form or whether they can sort of, whether Project Vapor isn't the right move for them. Avenge, though, I want to see whether they can get back on the same foot and whether they can make it 2 in a row here at University of Staffordshire.
I mean, who knows? It's too soon to tell for anything like that. But obviously, we're looking out for that team. Is there any other teams that we should be looking out for, and who's going to perform really well?
I think the team we're about to see playing the first game, Annex Esports Y, have got a good chance. They've got some of the better players on paper in the tournaments this weekend. So I think they're my underdogs.
Yeah. I mean, I saw Excite play in the January Clash, and they did play really well, apart from one upset with the accidental overkill usage in the first game. But apart from that, they played really well. So I'm excited to see how these two teams fare, because I haven't seen Annex play yet.
Yeah, both Annex squads should be pretty good. Mistaken Esports as well was another name we saw at January Clash. They've got two rosters coming in today, so I'll be interested to see how the balance is coming between that, and whether or not they can get a bit of form going, and whether or not they can sort of topple Avenge, or at this case Project Vapor, and ultimately I kind of just want to see good COD.
Yeah, to be fair, that's what I'm here for. I'm unbiased. I'm not gonna pick a team. I'm not about that life. But I feel like we could be a bit cheeky. Do you have any predictions for this game that we're about to see?
Well, best of 3s always throw up a little bit of a curveball, because if teams are typically weaker, they often try to win that S&D, that map number 2, and try and go into that map number 3 and win that as well. Which that map 3, if they win the 2 and 3, that's the series. So there's no chance for those teams, if they do make a mistake early on, to win that back. So I would edge on the bet of a 2-1. Let's go all the way for the first series.
Okay, love that.
I think ultimately, if you're Annex White, you're coming into this probably as the favourites, so you want to get this as done and dusted as possible. I'm calling it 2-0 Annex White, but I think they just want to get this done. They just want a clean start. So we just want group stages to be as clean as possible to get the best footing going into playoffs tomorrow.
Love that. What about you, Joe? What are your predictions? Or are you impartial like me?
You want me to be fully honest?
Yeah, go on.
I don't have a clue. But I'd like it to go 2-1. I'd like it to be an interesting first game where we don't just see one team steamroll the other completely. I don't want to see a sweep at all. But I'm hoping, from my experience, Excite win. But I don't know how Annex play at all.
Yeah. I think it'd be an interesting one if Excite does pull off the win here, because again we've brought up the fact that both Annex sides look really good heading into today's contest, and if they could pull off a win here, start off really strong, you could see them make an upset run during the playoff bracket tomorrow. And again, David versus Goliath storylines, that's kind of what we love to see on stage, on LAN, get the crowd going hype, because again, event sold really well.
Yeah.
Like, I think it sold out pretty much minutes after we got news that we had the event. And so just having this sort of upset game to start the day and to start the tournament really gets like narratives going. It gets the crowd going as well. And generally, make this loud, make this
Yeah.
as boisterous as possible, and just kind of make things uncomfortable for your opponents.
One thing I'd add about this Annex White team is that all 4 players have got vast LAN experience, both in the UK and challenge events in NA. So that's why they've got to be one of those favourites, especially in this first series, that they've got that experience not only in the UK, but they've gone to CDL challenger events and they've played out there and done pretty well for what they're expecting as well. So.
Oh, I'm excited now. This will be a really good introduction for it all to me now. We'll see. So I'm thinking it will be a 2-1. I think it will be going all the way, because I feel like that's what you kind of need for the first game. It's like, okay, let's see how everyone's doing, see who's performing well, and see what is happening. And yeah, the crowd's going to be loud. You'll probably hear them through our mics all day. Let's be real, because we kind of want some loudness. But obviously, you guys are the pros. I want to know, is there any star players we should be looking out for?
I think the MVP of January Clash, right, Julian, had a great year, had a great tournament last time here. So to replicate that form, Heptics as well. Also, again, a lot of the Project Vapor lineup, just, again, they won the last event. Try and replicate that form, try and get the same sort of energy going and see whether they can win this event as well. Obviously, you got the Annex, both Annex rosters as well, expected to do really well, like no real specifics just there. But yeah, Julian, that's the player I want to see him replicate that MVP performance.
Lovely. What about you guys?
I have a bias. Rush.
Yeah,
The amount of times I've played with him in ranked is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He's always there.
that Project Vapor team, they're having a slightly different roster going into this one. So they've not got Callum, they've got Rush instead of that winning roster from the January one. But Rush isn't a bad player. He's going to slot in quite well, and I'm sure he's going to be one to look out for. He was a stand-up player in the last event he played in, and if he's good fitting in with a mould of 3 winners already, it's a good roster.
He's sometimes very bipolar, though. I know it's with his gameplay. He's a bit like he can either go like 1-12 or like 12-1, and you don't really know which you're getting at the start.
Sometimes though, when you're coming in with a stand-in, that can buff your team sometimes, because it's kind of like a more unknown element. Obviously, these players will know what Rush plays like, but in this environment, in this lineup, there's a bit of a sort of wild card element to it, and if Rush can get going early, I think Viper's going to be really dangerous going into this tournament.
Yeah. So, Ian, before the match started and before the stream started, you were mentioning the map pool. Do you think the map pool is going to affect anything specific, or is it just, are we just going to see good players?
Again, I'm kind of expecting it, like, again, this game, I'm expecting it to be 2-0. I'm expecting it to be as clean as possible, and ultimately, I don't think there's going to be too many weaknesses in the map pool for a lot of these sides, because, again, they're on stage for a reason, right? Mm-hmm. They're fully prepared. I'm interested to see, like, which game modes are they most comfortable with. Obviously, some teams more comfortable with, say, a search and destroy rather than a control, but they're just going to need to win that first map ultimately.
Mm-hmm. So, what are you guys' opinions on the map? Obviously, I'm clueless on it.
Go on.
I don't want to cast Rewind. I'll be honest. I bet it's the map I play the least. It always gets, and it's not picked in ranked. No one plays it. No one wants to.
No. I mean, it was one of those ones, especially Rewind. Well, both Rewind maps were in the port at the start of the year. They got taken out. They've been added back recently. So teams have probably got less reps on those maps, but teams will favour those maps over some of the other maps that are not particularly favoured, such as a dealership S&D we were talking about earlier.
Oh, and dealership though, it's so good.
All the cars.
Fun map.
I do think if you're an underdog team, though, maybe picking Rewind into some of the more favourites might be that sort of edge you need, because if no one's getting reps on it, you can just, it kind of be a free-for-all and just make it be brawly cards, sort of uncomfortable, make things just sort of, I want to say dirty, and make things like really uncomfortable, really brawly, make it hard to cast, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's a wildcard option for underdog sides, that Rewind pick.
Okay, yeah. So unfortunately, we are seeing a few technical difficulties. It happens, you know, that's the point of LAN. There's always going to be something going wrong, but it's fine. Life's a journey. And with the maps, I just want to see some good gameplay, you know what I mean? That's all I'm looking for. But, you know, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back with you as soon as we can.
You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. 'Cause I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Feed me those lines, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right. See the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost. I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? You never answer when I call. Locked in your room and so it don't. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I feel you getting lost. I feel you trailing off. I feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal. So subliminal about the way that your eyes shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on.
Our relationships will often end in disgusting. I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you going I told my people I would make it out. What? Not the time just to go around. What a word, they think it's safe and sound. What? Might as well just burn it down. It's always winter time inside my mind. I find it hard to bury. 'Cause it gets cold and blurry. Yeah, it gets cold and blurry. She took my heart and then discarded all the evidence. All of her actions were a clear case of malevolence. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, funny, Eight rounds in the 45 and go down. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down. Yeah. Look, I was passive aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left them hanging like loose ties as loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation, he going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake, how could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had, murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extras, so water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. Gotta follow for a follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the pops, he be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these leaners. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again.
Hi, oh, right. Right, I've been sabotaged. No, hi, Sports. Welcome back. Apologies for the tech delay. It happens. But, you know, we're back. We're ready for some Call of Duty. And I'm pretty excited now. Now that we've had that time to wait, I'm ready for it. So what are your guys' pre-game thoughts of this team?
I think the anticipation is all up in the air, right? We've had some PC crashes. The players have had to kind of sit there and almost fester a little bit with their own thoughts, get some strategies going. And whilst I still think it's going to be 2-0 Annex, maybe the tech delays have maybe got in the head a little bit, but they've been on that before. They know how these things work, and when you've got tech delays like that, it's good that we're getting them out the way early, because this is going to be a long tournament. We've got 2 days of competition, and you want to get these group stage games done as clean as possible, because if you start having a lot of tech delays, you might start getting weird mental blocks coming in. And I'm just interested to see like how both sides can combat that going forward. This first game, whilst it's a good start to get in the long run, it's not going to mean as much as, say, like the last group game or the start of playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to mention that even with the tech pause, you could see a bunch of the players was just straight in the firing range or straight into the custom game and just instantly warm up. It's first game on. You just have to warm up for this.
Yeah, and I mean, one man that I've had a look at over here, that Smallzilla on the Excite roster, he's been locked in the entire time on that shooting ball and on the firing range, sorry, and he's one that I'm going to be looking out for on that Excite roster to try and spur them on, maybe take a map or two off Annex.
Lovely. So the last question before we get into the actual game, what kind of things should I expect to see?
A gunfight.
Well, yeah.
2 gunfights.
Very loud players shouting kill every 5 seconds. That's going to be really entertaining. Again, I want to get this loud. I want to get them like really, because it's still early in the morning. We know what gamers are like. This is middle of the night for some people. So just having them be loud, have them have the energy early instead of just sort of being asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, I feel like we need that. So I'm hoping energy is brought, whether that's in chat, live in person, or it's going to be from the players, let's be real. But for now, we're going to get some energy from our casters, and they're going to take you into this first game.
Here we go then, Joel. Back again. We are back again. Cannot wait for this one. We are at the ES Hub for the Summer Showdown. Lots of Call of Duty ahead. 2 days. We've got group stages going on. Best of 3 is going to be happening all day today. And we've got a massive game to get us started, Joel.
Yeah, well, ultimately, like the guys have referred to on the desk already, an opportunity to see 2 really strong teams go at it quite early. Tipped to be probably top 3 potentially here for one of the teams. Obviously, they're, like Connor mentioned on the desk, obviously a lot of LAN experience through that team. But with that experience, depends how many reps they've put together, because obviously some of them are on different rosters outside of here. So it'll be interesting to see how much work this Excite roster have put in to this event on the preparation side of things.
Yeah, I think this Excite roster is going to be really interesting to watch. Obviously, we had Smallzilla with us in London. Different roster around him. There was some questions online about, certain things with online Call of Duty, but he came, even though the team didn't do too well, he played fantastically well, and he's got a really solid team around him, which could cause some really big upsets. I think on paper, they'd be like 7th seed, but of course they're going up against a big hitter, I think we can safely say, in Annex Esports White. I mean, if you look at the names on that roster, as Connor mentioned, by the way, how cute's Connor look on the main?
Mate, he's done well. I tell you what, he's only been knocking about for a little bit, but I tell you what, you won't be able to tell that this is his first time doing one of these events. But no, proud of the boy. But no, like you've mentioned, the experience just runs straight through that team. Obviously, having a look, as you can see on your screen, we are somehow finding our way over to a triple hacienda. So at just shy of 9:30 in the morning, get yourselves locked in for hacienda, because we aren't going to be leaving it for potentially a maximum of 3, minimum of 2. Do you reckon it sees map 3?
Oh, I don't want to get predictions this early. I mean, on paper, this Annex Esports White 2nd seed, everyone's saying they're the ones that are going to test the kind of back-to-back winners that we've had of the 2 UK lands this year. But don't take anything away from this Excite team. But it does excite me, because you look at players like... Sorry?
I see what you did there. Get excited.
I didn't even mean to do that. you look at Jackson and Paddy, unbelievable on the AR, straight shooting, not going to miss. If they get all the angles covered and just let Lampy and CJP run around all weekend, that team's going to cause some absolute havoc. So
yeah, it's
really
a very fundamental map. Is Hacienda. Like you say, if you win it purely off rotations, if you can try cut off those cuts straight through mid, obviously the P2 and the P4 are normally your busier ones. It's going to be how can they try and block the spawns, see how they're going to be able to manage to find the way through mid. But I imagine, like you say, with the experience, with the knowledge that those boys have got, they aren't going to be expecting to give the Excite roster any sort of chance here. But that's not to say that it couldn't throw up an upset. Yeah,
I think the theme for the day is a lot of teams that are slightly lower seed are going to be saying, let's take the S&D, force the map 3,
100%.
Force the control. I mean, I can't stand Hacienda control. Instaban for me, crazy playing that. But the head-to-head, we're going to see, obviously, Smallzilla running around, good against Lampy.
Yeah.
That's going to be.
How much can one person do, though? One person doesn't make a team, but if the boys around him are going to try and do the fundamental side of things and let Small run around, there's an opportunity for maybe just to unhinge a couple of members of the Annex roster. If they can start to win those early gunfights, if the rotations start coming in, maybe we'll see a side of the Annex roster we're probably not expecting from what should be sort of plain sailing, really.
It's early morning as well.
Yeah.
Early morning, first game of the weekend. On the main stage, they've got the cameras, they've got the faces out. Is that going to add any kind of additional nerves? Who knows? Got a little audience in front of them. You don't know if any of that's going to come into play. Don't know how late some of these stayed out in the pub last night. We kind of semi-behaved, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we were okay. I imagine some of these boys, this is probably normally their bedtime, I imagine, with how the gaming scene works. But that's not to say that I can see there's a couple of monsters and everything popped already early doors. And I can't imagine we're probably going to be a million miles away. So these are the cameras that Spud was referring to. A couple of people checking themselves up on the big screen. So it's obviously a fantastic thing that they do here, giving all of the members of each roster this sort of opportunity to play on a bit more of a big screen. And there we can see probably, if anyone knows, a prime Nick Merckx camera right there for anyone who watches him. But like I was mentioning, it's an opportunity to be on the big screen, sort of getting that sort of professional Call of Duty environment. But what a setup it is here.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. It's absolutely fantastic facility. Technology is great. I love the cameras in front of the players. I think that's going to add some real kind of passion to the streams. I think people in the room are going to be keeping an eye out. And I think, like you say, the players, like as soon as Lampy came up on the screen, he was trying to have a little glance, see how he looks on the camera. So it's going to be great. Facility's fantastic.
Would you be screaming into your mic if you won a round or something?
Would I be?
Yeah, if you got your camera in front of you, would you be shouting into it to make sure everyone notices?
Yeah, the thing is, that's a big if. So I think I would shout extra loud because there's no way I'm winning anything. I don't think I'd get a kill if I loaded into this. This is why we do what we do. We stand it.
I trust you.
We talk about players who can shoot because we can't. Let's be honest.
That's very true. That is very, very true.
Yeah, I think this, hopefully we're going to get underway soon. But if I had to put a prediction, I guess you would say 2-0, probably 2. The C2
should be the logical option, isn't it?
But I just don't know. These S&D, especially Hacienda as well, it's just going to... You can't call it too much. And if the team that's slightly lower seeded does force the map 3, that's when the nerves can kick in, you know. But there's group stages, so everybody's going to play at least 4 games, because at minimum I think they'll go to losers, I believe. So.
Yeah, I think they said if there's time that we'll try and incorporate winners round 1. Obviously we could be here till sort of later on this evening, early evening, I guess, really, not sort of late afternoon time. But yeah, depending on how quick, obviously the best of 3s through the group stage, it's not your standard best of 5s that you might be expecting straight away. So if we ramble through quite quickly, some of the big hitters will be on the screen possibly again later on this evening. Yeah,
we're going to get into at least losers round 1 on the bracket play, and then maybe winners round 1, depending on the scheduling, like you say. So opportunity to see a lot of the players that are in action here this weekend. I think the socials are going to be updated regularly if you want to keep an eye on the teams that you can't see on the main stage. There's stations upstairs where games are probably already underway, to be honest, if they've got set up, because they were scheduled to be starting this morning in the other rooms as well. So just while we wait for this one, any rosters in particular you're looking forward to seeing this weekend?
Any rosters I'm looking forward to? I think I'm going to get the cop-out answer. I want to see Project Rose. We've obviously got the opportunity to see those guys this afternoon. Obviously, I think it's going to be an opportunity for them to really stand up and put their name on the map and everything like that. So an opportunity there. Naturally, you've obviously got the team of Rush, Julian, etc. And they're going to be probably the heavy hitters, like the desk has alluded to first thing this morning. It should be potentially plain sailing. All the events that we've seen locally over the last sort of 12 months been sort of relatively easy. They've not really been touched throughout of them. No, not in London, not whatsoever. And we thought it was probably going to be a couple of nervy moments for them, but they managed just to breeze through them, and that should potentially, alongside Annex, we're looking, making predictions early, they could be the 2 teams that we see later on tomorrow afternoon. But how about yourself? Anyone else you're looking forward to?
Yeah, there's a couple that I think are going to cause a bit of a stir and take some people down. I think the Mistaken roster is looking pretty good. Obviously, you've got 2 teams here. Yeah. The Mistaken roster, the main one, with Beat and Co, is looking like it's going to take some teams down over in Group C. And then one that I'm surprised you didn't mention, our good friends at Drenga Esports, the fairy tale story in London, seed 11 or 12, I think they were, managed to take down seed 3 on the way in, nearly seed 2.
What story it was, eh?
Fantastic story, and they are here again. I think they've made one roster change, but I can really see them having a really good weekend, getting themselves out of the group into winners, and then having a go at that bracket play once again.
Yeah, obviously referring back to Drenga, they're the sort of organisations that are sort of kicking forward in the sort of EU scene. Obviously, we know it's a tough time for EU sort of challenger events, obviously local events, obviously, which is why it's fantastic that Esports alongside Katana have managed to put on another event for all of these guys to get themselves involved in. But like you say, the Drenga side of things, obviously we've followed that story for probably near on 18 months now, really. Obviously being involved with those guys outside of just these events, and they are people who truly care about this scene. They want people to do well, and like you say, they got a fantastic sort of push up the ladder when we were down in London, so absolutely right to call them out. Any who do you reckon on there will be their standout sort of player?
Well, I remember in London, IDK was making me a bit dizzy with his movement. He's all over the place. 1 second he's here, 1 second he's there, spinning round. I was getting a little bit dizzy as the day went on. But I don't think they're on the main stage today. But hopefully, if they progress through their group and make it on here, well, I think they actually are. They might be a bit later on. Drenga are.
I think they're the last game of the day.
Yeah, I think they're playing a bit later.
About 3 o'clock, I think.
We are going to definitely hear a lot of noise from Makoof. That's someone we're going to hear from. He made it well known. Obviously, Katana, we released the documentary from the London event recently.
We did.
There was lots of little clips of Makoof getting rather vocal, and rightly so with some of the series that they ended up.
Well, you saw it yourself. Obviously, I was back in the room, and obviously you went yourself down and watched that.
Tried to get in the passion pit, yeah.
Game, was it the Sunday morning? I think it was from memory.
Yeah, I think it was.
Obviously, that room soon filled up quite quickly once people heard that there was a bit of a underdog story coming through. But aside from Drenga, obviously we've spoken a lot about this Annex roster. What do you think to the six-site roster? How do you think they're going to fare over the weekend?
I think, again, like I said at the start when we first came on, I think they are going to beat some teams. I think they are going to progress through the bracket. I think they're going to do well. The seeding is not bad, you know. If we've got seed 7, I think they are, so they've got a good amount of pro points between them, and there's some good experience on the roster as well. It's a tough start for them, but they'll load into this. I think it's quite a good start because on paper, when you go into a series first game of the weekend, you're not expected to probably win. If they take something, if they can go and win it, it's a fantastic start. Then that's going to set them up. If they can take a map, they can keep it competitive and stuff. It's good warm-ups to go into the other games in their group where they look like maybe they kind of are going to be favourites. So I think this is a really interesting series to start us off. I think it's interesting having, and then over on the side of Annex and the team that people are saying that, you know, it's kind of a big hitters come together. I'll see if they gel well. Similar to the kind of Annex X-Force roster we saw in London.
Yeah, wow.
It's a solid team of players. If they gel well together, they are going to cause problems. And
absolutely.
The experience across that team. And then also I want to say about Annex site, 2 orgs that we know really well as well. So I'm really glad that they've got some representation here. And I'd love to see both of those teams progress really far.
Yeah, obviously inside their groups, obviously we do have this Annex roster and we do have the Excite Gaming one, but we've also got Extremity Esports, which is Zoxite and Co. And then we've also got Project Passion. Anything to say on those 2 teams?
Well, Zoxite's an interesting one for me because when I first got into competitive, I think it was literally MW3, start of MW3.
Yeah.
And in Div 8 of XP, now AEL, online Call of Duty League. Zoxite was in Division 8 with me. Now he's playing like Div 3, Div 4, something like that. So wonder why I struggled when I got started, and it's just kind of stayed there ever since. But yeah, I really like that team. We shared a beer or 2 with them last night. Yeah. But they were refreshed. They behaved themselves, got themselves to bed at a solid time because I think they're playing here. I think they'll be upstairs at 9 o'clock. But have a look, Joel. Are we just getting some visuals, or are we actually loading into?
I'm hoping it's going to be that we're loading in. I don't know if they're just teasing us with a bit of a visual of what's to come. Obviously, everybody who's watching in the chat, obviously feel free to put your predictions in at the same time as well. It'd be good to keep yourselves engaged and involved. Heffron, we can see you in the chat. Hope you're well. Mark as well. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. But Hacienda is going to be the storyline of this series. And obviously you alluded to it earlier, not the biggest of fans straight away, but it's seemingly one that I don't know if it was picked sort of out of spite of each other, or if there was any sort of thought process that went into it, but seemingly I'm hoping we're not going to be a million miles away. And as you can see on your screen, we are indeed counting down, and we'll let Spud kick us off on this one.
Here we go then, ready for the weekend to get underway. Bear with us on the cast as we are Katana LAN 1, 2, 3, 4 and whatnot. So we try and keep up with that where we can. But I think we are going to be on board with the side of Excite at the minute, fighting towards this first hill. There you go, first blood, Excite, first kill of the weekend, Joel.
It is, and they've backed it up with another as well, so it's going to be some early time straight away for Excite. Just going to try and play off some cuts, obviously, like we mentioned. Just bear with us until we can start to get some names up on your screen. Obviously, you're seeing Katana Land initially, so just try keep your eyes on the map. It's seemingly going to be Excite that are going to be trying to play through towards this P2 early doors. 20 seconds left on this P1, but an opportunity depending if Annex can try and fight their way through. Seemingly you've got, I think it's going to be CJP and by the looks of it Lampy. They're going to be trying cutting off the players towards New, but good start for Annex.
Yeah, good start for Annex, but a good bit of early lead and hill time for the side of Excite. It looks like there's some big gunfights coming in towards this P2. Here we go, big gunfight in the back. You've got number 4, which is CJP, with 2 coming down the side door. Does find 1, can he get the second? Yes, he can. Does take a punch, but takes him down. He started hot, 5-1 on a 4 streak, and a bit of control on this P2 coming from Annex. And there we go, first dead shout of the weekend, Joel. It's getting passionate at 9:36 a.m.
It has. It's taken pretty much all of 40 seconds. So Annex have managed to flip the script sort of early doors. It is going to be Excite that are now going to be spawning out the back. You can see on your map by the looks of it that it's going to be potentially one of the members of Annex that are going to be trying to keep the way out towards sort of P4 way. Big fights coming through Cat. It's predominantly Annex, but one's going to come through in for Excite, but they've managed to hold this hill sort of down to a T. There's not really much that they've done wrong at this point whatsoever, but now they're going to have to start to work their way over. Excite are going to have to make the decision. Seemingly they're going to give up on the last sort of 10 seconds, and by the looks of it, you've only got one member of the Annex roster alongside, another one came through well, but he will fall, and it's going to be an opportunity for Excite to get themselves back involved in this one.
Yeah, they are getting some early time, but look at this route being taken here by Lampy. Goes out the map, doesn't manage to take down number 7 though, and we spoke just before the series about CJP and Small and whatnot, and CJP went on a 6 streak on that P2, started really well, and that is a big 3 dead. They are going to hop back on that time, and that's a slow 4. So Annex White getting this control on P3. That lead is extending at rapid rate. You do have Excite spawning towards the back, and that is a big pick, but if this next wave of kills goes Annex way, its lead is going to be pretty healthy for them on this first set of rotations.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, as you can see on your screen as well, we have got Jackson on that 7 streak early doors. So obviously started 0-3. He's going to find his way through to 7. He is sitting inside, does eventually then get taken out by a member of Excite. But again, it's already looking sort of tricky for Excite here. They've made the decision once again to have to rotate over towards New. You're going to have 2 of the members of Annex going to try and collapse. A bit of a pinch is going to be trying to work its way through. Seemingly they managed to deal with the first one. It's going to be the next wave that's probably going to decide this hill, obviously for the first sort of 20 seconds or so. But sort of 2 pumps, nothing crazy there straight away. Everyone's abiding by the rules straight away. So trade for trade, back and forward, but it's going to be Excite that'll deal with at least the first wave of this Annex one.
Yeah, and they needed to. This lead was getting pretty healthy in favour of Annex, but this is, the money hill on this map. You can get yourselves control, and once you get that really fast wave, the other team, it's so hard to try and get towards it. They are doing well. It's being streaked, but does find 1, and there's a second dead. They are going to flood towards it. Annex do get control, finding a slow 3. You do have number 3 left up around the time, but yeah, Annex to go above 100 points. They're going to have the rest of this time, you say, but there was a team kill. Who's that number 3 standing strong on the time? I think that's Jackson, who went on a 7, I think, on that.
He did. He started 0-3, managed to then claw back 7 straight away. And I tell you what, 1:20 already in. Pretty much all of this time's come from him. Yes. He's evidently got the role that he's going to try and sit on time, but seemingly that lead is going to be extending out for Annex here. They are going to be on this early time for P1, but a member of Excite is going to come through. He's probably going to expect someone to come through and trade him. Not going to manage to do so, but a member of Excite is going to at least find 2 to again maybe give them an opportunity. A bit of white time at the minute, trying to, obviously naturally probably the hardest hill I think on the map really to gain any time on. Obviously there's so much space in between to try and pick players off of. Nobody seemingly getting through. Nice wall bang there, and manages to get 2, big 2 there for Excite. Follows up with another. Annex are then going to try and find their way in. They are going to be spawning that P3 side though, so an opportunity if Excite can maybe take sort of 10 seconds of here, get themselves onto New, but they can't be allowing one of the members, I think it's Jackson, that's going to find 2 early doors. And as you can see, just have a look at your map, it seems to be they're going to be trying to collapse in on this as quick as possible.
Big kill. That is a big kill over towards P2 though, but taken down in the back, and you've got Excite trying to push towards there. Do find a couple of kills on the way over, but I think that is number 3. That is Jackson sliding through, SMG in his hand, I believe. But this is where the spawns are going to come in, and they do need to start chaining some hills together. It is about a 100-point lead and counting for Annex White at the moment. But here comes the water route. Is it going to come? Oh, some windy shots. Does find the kill, but does get instantly traded back out. But it is Excite clocking on these seconds, and as we say, it is vital they do so, and they are going to take at least the next 10-15 uncontested as Annex White come off a spawn. They are going to push towards it. Water out comes in again. I think this is CJP, does get taken down, and it is getting a little bit mixy towards this time. Excite really need to find a little bit of control in this map if they are going to push Annex all the way.
Yeah, obviously they've done well on this P2. They've managed to hold quite a good stint. Obviously no one's actually working their way over. Everybody is going to be clumped over towards this P2 still. Seemingly it's going to be Annex. They're going to make the decision to say, if you're close, probably go for it. The rest of you try and rotate or try and play some cuts on the way out. But it is going to be, by the looks of it, Lampy is going to get taken off of Rock. He's going to have Jackson trying to look over. Nobody coming through towards him at the minute. But he's just going to be trying to play these little cut-off angles. Opportunity for Annex to continue through on this time. Jackson will get found out by a member of Excite. They're going to have an opportunity to try and collapse here. Trades are coming through for both teams, and that's a big 2 there from Lampy to try and keep the members of Excite at bay. Contest coming through, and it is going to be Jackson that will follow up with that one as well. It's bang out central here at the minute.
It is. It was looking like Excite might have had a little bit of control and they might have footed it at a good time, but then Lampy came through with that massive 2-piece, and it is just kind of a little bit contested, bit mixy on this hill. Lead still about 100 points as we move back towards this money hill, and if Annex White get the start on it, they're going to find themselves above 200 seconds before Excite manage to maybe get towards 100, but they are just going to allow them to have the rest of that scrap, which should take them over that mark and get themselves set up, trying to find this first wave once again. But that is a big kill. Lampy does get taken down. You've got CJP finding one in the process as well. Another kill for Annex White, and early hill time on this P4 is going their way. But here comes number 5, which I think is Avo, just trying to get a bit of control up top, but Lampy's not having any of it. Trying to read these, they may be going on the pinch here, which could prove massive. There you go, there's your 200 seconds on the board, lead back over 100, and you've got CJB poised, ready for this mid push, which is going to come. There's one though. Trophy gets taken down. Here comes the flood. Contest is in. Big gunfights. CJP finds one, finds a second. I think Jackson does get traded out though.
And that's going to be pretty much all of the members of Excite, and that is going to be a clean 4 dead in the favour of Annex here. Excite really going to have to try and kick on from here. They've got 30 seconds to try and deal with. Just keep your eyes on the map. Look at that Annex roster split. Over a minute and a half for 3 of them. They are not allowing Excite to get anywhere near this time, and evidently it's showing they're happy to try and play the bang outs and the trades. They can't win it from here, so we are going to be at least probably going to P1. And it's going to be, by the looks of it here, it's going to be CJP just going to try play some cut-offs again. He's got a member of Excite coming towards him. He'll find him, turns and finds the second big 2 from CJP there. Third coming in from Jackson as well. They've got one member of Excite to try and deal with. 10 seconds counting. That is going to be 4 dead. Excite are all spawning out, and it's going to be literally do or die at this point. They're going to have to try and fly, but Annex are going to try and keep them at bay. 3 more dead, and ladies and gentlemen, I was going to call it early, but it's lucky I didn't, because Excite have got themselves on. They've been taken off once again, and Augustus could go anyway. Trying to find it, he's not going to manage to do so. Every time we're trying to say this one's done, trades are coming through for both teams, and now we can finally say Annex are indeed going to be the winners of your first map. Any thoughts straight away on that one?
Yeah, it's a statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a statement, come straight away. Didn't quite get the 100 club, but it's not far away.
It's as good as, isn't it?
It's as good as, and like you mentioned, I mean, the way they played that hard point, they played it so tight towards the hills, with 3 of them clocking up towards 2 minutes each. Just getting so much more control around the hills, getting those first waves as the rotations came in, and just managing to keep clocking that time. Excite did look good at times. Had a couple of good kind of hills maybe, but it just couldn't hold on. I think the aggression from, I guess, CJP and Lampy was too much, and then those big streaks that we saw, in particular from Jackson as well, going on that 7 streak early on. You had CJP going on a 6 streak early on.
Yep.
Just so hard to take them down and get anywhere near the hill.
Yeah, obviously you're not going to do bad on hard point if your third worst person on time's got 1 minute and 40 seconds. Yeah. If you're averaging sort of around that time, there's got to be some miracle that is going to allow the other team to win here. A little bit of back and forward across the benches at the minute from the two teams, but I'll tell you what, like you say, it's a statement made early doors. Obviously, we're not going to be leaving Hacienda. We are going to indeed be sticking on there for the S&D players that are just getting themselves set up and ready. But like you mentioned, they've backed up the talk that we've been saying this weekend so far about them. They've got to continue here through this S&D and try and make it business as usual for themselves, really, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, as we've alluded to before the series started, first map of the whole weekend that we've seen here. So there is going to be some other factors, early morning, new PCs, first game, any nerves and stuff like that. But none of that was shown at his Annex roster. They were very confident. There was a bit of a slow start from a couple of the players, but once they got in their rhythm, it was just kind of relentless. And let's not forget, this Excite roster, we've just been talking them up, and it's a solid team, which I still think are going to beat teams on Respawn this weekend, and they've almost just clubbed them. So it's a statement. What was it, 250 to 104? We are going to stick with Hacienda, but as we mentioned before, this is where these teams are going to look to keep it competitive. They're going to take the S&D and then try and force that map 3. This is what this team would have been saying before we started this series. So they would have liked that to be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see if they can take this S&D Enforcers to a third map.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right in regards to the S&D side of things. Obviously, naturally, hardpoint is always going to be the trickier ones. That's where your Slayers sort of show out. But obviously, these players will have played ranked all year. They've obviously been involved in, I'm sure, plenty of 2Ks at the same time as well. So an S&D, some of them probably even do chows for it. So I imagine there's going to be, it's not going to be sort of just plain simple, I'm going to call. I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep sort of straight through. I think Excite will turn up in this S&D because, like you mentioned, they're going to potentially be saying not going to stick around with them on the hard point. If we can win that S&D, try and get the nerves into the Annex roster, and obviously Control is a beast in itself. Obviously you get that 4 dead and instantly it's backs against the wall trying and find your way out. But Hacienda, Search and Destroy, any thoughts on that one?
I'm not, again, I don't mind it too much. There's not many maps I like on this game, so I can't be too biased, but it's not too bad. I think we are going to see a lot of pressure towards that A site probably.
Yeah.
B is a really tough one to retake, but I think most of the kind of break-offs will probably head towards that A bomb. I know there's a couple of co-ed Reapers. I'm not going to mention any names, but there's a lot of players on these rosters do like to play a lot of S&D co-eds online and a lot of recent tournaments and stuff. But I think what we're going to see from both of these teams is they both kind of come together for this weekend if the chemistry's there on Search and Destroy, if they've discussed any kind of strats at all, how much practice if they played together. If there's any kind of strats together, that could force a few rounds in their favour. So it's all going to depend on the reps, and I don't know how many reps these guys have had together.
Well, it's still Search and Destroy. You can sort of get away with it a little bit, really, because as long as you're calling out where you're going, that's what I mean. It's Search and Destroy is probably a bit more of a feel, I think, in terms of like a hard point. It's going to be an opportunity for people maybe just to play a little bit ratty as such and try and hide in corners, see if they can pick anybody off on the way around. But like you say, we are going to be heading off into Hacienda quite shortly. Players are seemingly getting themselves ready, and I think, I'm going to say it early, I think we're going to go map 3 here, Spud.
You think we're going map 3?
I think we will.
Statement.
I think we will. It is going to be a statement. Obviously, we've got the members of both teams. Obviously, you mentioned experience on just S&D. Obviously, the people playing all the sort of tournaments that are kicking around, co-eds. Obviously, there will be CMG ones, etc. So there should be no reason why this one is sort of clean straight away. But as you can see, we are going to be heading down into Hacienda.
Yeah, I don't know if I should be a little bit quiet on the cast for S&D because I'm very close to these Excite players. I've already been offered a few bribes at the start of the weekend to give away bomb sites and stuff. So we'll see how the weekend goes and how much I spend tonight to see if I take any of those bribes or not. But yeah, looking for this first gunfight. You're already hearing a little bit of noise floating around mid-map. As I mentioned, the bomb has gone towards that A site, but this first blood should be imminent now. First gunfight comes in, and it does go in favour of, I think, Small, Zilla, and Excite. There's a pinch coming in. There's a pinch coming in. Trigger discipline is looking good. Could be a freebie though. Help from his teammate. Level it up with the 3v3. And here comes the big pinch again from, I think, Jackson behind him, Joel.
Yeah, by the looks of it, and it is going to be one of the members of Excite that will fall here. So it is going to be a 2 versus 2. Quickly turned into a 2 versus 1 now in favour. I think Excite had the opportunity to get that bomb down early there. It seemed a relatively free A. Obviously, bomb is now down. We are on board with the remaining member of Excite here. It is only going to be sort of 30 seconds remaining, but an opportunity to...
Might get a free plant.
Yeah, potentially. It depends if he continues to go back on himself or he's going to try and play the initial thoughts, but seemingly going to opt against it. He's going to fly around the corner, manages to find one. He's only got sort of 10 seconds to try and deal with here. Going to potentially try and play for the kill, not going to manage to do so. And just about Alex have managed to claw their way through that round.
Yeah, but it was an aggressive defense, you know, like straight away. I think it was Jackson, as I mentioned, who pushed up towards the spawn of Excite. It did get a little bit kind of tasty early on, but yeah, I thought, as you said, I think that bomb should have gone down a little bit earlier. And
maybe a bit of nerves or something like that. They're probably expecting someone to be out to sort of tin side, not expecting it just to be as free as what it was, but I mean, it was a lot simpler that time for them. Like you say, managed to find that first kill. Obviously, the call that was made at the start of the round was evidently the right one because they managed to find their way through. But let's see where this bomb is going to be heading its way off to this time. Seemingly a little bit of the same on board with, I think it is Jackson at the minute. He's going to have a couple of members of Excite going towards him, but they've opted to fly away, and he'll find one alongside. I tell you what, everyone's finding a kill just like that within the space of sort of 2 or 3 seconds. We are going to have only one member of Excite left on this board, and well, it's a free bomb plant and an opportunity. Should be business as usual here, don't you think?
Smallzilla, make a name for yourself. Oh, okay. Gets taken down. I think that was Smallzilla. We're trying our best. I think later on in the day these are going to be logged into their main accounts. But yeah, all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, Annex taking down 3 players of this Excite roster, getting the bomb down, leaving Small with a near enough impossible task. And we're hearing noise about 15 seconds after the kill. So, but it was a pretty impressive
on the replay,
kill.
didn't
Yeah,
it?
they saw the replay.
On the replay,
really like that one, but
it was good enough. But yeah, obviously that's back to back now that we've gone off towards this A bomb. Seemingly, I didn't think that they would play sort of A more. I thought it'd have been more so B. Obviously, if you can get that kill through mid, naturally you'd have the sort of free option to go off towards B. But early doors, it is going to be Infinity that's actually not fallen yet. He is going to be on that 3 streak, and just as I've called it, looking like we're heading off to B.
Yeah, one of these Excite players, I think, did test it a bit in the first round, floated around Secret, but started taking a few shots, so backed it up and went back towards A as well. But we do have Michael Phelps going at the moment. Not sure exactly who that is in the water, but he's taking a long little swim. See, I don't want to say it too loud, they might hear me, Joel. But yeah, no first blood in as yet. 60 seconds left, and they do have control of this B site, and there's your first blood as well. So looking good now for Excite Gaming. And the bomb is going down, Joel.
Yeah, I think instinct needed to kick in possibly a little bit quicker there. Obviously, the bomb is going to be down, but as soon as that first kill goes, that bomb needs to go down sort of instantaneously, really. It is going to be a member of both teams that will fall. Opportunity for Excite to capitalise on here. Only 30 seconds of this round remaining, but it looks like it's going to be I think, is it Jackson?
Yeah, I think so.
SMG in hand. He's got 2 members who are Excite he's going to have to try and deal with. It's going to be a tough ask. Here come both members, though. He's going to fall sort of straight away, and it will just be Lampy's the last man up. Pistol in hand is going to be from a member of Excite, and they're just going to try and find him out. Not going to manage to defuse the bomb. Going to possibly try and play for as many kills as what he can quickly. That is going to be a round on the board for Excite. He's managed to find actually all 4 there, so it's a very slow ace, and the car is going to indeed be in. So not managed to get the defuse, but he's cashed out and having a car instead.
Yeah, in the round that was kind of needed for Excite. Those first 2 were a little bit too comfortable for Annex, and I think a bit cheaply giving away the kill to Lampy like that and letting him progress through his streaks. But we'll see if anything comes of that. Cars on this map are kind of a bit difficult to execute.
Are you a fan?
I can't drive them, mate. I can't drive them.
I know, you're telling me.
I can drive them. I'm a good driver, just not on this thing. I just don't get them. I don't get enough kills.
No.
Right, Annex White back on the offense. It looks like we do potentially have another water, and I think it's Lampy. Lampy's going for a dip this time. does go straight
Oh my
past
gosh.
2 of the players of Excite, though. He's going to get behind them.
Oh, what a pinch
Here we
this
go.
is.
2v2.
Here we go. Keep your eyes on the bottom of that map. There's a fantastic opportunity. We've got 3 members of Annex to try and deal with. They're going to find 2. Opportunity to find the 3rd, and they've found all 3. What a call that is there from Excite to play such a clean pinch on the way round. And just like that, as you alluded to, Michael Phelps is now going to be on the opposite end of the map to where that bomb is. There's no way Annex would have expected that pinch. 2 of them coming straight through that P2 fast pinch in B. And I tell you what, the call, whoever's called that in, what a call it is. But now it's going to be a need, by the looks of it, for Lampy to sort of do it all over again, see if we can maybe get the Hellstorm involved. But you wouldn't waste the car at this point, would you? Just going to try and shoulder through towards P2. Going to chal it with the SMG. Nearly manages to find the kill. Not going to manage to do so. But Excite are now going to be levelling it back up at 2 apiece.
Oh, I love it. They're all getting loud. Well, I think it was the second round where Smol was in that 1v4, and I jokingly said, go on, make a name for yourself, now's your chance. Did instantly fall, but all 3 of those kills on that pinch did go in favour of Smolzilla, I believe, and he did let them know straight after, so really good play call, like you said. I think similar to what Annex did in that first round, just getting aggressive on the defence, pushing up towards the spawn, and it just didn't get read, and all 3 of them just got picked off, left Lampy all alone, and that was an easy round to level it up for Excite, so we've definitely got a map on our hands now, Joel.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've gone 2 for 2, and seemingly Bomby is just going to maybe try to play its way through mid. And I tell you what, we've seen this play call quite a few times, and it's only going to be a couple of trades were, I thought, going to come through, but CJP is actually going to find 2. He's got eyes on the bomb early doors, so instantly puts Annex in favour for the round. And a quick flick from Jackson there. And it is only going to be 1 member of Excite. Manages to find, I think it's Infinity off towards that B bomb, but he's got the rest of the Annex roster to try and deal with here. Possibly just going to try and play for the picks. They've got the comm to where the bomb is. They'll be shouldering and checking it where it is. Everything's going to be against him here. But I tell you what, we've seen an ace already today. Who's to say that we can't see another?
Yeah, we keep finding these situations where one player's got to kind of do it all, and that's happening on both teams at the minute, but it does get taken down. But I tell you, I think for the 3rd time this map now, Jackson's found kills that he's had no right to find.
Yeah.
The reactions of that man are pretty impressive. Didn't miss a bullet. AR in hand as well, just absolutely gunning them down.
Yeah. What seems to
3
be
times this map.
what seems to be happening at the minute? It seems that Excite have got the play calls, and Annex are just backing themselves on gun skill.
Yeah, CJ finding some good style around.
They'll spread themselves across the map, and they'll say, look, I'm going to try and deal with you as best as I can. I trust the person next to me, if I fall, that he's going to take you out after. So it's quite a bit of a back and forth that maybe we didn't really expect. Obviously, we allude to that we want to see that 3rd map, but maybe a couple of questions might be asked here of this Annex roster, but seemingly they are going to just be fast playing this B. Every member of Excite bar 1 is going to be heading off towards A. Opportunity for Trophy is going to be down, and by the looks of it, might be sticking it, not too sure. Going to try see underneath if he can, and it is going to be bombed down, and we're going to have to see a 4v4 retake from Excite here.
Yeah, I think this is just going to get explosive. Excite are going to plan their push, group up together, fly towards it, and just hope they come out on top. I think we do have, I think that's Jackson, who's got out of there, going to re-wrap, and he might, if he gets there,
he's going to find 2 at least.
Find 1. Looks for the second, does take him down. It's a 2v2 though, 20 seconds left. Oh, all alone. I think it's Avo left up. 16 seconds left in the round. Is just looking, see if he can take these players down, but they have both got out there, re-wrapped it, and there's going to be no time left. And we are going to see Annex White get another round on the board and move towards 4-2, but Jackson making the plate, finding 1 or 2 up top.
Yeah, it was really smart play, like you say. They've 4 stacked in towards B, and they've said, you know what, a couple of you stay in towards it, I'm going to play out, and I said that he'll get 2, and I found 2 that he did, and ultimately that has won them that round. But very smart, like you say, a couple of people, Excite were all grouping up to try and sort of smash and bang out and play the trades to see if they've come out on top. But when you've got only 3 of the members in there, you're going to struggle to do a 4v4, because there's going to be someone on your pinch, and ultimately that's what Jackson was doing there. Possibly the S&D experience coming through from the Annex roster. But like you say, we're in for a banger by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you mentioned about you thought people would be going towards B. I think it's a kind of high risk but very high reward play, isn't it? You know, it's difficult to get that control, but once you've got it, it's so hard to retake it in time to get the defuse as well. But it's a big couple of kills once again for Annex White. I think it was Paddy and Jackson finding 1 apiece. 8 and 4 Jackson now looking for Smol as well, but just getting as much info as he can. Lampy managing to get himself
Down
out
to
of
just
there.
22 HP just there, and Bomb
Bit of
is,
Omni.
yeah, but Bomb is going to be just sort of laid in sort of top open area. A couple of members of Annex are sort of gatekeeping around it at the minute, but it's going to be sort of tough. Jackson is going to find another one. I tell you what, 9 and 4 from him so far. By the looks of it, I think it was Infinity that found that last one, and an opportunity for sort of game point here now for Annex. It has been sort of plain sailing for the last couple of rounds. Obviously started a little bit back and forward, but like we mentioned, it's going to be a case of the members of Annex are just going to back themselves in the gunfights, and like you say, you've got Jackson sort of teeing around that 10 mark already. If you're doing that, you're doing something right, aren't you?
Yeah, that's 3 rounds back to back, I think, for those guys now. Did manage to level it up, did Excite.
Have got a car as well.
But yeah, still got the car in the back pocket, but again, start of that round, just found 2 kills straight away.
Yeah.
Set themselves in a 2v4, Excite did, and they just found it just too difficult to get any control. They need to find that first blood. They need perfect Call of Duty, else they are going to exit their first game of the weekend with a 2-0 loss.
Yeah, and seemingly Michael Phelps has made his way back on. I think it is going to be that Lampy is going to be heading on the way round. Potentially a member of Excite might catch him out here. Right. Seemingly it's going to be Infinity, just going to be teetering off in towards P2 at the minute. He has got the bomb in hand, just going to potentially try and play for the pick and sort of move their way through off the back of that. Obviously they've only got to need to win one more round, so as soon as they can get that bomb down, they are going to be done early doors. And Michael Phelps was hopped up, which is Lampy, finds a kill, instantly then traded out though. So opportunity to get over towards this B point. Like you said, big reward potentially here, but straight shooted from CJP to rip one of the members of Excite off of the heady. But it's going to be, I tell you what, it's going to be tricky for Excite here. But the wrap has come back round, actually, towards this A point. Excite are going to have to try and cluster up, but it doesn't help that one of the members is trying to find the pinch. Bomb is indeed going down. It's going to be 3v2 to potentially win the series.
Yeah, this is difficult if you're Excite now, but here come the early gunfights. Jackson just getting out there. I don't know if you saw him though. Oof, somehow manages to stay up and play his life. Does that really well. These 2 Excite players both grouped up, looking to see what kind of route they can take, but I think everything's kind of covered at the minute. They've got to move, and they've got to move quick if they are going to stay in this map and in this series. But position in there from CJP, finds one. Teammates helping out, but look at the time. Oh my God.
It's run past him.
There you go.
Oh, and ladies and gentlemen,
series,
that is indeed
2-0
going to be the first series. I thought we were going to head off towards that third map. The first couple of rounds probably read that we might be seeing the third map indeed, but I tell you what, the experience has come through. It was pretty much a takeover towards the second half of that S&D, really, wasn't it? It wasn't a case they were trying to play smart or intellectual sort of search and destroy. It was a case of guns up, stand up, we're going to find the first kill, we're then going to cluster up, we'll get the bomb down, and you're not going to take us off of it.
Yeah, I think, as I said at the end of that first map statement, you know, this team, this Annex team haven't just come here to kind of like have a bit of a jolly and play. They're here to win, and if they're going to do that, teams that are lower down the ceilings, they've got to kind of brush aside, and they've started really well. They've done that. I do think we're going to see more from this Excite team. I think there were certain elements of both maps that look quite impressive. I think Small had a really good map on that S&D. Take a look at some of the highlights. I bet we're going to see some of them kills that we mentioned during the cast. I know CJP found some really nice ones, and Jackson won some that he never should have.
With the SMG in hand as well a couple of times as well.
Yeah, he's been picking them up.
Which is not like him, but obviously you deal with the cards that you've got in front of you. That's what I mean, just like that you've just seen straight away. He's managed to find that one sort of quite easily, really. But
that one.
You could keep saying it. There's going to be countless times that we'll see this weekend of that roster going to be taking over teams. And I tell you what, that's
Small, yeah.
Like you mentioned earlier on, that is what they needed to kick the day off. Obviously, that's going to be a massive boost. There'll probably, like you say, a lot of expectations on those guys coming into the series. Obviously, a massively overwhelming sort of map one.
That one.
A little bit of the first half of the S&D was a little bit back and forward, and then, like we say, ultimately they've managed just to kick on from there. But as you can see, here's that play that we alluded to earlier. Members of Annex are going to be in and around that time, but Jackson comes round, finds 2. He found another one in that one there, so fantastic from him. But every member of Annex, I don't think anyone really had a slow map. I think they were all positive come the end of it. And ultimately, Excite just didn't have enough for them, but that's the reason that Annex are sort of in that conversation. But like you say, it's groups. There's still plenty of time, plenty of Call of Duty left to play this weekend. The opportunity for them to make a run quite easily, not by any means counted out of this one, are they?
No, absolutely not. I think, like I say, there was elements in there that look promising. I think we are going to see a lot more from that roster. I think Annex White are going to press on and maybe breeze through this group. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, are they going to be the ones that take down the back-to-back winners? Time will tell.
chance.
It's a good start.
Yeah, obviously the Hacienda picks have worked massively in their favour as well. So maybe it wasn't a case of it was just what was left. It was a case that those guys feel most comfortable on Hacienda, and ultimately it's paid off. Worst case, we're going to see Hacienda once again on that map 3. Obviously none of the sort of average maps would come into play, but I tell you what, there's still plenty of opportunity left. Obviously some really exciting games coming up alongside. I think we are just waiting for a couple of the members of the desk to come back on board, but tell you what, first game of the day, not too bad, was it?
I enjoyed it. I expected a 2-0. 2-0 happened. I think the next series of the day is going to be interesting as well. We're going to get to see abuse. So the next game we're going to go up today is going to be that Mistaken roster up against AVNG, which obviously is the organisation who did win the last event here and the Katana event in London. Obviously a completely different roster with their main team moving over to Project Vapor for this event. But yeah, they are an organisation who know how to win, So I'm going to see some good things out of those guys this weekend as well.
I think they've sort of gone back to their roots as such. I think with their roster, obviously there's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money that goes into running challenger teams. Obviously those guys have benefited locally. They've not been taken off the pedestal by any team so far. So they've been involved in obviously the American challenger tournaments as well. So it's good for them probably to, if there is not another one on the horizon sort of anytime soon, give a couple of the members of the organisation an opportunity to play on the main stage, and seemingly that's what they've done. But I tell you what I think they've done for the scene so far this year. Obviously, lots of good members of that roster and of the organisation that we all know and shake hands with when we see them. So it'd be interesting for those guys to and see how they do.
Yeah, I'll be having a few beers with the AVNG boys this weekend, that's for sure. But we are going to head to a break before we do return for Mistaken Academy up against AVNG.
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same.
Then get up, get dressed. Before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part. When we get it on, I'm addicted, no denying it. Cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude. In the mood 24/7, 69/11. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop. Stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel. Beat it like a local, cause you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. That's all I need. I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the heads of time. I love my body, I love my mind. With desire for out of place, out of space, floating high.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. And the pressure would sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. Had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling and progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life getting boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy. And live my own life in a new galaxy. I can feel the memories fade, it's easing my mind. And I can finally breathe when I'm closing my eyes. I never realized what I just could do, but now I know I'm better off without you. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
Hi esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. You know, what a way to start it off. I think it was a brilliant game. Annex White versus Excite Gaming. 2-0, not what I expected, not what we expected, but what are your opinions on that game?
Just what you expected. I called this straight from the bar. I said 2-0 because, again, we went into the Annex looking like the better team, looking at the better roster, and they proved it. It was pretty clean both games. 6-2 on SND, 250, 104 on Hardpoint. It's just not really as close as we maybe would have liked, but if you're Annex White, the perfect start to the day.
Yeah, obviously Spuddy's here. How is it in your perspective from casting it?
I said during the cast, it was a statement, you know. These guys have come here. A lot of people saying that they're the team that are going to push the former AVNG roster of, you know, Julian, Red and Hep all the way, and they've came out straight away. I thought it was going to be more competitive. I thought it would be 2-0, and it was, but I thought it was going to be a bit more competitive than that. That hard point, it was pretty emphatic. It was nearly a 100-point club for the first map of the weekend. And then S&D started a little bit close, got to 2-2, and then they just kicked on from there. 6-2, 2-0, job done. Good start to the weekend for them.
Yeah, they had good momentum. So, George, what do you think is the reason for this?
I just think, honestly, it was just, weirdly enough, I did expect it. I think I was off by one single round for my prediction off camera. I said it was going to be 6-3 in the favour of Annex, but they were off by one. I was like, if they take the round, then it's that. But I was just like, straight away, I was like, Annex overall just has the better roster. They got more experience. It's just...
I think an important thing though, like there was giving up too many free kills during S&D, and again during hardpoint as well. There was a couple of occasions where there was like sitting on an angle and not getting peeked properly by the Excite players, and it's just a bit too easy for Annex, which obviously they're gonna love. But if you're Excite gamer, you've got to be looking back at that game and thinking, okay, that was way too easy. We gave them way too much room to work with, way too much respect, and you got dominated for it. Like, you got what you came for, and you just lose.
Do you feel like it might, add to a bit of cockiness maybe? Do you reckon that'll be the case?
Maybe so. I think that is a roster, and I think you'll see this weekend, if you've not seen him already, CJP is a player on that team who is known for getting very loud. But they were very composed for most of it. Like they were very relaxed. It could lead to a bit of kind of cockiness, but I just had a chat with a couple of the players outside, and that was a game that they were expecting to be a lot more difficult than it was. So they are now feeling very, very confident. So that might come into play, but as we keep mentioning, that is a team, there's a lot of experience on there, so they should manage to keep themselves grounded, and I do think they'll just kick on through the groups now and then progress really far in that bracket.
Yeah, so obviously now we're going on to our second series. It's going to be Mistaken Black versus Avenge. This team, both of these teams, they actually lost their first series 2-0. Do you reckon this will affect any of the stage today?
Well, Mistaken Black played Vapor, and as we was like bringing up during the pre-game for the tournament, like Vapor's the favourites, right? As so losing to them, not exactly a bad thing. It's 2-0, yeah, sure, but again, early games, you placing the favourites, sure, whatever. Avenge losing to London, maybe that could be a bit of a crick in the air, but yeah, it's all about how they bounce back on stage. I'm really interested to see how this new Avenge lineup functions, because obviously losing the likes of Heptix, Julian, that's going to be a big loss for them. But it's how they bounce back from the first loss, and ultimately this is going to be the key to whether or not they can get a solid playoff roster going. Because if they lose this, I can't see it.
Yeah. So, what are you two guys' thoughts on these two teams?
I'd say, well, I think Avengers a bit unlucky, because obviously since they lost 3 of their core members from January's win, they now have to work with new players, new setup. They've probably had maybe 1 tournament actually to play together, on a LAN, whereas now I think it's maybe just a mix of they're in the back room. They weren't actually playing on stage. They may play completely differently now. They might just be take the energy from the arena compared to playing it in a room, because it's a very different balance.
I think they're here to kind of enjoy themselves. This is a AVNG roster now that's a bit more of a vibey squad. So obviously I think that was their kind of idea going into it. They still want to come here and they want to play well, and I think they're going to enjoy themselves playing on the main stage. They are good players, but I think as an organisation, I think the stance was, look, we've gone and we've won these 2 LAN events. We've had this great team. We want to send some players who want to get some experience and enjoy themselves playing on LAN. So I think they'll be happy if they manage to take a series and try and progress through a little bit this weekend. But I do think Mistaken Black will be favourites going into this one. A few of these guys came and played at the Katana LAN in London. A lot of experience amongst them. I think they will go into this as favourites, but who knows? Both lost 2-0, both looking to bounce back. We'll see what happens.
I feel like you kind of need that kind of vibiness when you're playing on stage, because part of building the rapport between the teams, that's the kind of way you get the energy going, you get excited. Is there any players in particular you think are going to bring either great vibes or great gameplay?
I don't know. I don't know about anyone in particular on that team that's going to do that, but I think they play with each other online a fair bit, and I think they're just going to enjoy themselves. I think they've come here knowing that they're not going to maybe go on and win the whole thing. I think they're going to have a laugh with it. I think they're going to enjoy the experience. I think they might anticipate struggling a little bit against some teams, but if you know that before you kind of come in, you relax a bit more, you can play a bit better. But yeah, I think maybe we're going to hear some noise, might be a bit of laughing back and forth. I hope so. I hope everyone has a good time,
I don't think this is going to be a game where you're going to be relying on star individuals to make those MVP performances. This is going to be a team you want to develop each other as a core. I think on both sides are going to have that same strategy going into build as a team rather than rely on your star performances, because again, new roster, you haven't quite found that player just yet, and so just make this competitive, throw a bit of shit talk out there, make this as fun as possible and engaging as possible, so that the roster isn't at each other's throats. Like I think that's the biggest thing because one of their first lands. They're going to want to keep this team for the foreseeable future. You don't want to be making roster moves like too early because players aren't liking each other or anything like that. So I think this is more of the growth period for Avenge. For Mistaken Black, I think as part of that wider Mistaken org, they're going to want to get a win under their belt. They're not going to want to fall under to a newer team, and they're going to be wanting to try and make potentially like a smaller playoffs run. Obviously not to the level of say a Vapor, but they're going to be wanting to get a couple playoff wins under their belt. To do that, you're going to need a strong group stage to get that momentum in the bag. And ultimately, I think I'm going to take Mistaken to win this 2-1.
Oh, whilst we're doing predictions, we might as well get everybody's kind of thoughts on that. So, George, whilst you're there, what are your predictions for this?
Weirdly enough, I'm going to go for Avenge. I think it will be 2-1. But I think Avenge takes the first map of Hardpoint, and then Mistaken will take the S&D.
Okay.
So,
I think 2-0 Mistaken for me. I think it should be pretty routine for them, but it's going to depend. We don't know what the maps are yet. That can come into play. But these guys, I think they've probably just got some more reps together, a bit more LAN experience, slightly higher level. So I think if it's not a 2-0 Mistaken, I'll be a little bit surprised, but who knows?
I mean, map-wise, triple Hacienda like the last game. Anyone up for that? Triple Hacienda?
no.
No?
Not again. No has this game.
All Hacienda all day?
No.
Well, when I saw that come up, I thought there was an error with the production. I thought someone had made a mistake. Just 3 Haciendas.
I was
who's
baffled.
done these vetoes? But, obviously Annex White suited them. They got the job done in quick fashion. But, yeah, we'll see what the maps are for these guys.
Well, what do you think? Obviously, we saw the first game. What do you think these teams could take from that first map and put it into their own gameplay?
I think there was a lot of kind of early control on the map, in particular we're talking about Hacienda, and on most hard points, that P1 is the one where kind of teams aren't really playing for all the time on it. They're looking to get control and get set up for maybe the next couple of hills and be spawning on the right side of the map and whatnot. So maybe being a little bit patient when they get started, not going flooding straight towards the hill, but getting themselves set up and finding those waves of kills. What we saw from Annex White is we saw them just finding 4 dead over and over again, leaving the other team spawning the other side of the map, clocking more and more time, and then they had a 100-point lead pretty early on into that map, and there was just no coming back from that. So if any of these teams can replicate that and just... and we also saw 3 members of that Annex White team, all with like a minute and a half plus on the hill as well, so they played really tight, and that worked well for them, so maybe some of these guys can try and do that as well.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that, George?
I think, given it was Haas for that hard point, the difference is P1 usually just ends up being like 15 points max anyways out of the 60, whereas P2 is usually the money. So that's why you could see it as well in that match where just Annex, first fight, both teams like 9-6. The moment they got P2, they didn't touch it. They got 60 points onto P3. And it was just straight onto it, and they were up 50 from just P2. They held for 50 points, went straight to P3, held that for about 20. And then by that point, they're already up 60. So they can just play that extra point of gap.
See, I'm ready to get into this next game. I'm excited now. Now we've talked about it, I'm going to give my prediction, and my prediction is I'm impartial. I'm not going to pick a side. I feel like that's the fairest way to do it. Is that because of my knowledge?
Stake your claim.
Come on.
I think it's going to be one of these two teams. I think it's either Mistaken Black or Avenge.
You might be right.
Yeah, I think I'm right with that. But I want to ask the casters, what are your guys' predictions for this game?
Thank you very much for that. I mean, well, I think we're going to reiterate a lot of the things that were said over there. These two teams, both lost 2-0 in that first game. Both got to want to bounce back. What do you think?
I mean, I'm hoping Mistaken end up coming through with this one. Unlucky that they lose 2-0 in the first one.
Yeah, I mean, with both teams, losing 2-0, it's going to be a really important game now for these two teams that they're going to need to get at least one map on that board and get that confidence going now. Mistaken Black did have the unfortunate task of playing last time out's winners. Obviously, on that Project Vapor side, you got your Rush subbing in for them now. Obviously, that's going to be quite a different game.
Yeah.
AVNG losing, they still got that game to come up, so this is going to be a real big one to get them in the mood for that one.
I'm hoping this one's a bit more... I don't really know, more competitive than the last one because they've both had a game now. They've both played, they've both fully warmed up. Both had the similar experiences, and now they're coming into it, and they've just got to go at it. On 3 different maps for once.
Yeah, and unlike the first series that we saw on main stage today, we are actually going to see 3 different maps. Hopefully we'll be able to throw it over to those maps soon and show you, but we have got a Skyline map 1, and we know what a Skyline can be like. It's a very headbutty map, back and forth, fast paced.
Can be very hectic.
Can be very hectic. And it's just how these teams are going to deal with that hectic pace, and are they going to be able to get that control? You know, which team chose map 2, chose which side to spawn onto. That could be important for those P2 spawns.
It's very important, especially for your P1 to P2 rotation. I mean, you're coming through all the space.
Yeah, and it's quite a tricky rotation on a map like Skyline because you've got a few ways you can hit it from, but they're quite open.
Yeah.
So you're going to see a lot of funnel through that kitchen side of the map rather than the other side of the map potentially. So there might not be much time soaked on that P1.
No, I hope not, but a main problem I've always seen on Skyline is just the P1 battle of just it's just on, off, on, off, just jumping on and off constantly.
Yeah, and you know, where that P1 is, it is very close to the edge of the map as well. And we do see a few times players sliding off the maps, trying to use that omni movement to their advantage. And
the best one's the dolphin dive off.
Yeah, exactly. Dolphin dive off top bed, straight off the map. Seen it a few times online, and I'm sure we're going to see it 1 or 2 times tonight on LAN.
Well, I really hope so.
I do as well. It'll be very insane. And after that, map 1, we're definitely going to see this map as well.
God.
I'm going to mention it because you mentioned earlier on the analyst desk this morning when we were both on it. S&D Rewind.
I don't want to. I really don't. It's so... To me, it's boring.
Yeah, it can be. But it is, again, a bit like Skyline. It's a very hectic map.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially if teams decide to hit through the glass into that mid towards that A-bomb, it's really going to be headbutt central. Who's going to win those gunfights first?
I mean, you've got the main fight that happens. I don't know what it's called on the map. I've never known. But you've got the indoor part, and then the part that's just to the side of it.
Where the P5 hill is, yeah.
Yeah, you've got the gens. There's just a battle through the doors, or you smack open a door and they're just there.
Yeah, and that's with Rewind. There's so many doors and so much glass that if you are going to hit something, you've got to hit it early in that round because that's otherwise the audio cues, especially on LAN, you know, it's going to be quite at points in the S&D, but you're going to hear that headset. Hit it through your headset, those doors slamming real quick.
We've got the mention as well before we move on to the last map of just the AR domination as well.
Yeah, I think looking at the players on these two sides, we have got typical dominant ARs on a few of these players. So it'll be interesting to see a man that is very close to my heart that I played with a few years ago, Audacity. Very solid AR.
Played with him?
I did play with him, I know. I fell off since then. He's on LAN and I'm here, so it's gone downhill, but control. If we do see it, we might not, but with these two sides both struggling in that opening series, it does open it up to maybe a map number 3. I know we didn't see it in that last series, but
if we do, I'm scared of it. We just watched it 3 times.
We have just watched Hacienda twice. We will be going back to it for a map number 3. It will be control for Hacienda. Thoughts?
Personally, I don't like control on Hacienda. It's the one map I don't like control on because A site. Why?
Yeah, it is.
Why?
It is interesting. And only last week, they've also now changed the spawns completely on it. So, 2 weeks ago, probably now. So it'll be interesting to see how much reps they got and will they be able to predict those new spawns as they are completely different. That A point is pretty much where you're going to spawn the whole time if you're on the offensive side. You're going to keep spawning in that offensive side of the map. And if you didn't know that, you're going to very quickly learn about it, especially if you get put in a spawn trap, which has got even easier.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's just attacking both of the sites on Haas. It's just, I always feel like I can't go anywhere. I'm always in between like 2 or 3 different sorts of gunfights, and I don't get it at all.
No. We are going to quickly throw to a quick break. We've got a few issues that are slowing us down, and we'll be back to you as soon as we can.
Always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be the one tonight. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. I'm doing alright. Since we are apart, you know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything everything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. It's not a thing.
desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. It's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go.
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life. But I got so much left to do, except for falling beside me. She know when she want it. I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now. But you're the finest of them all. Make me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. 'Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. Almost knew what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. 'Cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. Almost knew what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. We both know it right away. When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. I feel this vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. Oh, I need you to tell me now how much you're into me. Oh, right away. I feel this vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. Oh, I need you to tell me now how much you're into me. Oh, right away.
There we go. Thank you everyone for holding on while we had those technical issues. They seem to be all resolved now, and we're going to be heading back into our game in Group A between Mistaken Black and Avian Esports. And like we said before the break, our map number 1 is going to be a Skyline.
Yeah.
Recap, what do we think?
Very excited now. Honestly, I just want to see them play at this point.
Yeah.
The tech problems today. I mean, it's first day. It's going to happen. But everything looks good now. All the players are all smiling, all happy. Some people getting up and going to the toilet beforehand, you know. But no, I'm ready for some Skyline.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like we said before, Skyline between these two teams is going to come down to those ARs. We know that the ARs on the two teams are their strong players, typically, especially Mistaken Black. We know how strong their ARs can be. And there we are. There is our map set.
There's the maps.
It's going to come down to that control, isn't it? Especially early on, where we were saying that P1 to P2 rotation, holding down that bridge, making sure that no players can cross through, and that kitchen area as well is going to be super important, that no spawn slip.
Yeah, I mean, especially like, even moving on from the P1, P2, just on P4, I mean, holding that garden side is going to be
Yeah.
If you can hold that, that's a
Yeah, there's a good few money hills on this map, but at the same time, there's also a good few scrappy hills, and it's one of those maps that you can have a 100, 150 point lead, but it doesn't matter.
No.
Because it can just be gone in the matter of 2 hills, because that's how the map plays out. Yeah, exactly.
But no, I think I'm hoping Mistaken take Skyline. I've seen them play it on a completely different stream. I can't remember what it was. It's just probably scrims or something. But I've seen them play Skyline, and they seem to be very good at it.
Yeah.
But I don't know about Avenge.
No, Mistaken are definitely one of those teams that they put the time in. They're all on. They play the tournaments. They'll play the leagues. They're always on the game. They're playing every minute they can, getting the reps in. And I know some of the AVNG boys are in the same position, but whoever focuses on Mistaken Black to start off with, yeah, they are going to be. They know what they're doing. Skyline's been in the map rotation the whole year. They've had a whole year of practice on it.
Yeah,
I think both teams here are going to know what to do here.
It's fine. I mean, moving on from the Skylines, going onto the Rewind. I have no idea with these two teams about Rewind.
Yeah, no, it's one that it's where I got added back to the map pool, well, maybe a month, 6 weeks ago now, and teams are starting to replay again. Maybe those that have played the S&D tournaments and stuff on other websites will have a few more reps on Rewind S&D than maybe someone who has played leagues rather than Chows and other ways that we play Call of Duty online. But either way, the first 2 maps should be an absolute bang out.
Yeah.
And hopefully, because so far, looking at the results on all the games, both on main stage and on the side stations, we've not seen the map 3 yet.
No.
Every game has been a 2-0, and in particular, Group A, both the games being a 2-0. So far, these 2 teams have both lost their first game 2-0. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a big game here. It's going to be hard to beat that Project Vapor side if you're AVNG in your last game in the group. So this game could be your only chance to get a win.
I mean, you see in the 2-0 loss from Mistaken, who are objectively meant to be probably, I'd assume, one of the better teams here. And losing to Project Vapor 2-0 is like...
Yeah, and from what I know, it wasn't a close 2-0 either.
No.
But then that is the skill gap that we have with some of the high-level players that we have here at this event this weekend.
I mean, that is true. I mean, there's a bunch of teams, I can't remember a couple of them, but there's a bunch that aren't on the stage today, which is upsetting. Project Vapor, I believe, being one?
Not on main stage today.
Not on main stage today, yeah, exactly. And that's scary.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't get to see them.
We're only going to be seeing a few of the teams. We can only host 1 game at a time on this main stage, and we've got loads of games to get through over the weekend. So we're not going to see all the teams today, but hopefully some of those higher level teams that we're talking about. We've already seen one of the other favourites of the tournament to push that Project Vapor side. Annex White in that first series, they were able to win quite convincingly.
Yeah.
I think, as we said, it was a little bit of a shock how convincingly for some of us. But, we should be hopefully getting into this game very soon. But like we said, we're very excited to see what's going to happen here.
I mean, there's one thing I would request from both the sides on this map. Please make the hard point close.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to see the 100 club, an almost 100 club.
No, we want a nice close series. All the maps make it nice and competitive, and I think we're probably going to get that. They are similar level players on the 2 sides.
I'd assume so. I know more about Mistaken than Avenge, but I remember Avenge were played in the January one, and they weren't too bad, but they looked a bit. Like, I believe they just had a new roster, and it was like, you can tell they've not played much together.
I think that's what it might come down to as well with a lot of the teams this weekend. There's varying levels of prep that's gone into this event. I know some teams have put a lot of time in, a lot of effort in online with the scrims, and they've gone over VODs. I know for some of the teams, they've not done that as much. They've barely put the time in. So it's going to be a real interesting difference as well to see if has that time paid off for the teams that have put it in.
That is true. I mean, you mentioned that point. Person today, we didn't even think was playing.
No.
Who's on the Avenge roster today. Didn't even know they were playing until they got here.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. Everyone looks to be ready, but...
Yeah, we got all the players that are looking at their screens, and the issues seem to have hopefully been resolved. We are just waiting to get into the lobby for the game.
They're probably mindlessly shooting bots. Yeah. That seems about right.
Yeah, they're probably all in the firing range now if they're queuing up that lobby. That's how the firing range can be a bit buggy. You might crash the lobby, but we are starting to fill up in here as well. We're going to have a nice crowd for this game, so hopefully it'll be nice and loud. And I think potentially we know, like we've said it so many times now, where the teams are really desperate for the win of this series. You might even hear some shouts.
I mean, if you're not, why are you here?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I was going to mention as well, not really toxicity, but just the friendly banter between the teams was brilliant in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the good thing now, we've had a few of these events over the last 12 months, and we're getting more, hopefully, in the future. Mm-hmm. And it is bringing people together, we are seeing people, even on different teams, getting together. They know each other, seeing each other at a few events. Now you're recognising faces and all that stuff. So you are going to see, yes, that competitive side when we're in the games, but we are hopefully also going to see that when we're out of the game. Bit of a friendly nature. Have a hug, have a fist bump, go for a pint.
Yeah, I hope to see a bit more of it as well, as the rest of this weekend carries out.
Yeah, definitely.
But no, I think they're just... I don't really know what's going on. They're speaking with the stage ref about something at the moment. But, I mean, we didn't even mention Hacienda. If it goes to Hacienda, I mean, you've seen it twice. Like, it's Hacienda.
Luckily, we aren't seeing a repeat of those first maps that we saw in that first series between the other two sides. It is going to be another Hacienda, but we do have a smaller map pool in control, so that is part of the reason why we are going to see a few of these maps over and over again. Black Ops 6 isn't particularly known for its wide variety of maps in the map pool.
Oh, definitely not.
But we have got pretty good maps out here, and I think really all three of these maps are quite bang up. They're quite headbutty, they're quite fast-paced.
I mean, you've got your standard maps. Like, if you're going into any ranked game, like roughly relatively high rank, it's like Skyline, Haas, Rewind.
Particularly Hacienda control on ranked play.
Yeah, 100%. I hate it as well.
Yeah, it is tough, and like we mentioned, the Hacienda has got new spawns, so it'll be interesting to see who's got more reps on that map, who's going to know where to predict those spawns. When that A point is captured, the offensive team are trying to capture B. They're still going to be spawning on that A point right behind that well. And it is a bit of a funnel because you've only got a very small gap to go through. You can hop off the map, take a route, but it can be quite predictable as well.
If you've got one guy holding balcony, you can't really...
Yeah, exactly.
They're not walking anywhere.
No, and that's, again, where it comes down to those ARs and those power spots. I know that mistaken team, they're probably going to use those ARs to their advantage.
Yeah, you get caught out, you've ripped, gone.
Exactly.
Instantly.
The Amiz, as a sub player myself, the Amiz is too good and he's nerfing. So
as an AR player, it's fine.
Exactly. So, and that's the point, isn't it? That Amiz at the range is one of the better ARs we've had in recent years, in recent Call of Duties. The Jackal does beam.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit more inconsistent, I think.
I will put it down to the Amiz has like negative recoil.
Yeah,
there's nothing on that weapon.
Even with the recent GA of taking off that barrel, taking off the muzzle, off the AR, you just put recoil springs on, or you've got a stock. So the AR has actually become a little bit more mobile recently.
It barely moves.
And it doesn't move. So as much as it has been nerfed, the players have had a couple of weeks practice. They've got used to it. I hope you won't see any GA breaks and map replays.
No, I hope not.
Like we have seen before.
It's bound to happen. And if it doesn't happen, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, it will happen at some point this weekend. It's just who we're going to put our money on. I mean, certain suspects that are known for doing it aren't here this weekend, so we can rule them ones out. But keep an eye on a few players, see what happens.
There is one that I was aware of at the last LAN, which was Chica, and that was about it.
There we go.
That was a complete accident. He had two loadouts named AR, and it was like, well, which one? And then he picked the one with overkill. It's like,
yeah,
okay. And he was like, no, genuine mistake, and fixed it straight away.
Not had overkill in the CDL.
That'd be a bit broken.
It would. Have a Jackal and an AR.
Yeah, go on.
Definitely no one had both of them. That's way too OP. It's OP enough picking up off the floor.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
still, to me, it shouldn't be allowed. But I just don't see you can just kill one person, then you have both the guns. It's like,
yeah, it's a harsh rule.
I mean, it's like you earned it, so.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of one of the things, and that's something we saw actually quite a lot in that S&D between the two teams this morning already on main stage. That Alex White were picking up the other guns, they were using them to their advantage. I know, for example, on Hacienda and that S&D, they would just be switching between the two weapons. They had the AR and the sub up close. They were to shout through mid with that AR, pick up someone's sub, and then they got a sub as well.
Yeah, now you can play everywhere. You're not restricted to certain areas and certain styles of play.
No, exactly. And a map like Skyline as well, you are going to see the sub players picking up those ARs, particularly hold those long lanes of sight that we've spoken about, those power spots, because you don't really want to sit back helicopter or pad on for those PT rotations with a sub in your hand.
No. You want to be getting in, especially on your P3, P4s. It's like, no, it's P2, P4. You want to be in because you can't. There isn't not really a long sight line into it with an AR.
No, and you might see even at times on that Skyline, you might see a third sub being pulled out. For that P4 hill like you're talking about, have that one AR in the back. Have those sub pressure in that hill, in and around that bedroom, pushing out the kitchen as well, trying to get that spawn trap, spawn them as far away as possible. And also on that P2, it's the very tight knitted hill. You've got 3-4 different ways, 5 different ways you can come in through into that P2 hill.
I forgot.
And all of them are very close quarter engagements. So it is going to be interesting to see if those subs are going to be able to do it. Because typically, your top kill, your top slayer, in the hard point, especially on Skyline, is your sub.
Yeah, it's mainly a sub. I mean, there's one thing that's rarely changed with COD. It's always been the same.
Yeah.
Every single game, but especially more prominent in this game because of the Omni movement.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, they put that in as just SMG players. They have a field day now.
Yeah,
I'm sure you love it.
That's what we're saying. Yeah, I do. I mean, but as we mentioned, we did talk about this off camera as well. You might see a couple of Dolphin dives off the map.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You know, sliding off the map is something that P1, P3, the edge of the map is right next to you on that hill. So it's not going to take much for you just to hit a button, even if it's by accident, and you're off the map.
What I feel like is going to happen is on a P2 in the bar, someone's going to go to jump by the table straight off. Like, that's just going to happen.
We've all done it, and if you're saying you haven't done it, then you're probably lying.
No, I have. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to quickly throw back to one final break. We have just got another tech issue pop up, and then hopefully we'll be back very shortly for our match.
The way you give me my faith, my body feels safe in your hands. Feel me fully fade. I'm light as a fire that don't let me escape. The stars still remember the fall to our every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you I want you to stay, please stay. Venom in my veins, deliverance waits for your hands. I am not afraid. I'm light as a fire that don't let me escape. The stars still remember the fall to our I don't wanna wait. Every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you crave. How could I know it would be goodbye, my love? When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul?
Okay, welcome back. We are now ready to go. We are lobbied up. The players are ready. Oh, are you ready?
I am. I was just turning up my mic volume so I can actually hear properly.
We are ready for this game. You know, we've had a lot of build-up now, with a lot of hype, a lot of tension going into this. That might even affect some of the players. You know.
A map. We can see.
Here we go. Skyline. The lovely views of the hotel mansion on top of that hill.
It is a lovely map. I will give them that.
It's probably quite expensive. Anyway, we're not really here. We're not estate agents. We're not here to do anything.
I think that piano costs more than my house.
We're here to watch Call of Duty. So, best of threes in groups. Skyline Hardpoint start us off. It'll be interesting to see which team has those favourable spawns towards that helipad on those P2. You know, they do have a whole 60 seconds to wait until that P2 where they need those spawns, but it's going to be important to try and start on it.
And there's the formidable map.
Rewind, your favourite.
No.
Every game you cast, I'm sure it's going to sneak through now. The players are going to know. And here we go. You can see the players lining up on that back patio. It's going to be Mistaken Black on the less favourable side. AVNG with the more favourable spawns on that side of the map. It's going to be a quick bang out towards that P1 hill.
Ooh, a couple missed shots there. No, I'm not being the one.
This is something we said about though, isn't it? That there could be a few bit nerves now. They've been sat on those stations, some of them for 20, 30 minutes.
I mean, yeah.
Some of the shots might be a little bit shaky. They might have had plenty of time to shoot, but it's a completely different story when you get into the game. And already, we see Mistaken Black with 3 hills are going to be pushing for those favourable spawns.
I mean, they've got to hold it here. I mean, Avenge can just try walk this around, take the long angles, but they're just getting picked off one by one at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And already you can see player Katana Land 4, which is Metal Rico, 3 and 1 star. I'm pretty sure I've just heard the dead from his voice as well. And they've picked up quite a lot this early time. It's AVNG that are behind on time and don't necessarily have those favourable spawns, but we are seeing Katana 8. Must be the fish.
Not able to get the double.
No, it was very close to getting both of those kills.
Yeah, just trying to hold the catwalk rotation onto P2 here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been very... There's not much has happened yet. It's just been a very normal P1.
And to be fair, there's quite a lot of time soaked off of that P1 hill. It was about 36 seconds soaked off that P1, which is quite unusual from Atlas Skyline. You don't often see too much pressure going towards P1, but here we go. AVNG with the quick break back as well, but those spawns they're getting very split spawns. Look at the minimap, players 2 and 7 spawning very parallel to each other there. The gunfights go down every part of the map. It's going to be hard to keep up.
It's nice to see this because it's all on-point fights. They're not really... Not many of them are off-point.
Right. And there is going to be AVNG looking to try and pick up these last 25 seconds, but Metal Rico is going to do it. He does get shut down eventually there by Billy the Fish again.
I mean, I think they got to look for a rotation onto P3 soon.
Yeah, we definitely do.
Unless they can get a couple of scraps on the end of this, but...
Yeah, it does look like he's going to go the way of AVNG. They're pretty much going to tie the game up now at 45 to about 40 points, but the AVNG side, we can see they're starting to warm up. We're Mistaken Black with that hot start.
When you get here, walking onto the P3 and watching the back and the gardens. But as you said, as you mentioned earlier, the entries, there's too many on this point.
Yeah, there is, and AVNG are now actually going to be in the lead. So it's the first time this map they're taking around. Oh, that was close there. That was Spenny. Katana Land number 6 almost picking up that kill with the pistol.
I mean, Avenge still holding this though.
They are. They've had so much time off of this hill. It's Metal Rico again. 9 and 8 start, hot start for him on that side, and it's Mango on the other side that is 9 and 4. Make that 10 and 4 on a 5 spree now. AVNG have really turned this map completely around. Oh, the body shots!
That was
Billy the Fish already coming in with the body shots early on. That's going to be something to keep an eye on for the rest of the game then.
Yes, 100%. I mean, you've got Mango coming up. Mango with the on 4.
Oh, he's still going on a 7 spree now. 12 and 4. He's winning spawns for his team. He's doing it all. 37 seconds on the hill as well.
I mean, here, instant cap for Avenge.
Yeah.
Rough start, but they've definitely turned it around.
It's a rough start, but like we said, it can just be literally this hill. If Mistaken Black just hold this one hill, they're all of a sudden back in the game at a tie game.
I mean, it's anyone's game still at the minute. There's only a 40-point difference. Is not much.
No, not at all. And we are going to see it was Eros trying to get pushed out through the bedroom there, but his kills are being traded back and forth. The back spawns are still coming in from Mistaken Black, though. Will any of the AVNG players be able to break it?
How has he been allowed to walk onto that site?
There's another 6 spree there. It's Audacity on the 6 spree. Katana Land 1.
Audacity not letting them touch this.
Holding out Kitchen here, and he should be able to pick up a few more kills. Look at where that mini-map is there. There he is. There's one.
Oh, you've got the 3 coming from outside. trying to get
Over out being hit there by Mango as well. He gets one in the back.
There's one there trying to get a clean up.
It's exactly what we said though. If Mistaken Black just hold on to that one hill, look at that score now.
Yeah.
86 to 96. They were down 50, but one hill in. They're now 10 seconds down.
One hill back to, but it's back to P1.
Back to P1, which they got 26 seconds off the first time round. They look quite comfortable on this P1 hill the first time, and they were able to win those P2 spawns, which, as it stands, they don't actually have to break this time. They already have got those favourable P2 spawns and the hill time.
You've got to be honest, if you can take dominance here across the catwalk,
yeah,
it's a free couple points for you at least.
And you can see that the players on AVNG are really looking to try and push through the catwalk on that top bed side of the map, but
very unable to penetrate in the minute.
Yeah,
now
Mistaken have done well to hold it, but the spawns are starting to come in from AVNG, although that's a huge kill in the back there.
He's able to get a couple of seconds, but instantly turn back over.
Yeah. 20 seconds left as well, so everyone's going to be now worried about this rotation rather than trying to kill Kiosku off of this hill.
And Metal Rico was on a getting close to the heli.
Yeah, look at that.
The heli's not been used yet, has it? I don't believe.
The streak.
Yeah.
Not allowed to use it. Just the Hellstorm in the respawn.
Yeah, the Hellstorm is one of them.
Oh, sorry.
And they didn't use it.
Oh, maybe.
I don't think so.
That'll probably be...
I think it was Mango.
Oh, Rico. Or Mango, okay.
I believe because he was on a 7.
Yeah, you had that streak early on in the game. And looking at the scores, actually, the AVNG, considering how close the game is, they have got 2 players rather struggling. I'm not going to say too loudly, because they all stood right behind me. I've got 2 players that are struggling a little bit. You know, Katana Land 6, Katana Land 8, Spenny and Billy, struggling a little bit in the kills department, but...
I mean, maybe Skyland's not their map.
Yeah, they're keeping it close still, so it's not exactly a too big of a detriment to their team. Mango's actually taking down his teammates as
Even
well.
his teammate.
But there's 3 big kills there for AVNG. With only 20 seconds left, they can get this 20 seconds. They're going to look to tie up the game again.
Very nice flip.
It seems like we've almost got AVNG are better at holding the P2, and we've got Mistaken Black who are so good at holding that P4.
Yeah, you had the P2 and the P3, AVNG are good at holding, and then you've got the P4 and the P1.
It could be that, exactly.
Mistaken are good.
Oh.
That was a very ambitious jump.
It was, but it's a huge kill there from Mistaken Black trying to hold through this mid-pressure. Although the split push and the split spawns are coming in, that could be Mistaken Black's downfall here unless they are able to read them.
And they're trying it.
It's going to be Kiosku. Look at Kiosku from the back. There he is, there's one.
Very nice too.
And he's able to block those spawns, and his team just spawn on top of him as well. There we go, AVNG back in the lead again. This is a very similar story to what we saw off that first rotation. But AVNG were able to string together a P2 and a P3.
It's like I'm watching the same thing again. We had deja vu.
Like we said, Skyline can be a banger. We wanted a close game.
Yeah, this is
players are providing that. We're having a super close map here.
I mean, you don't get closer, really.
No. That was Metal Rico for those that probably heard him.
Yeah.
22 and 18, there's a reason for him to be.
He got 22 and 18.
Yeah. Oh.
They're
still fighting for that old time, but if you actually look, AVNG have snuck in those new spawns, but this is going to be a huge fight here. Eros just sat in the wardrobe.
You know, if they can
his teammates, they're waiting to go, try and chow that push together, but AVNG with 3 clean kills. That's all 4 down now.
That's lovely, and now they get a free couple of seconds at least on the power point.
Spawn, look at those spawns where they're spawning all the way out towards that barbecue.
This is so
behind that P3 hill, so this is huge for AVNG. If they're able to pick up these 40 seconds, they get so close to winning the game.
Everyone is just lay behind the bath. The usual.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 2 for 2. They can penetrate. It's just completely blocked off. Oh, we have names now.
We do have names, which definitely helps.
Yeah. Well, not.
Yeah. A little bit.
Somewhat. I can fight there.
There we go, 4 dead. Mistaken Black able to regain that control, but only 15 seconds left on the clock. They are going to need to try and push out now and not allow
Metal Rico hitting a 30. By the way.
Yeah, there's 31 now. He's still going on a 4 streak again. He has been the plan to watch in this series. And the rest of his team are kind of just in around that 1 KD mark, but they're the ones that are doing the dirty work, getting the time, and just allowing him to kind of do what he wants.
I'll just say, Avenger flipped it from Mistaken at the start of the game. It was P1.
Yeah.
Now it's them.
It's been real back and forth. It's a hard one to predict going into the series. We said that this is going to be a big game for the teams. They're both 0-2 at the 0-1, sorry, in groups at the minute. They're going to want this game.
A lovely one.
AVNG with 4 dead off that hill as well. They can still win it on this P1, but it's going to be unlikely. Some quick shots there. That's Spenny.
Oh, big whiff.
Mistaken Black, look at the challenge in. There's 4 clean kills there. between Eros and Rico.
Yeah, I think
35
he's
now for Rico, by the way. He's by far and away top kill leader of the lobby. He was trying to soak some time for his team, but it does get ripped off that heady eventually. And this is where it's going to be now. These next 2 hills are going to be sprint to the hill, try and soak as much time as you can before you get killed off it.
Yeah, I like how both teams have their top person on point, 1 minute 46, both the exact same.
Oh, that's a huge win there in the back. Who was that? That's Mango.
Mango again.
Yeah.
I mean, those two have been the stars, Mango and Metal Rico, of this game, at least so far.
12 seconds, AVNG are needed. They are on the hill at the minute, but this is a huge pinch coming through.
Lovely
Audacity picks up 2. And he's able to keep hold of this hill for his team. They're not allowing AVNG just yet to get the time, but that's a huge 2 from Billy the Fish. Looking for more.
Can he get third?
Will get traded out eventually.
That was a lovely little 2-piece there.
28 seconds left, so Mistaken Black can pick up this time.
Teammate.
AVNG can still win it off of this hill, but they've also got the luxury of being able to take this to a P3 if it's needed. Mistaken Black do not have that luxury. They need to make sure they hold this time at least for another 5 seconds before they start to rotate, and they're actually going to do this
rotation
without pressure. AVNG have just fully set up for new. You've got 3 players turtled up on that hill. You've got Spenny playing through the back as well on those back stairs. This is going to be the push. This is the final push for Mistaken Black. They need to get these kills here.
They get one in.
2 kills down, 3 kills down. 1 kill needed. Audacity falls. Oh, he's got him. The trades are in. And AVNG take number 1. Oh.
I mean, close.
That is, you wanted a close game, and we are picking that up now. Metal Rico, I don't know what he finished on in the end with kills, but I'm sure he's pushing 40. There we go, 40 exactly. And he didn't even win the map in the end.
Oh my god.
That is a ridiculous map number 1.
Almost 5k damage.
5k damage, 40 kills, but it wasn't enough to get his team over the line. 250, 230. AVNG can be outslayed, but they did all the right things. They rotated, they held those hills, and when they held those hills, they held them pretty well.
I mean, it's hard point. They got outslayed, but they got on point more. They won.
Exactly.
That's how the game's played.
That's kind of what we need. And now this really changed up the series, wouldn't it? Because going into it, I think a lot of people had Mistaken Black as their favourite.
Yeah.
I think thinking back to the deaths, they were saying 2-0 Mistaken Black. There's a couple of 2-1s in there. They're going to have to now 2-1 if they want to take this series.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were seeing, especially from Avenged early on, like the point 2.
Yeah.
P2 was... They took it all. It's like, well, I don't know what to do now.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to see some of the replays, and I'm sure Metal Rico is probably going to have a bit of a field day when he watches this back.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of it is going to be him.
It doesn't matter. They lost. He played well.
No, played well, and I mean, if he can keep it up, it's unlikely that, you know, if he drops 40 again or another player on that team drops 40 again, they're going to lose the map. It doesn't happen very often. You know, outslaying by a considerable amount, and losing out there is just AVNG picked up the important kills. They were able to shut the players down off that hill and just soak it when it was needed.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, if you're frying that hard and hard point and you're about to go into S&D,
yeah,
that's a scary person to play against.
It is definitely, and you know, we thought maybe it was AVNG on the AVNG side where the computer issues and the technical issues that we had were.
Yeah,
didn't seem to really slow them down.
I believe it was Mango with the tech issues as well.
It was Mango, and as we can see currently in the highlights, he's 15-8 as it stands.
Yeah.
So I don't think the issues affected him at all.
No, I think he was just annoyed. He had to let some anger out.
Yeah. It's obviously not ideal for any of the players, but we should hopefully see a much smoother transition here between map 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brilliant map 1. I couldn't really ask for much better on that.
And we even picked up there, part of the way through, that Spen and Billy the Fish, as we're seeing back on the scoreboard, you know, were struggling quite badly in the field department, it must be said, you know.
I mean, they did pull it back as well towards the end.
Towards the end, it was a much more of a team effort towards the end, and they were able to break that. What I think was the important thing was there was that P4 towards the end, where Mistaken held that P4 so well that first time round, was able to get 55 seconds. AVNG didn't allow them to do that on their second rotation. We're able to pick up the kills, shut them down, and as we're seeing here, got the player behind the bathtub.
When you see it was a very messy. I will admit it was a very messy P4 for the majority.
That's exactly what AVNG needed, because they already had the lead. They didn't need to soak full 60 there. Yeah. Obviously, it would have been ideal, but you don't need to soak time if you're winning. You just need to keep it white, keep it contested, make sure the other team aren't on it.
Yeah, like if you're positive, even just tickling the point every now and then, you're still getting more points.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we saw towards this P1, wasn't it? The players knew that they had to go, and AVNG, even on this P2, they only need 8 seconds. They all rotated 20.
Yeah, I think I noticed as well was every single rotation, Avenge was there first. On every single one, they beat them to it.
Whether they won the fights for it, or they just had rotated first. They were still going for it.
Yeah, they were there. I mean, you saw at the end that the P3 hold. Just they were all there. And it's like, well, you're not touching that.
You're not breaking it, especially, there's a couple of entrances that we saw. The players tried to hit those routes, but you also had Spenny was on those back stairs, making sure that no one could push through the back and try and shoot them in the back. Yeah. You had 3 players in and around that hill to watch that middle bit.
You're watching as many things as you can.
Yeah.
You're always going to get shot first. It's just, you've got to win your ones then at that point.
And with only 8 seconds left, everyone's going to be panicking a bit, aren't they? Mistaken, you'll be panicking going, oh, they're about to win in 8 seconds. We need to hurry up.
Yeah, because it's
AVG going to be going, where are they?
It's not even like we'll hop on point and we win. It's no, we got to hop on point. We got to stay here for 30 seconds. It's like that's not.
So they had to win those fights and then win another and probably win a third set of fights without falling to.
Your nerves just increase on each one.
And especially, we said going into this that they've had a bit of a delay. They've been sat in the stations for 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
They are going to probably feel the nerves a little bit more than if they just came straight in, got logged on, and were straight in the game.
That's true, but then we've got the true nerve test next of S&D, which will always be the mode to raise your heart rate the most.
And early predictions, I mean, we've just seen a 250, 230-point game. 6-5, 6-4?
I'll go for a 6-4.
6-4, I think it's going to be very close between these two sides. I'm going to go Mistaken Black for this, just because I want a map 3.
I'm going to go for Mistaken Black, because I think based on frying and winning their ones, I don't think they're going to play the S&D style of plant the bomb.
Yeah, no.
I think they'll just slay.
And one thing to add on this Mistaken Black side, they actually have quite a few players that are known for it being S&D players. They play S&D tournament, they play S&D channels quite a lot. I think if they were going to win a map, definitely the S&D, and they're now going to hopefully win a respawn as well.
I mean, especially if it's a rewind. I know a lot of these players have been playing for a while, and they probably would have loved a rewind in the first installment.
Exactly. And what I would actually, as opposed to my prediction of Mistaken Black, Mango, sub player, very fast paced. Rewind could play perfectly into his hands considering how well he's done in that map number 1. I don't think we have to wait too long to find out.
Oh, I hope not.
No, I mean, and Rewind's a bit. It's hard, isn't it? Because there's 2 bomb sites, but there's one that is played more than the other. We're going to probably see teams head toward that B site a little bit more. But with how fast paced some of these subs are and how well they were doing, maybe we see quite a few gunfights into this P1 that we're currently flying through at the minute.
Might see a few interesting strategies onto the other bomb site, but...
Exactly, and we can see the bomb sites are quite close together. They're going to be connected. We can get there in about 10 seconds between 2 bomb sites. You might even see them flip between the 2 bomb sites quite quickly on, but here we go, 10 seconds to go. And we're going to see AVNG on offense to start things off. Who is going to be the bomb carrier? That is going to be Mango. So it probably, again, like we said, that sub player.
Sub player.
And here it is. Jens early on, the door's open. First gunfight comes through. Z-Ross getting one, but...
Very nice cover, though.
Exactly.
Kill. Is he
just about able to get away with his life, but he's going to be hunted.
Spen
is trying to chase him down as quick as he can.
You got to play in the outside there, playing the outside rotation.
2 versus 3, and these AVNG players are very split up from each other, so they're not going to help each other. Mistaken Black are like first trying to swarm in on this player now in here, in these gens. It's Spen fighting many players by himself, but he's able to get away with his life, but it does reach out. Will fall in that.
And now
a 1v3.
Is he able to get one?
It's one. Oh, the second looks like he might trying to feed him, but mistaken there with the team shots. Had the cross watch to make sure he couldn't get out, and pretty clean round from Mistaken there on defense.
It was very clean round. I mean, you seen like the rotation there of just Mistaken just split them all up completely. Split up Avenge, and then they can't help each other, and then it's just a game of pick them off one by one by one.
Exactly, and that's what you want on your defensive side, isn't it? You want your players to have that number advantage. You want to just be able to pick them off one by one. And use the numbers like exactly just like they did there. They had both players challenge that one. He wasn't able to get out. The cross was watched. It'll be interesting to see if Mistaken Black then on the offensive side try something different, or are we going to see a similar play? Here we go. There's 4 players pushing up on that camper.
Eros taking bomb.
It's just going to be Spen on his own, but he's able to get the first blood and get away with his life. More importantly,
onto the bomb carrier straight away.
There we go. There's 2v4 now.
Lovely flank.
Mistaken Black in all sorts of trouble, in a bit of a rough spot.
Very nice trades.
And the trades coming through there. Defense
very fast
on top. Very fast round. Hard to keep on top of. AVNG there, trading out defensive rounds there, Mistaken Black. And Rewind's one of those maps that you can get the bomb down quite easily, but defense is normally stronger.
I mean, when your bomb carrier got picked off first.
Straight away, yeah. You don't often see 4 players hit that camper van, especially with that sub in hand. It's going to be tough. but it was all because Spenny there had that cross and he was able to pick up the kills.
I think he got the cross and I must have seen at least 3 of them. And then it's like, okay, well, now we hard push it.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if this is going to be a continued pattern throughout the rest of the map. Are we just going to see the defense team trade back and forth until it's 5-5? Or...
I mean, I think we're going to see this continuous B push.
I mean, look at this. All the whole squad's here. The entire map's at this one part of the map, apart from number 6 there on your mini-map, who's going for a full flank. But Mistaken Black this time.
Able to win the
able to get the first blood. This Audacity shutting him down.
Are they able to get a pick into it, even it up?
Look at this. All 3 players in gens here. They're trying to... One's holding a nade. The doors are open. But look at this on the flank. He's shut down.
To win it.
Billy with a huge kill.
Eros able to get 2 off that.
He's going to leave Mango now. 1 versus 3 again. So it's a tough spot. A few missed shots there, but down to 35 health. He's just going to try and reposition, but will be chased. Eros there picking up that final kill onto AVNG, and again, defense on top.
I mean, I believe Rewind is a defender-sided map, but
yeah, it is typically, but if the first blood goes the other way, we are seeing the first blood go to the defense team each time, so maybe it's just about being a little bit more patient, trying to change up what we're doing, and, you know, can we get that first blood? Can we play for that first blood before we get aggressive, trying to get push out that bomb site that we go to? So far, we've not seen either team head towards mid, try and plant the bomb at A. Be interesting to see if it changes now.
I mean, I don't think they see a need. It's 2-1. It's not. They're not getting rolled like 3-0. There's no reason to change.
I'll tell you who does think there's a need. Eros. He is pushing that bomb towards mid.
Yeah, he is.
He wants to bail out of it. He's currently inside of Elephant. There's a huge fight coming down there. It's going to be won by Kiosku.
Able to get 2 picks onto that. Mango's gone.
Yeah, and it's now a 4 versus 2 again. These 2 players are kind of stuck in garden, and this is Mistaken Black with the bomb in hand in a 4 versus 2. So the offensive team are in favour here, but that's a big first pick there from Spenny. And he's got Carlisle just right there, trying to help him out. They're both backed up, the rest of the Mistaken Black players, but look at this, instantly wrapped into A, and Eros is going to try and get the bomb down, but shots coming in. This case Eros off the bomb, he gets picked. It's now a 2 versus 2. From a 4 versus 2 to a 2 versus 2.
Bomb as well.
Bomb is down, 35 seconds on the clock. And look how this is going. It's very quiet now on the
This is very quiet on the stage.
Players are a little bit worried as to what's going to happen. The rest of the venue is also got very quiet.
Yeah.
I feel like we almost need to whisper.
I feel like I'm going to hear a loud uproar after this.
There's a huge kill there.
One
Traded
onto
out
the
straight
tree.
away though, so it's going to be Carlisle Audacity in a 1
1v1.
versus 1. Carlisle with the pick, he's just going to back up.
1v1 does get the bomb down.
But the bomb is down now, 40 seconds.
Now
1
Hedge
versus
trying to
1. It's a huge round as well for Mistaken Black if they can win this on the offensive side.
They're just playing Ring Around the Roses.
The players are just kind of chasing each other, using that pillar to his advantage. Carlisle turns, almost burns onto Audacity as well.
Is he going to go for it? No, we wait.
Oh, Audacity just in time,
him.
able to get the bomb. Didn't want to give anything away there.
The silence in the
Silence in the room.
was
I've never heard it
brilliant.
quieter in here all day.
Yeah. It's been relatively loud all day up until that.
But like we said, that is a huge round now. Audacity clutching up, icing up there for Mistaken Black. And
I want to know how close he was on that.
yeah, it must have been millimetres. He was on there for a long time. 7.5 second defuse, so slightly longer than the plant, but it's a great play there from Carlisle. To be fair, Carlisle got unlucky not to get the kill. I mean, I don't think you can see it from Audacity's point of view and where the bullets went. That Audacity must have been shooting him, but Carlisle very close to turning and burning on him as well.
Very close, but did stay up. I mean, that's what we expect from these players.
Yeah.
And here,
These players aren't new to Call of Duty. If you've been around the scene for a while, you'll know the names, and 2 of the names there. Audacity, Eros with the first 2 picks, Keo with 1. Spenny in the 1 versus 4. Metal Rico's the only one to not get a kill. Can they all get a kill? That'd be quite cute, wouldn't it?
oh, that'd be lovely.
That'd be lovely if they could all get a kill. Let's see.
I hope so.
He's in all types of hell. Spenny
that was
does fall. I don't actually know who got that kill. We'll have a look in a second in the
Neither.
kill cam. But again,
I'll be honest.
4-1 now, so huge advantage for Mistaken Black going into the rest of this series. It was Kiosku. He got greedy. He killed 2 people.
Right, sub him out.
That's the
I want to
first.
see that.
That's the first clean round we've seen. That's the first round where sort of been all 4 players haven't fallen, haven't died.
That was very clean.
Yeah, I think
Very nice round.
Mistaken Black,
Respectable.
I think, have now got a grip on this game, really, haven't they?
I mean, there we go.
There's
you
our
can see
lovely
the
crowd.
audience.
Well, half of it anyway.
Yeah, half of it. Some people waving, some
Smile,
people
Hep.
on their phones.
Mistake Black now, offensive side again. I can see a very slow play there from, who's that? Right at the back of the back. You've got two players at the back. Metal Rico and Kiosku have actually gone backwards off a spawn somehow. First kill comes through.
Can't be that scared of a rotation, lads.
On defense. I think it's a 4 versus 3. And that's bombed down as well. Will they know that he's bombed down is the important question. They might have a little bit of an idea from where that bomb, where the kill was placed. It's going to be...
No, I'm just spraying a wall.
Audacity in all kinds of hell there, trying to get help, but it's now 1 versus 4. Kiosku, last alive. He's done well so far in this match, 6 and 3, but a 1 versus 4 might be a little bit beyond him where these players are playing. It's very hard to get 1 versus 4, and there it is.
Able to win the one.
AVNG. It's an impossible gunfight.
I mean, you've got a heady against a full body.
That truck heady, it seems it's just a lot better than it should be. I don't know why. I don't know why it's so good, but it just seems to be impossible to rip someone off that. And if you do rip them off it, then whoever's on it really needs to rethink about what they're doing. But that's a huge round there for AVNG. They're not letting it go too out of control. You know, 5-1 advantage is massively different to a 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Well, we wanted a close S&D as well, and this is it.
There's not particularly been a close S&D, but one player we highlighted to go into this S&D was Metal Rico. Currently 1 and 4, which you don't need to be playing that too much. You know, his team are 4-2 up in the map. They look like they're going to hopefully be able to close this out for them. But he's struggling a little bit compared to that 40 bomb that he dropped in that first map. Interesting to see if he's able to pick it up here for the rest of this map. He's just watching that B truck at the minute, and this is the slowest round that we've seen. No engagements.
Yeah, nothing.
Just, almost 30 seconds gone on the clock without a kill. But AVNG have got complete control mid.
Yeah, looking to push through A.
Although that's a great line of sight there from Kiosku.
And they're able to
get on 3 dead straight away, and it's now 1 versus 4. Carlisle on his own, he's able to get the first. Wallbang's coming in through Kiosku there, didn't they? Good wallbang that. I'll be using that one on ranked play when I get back. There we go, Mistaken Black, 5 rounds to 2 now. Clean round.
And they're walking away with it now.
Yeah. It's, you know, we've pointed out for the most of the map that it is a defensive, hairy map, and they're showing that, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've been able to take one of the offenses off of AVNG, but for the most part, it's just been defense traded.
We are seeing it slow down though. Yeah. It's very weird.
It's very fast paced towards the start of the game. The players seem to have slowed down a bit, maybe felt each other out and get a rough idea for who's got bomb, what they're going to be doing now.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to actually think about
starting to now think about what they're doing rather than just, let's all hit A. Let's all hit. Let's 4 of us hit the camper van.
Let's run it. That didn't work.
It did not work. They've gone to the drawing board on that one already in the map.
That's going to be brought up in the VODs.
Oh, I don't think. Who's that? That's Eros. I don't think he was meant to have opened that door there, but he has.
No, he looked like he did not want to open it.
No. AVNG just looking.
He's 8 and 4 though.
Yeah, he's having a good game, and Eros and Kiosku are 2 of those players that play a lot of SD Charles.
That looked a bit suspicious, but
Kiosku, you know, using that spot, jumping over the glass save to see him, but definitely not to get the kill there.
I do forget you can do that.
Yeah.
You can jump over and see, but
yeah, not able to jump and get the kill while moving, and that's a good kill again. So it's now 2 versus 4. Audacity, Eros last 2 alive. They do
able to get
still have the bomb in hand, and a bit of map pressure towards this B bomb, but
who's carrying bomb? Eros.
They're very split up now. Audacity again trying to chow off of that bomb. That B bomb site is really hard to chow. Eros has been spotted and is getting shot as well. So both players have kind of been spotted. Eros last alive, 1 versus 4, is able to get at least 1 there.
Can he get more?
To Jack, but he's not able to pick up anymore, and it's now going to be 5-3. AVNG and
coming back.
Your prediction's almost right, 6-4. We're getting
on for the 6-4.
But I mean, if I was to make a prediction now, I'd probably say 6-3. You know, Mistaken's defensive looks so strong throughout the entire map.
Yeah.
You know, they're turning situations into 4v2s, 4v1s very quickly. They should need to do it one more time.
I mean, they've got Avengers have to lock in here for this one.
And Eros almost 9 and 5 as well. Top kill lead in the lobby.
I will say, if you get rid of Eros, the scoreboard looking quite similar.
Yeah, it is.
And you add him in, and
he was just slightly outslaying the rest of his team. And the first gunfight should come down. This is a bit of a different play here. We're not seeing a bit of a burger push here. Obviously, have AVNGs. They're almost getting towards lunchtime, to be fair. Maybe they're getting a little bit hungry. But they're hungry for first blood. There we go. First kill comes through. Spenny gets 1. Oh, they will do. Don't often see teams push through this burger side of the map, and when they do, not normally successfully, but it's working here. And
I think they have to try
something. Clean round on offense there for AVNG. 5-4. Kind of puts it up and now.
They locked in.
Yeah, they did. They heard that you wanted a 6-4, but I don't think they're going to do it because they're going to want to win this.
No, I paid them beforehand. I bribed them. Well, no, that was a very nicely worked around. And very good aim as well. From, I believe, was it Billy the Fish?
I don't remember.
I couldn't tell you.
Well, Eros was able to get one in that round, so that's the only saving grace there for Mistaken Black. But look at the streaks on the AVNG side as well. You've got Spen on a 3, Carlisle on 2, Mango on a 2 as well. So
Right, Chris coming up on the 9.
combined 7 streak there between 3 of the players.
You got Spenny coming up on a streak as well. Yeah. If they are able to win this round with him still
He's very
alive.
close to that RCXD if he does have it applied. The first shots are coming in through from Metal Rico. He's able to tag up a few through the wall, but he's not able to get any damage going through. Who's that? It's going to be Mango. Look at Mango on the map where his arrow is. He could be able to spot a few players crossing through here. Still 30 seconds left now. Bomb has been planted. Still no engagements, no first bloods from either team here. You've got a couple of players worried about the flank.
Going on the flank, may get caught out when.
Oh, this could be good timing here for Kiosku. Good timing there from Kiosku. Mango will fall. It's going to be Jack Shields, could potentially the next one. There's a trade out there, but Mistaken Black able to pick up 2, and it's now going to be Jack in a 1 versus 3 against Mistaken Black with only 15 seconds and a defuse needed.
Yeah,
Mistaken Black should be able to see out the rest of this map. And there it is.
And there we go.
Mistaken Black take our map number 2, and we are seeing our first map number 3 of the weekend. And this whilst we've been on here for our game, there's been a map 3 going on the side stage, but this is our first map number 3.
That was a very good estimate.
It was. I mean, 2 absolute bangers of maps close now. 250, 230, 6-4 in the rewind.
Yeah, I mean, 2 very close games already. I don't even want to guess what the control's going to be like.
3-2 probably would be my guess.
3-2, I'd assume.
Based off of how the team's gone. There we go, looking back at the scoreboards at Eros.
1,600 damage in an S&D.
That is ridiculous stuff from him. And like we said, we did highlight that these Mistaken Black players they're good. They play their S&D trials. They play a lot of S&D. They are going to be ones that in the S&D across the whole weekend, they are going to probably push teams as far as they can throughout the rest of groups and into, who knows, winners, losers bracket. We'll find out.
I mean, you saw as well Avenge putting up a fight, but when it came down to raw gunfights, the majority of the time was Mistaken Blacks.
Yeah.
They were just ripping them. Apart from that one on the end with, I believe it was Billy, just sat on top of the burger and just ripped constantly.
I mean, that was kind of... It's not a play you often see from teams on a rewind SD. You don't really see them. You might see 1. You don't see 3 players hit burger. So I think it was audacity on that. It's probably not going to be expecting 3 dots in front of them.
Yeah, I think their plan there must have been to just catch them off guard and just go, okay, well, if we don't know what we're doing, you don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's the strat.
And I think...
That was so close, I remember.
It was. And we saw that at the start of the game, in that round number 2, we saw Mistaken Black try and 4-hit a camper van. That didn't work for them, but on the other side, AVNG have tried to really stack something out altogether, and it has worked for them, so there is an advantage to it.
To say I don't like rewind, very entertaining rewind.
Yeah, definitely so.
I mean, I like that they stopped going for B.
Yeah.
After the 4-man caravan.
Yeah, you saw quite a lot of B hits towards the start, but, you know, as they felt each other out, the game really slowed down, the pace stopped. And it basically grinded to a halt at points, didn't it? That last round, there's some body shots coming through there.
Yeah.
It really stopped, it grinded to a halt, and you literally just saw the A push coming through, and it really was, what, 35 seconds until we saw a kill?
Yeah, I mean,
that last round.
Sat there for so long, and then you had the one pick straight through the dyno, which is a hell of an angle.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was very clean, very nice S&D, to be honest.
And you can see that Mistaken Black, they definitely have the reps on it. They had so many lines of sight, they had crosses, they had wallbang spots, they pulled out the locker that I wasn't familiar with, and I'm sure there'll be other people sat here or sat at home that also weren't familiar with some of the wallbang spots that we were seeing. I think it was Kiosku that was using them, which does not surprise me.
I mean, I knew a few. I didn't know the one from the outside.
Yeah.
And then straight into the sidewalk. I did not know that existed.
Might be interesting to see if you could, kill the person while they're defusing the bomb. Planting the bomb.
You'd have to be very good.
Very good. So yeah, I probably won't try that one at home. But
maybe in a quick
shot with me.
Maybe in quick match.
Yeah, we're against bots.
Yeah.
Right, looking forward then to our map number 3, Hacienda Control.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm expecting a close series.
Do you have any prediction of which way it's going to go for this one?
No, before the series, I thought Mistaken Black probably would edge it. I don't know. I just like to watch it now.
I think I'm going to stick with my gut. I'm mistaken now.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I've got to stick with them now. I can't just switch it.
No, exactly. You can't switch it just before map number 3.
No,
but what I would say is that the AVNG side have definitely surprised us in a good way.
Yeah.
Some of the people here, I think, quite a lot of people maybe just writ them off of this game coming into it, but they are definitely showing a sign.
If there's one thing I can say about them, it is, to me, Avenge seem like the more intelligent team. They're playing the smarter game. I mean, you saw in the hard point, they won, but they didn't have all top frags. They didn't have the most kills. They just did their job. They got on point. I mean, you saw in the S&D, for a majority of the points, they pulled out the strat where they just all went burger. And then I'm excited to see what we see now on Haas.
Yeah, definitely. And Hacienda,
Are they going to invent four-man secret?
and that's one of those things, though, isn't it? That typically you'll see teams, and the smarter thing to do is to all push towards A.
Yes.
Yeah, I capture A, and then worry about B. But who knows? After some of the strats we've just seen in that map, where we 3-stack burger, we 4-stack the camper van, we might just see a 4-stack of B early on. Who knows? But we are going to have, I think that is AVNG on the offensive side to start off with them.
I do think all the viewers are going to be fed up of Hacienda by the end of the stream.
They might be, but like we said, there's not many maps that they're going to be able to watch this weekend. We've only got 4 or 5 in the rotation, and
I can't believe the triple Haas.
there's only 3 in the control. At least you can't have a best of 5 or Hacienda. Grand finals will have a few different maps at least when we get to it.
Yeah,
Right, here we go.
So.
AVNG trying to hit through mid. Like we said, it's going to be a stereotypical A push to start things off. They're going to try and get this mid control, and they've worked it out well so far. Mango, Billy Fish trying to get you.
And a very even start.
Eros on the other side of things with a sub in hand as well, pushing out the other spawn. Look at him on the minimap, number 8. He's really pushed out in that spawn, trying to get the couple kills off spawn. But he will fall, and his teammates are also falling around the point. So there's already 1 tick at B. They're going to be looking to try and get a few more on B as well here.
Very fast tick, but shut down very quickly by mistaken.
And look at it, there's a flank coming in from Carlisle.
I'm just hearing nades.
Yeah, and that's kind of what it is, though, isn't it? It's a bit of utility warfare until those first trophy systems are around. You know, teams only allow 2 trophy systems in with the GAs that we have, and it takes a little while to earn the trophy systems, especially if you're not picking up the kills. So you need to make sure your trophy players are getting that score early on, otherwise you will just be naded constantly.
I mean, if you're naded constantly, especially on control, you might as well just be giving up the point.
Yeah.
But here, the consistency.
And a stun that comes through. That's
it's a rare sighting.
Carlisle is the first person to get a kill with a stun this weekend, and potentially the last.
Yeah, that's not very common.
It's not a very common thing, but it's quite even on lives at the minute. The ticks are, there's 1 tick on B, there's about half a tick towards A, where AVNG are just kind of pushing through it to try and get the spawn kills, but they might start to stack it here. There's 3 players in and around this A point. They are starting to stack it.
You got Spenny on a 3 streak.
1.5 ticks there. Eros is going to look to try and defend that A point. There's 2 ticks on A.
I love this. And they're just able here, with what I mentioned before, with the 2-2 split, when they just split it up and they've been able to cap 2 onto A now.
And even if, you know, we typically see, especially on Hacienda, the defensive team comes out on top.
Yeah.
But that round number 5 is first of all decided by how many ticks each team wins. So just as many ticks as possible in your offensive round really helps you later in the game if it does go to that round number 5. So 3 ticks, you know, they could work another tick potentially here. A is probably the easier point to try and capture, you know, extend that clock by a minute, but B is the easier point normally, but they are close to that A point.
I mean, extending the A here is more beneficial, I think, because of the time. But
that's a
able
good
to
win there.
Maybe stalling for someone to get onto A.
Only 2.9 seconds on the clock. He is going to get spotted off.
Get it halfway, but not able to finish it off.
And that will be a mistake of that defense win. But they have conceded 3 ticks to AVNG. They didn't capture an entire point, which by the time it didn't get extended, but they have conceded 2 ticks on the 8.1 on B. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on those ticks later in the game. Will that change?
I mean, I don't really know what went wrong for events there. They seemed to be fine at the start, and then it all just crumbled at the end.
Yeah, it's one of those things that as soon as if you go 3 down, you're spawning all the way far deep in your spawn, and someone like, I think it was Eros, that's quite a lot, was pushed out with that sub as far as he could up in the spawn.
Some of the crowd just enjoying some snacks.
It's almost lunchtime, to be fair.
Here, I mean,
I don't blame you.
Yeah,
Not right now.
Oh, yeah,
got a COD to watch, sadly.
We can see here, but Kia 1 and 6.
Yeah, which again, think of him in actually, he was definitely not 1 and 6. He was what, 8, 9 kills in this.
Yeah.
So
Audacity though coming up on the 5 streak.
It's really weird back and forth, especially 1 and 6 on the defensive side when you win the round. It's a bit shocked, but AVNG straight away 4 dead. They're going to be pushing Mistaken Black all the way back through the fences. And you got who's this? This is a spot from Carlisle there.
Audacity.
He's got ripped off of it though.
Audacity on 10 and 6. Don't know if he got the streak or not when he died.
No, I
don't know if he had it.
Not sure. We'll find out. Ooh,
I think so.
Big kill there from Spen down low onto Eros, but will fall eventually.
That's fine. We've seen crawling on the bottom of the stairs.
back and forth again. Look how close the lives are. We've not really had the lives been blown out of the park completely. Even though we saw AVNG get 4 dead off the break, mistaked a bit and to get a couple kills, bring it back in, and they're already starting to think about this A point again. There's 2 players on it. Even if just 1 tick here is a big start for the round.
Yeah, lovely start tick.
Got Audacity using the flower fence, trying to climb up on that and get a couple shots down with a pistol. That's a huge gunfight win there by Metal Rico. Will be traded out.
Lovely trade, but one again.
Mistaken Black still on that A point. 2.5 ticks.
Still on
almost
A.
about to get 3 ticks on that A point. It's only Jack that could maybe do anything about it.
But able to
There's 2 another kills.
He clears it and get his gap.
Turn this around from going 4 dead off the break.
Oh
They
my.
now spawned AVNG in the back. 3 kills go in their favour. The entire point, 1:30 on the clock. And look at this from Audacity. Absolutely ripping them all out of their spawn. There's 2 on the 5 spree himself now. 15 and 6.
Able to get more.
He's heated up for this man. There's a
One
6
more
spree.
there.
Will he know where the spawns are coming in? I'm sure he's an intelligent player. He probably knows the spawns are coming in, but will fall. But look at the lives now. So not only do they have 1:20, the lives are actually in favour of the offensive side, Mistaken Black.
Are they able to get 1 tick onto hit? Then not with that.
No, the kills are going to go back and forth a little bit, but Audacity again with another 2. Just needs one of his teammates to try and pick up that 3rd, and there it is. This player here, number 6, is Spenny. Had been a huge fight if he could have won that 2nd, but will fall out of that window. Now that's a bit of a power spot towards this B point.
I mean, you've got this B, you can play the inner and outer. If you split them, then you're probably going to die to nades. But, I mean, if you all push 1,
I mean,
especially
Dusty is holding on to a trophy, so if he was to throw it, the nades then would not be an issue for him. There's a team kill coming in there from AVNG, so they are 2 down. So Mistaken Black on the other side. It's 9 versus 5 in lives. 56 seconds on the clock, so this could definitely come down to lives here.
Metal Rico with a trophy as well, by the way. Both of them have it, neither of them throwing it down.
So here we go, though. This might be why they've not chose to throw him down, though, because it's 6 versus 3, so it's a bit like S&D now. If any of these AVNG players that are left alive fall, they will not be respawning until the next round. Mango's already not coming back.
And
40 seconds on the clock. They've got a bit of time to work with as well. They don't need to be headbutting that time. They can work for these picks, but there's a good start there from Mango. And another one there. That's Carlisle.
Fall, though. And now, 2v3.
It's going to be a bit like an SD round this now.
Poor Keo, man.
It's almost like going to that last round. Yeah, Keo's not having the best time, is he?
Poor Keo.
But he'll be having a much better time if his team are able to take this round. There we go, it's the 3 versus 1 now.
And
It's all down to Spenny, who will fall. Mistaken Black there, taking the 2nd round. It doesn't really matter that Keo, you know, is having a slow map.
A lot closer after that cap onto A that just kind of happened in the background of everything.
And like we said, that A point is the hard one to capture, so they got that the way early, and then Audacity off at that point was able to get pushed up here, and what was he on a 6-7 spree?
Yeah,
to get pushed out in the spawn. 19 and 10 now, first 2 rounds in. He's definitely heated up for this second round. Could we see a 3-0?
I hope not. I'd like to see at least a 3-1.
Yeah.
Because these lot are very entertaining to watch.
It's been one of those close games, but this is now crucial time, isn't it? That these 2 teams, you know, haven't won a match yet, and especially if you're AVNG, you are coming up against the tournament favourites in your next game. So this one is really one you want to get under the belt going into that.
You don't want to go in with like mood dropped because you lost.
But we'll see.
Lovely little duel across the
See, some of the players are starting to get loud now. They know the series is starting to come to an end, but AVNG picking up 3 early on, make that 4. The body shots coming in from Mango again. We'll start to stack that point if they can. They're looking to try and split the push across the 2 points, but...
Lovely kill by Metal Rico, though.
They're already pushed out towards this B point, so it's just going to be worrying about A, trying to get these players off of A and out of this mid, because that's kind of where you can win this game. That's what Mistaken Black did so well in that last round, was holding mid and keeping that pressure in mid. Oh.
That interaction on the door.
What an interaction that is on the door there. Eros able to somehow win that fight, using the gun butt to his advantage there. But AVNG in slight control of this round, even though they are on the offensive side, which is not favoured here at all. There's a big kill coming through there from Rico again.
Now I was just looking for anything. It's been very quiet for a few seconds.
It has. It's this A point that Mistaken Black are doing well to keep uncaptured at the minute.
Yeah, I mean,
AVNG has spent so much time going for that A point, almost trying to replicate what Mistaken Black did to them in that last round.
And Mistaken Black, they're holding it down. And they're holding down A. let anyone touch. 30 seconds
that.
now.
Yeah, not long left on the clock at all. If you're AV&G, you're going to need to
and capping.
even just get on the point, you know, slow the clock down. You don't necessarily need to cap it in this next 10 seconds, but you do need to get on that point, you know, slow it down.
I mean, it's getting the opening here. They control the entire catwalk.
Yeah, definitely. There's 2 kills. There's a team nade coming through there, though. So Eros will fall from a nade from Keo.
Now 5. Is anyone able to touch onto anything? Maybe get onto B?
Oh, 1 second left.
Are able
That's
to
all it is. And it's
3, and that's
Rico
it.
in the top window, rips the 2 off the point. They're mistaken, you know. After how close those first 2 maps were, we did not expect the 3-0 come into this. But to be fair, credit to Mistaken Black.
I did not, but
They've absolutely smashed it in that last round.
I mean, Mistaken Black absolutely smashed it. Avenge put up a really good fight.
Definitely.
I think when you go to control and they've been prominent on fragging the whole time, I mean, I think it comes down to who's got the better aim.
Yeah, exactly. And then
control.
even with, you know, that slower map that we saw from Keo and we saw from Billy at the start there.
Really looked at 26 from Metal Rico.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, look at that. 3,100 damage again from Metal Rico. So that's what, about 8,000 damage across the 2 respawns. You know, a bit of a slower S&D. His team won it though. They helped him out, and he's helped out his team again there. 2-1 victory, going into the last game of groups this morning.
I mean, much more entertaining than the first game, but that's not the point. The point is Mistaken Black won, fought for it. So it's going to be interesting to see what the other teams have, if those were that close to each other. And it's going to be scary now, seeing how they played and knowing that they got 2-0'd. And
yeah. Which then for later on today, I'm not sure if it's on main stage. We'll find out later on. I'm sure when the schedule comes back up. But Mistaken Black then going into the last game against London X-Force this afternoon. That's going to be a game for who finishes in 2nd place. So that's going to be a real big game. See how that one ends up.
It's going to be an anxiety through the roof for both teams.
But I'm sure the side of Mistaken Black there and all the players and people that are repping Mistaken over the weekend, both here and at home, going to be more than happy their team was able to come out on top in the end.
Yeah, no, I mean, all the people at home repping, I don't think, majority of people, I don't think we would have expected it to be that close.
No. I think, you know, some of those Mistaken Black players, you know, they're kind of household staple names in terms of the amateur you've seen, in terms of what we do with the AEL, with the LAN events. You know, they've come to every one, I think, in the last 2 years that I've been aware of. So, you know, they are players that you see, they're familiar faces. And I'm sure we'll see them again very shortly. Hopefully, we'll see them on Sunday.
Hopefully. I do hope so. They should come back. They played very well. But as I will state, again, we haven't seen the other teams yet. I haven't seen them perform.
They didn't exactly get dealt the nicest group either, did they? They are having to fight through a group which has, you know, the tournament favourites by a landslide. I don't think anyone's not favouring them to win the tournament in the end. And
then we saw Annex earlier today as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they're right on that cusp. But there's a few good teams still in this event. It's kind of going to be down to the bracket, isn't it, of who they're going to get matched up against.
Yeah.
Will they be matched up against a similar team to AV&G, a similar team to Mistaken Black, or will they, in their winners game, be matched up against an Annex White? Not going to be Project Vapor because they're in the same group of them, or will they get like an Annex Black or a Drenga, the other favourites coming into this tournament that we've seen in players in previous tournaments do well at as well?
I hope there's a team that's, I want there to be a game closer than that. I want it to be a game that goes like 250, 245,
yeah,
like 6-5. And then like a 3-2.
And I think we'll see a lot of that, won't we, when we come to the best of fives when we come to the winners and the losers bracket. We're going to see a lot more close games, because if it does go down to Map 5, it's going to be an S&D rather than the control. But that is going to do us for our series here. Mistaken Black winning Mistaken Black winning 2-1 there in the series. And we're going to throw it over to a quick break while we set up for our next game.
Relationships will often end in disgust, and I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I blame those running, you funny, you going
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same.
Then get up, get dressed. Before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part. When we get it on, I'm addicted, no denying it. Cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude.
give me body my cheek. Year after year, only gets better. I'm weak in the knees, we hit the sheets. You on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. That's all I need. I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the heads of time. I love my body, I love my mind. With desire for out of place, out of space, floating higher.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. Falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. And the pressure would sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life getting boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Esports, welcome back. Ignore that I'm giggling. We're just, we're rushing about. We're always just excited, aren't we? We're just excited to be here. What a brilliant game! I think that was better than the first one so far. It actually had a bit of momentum. There was a bit of difficulties between the teams, so it was like actually a fight, and I really enjoyed that.
It's a much closer game than the first round. I think it's kind of what we expected. We kind of expected both teams to sort of have growing pains as the map went on. Mistaken looked a lot more solid on control, which we're not going to be seeing control every game, but for that map 3 to be so clean, 3-0, I think that's exactly what they want. But, there's encouragement to be taken from it eventually. It's not exactly a loss that you can say like you'd be too defeated by. I think they did a really good job, and I'm excited to see what they can do for the rest of the tournament.
Oh yeah, and obviously for you, Abuse, you were casting it. Was it? What was the vibe?
It was brilliant. It was a lot closer than we were expecting. I think Mistaken were coming into it kind of the favourites for the match, and straight away they lose that map number 1. It kind of throws a spanner in the work. They were able to, turn it around, and that last map was a complete whitewash in the end of 3-0. But yeah, it was great to watch. Great for the neutral.
Oh yeah. Do you feel like, George, that they had that momentum, but that last map they just couldn't keep up? Like they may be fatigued, or they just couldn't do it?
No, I think eventually Mistaken did take that momentum after winning the second map, and it was the fact of it was really annoying because I predicted 2-1 in the favour of Avenge, but I was right with who won what map. And I was like, I was hoping that Skyline was close, and it was, which that's just how Skyline goes. It's a fraggy map. You're always going to see close game if both teams are evenly matched. Then there's the S&D, which is Rewind. It's just AR heavy. So as long as your ARs are frying, well, it says for itself, as you can see. And then the Control, again, it's a fraggy game mode. It's basically TDM with objectives. It is. It's just TDM with objectives and lives.
And I feel like they did win the vibes. There's a lot more shouting that time, which I really enjoyed. And I feel like everyone kind of got more involved, and that's what you want. So obviously, Mistaken Black are back on stage where you're watching them, but this time they are against London X-Force Academy. Do you reckon this will maybe change the results? Will London X-Force, can we beat them?
Potentially, London X-Force won their first game.
Yeah.
They're looking really solid, and I think this is going to be a much tougher game for Mistaken Black to really get in. I think they need to get a good hard point in early, really set the momentum. Like, you have a lot more time prepared on stage now. You've not had to configure any settings or anything. You've had time to just sort of bed in, get comfortable. London X-Force not had that just yet, but just the skill quality, I'm expecting London to be just a tad bit better.
Yeah, what are you guys?
Yeah, and it's going to be a massive battle, isn't it? Because it's the two teams that are now both on 1 win, 1 loss. Last game in the group, they're literally fighting for second place to be in that winners bracket.
I like that.
I'm full confident in London to win this. I think it's just going to be a 2-0 sweep, honestly.
Okay.
I just think they're going to destroy Mistaken, because I think in that group, I think it's Vapor and then them.
I'll kind of second the 2-0 there. I think London should win this 2-0. But I don't think the maps are going to be necessarily a whitewash.
As long as we don't see Haas at all. I don't want to see Haas. Two games on stage.
Protocol?
4 out of 6.
Protocol?
Red card.
Let's be real, we're going to see Haas again.
I want to see dealership S&D. I just want to see some funny car explosions. That'd be funny.
Yeah. You're going to have to pay someone for that to get in the map.
Yeah, of course not. It is
especially the best of 3.
One of the most banned maps for S&D, especially now.
So obviously, we've seen Mistaken Black perform really well on this stage. Do you reckon the stage will add any kind of pressure to London? Or do you reckon...
Nah, not really. I think they're going to relish in it.
I think they're experienced enough players, maybe not in a LAN setting, but, it's a bit different, especially, you've got a crowd in front of you now. You've got people that potentially, you've just died. You probably shouldn't have. You look up and you're looking at loads of people. Maybe there'll be some jitters, but I think as soon as you get through most of that map 1, they're gone by then.
Yeah, you also don't want your supporters calling you onliners, right? Like, you want to be known as someone who could do it on both LAN and online. You want to get good. Again, the Tournament 2 goes into winners bracket, right? And the less games you kind of have to play in playoffs, kind of the better. You want to be going into winners with a lot of momentum, and you win your first game on LAN. Like, that's the only thing you can really hope for.
Yeah, so obviously, back to Mistaken. We can talk about, what do you guys think was their win condition? Do you reckon they have a little something extra that can just push them over the edge like they did against?
I think the fragging wise, they were a lot better than Avenge, a lot more smoother. In the first 2 maps, though, positionally, Avenge seemed to really control the maps a lot better than Mistaken. So I think if there's a flaw to be had, it's Mistaken's almost communication and positioning. But the fragging, on the raw aim and the raw gunfights, Mistaken are still really good.
Yeah, I mean, knowing a lot of these Mistaken boys, they've been to LAN events over the last 2 years playing Call of Duty. They know what to do. They've been here before, and they play a lot of S&D. So you kind of expect them now to win this S&D against most teams. Obviously, maybe those top teams, such as Project Vapor in their group, maybe not so. But it's about like Esports. If you can take that map 1, take that map 3, the series is yours in groups.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, George?
I think London has the massive advantage.
Okay.
Yes, they haven't been in the stage yet, but at the same time, Mistaken, they may be comfortable because they've just played in here, but exactly that reason, they've just played in here. They just played a map 3. They went all the way into each game. It was long in the hard point, long in the S&D, and London, both their games I believe have been 2-0-2. So they've been quick fire games, and they just calm. They can relax. They can just come watch the game. They can keep an eye on how they're liking to play maps, and they can just go, oh, they like this map? Nah, ban it. Just get rid of it.
I will say though, like if they're feeling the fatigue this early in the tournament, that's gonna like spell disaster
for later
going into playoffs, where it's gonna be much tougher games, much longer games, because we'll be moving to best of fives. And like, if you're feeling fatigue in a best of 3 in groups, no, I have no real faith.
Nah.
You could also do the opposite thing, couldn't it? Because they've gone to that map 3, they've got an extra map under their belts. They've had a bit more reps, maybe time to work things out. If something's gone, like the communications, any errors there, maybe they'll be able to fix them. And they've got
could be the only team that's actually warmed up on control.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe
no one else has been able to get there yet.
I know. I feel like it'll be good. It's kind of. I think it's quite even playing field this time, and I'm quite excited for that because hopefully we get to another map 3. Because I feel like it's, even though it takes longer, it's like you want that map 3. It brings more drama. It brings more intensity to it. And I do want to ask you, George. You thought that London had an advantage. Do you reckon it's just the team as a whole, or do you reckon there's like individuals within that?
I think their advantage will come in whether or not they can outfrag them. If they can outfrag Mistaken, they've already got the advantage in the other stuff. Because by the scoreline of just looking at their games of the 2-0s, that does tell me that they are positionally they are good and they can frag, but when they're up against a very good frag team, they struggle. As in why they lost to Vapor in that both those maps, because they just got outfragged probably.
Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, kind of like mirror those thoughts as well. Like ultimately you've got to try and find the right balance between fragging, positioning, like calling. Just try and find that right balance, and with the first game on stage, this is where you need to find that balance, because it's do or die, winners bracket on the line. And again, if you're much more fragging oriented, you'll just get called out of the river like by more experienced lineups. And with London being the better side, we're expecting the experience factor to play on their side as well. And ultimately, like, if they're the more experienced team, Mistaken could face real trouble on maps that aren't Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that's fine. Abuse, I want to ask you something. Yeah. Obviously, you have the kind of the caster perspective so far. What should I be expecting to see from this game?
I think a bang out. I think it's going to probably go the distance again. I think we're probably going to go to that map number 3. Depends. If it's a Hacienda control, if I don't know what the maps are yet, but if London have let Hacienda come back through, I think there's only one answer.
That's true.
I do have one thing.
Go on.
We have just got the maps.
Oh, go on.
So
treat us.
Funny enough, the hard point, their first ban was Haas, and the first S&D ban was Haas. So we've got Volt for hard point, then we have Rewind again for S&D, but we have Volt for a control instead of Haas. But Protocol was the ban, so they did have the option.
Oh, okay. So do you reckon this will alter anything?
Maybe, because Volt's a really weird map because it's very. Like, it's weird because it's like half the map is very SMG heavy. Like, the middle is SMG and the outer edges are very AR heavy. So if your ARs are frying on the outside or your SMGs on the other side are frying, it's like you got to match a balance. And it's really awkward for that map, especially having to go do a hard point. And then if you unfortunately don't win the rewind, then you got to go right back to Volt again and get yourself right in that mindset of, oh, we just played map 1. And you may have that advantage coming into it going, well, we beat these guys on map 1. On Volt, and here we go again.
I think map 2 is going to be the key one to decide who actually wins this, because, like, although it was a 6-4 scoreline, Mistaken did look really comfortable on Rewind, and if they want to mirror that performance again, we've got Rewind coming up for map 2, and I think they just need to get that locked in the bag, just so that we can either A, go to map 3, or B, lock this down early for Mistaken so they can get a break under the belt. And because again, this is the last game of group stages as well, you've got momentum in your bag. You can look back on like the rest of the stream and re-watch some of your games as well, potentially like learn a thing or two from what's actually been going right, what's been going wrong. Like again, position has been a bit like not as strong as the fragging department. So ultimately, like map 2 decides who wins this game.
Oh yeah, definitely. S&D is always the big one in a best of 3. When it comes to the best of 5, though, that's where it's like you could literally win control at hard point, and you never even have to touch the S&D of the 5th map. But in best of 3s, you have to be that map 2. It has to be an S&D win, because that's how you can finish out a game or push your team into a chance to finish out the game.
Yeah, you've got me excited for this game now. I'm ready.
Well,
to
it's
see
got a
it.
big stake on it, doesn't it? Because it's second place whoever wins this in Group A. So
I know, I'm excited now. I know you mentioned a break. I think I want a break myself. So, we're going to go over to our casters and they're going to take you into this final game of group stages.
Brilliant, thank you guys. Joel, we've got a hell of a series ahead of us. As the desk just mentioned, winner of this, second place, both teams one-on-one, won one, lost one. Both lost against Project Vapor, as we and they would have probably expected. Both beat AVNG. London X-Force beating them 2-0, Mistaken Black beating them 2-1.
2-1, yep.
How'd you see this one going?
Well, I think it's opportunity more so leaning towards the London side of things. The reason I say that is having a chat with a couple of guys outside. Seemingly, they actually managed to take Project Vapor near enough to the distance in the hard point, which was on Volt. So for those who didn't know, it finished roughly around 250 to, I think it was roughly around 180 sort of thing. They were up by 90 points at one point as well. So they got the guns firing early doors. So I think what we need to look out for is going to be that P4. That's where this map is won and it's lost. People will see it. You've played it enough, I'm sure. So keep your eyes when we're sort of rolling back into P3, down into P4. But I'm leaning more towards this London side of things. Obviously, we saw Mistaken break a little bit through the roster of that AVNG one by no stretch of the imagination. Obviously, good in their own right as well. So I would lean more towards London. How about you? Any thoughts?
It's hard. I'm going to get splinters where I don't want them because I'm sat on the fence on this one a little bit. I think the Mistaken roster, they lost the hard point against AVNG.
Yep.
They never should have, really. If you're looking at the kill feed and if you're looking at the stats at the end of the game, outfragged them by a good amount. But yeah, just didn't have them fundies locked in. So if they can manage to keep that rate up of kills, bring the fundies in a little bit more, then we should see a really good series. But London X-Force got some players on there. They're going to get nice and passionate. They've had a good start to the weekend.
Yeah.
A nice start against Project Vapor. Good rep to get going and push them a bit. So
yeah, like obviously the desk alluded to as well. This is for second place. This is to keep you well in the door for the weekend. You're not having to look downwards, but the pressure is on both teams. So I think we should really, given how it's gone, be going to that map 3. Should be going that distance.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a case of it's just going to be a clean 2-0. Obviously, both teams have had their opportunities against what is arguably the favourite of the weekend. But when it's backs against the wall, it's 4 versus 4. Second place, keep yourself in the tournament. That's where you've got to step up. And if Rico pulls out a performance like he did in that first hard point, I think he 51 limbs. I think he was on roughly 28 untraded.
Yeah.
If he has that same again, he's going to be hard to stop.
Well, I think the kills, the volume of his voice kind of matched the amount of kills as well. There was a lot of vocals coming through, and I think we're going to get the same from both teams for this one. Like I say, a lot on the line. Book your spot second, book your spot in winners. Another look at the maps. Start on Vault. As you mentioned, I think we're going to finish on Vault. Rewind in between.
Yeah.
We keep alluding to that P4. That's what it's all going to come down to. But I think I'm really, really interested to see how the map 3 control goes if we get there like we think we're going to.
Yeah.
Seeing a couple of these players dominate towards the spawns and whatnot.
Yeah, just looking up at the screen there, thinking about it. The Vault is a map that can go down to time as well.
Yeah.
So it's not even a case of it's always completed naturally within the sort of time frame that you'd get. So is it a case of some of the guys maybe try and play a little bit smarter, try and keep the hill a little bit wide if they've got a higher advantage compared to the other team? But seemingly, Manning, you're talking about what could be happening is soon coming to a close, because we are indeed going to be heading off into Vault for map 1 of what should be a corker of a series.
It really should. I know I keep saying it, but I honestly cannot call this one. Like, I threw my hat in the ring for the last series of Mistaken Black. I said I think they should be a pretty straightforward 2-0. Obviously, they dropped that hard point straight away, so that prediction was out the window. Did manage to get the job done. But like I say, it is just going to come down to locking down those fundamentals a little bit, making sure they're playing for the rotations, because if they don't do that, they didn't do it on Skyline and they lost even out fragging. If they don't do it on Vault, they really will be in trouble.
Yeah, this is a very fundamental map. You can't afford to just rely on your gun skill purely on this one, because you will just be found out with the rotations, because it is so rotation heavy. You're going from one side of the map to the other consistently. It's not always close gunfights. Obviously, in and around P1 naturally is always going to be fairly busy, but outside of that, after that point, it's a case of longer gunfights, people sitting in top art, but we shall indeed see how we are going to be breaking off with this on board with, by the looks of it, a member of Mistaken Black, and it is waiting for that first kill just to come through, and it is potentially going to be missed. We're not 100% sure on who is who on the London side of things. We're fairly confident on the Mistaken side of things, but it is going to be London that will start off with a little bit of time, Spud.
Yeah, Mixie, as expected, towards his P1. Killfeed looking probably a bit more blue at the minute. There's a 3 dead. X-Force going to clock some seconds on the board. Coming through now are a couple of the Mistaken players, but it is just being held down at the minute, and interestingly and importantly, maintaining those spawns ready for P2 as well. So if they can start off with a nice little healthy lead of about 15-20 seconds and then hold that P2, this will be the start of the London X-Force one, and I can already get a little bit vocal.
Yeah, you might be able to hear it come through the microphone every now and then, but seemingly it is going to be London. They're going to be trying to block spawns off towards New. We are potentially going to be having Dozer, and I can't tell who it is, potentially, I think it's Keo that was going to be trying to get through. Indeed, he has done. A couple of members of Mistaken were going to try collapsing on time, not going to manage to do so. So London are indeed, as you could possibly hear, starting to take control. That is going to be a clean 4 dead, and an opportunity for London to really try and kick on through this hard point. They've still got plenty of time left to play for. Nearly a 2-piece coming through. Cat not going to manage to do so, but seemingly good start here for London. A couple of the members of Mistaken going to try play through Outer Palms, not going to manage to do so, and London have got the answer for everything they're being thrown at the minute.
Yeah, as we kind of said towards the end of that P1, they did kind of just drift back a little bit, maintain those P2 spawns, and they've had just about every second. There is a pinch coming in, but there's only 15 seconds left, and you probably heard come through your mic, missed getting nice and loud, went on a nice early streak, and just was feeling so confident the way he flew at those 2 guys on Cat. So that is a nice, healthy start if you are London X-Force. Does get taken off towards the back of top art, but that's a big gunfight coming in here, and it is Mistaken Black who are already playing for those important P4 spawns, and they do get a bit of this initial time, but if you look on your minimap, players are still spread all over the place. But yeah, nice healthy start for London X-Force.
Yeah, and it was big kills there from Mistaken. They managed to cut off a couple of the members of London that were going to try and break through, so an opportunity for them to get on time. Probably should have tried to play a little bit slower, not trying to headbutt straight the way through, because you're going to be able to allow players of London to come straight through mid. It is going to be Mist and Fate that are in and around time. Keep a look at your map, keep a look at Dozer. He's off into that top art. He will be found, and that is a clean 4 dead in favour of Mistaken. They're going to keep the spawns off towards New. So with 20 seconds left, this map can potentially be completely flipped with the potential of the hold, but I'd like to see a couple more members of Mistaken in and around this time. It seems to be London and, well, both teams are trading kill for kill. We are going to be on board with Mist. He's going to fall. Good start for him so far. Mistaken seemingly got the answer. We are potentially going to see Fate. Is he going to try to play around the back? Seemingly so, but they are going to have to try and find him. The rest of the members are indeed going to be spawning out, but he will just try and be a bit of a thorn in the back of Mistaken here. Going to try to fly through. Nobody in the close corner. Just managing to find one on the way out, and seemingly just like that, London have broke themselves in too quickly.
Yeah, that is a bit of a shame for Mistaken. It looked like they had the perfect setup. They got a lot of time on that P3 and really focused on getting those spawns ready for this Money Hill P4. London X-Force just keeping them off it at the moment, and it is Mist who's frying out the hill. Double positive 2KD at the minute. But yeah, as I say, Mistaken Black, they had the rotation. They did find 4 dead. London X-Force pushing through the left. Everybody fell, but they managed to get themselves round the back, and now they've managed to hold the majority of this time. They're picking them off as they come to Chow. Oh, little 360, but does get taken down, and the rest of this scrap time moving back towards P1 after the first set of rotations is going to be about a 70 to 80 point lead for London X-Force.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, Missed 16 and 8 after the first rotation on a 4 streak as well. This boy is absolutely frying at the minute. He's doing everything you can ask him. He's got 48 seconds on the time, nearly the most on the team. Seemingly Fate is just going to be playing the sort of fundamentals. He'll be sort of getting himself in New, working his way around, but we are on board with Rico. He will find 2 actually. He's going to try and pop himself out through pool. Couple of trades coming in through P1. Mistaken are looking like they're going to be broke already. The only person out is going to be Eros, is going to fly in, does then get taken out, but it's just going to be consistent trades through P1, as I'm sure you can all see. It's seemingly going to be P2 spawns for Mistaken at the minute. Nothing really saying that they're going to get themselves back in. It's just a consistent London feed, and once again, that's another 4 dead. But look, missed 20 and 10. He's not slowing down at all, is he?
Yeah, he's absolutely frying. And once again, we saw Mistaken Black. They did have those P2 spawns. They were in a position to keep that P1 mixy and then hold and get ready to kind of clock on some time on that Money Hill. But London X-Force again find the 4 dead. But keep an eye on your mini-map. There's a big 2 kills for London X-Force, but there's a couple of players there. They are spawning in because they weren't blocking. So this is going to be some big gunfights coming now. Chow comes in, kills, found. That is also a 3 dead. The rest of the players spawning out, so Mistaken do manage to get themselves in, and they kind of needed to. 100 seconds down, but they can claw a lot of that back now. If they find this next wave as well, they are going to get themselves in a good position to stay in this map and move towards that next P3 and all-important P4.
Yeah, a couple of members of the Mistaken roster starting a little bit slow, mainly obviously Kiosku at the minute. Did just opt to stick himself in time, maybe just to try and ramp some of the points up, but it's going to be 3 dead in favour, but looking for a slow 4, and there it is. So, last sort of 20 seconds going to be going in favour of Mistaken here. Going to be down by sort of 50 points, so it's still a big ask to hold at least well over a hill. But you can see on your map, keep your eyes. Number 1 and 2, which is Audacity and Kiosku, they're going to try play through, but missed that. Honestly, he's got every answer seemingly so far at the minute. He's trying to keep everything sort of fundamental. 3 more dead going to be in favour, make it 4. And it's just seemingly Mistaken are bringing this game a little bit closer, but I don't know if London maybe just stepped off the gas a little bit just to sort of rein themselves back in to get going ready for a P4 again. But good hold here from the X-Force boys so far.
There is, and they are trying to flood through mid to push straight through for that P4, but whilst they do that, that lead is extending in favour of X-Force, and they do find a couple of kills once again. Mistaken do get on there for now, will find themselves just about getting to 100 points, but there is still quite a deficit. It's a big gunfight here in the back now, which should get won by Audacity. Does do that, gets themselves top art, and this is where this map is going to be won or lost. London X-Force, if they manage to get towards this P4 and get the hold, but there's a big gunfight coming in the back. If you take a look at number 5 there, Dozza. You don't know if he knows that Rico's close with him. That is going to be a huge kill. That's going to determine some of these spawns, but it's a good 2 for Keo. Can he get the 3rd? No, he can't. Missed, of course, is the man to take him down. And here we go then, P4. This is where this map's going to be won or lost, Joel. What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, I mean, Dozza is keeping himself up there, albeit he's probably just trying to make Mistaken try and look for him, really. Obviously, they're both blocking spawns, so it's going to be parallels, but he's going to opt down, come through, and fly and find 2. Does then eventually get traded out. So the members of Mistaken are going to be the ones that are spawning in the back. But here come those blue arrows. They are trying to circle around this time. 2 members of Mistaken are going to fall. Are they going to manage to find the 3rd on time? Trades are coming in. He's not going to manage to do it. Mistaken managed to hold on, but then eventually are traded out. Only 20 seconds left. Still plenty of time on the clock, so clock is not an issue. Something we alluded to at the start of the cast is not surely going to be a problem, you'd like to think. But in comes Keo. He's going to try with a little bit of help. Trades coming in for both teams. Last sort of 10 seconds going in favour of X-Force, and we're going to gear ourselves up for another P1. Only person outside of time here is Brutal, potentially trying to think towards those P2 spawns. Already tried to find 2, not going to manage to do so. And it's probably going to be quite a bit mixy in here, but obviously London with a massive advantage at the minute.
Yeah, still a big advantage. Mistaken did enough to kind of keep that mixy to stay in it. I did say that's where the map was going to be won or lost. If London X-Force managed to clock up another 40, 50 seconds on there, they wouldn't have needed a lot going into this 3rd rotation, but it did stay mixy, and as expected back on P1 it is just kind of back and forth, white time. Kill feed looking blue once again, but it is Keo who had a bit of a slow start, but he's warming into this game, finding a couple of 2 and 3 pieces. But London X-Force are soaking some of this P1 now. You've got Rico trying to push his way through to the back of P2 to get a bit of control, but whilst they do that, this lead is just extending and extending. It's almost about to be 100 points ahead again for London X-Force.
Yeah, and we're seemingly seeing Mistaken sort of fall back into that trap that they were doing against the AVNG roster. They're starting to get some kills back on the board. They're probably going par for par with London here, but they're just not managing to get themselves into time, and ultimately that's what's going to cost you. If you're not in the time, you're not going to win the map. It's as straightforward as that. But as I say that, 2 are going to fall. That is going to be Rico that will find them. He has been the one really to look out for on that Mistaken roster. Trades coming in for both teams. Opportunity for here for Mistaken. London are going to be flipped out. They're going to stick themselves into time. It is going to be Kiosku again that's going to stick himself in there. But here we have a bit of an opportunity, unless I jinx it, for Mistaken to keep themselves in this game. 2 for 2 trades so far on board with Rico. He's trying to learn work, see if he can find anybody on the pinch round. Eros and Kiosku are going to be flying around time. 3 members are going to fall, leaving just Eros to get to time. 4 are going to fall. London can't win it from here, so we are at least going to be heading off towards that P3, but Mistaken have got it's sort of panic stations really. They've got to sort of headbutt old, they've got to set up for new, they've got to think for P4. There's so much going on at the minute.
Going over to P3 with the other team needing about 6 seconds and you're on 140 points, you're kind of going to be a little bit deflated right now.
Yeah.
But again, they were just doing enough to kind of just keep staying in it. They were keeping it mixy, they had control. But once again, we just saw the kill feed just turn completely blue, including a team kill. They had 5 dead, killed one of their own. And London X-Force now onto this P3, only needing 5 seconds. They do find a couple of kills with Mistaken, but they need to get this guy off the time. He only needs a second now. That should be map 1. And there comes the trash talk.
We don't talk for a little bit here.
Yeah,
Seemingly, you might be able to hear in the room. Obviously, some voices are being raised. I'm letting them each other know. But obviously, this is for second place. This is to keep themselves going in this tournament. And I tell you what, it was a really good performance there out of the London side. Like I said, they took Project Vapor pretty close in the vault when they played them. And seemingly, they are a vault team because they seem to manage to get in the hill. They're finding kills in and around the hill, and they just managed to have the answer really for everything that has been thrown towards them.
Good miss. 26
missed.
non-traded kills, 34 and 22. Good amount of time as well. He's enjoying himself on the main stage. Not new to playing on LAN.
No.
And yeah, he's just thrived. I tell you, Trix, he's going to be a happy man sat at home watching this one. All going there for London X-Force. But yeah, great start. Do you still think we're going to go all the way? Do you think Mistaken come, bounce back, take the S&D and take us to map 3?
They look good on the rewind. They look good on the rewind S&D that we saw probably about 30 minutes or so ago. I think it would be unfair just after seeing a respawn to say that we're not going to go. Do I think it's potentially leaning more towards London? Yes. But, like you say, Mistaken, sort of the first half of the S&D against the AVNG roster, it was sort of a bit of back and forward, but then they just managed just to take over from that point. So I've not seen anything about London on rewind, so I would say advantage is potentially with Mistaken here. But, I mean, if anything from that first map to take away is London are going to be full of confidence here, flying into Charles, I imagine, through mid, I'd imagine.
Yeah, there was times where I could hear Mist getting loud and shouting. I think there was a few couple
Because
of
everyone,
pieces, 3 pieces that I think even he was quite surprised that he'd managed to pull off and get. It was just one of them where everything was kind of working. I did anticipate a slightly closer first map. Wasn't really the case. What was it, 251.48 in the end? So it's a bit of a drumming. Mistaken were clinging on loads of those hills. Like, there wasn't too many cases where it's just like full control, full 60. Had a bit of control and then just got wiped. It wasn't breaking the hill that was the issue, it was holding it.
Yeah.
They couldn't keep it for longer than 25, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was definitely like that in terms of you didn't really have anybody. We've seen quite a few times today, people are just planting themselves in the hill. Nobody on that Mistaken roster, seemingly just from that map that we've just seen there, no one said, you know what, I'll win the gunfights in the hill. Let me see if any of you boys can try and pick them up around me and I'll soak all of your time. We've seen, obviously, our first cast of the day, 3 members of the Annex roster had over 1 minute and 40 each.
Yeah.
This is what teams need to understand. Like you say, it's hard naturally when you're up against people who are firing on all cylinders, but if you can just win a first couple of gunfights on that hold, stick yourself in time and then work off of that, you're going to give yourself the best opportunity, because like you say, they were just chasing the entire map, weren't they?
They are, and it is going to slow down a little bit onto rewind. I mean, there is going to be a few explosive gunfights, and we are going to have all of a sudden have 3 or 4 kills come through, which we'll try our best to keep up with, especially when we haven't got the names of the players on the screen. But I mean, I think they're just having a little break, so we've got a little bit of time between that next map. I still want to see this go all the way. Yeah, I think it deserves to. I think when you've got a game where both of these, as they've come into the tournament, seen their group, seen they get Project Vapor in their group, they're both kind of a good no. Right, we're playing for second.
Yeah, you're not counting that into the win pool, are you? No. What can we do against the other 2 that's going to carry us through, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And then they've both got the opportunity to do that on the big screen, on the main stage. Opportunity to get loud, get in the other team's face, and so far it is, first blood, London X-Force. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to be happening before the next map. But yeah, I really want to see this one go all the way.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a massive fan of the toilet break after one map, after sort of 20-30 minutes away from playing, but that's probably why I'm sat here talking to you guys and they're sat there playing, because if that's what you have to do to win a map, then maybe we should probably try and incorporate that, who knows. But ultimately, chance for Mistaken to answer back. They're going to have to keep themselves alive here, but like you say, I'm struggling to see if it's going to be a head-for-head gunfight, them come out on top, but I'm more than happy to be proven wrong, and then, like you say, we'll be back off potentially to a vault in map 3. But other than that, how's everything going? How are you finding the event? So far?
It's great. Oh, it's fantastic. I've enjoyed the nice little outside area. It does get a little bit warm, but I think it's going to get a bit warmer as the weekend goes on. But
Yes.
We'll be all right. I'm sure we'll find ways to cool ourselves down. But yeah, no, the venue's fantastic. Students doing a great job. All the staff here, really lovely. The scrim room's pretty cool. Just had to nip in there. It was really nice. Everyone
it
chilling
was.
in there, getting some reps in and stuff. So there's plenty of space for people to go and keep warm, get warm. I don't think they need to get warm to be upstairs in the room they're playing in there.
No,
Here it's
seemingly
pretty
from what I'm
warm.
told.
I think we're a bit lucky to be in here at the moment compared to that. But yeah, the event's been great so far. Obviously, there was a couple of technical hitches, but I think we're back on track.
Yeah.
And
As expected,
of course.
it's with putting an event on for the teams in Europe. Like you say, if it's a case of we have to wait 30 minutes, then we'll wait 30 minutes. It's an opportunity to put people on a stage that they might not have the consistent chance to be able to do so. So technical things as part of just technology in general are always going to be a case. But speaking of the bang out between the two teams, we are indeed going to be heading off into Rewind for what is going to be, I'm sure, a fantastic map 2.
Yes, and we know exactly who the players are. It's fantastic. Right, here we go then. Map 2. London X-Force trying to book their spot into winners. Mistaken Black trying to force the map 3. First blood almost does come in. It does go in favour of, well, they find one apiece in the end. Brutal finds one. Keo finds one. 3v3 through mid. They're all so close to each other, apart from Keo, who's getting himself an angle, trying to just gather a bit of information for his team. Now, this is where I told you it's going to slow down, and all of a sudden, bang, everybody gets killed.
Absolutely. Like you say, it will eventually come to a point where everybody's clustered. I'd have probably liked to have seen the bomb go down by now. They've had enough time to be able to potentially try and suss out where people roughly are going to be on the map. It will be Dozer that is taken out there by Audacity. Bomb has now gone down onto A, and it is going to be a 2 versus 2. Kiosko will find one,
There we go.
and that is going to be all 4. And just like that, Mistaken are on the board, and it is going to be 1-0 to those boys.
Yeah, exactly where they needed. Wanted to start taking that first round. They're the ones who've got to get this series done. Best of 3s, obviously, whilst we're in groups. So it's either kind of now or you're going to get yourself in that 3rd spot. But yeah, good start to the round. I thought it'd be a little bit more of a bang out when I saw everyone fly towards mid, but they did slow down a little bit. Keo played it smart, got himself out on the street, just trying to gather that info for the team. But they'll be happy with that. First round, first blood, Mistaken Black.
Yeah, especially in offense as well. Yeah, you're trying to get it stuck down sort of as quick as possible, not try and allow too many lives to be taken away so easily. Naturally, defense is normally the easier, I'd say, of the two on this one, but obviously potential for Mistaken to prove me wrong here. They are seemingly heading off towards this B point. Nobody's actually opting to try and play the pinch here. On board with Brutal at the minute. He has just spotted, I think it's Eros just popping his head up by the truck. We are seeing, there we go, that is going to be first one. It is going to be Kiosko that will fall, and it is Brutal that is the one that takes him out. Seemingly we're just in that sort of phase again where things have just quietened down a little bit. Bomb between A and B. A decision really sort of needs to be made. Still got plenty of time, but Dozer is going to be working his way round. It's going to be a little bit of a ring around the rosy between Rico and Dozer here, both running around the same way. It's 3 versus 2 in favour of the X-Force roster here. So again, it's just, I need to see that bomb down quicker. I'd like to be able to see if we can start to put a bit of pressure on. Obviously, they've got the man advantage to London, so they're going to be sort of trying to play for the retake. And I imagine you'd think at least that Mistaken are going to try and play for a pick, but not going to manage to do so. It is only going to be Rico as the last member up.
Yeah, we heard the Karma bomb down as well, so they know that he's got to go to there at some point. We'll watch it. We'll get away, though. Might be allowed to get the plant off.
Is he going to be able to do so?
But even if he does, surely he can't get away. He does get it down, but does get taken instantly. And that is going to be a level map 2 so far. So, like you say, I think the offensive team, they've got an idea in their head what they want to push. Start pushing it, realise defence, they're there. Oh, teabagging. I like it.
A couple of members just trying to work out if the guns are still working. Definitely nothing to see there. Don't you worry that it's just to trying to make sure that everything is still firing hot, isn't it?
Where's Abu's card? Has he brought his yellow cards with him? Because that's a definite yellow card, I reckon.
He hasn't. He hasn't actually brought them this week. I'm sure he would be going to the VAR booth and seeing what's going on here. But
no need.
Well,
yellow card.
you've seen it clear as day. So that is going to be 2 defences. No one's managed to stick that first offence yet. Opportunity for, I believe it's going to be London X-Force to prove us wrong. Where do you reckon they go? A, B?
Oh, I don't know. I'll wait and see. Maybe A. But both teams did manage to get the bomb down, though. Just not like you say, maybe not quickly enough. But it's just so hard on a map like this. It's quite small, quite closely contested bomb sites. It's tough. You try and get the control of the site before you get the bomb down. But unless you get that first blood on offense, it's just so difficult to do so. And it is a tentative kind of defense so far. Just holding it. Oh, but that is a big pick for your offensive team there. And here's the opportunity to get a bit of control mid-map, but they are grouping up, heading towards B. And it is Rico who's about to have a few players pile towards him. If they can take him down, they're going to get control. The mist does fall, does avoid the explosion. Goes down to 39 HP. Will get a chance to heal up, but there's a big pinch on Keo. Trying to get in the back, see if he can pick one off. But now they're moving towards mid-map, and it's just cat and mouse at the minute, Joel.
It is, and that is going to be another member of Mistaken that is going to fall. Seemingly, it's going to be tricky for Kiosku back here. They know exactly where he is. He's just going to have to try and bob and weave. He's ripped one, but does then eventually get traded out 2-1 in favour of the X-Force roster. It is just going to be Rico, the last member up. Opportunity might have just spotted someone. Going to have to try and get away with his life as best as what he can. Comes for the regen. Had both of them nearly lining up. He's going to try and play out, not going to manage to do so, and X-Force will take that round. But I mean, they lined up, and how this game goes, I wouldn't have put it past me that he'd have found both of them there.
They both could have easily been weak there. I mean, we can see. I mean, we can see from the POV here, he's only a bullet or two away from falling, and I reckon his teammate must have been similar, because they did just line up, and that would have been a pretty horrendous way to lose that round. But they didn't. They got the job done, and that's the first offensive round we've seen. London X-Force find themselves 2-1 up, and I think it's Brutal, I think, is 5-1 at the moment, maybe. Yeah, I think it's Brutal that's currently 5-1, so a good start for him in the first 3 rounds on a 4 streak. Going to see if he's probably got that car cooking, and this map is one that can be used for it. The early nade does do a little bit of damage, but no blood just yet. Bit of a more aggressive defense. They've pushed up quite far past this site, but looking to get this first pick now. First gunfight coming in. Oh, he's got to be absolute gets away, but does get pushed out by one of the teammates, and that is first blood in favour of Mistaken.
Yeah, it's sort of, again, to use the analogy that you did, still a bit of cat and mouse in terms of everyone's just trying to get a bit of a feel for whereabouts we are. It's going to be a case of just trying to line each other up. It is going to be, I think it was Fate that potentially fell there. Advantage going to be for Mistaken. So very similar to what happened against the AVNG roster. It was a case of the going round for a little bit, and then Mistaken seemingly just took over that mid part. And just as we do that, a couple of love taps after, and we are going to be bringing it back to 2 apiece. Nothing to split them at the minute, and we could go the distance, or we could see Mistaken take over like they did against the AVNG roster.
Yeah, going to need a few more yellow cards, I reckon. Run out.
They have no players left by the end of it.
I know, yeah. We're going to load into like 2v3 or something.
You'll have to go and help them.
Absolutely not. No one wants to see that. Absolutely not. But yeah, good round from Mistaken, levelling it up. It's number 1, Dozar, just trying to ease himself into this game. Only got 1 on the board in his first 4 rounds, but looking to try and see if they can replicate what Mistaken have just done. Take another offence. And retake the lead. They will want to get this job done in 2. They won't want to be forcing a map 3 here.
No, I don't think anybody wants to go down and take it to chance, really. It's going to be a case of, like you say, London and One are just going to want to do that takeover sort of motion through this search and destroy. Bomb is going to be wrapping its way potentially in that sort of middle section, more leaning towards A. It is going to be missed. It'll be the first person that is going to fall. Bit of a slow start for quite a few members on the X-Force roster. Seemingly a little bit of chalk and cheese from what we saw in the hard point. Obviously they were frying everything that was walking in front of them at that point. Maybe just the slower pace isn't sort of their favour, but outside of that, it is going to be advantage to Mistaken, and other than that, like you said, 3 apiece.
Yeah, Keo goes
Bomb's
down.
not down. Bit of a trade-off, really. Bomb will now go down, And
Can he
still
get
could
out?
go either way.
Does manage to get himself out of there as well. So 3v3 with the bomb down. This is going to be an interesting end to this round. You got number 8, which I think is Audacity, pushing out towards Berger. Maybe going to try and go for the wrap, and he might get away with it. Will get spotted now, though. Does manage to find the kill, though. Does Audacity, I believe. And that does make it advantage Mistaken Black, but that clock is counting down. Big pinch coming in. Easy free pick, and it's all down to Dozar, but he's been taken down as well. We're getting loud, we're getting passionate, and it's a big... I love it.
There we go. This is where it starts to get a little bit loud in here. Obviously, you've got people in the audience as well, a few smiles on the faces, but ultimately, like we said at the start, it's an opportunity for all of these guys to be on a main stage, to have this more sort of competitive environment, not be in all of the online leagues, etc. They've got a chance to either team up face to face and then sort of go from there. So fantastic, obviously, what we're trying to achieve here. But in terms of achieving something, Mistaken taking the round, opportunity for them to kick on once more again. We've got Eros on a 4 streak at the minute. I imagine someone's probably going to have a car somewhere as well. Obviously, you can do quite a bit of damage on this one, because if you just loiter in and around that mid-map, you're forcing the members to then go on the outer. But Brutal back off towards that car again. Seemingly that's going to be consistently his sort of play. Fate just going to have 2 members of Mistaken close towards him, waiting for that sort of bang out and gens. And it's just a case of sort of feeling the motion of this one. But it will be a big pick early doors. Dozard finds one, instantly then traded out. It was Kiosku that fell, and Eros on 5 now.
Yeah, Dozard's done really well to get that first pick, but just found one and thought he got a bit too aggressive to chase the second one. Did get traded out, but we have just seen another pick come through for London X-Force. Do have a 1-man advantage at the moment. Bomb is out on B Street. Looks like he's going to run into trouble with that, though. It's a big pick, straight shooting from Brutal. He's having a fantastic map, finds the 2, and that's the round. That's silence Mistaken just for now, allowing London X-Force to get a little bit vocal.
Yeah, 3 for 3, nothing to still split the teams as it stands at the minute. Obviously, a couple of members that you can see in the audience are with us here today. But like you say, it's good from Brutal there. Obviously, he seemingly goes off towards a car quite often, and they say the SMG people have favoured this one. That Amiz has absolutely ripped them.
It has indeed. It has indeed. This, I mean, they're kind of avoiding those kind of mid-map kind of bang-outs so far, and we haven't really seen much of that, but I guess if one team starts running away with it, someone might be forced to give that a go. But when it's so neck and neck, here comes the car though. Here we go, flying down B Street. Surely that's just going to get picked off. I'd quite like to see it. It blows up, no damage done, does get taken down. So we I think they both use one. I think they both use one. Any damage? I panic like hell when I see that thing.
Any Formula 1 fans, I'm sure you'll be appreciative of seeing a car bombing up and down the streets. But no one's fault. Just as it stands, in and towards a couple of members out by Elephant, it is going to be Eros, the person who is sort of leading the way for Mistaken at the minute. Going to try and find that first pick, not going to manage to do so, but he's got every single member of London X-Force sort of hustled around him. Seemingly Mistaken are just going to try and play a little bit more reserved. They've got full B control, so they know that there must be someone at A side, and that will be Fate that's fallen to Eros there. Obviously, we said he is the one that is sort of leading the way for them, and being as close as what he was, you'd like to think he was going to be good for at least one. He's managed to get in and get away as well.
You see that? He's laying down behind the wall. He just popped his head around the door. That's all he would have seen. Just his head and his gun, and he's taking him down. It was a huge kill. Advantage of Mistaken Black do find themselves 4v2. And it is going to be all down to Dozar. We've seen him in a position where he's not managed to do it before. He's moving and he's grooving. He should find his kill. Doesn't manage to do so, though. Body's getting lit up once again. We're running out of cards. Someone's got to be on a red by now. The teabags are out. And it's a big round for Mistaken. I thought Dozar was moving and grooving. I thought he might have found that kill. But he still had 2 more to take down, even if he did.
Yeah, it's like I keep saying it. There is genuinely nothing that's splitting these at the minute. So seemingly Mistaken are definitely sort of S&D favoured. It'll be interesting, like I say, if they're the ones that make it through, how they continue to sort of press on with their S&Ds. But obviously cars come in already. Don't know if any other member on the map does indeed have one.
Both teams used one.
What, in the same round?
No, well, maybe, because I think one flew down B Street and the other one came the other way. Might be wrong, but I thought both teams had used one then. But I don't know, we'll see. But yeah,
the cars jump and everything nowadays. It could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
As we mentioned, Eros kind of leading in the kills for their team, and already they've come out and got themselves a pick, and it's advantage Mistaken Black once again. Dozer to fall, not having his best map on this S&D. Mist, who we saw absolutely frying on that map one as well, he's had a bit of a slow one, but it's only 4-3. They're still in a position, and with two big picks like that, all down to Eros, and just as we're saying they need to find a bit more, there it goes, and they're getting loud now. 4-4, this one could go all the way, Joel.
I think we should let them do the talking for us, really. They seem to be able to speak a lot louder and a bit more clearer to each other than what we're doing. So if it's going to be a case of this, I imagine it's teetered up for around 11. Whether we get there or not, we don't know. But, I mean, 4-4, nothing to really break in between these two. Seemingly no one's played off toward B at the minute. Everything's sort of been mid-map, in and around A eventually, but when Brutal sat on that heady on that back car, I think he's the man on that team with the trophy as well.
And I don't blame them.
9-4, you're not going to challenge with a lot of confidence on this straight away, are you?
No, he's shooting straight with that AR in his hand, and here we go, he's getting aggressive, but it's a big pick, manages to get out of there temporarily as well. Will heal up ever so slightly, but look at London X-Force just flying towards his B, just as you mentioned it. Should get another one here, does manage to do so. Audacity finding a big 2 at the start of this round. 4v2. Down goes Rico as well. Oh my God, in fact, missed all alone.
Gosh.
Mistaken Black.
Here we go. So,
more of a bang out.
Advantage Mistaken, opportunity to close out this second map and close out this rewind and take us off to a vault control. Or can London X-Force tie it back up, and then we head off to potentially the dreaded round 11 for both teams.
Yeah, first one of the weekend. I kind of want one. I want one. This map deserved one. It's been neck and neck the whole way through.
10-5, Spud. And by far leading the way on the team for London is Brutal. Obviously, he's managing to pick people off at all sort of distances. Over on the other side, Mistaken, you've got Eros, you've got Audacity. Seemingly, the Mistaken team are very good at sort of dropping the shoulder, finding that kill, and like you mentioned earlier, Eros getting himself away. Audacity did it in the last round as well. So potentially a round for Mistaken just to maybe try and get a pick. We have got, I think it is Fate that's going to be, indeed it is, inside.
Repositioned nicely.
In a minute.
Manages to land a few shots and repositions instantly, so the instant chow doesn't come through, but he's still in a bit of a spot. He's either going to find 2 or 3 or just get taken down, but that's a huge first pick for Mist. Gets the second as well. 3v2 advantage for London X-Force. It is Rico and Audacity for Mistaken, who can take us straight to this map 3, but London X-Force, they want to take us to around 11. Bomb is...
It's teetering.
Yeah,
it's not down yet. They're just trying to scope it out, and eventually it looks like it is going to be stuck. What is Rico? He's looking for the pinch. Nobody on spot at the minute. I imagine if you're London here, you sort of just gang up together and sort of headbutt time. It is going to be Mist. I think that's just found one there with the help of Dozer as well. Just all 4 gone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed heading off to the first round 11. Red cards for everybody as well. What a surprise, eh? Round 11, these two back and forward. This is going to be loud, whoever wins this one.
Oh, yeah. That's what it's all about. And I think especially if London X-Force take this now, because the boys of Mistaken did get a little bit vocal. And if London X-Force close the job in 2 maps, they're going to let them know. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to predict. I can't count the kills quick enough to know who's going to be offense, defense. But to be honest, he started off. Yeah, it doesn't really. They both have been taking either side of it.
It's going to be London.
Moved up to 11 kills. Eros and Audacity 9 apiece. It's going to be all out this first blood.
Yeah, and indeed it is. It is going to be the members of Mistaken that are going to be on offense. So I imagine Nade nearly takes out, I think it was Eros there, down to just 35 HP. No trophies early doors. And I can't envisage people are just going to be headbutting stuff straight away here. Round 11s can throw up all sort of different stuff. 2 members are going to fly through Zig and managing to find one. Trade coming in instantly. Advantage London X-Force. 2 members are going to then take another one back. 2 versus 2. Minute on the clock. Which way is this going?
Don't ask me that, mate. The bomb is down right next to that site as well. I'm not sure if they know. Oh my God, about to run into each other potentially. These 2 boys are Mistaken, kind of grouped up together, tempted to go and push towards that bomb. I'm not sure if they know it's there. Do manage to pick it up. Are they going to stick it on this A site, or are they going to try and rewrap towards B? You've got the boys of London X-Force pretty spread at the moment, both trying to keep an eye on the different sites. And Mistaken are just hoping for a chow. The bomb goes down. Clock starts counting down. 2v2, Joel. Can't call it.
No, and seemingly it's Mistaken are just going to sort of have each other's back a little bit here. It is Rico, it is Audacity, the two that are going to be up, and that is going to be one of the members that's going to fall. It's going to fall all onto Dozza. Mistaken opportunity, 2 versus 1. He's not going to manage to find him. Dozza's found the kill and got himself away. 20 seconds left on the clock, 1 versus 1. It could be a 2-0, it could be a 1-1. And it's going to all be onto the gunfight, and it will indeed close it out. And as you can hear, no one's jumped up, so I thought it was going to be a little bit louder, but I tell you what, a good way to finish it though, wasn't it?
Oh, round 11, 1v1, almost gets the 1v2 done. I don't know how he got that first kill, Dozza. Did really well to do it, and he did take the right route, read it, but just gets taken down. And as we kind of said before the series, as we keep saying, we expected this one to go all the way, and we're going to end where we started. We're going back to Vault. Obviously, as we mentioned, it's only a best of 3. We are still in the group stages. Winner of this secures 2nd place in Group A.
I would have. I'm not even going to try and guess who's going to take that control. I don't think it would be fair to try and pick a winner between the two. Obviously, like we mentioned, Mistaken seemingly a lot more S&D based. The slower stuff seems to suit them. Back and forward, and obviously they then came out on top of the round 11 whilst all of the lights have come on to us here. But I tell you what, great S&D. Like you say, round 11, we're treated to, it's not very often that it always goes down. The team normally takes over that sort of middle phase, but a Vault control, honestly, well, I think it's been taken out of the pool normally, hasn't it?
No, I don't think so.
I imagine it probably would be in here if they were playing it, would they? Yeah.
No, I don't think it has. But I think, as you mentioned, like we saw kind of pretty much dominance from London X-Force on the respawn map point, obviously moving on to another respawn. You've got to probably maybe say advantage those guys, but it all depends. And I mean, Mist had a bit of a map on that first map. If he can replicate that, they're going to be hard to beat. But time's going to tell. It's going to be interesting regardless. But as you mentioned as well with Mistaken about favouring S&D, if it gets towards the last stages of the rounds, it comes down to lives, a little 4v4, turns into S&D again.
Absolutely, it could genuinely go either way at that point. Obviously, seeing the highlights on your screen, it is literally going tit for tat. Seemingly, the gunfights, there was a couple of rounds where everything sort of happened within a couple of seconds. Not too many. It was a lot more going down to like 1v1, 2v1 sort of things, trying to get the retakes. But at this point, as you can see on here, members flying left, right, and rhubarb. But I tell you what,
that was a big kill. That was.
It was,
and it looked like it was a chance. There was a chance that he could go and get the job done. Like I say, he did run into him, did find the right play, and he still would have had time to get that bomb defused. But unfortunately, he was probably still a little bit weak. Didn't quite have his gun up, but you can't put too much pressure on Dozza for that one. I mean, it was a tough spot to be in. Round 11, 1v2, finds one.
But if he did, I'm sure he'd been sprinting over to the other side of the room
and would have quite
letting everybody know. But Vault Control, you're a fan. Obviously, it's been around since the start, so they should have the reps, whether it be as a team. Obviously, they might not have it collectively, but individually, they would have played it numerous times. But it can be one way you can get pushed back into that deep spawn, can't you?
That's what I was going to say. Whether it gets, you find a 3 or 4 dead, push up towards a spawn when you're on defense, is get them in that blender. It's difficult to get out of. I think if someone takes an offense, they should go off and win the map. But we probably, the way this series has gone, the way that map just went, maybe anticipate a round 5 coming, and it might come.
Calling it?
Well, I don't know. It seems it's going that way. Vault Control is often one that does do that because it's such a kind of heavy defense map. But like I say, if someone does manage to take an offense early on, they should go on to win the map. But my prediction would be it goes down to round 5 just on like ticks or something like that. I think we're going to see a lot of defense, but I don't know. Who knows? I could just see these guys managing to find the wipes and just pushing up towards the spawn. But like I say, time's going to tell. Everyone's getting back at the setups now, ready to load in to this all-important map 3. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, it was a case of.
Oh, thanks, Connor Abuse. Just walk through the camera, mate.
So that's your other caster, ladies and gentlemen.
He's meant to be the talent this week.
We're trying to do our cast, but seemingly he wants to be involved. Other than that, I think, like you say, if it comes down to the lives, it's going to favour Mistaken. If it's a case of London X-Force can get the guns firing and ready, it is going to be a tough ask for Mistaken to come back. But our talking is pretty much done. Let's get involved and let's get you the answer to the question that I'm sure we're all asking. Who is going to finish second in Group A? Is it going to be Mistaken? Is it going to be London X-Force? Here we go.
Yeah, and just to say, I think This is the busiest I've seen the room so far. Everyone's coming in to have a look at this one. They know it's an important one. They know that someone's going to put the spot in winners in that all-important Group A, second behind Project Vapor on the line, and a guarantee of at least 2 more games this weekend. But yeah, Abuse Card's throwing me off a bit. He's so selfish, isn't he? He just wants to be on the camera. Gets on the camera for the first time, and he just wants to be there non-stop. Right, we're straight back into the game, Joel. Start us off.
So straight away, it is going to be Mist that's fallen. I think it was. It seemingly got very loud for the first 2 seconds of the game. I think it was Chow through Cat, and he's managed to find him. So it will be X-Force that are going to stick themselves on this 8-point early doors. 2 members are going to fall straight away, make it 3, and here comes the slow 4. Like I just mentioned just before we got into it, here comes that sort of rank sort of blender, like you say.
Here's
3 more dead. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting loud. They're not managing to find the way out. This could genuinely be a map.
They found 2 kills so far in this round, and Mistaken Black just flown up towards the spawn, and they've just got them pinned there at the moment. Look at the live counter, 28 playing 18, and as we mentioned before, it's so difficult to get out of it. They're covering all angles. They need to find a 4 dead with their backs to the wall to get up and try and push towards the point. Did manage to get that first tick on A, do manage to get a tick. It is getting loud over there.
We've got Eros that's just gone 4-1. Rico going 6-2, getting loud. Right, an opportunity to maybe just take a break. All of the members of Mistaken have at least been taken out of X-Force's spawn. They are going to have a couple of members dead. They're going to try and stick themselves onto A, try get this progression through the second tick. Has done so. It's going to be a member that's going to fall through Cat. But here we go once again, looking for the last member, and that's going to be another slow 4. And we are back off into the London X-Force spawn.
We are. There's just not enough lives left to kind of make something happen now. As we kind of mentioned before, it's going to be all about who gets the most ticks when they're on offense. I can see both teams kind of replicating this, getting them in that blender. But only 2 ticks in the first round so far. There is still an opportunity. The last 10 seconds in the round, they may be able to extend the timer. They do find one in the transition over towards A. It is contested now, though. If we see a blue kill feed, we might be seeing another minute, but down to 5 lives. It's getting mixy towards A. Tell you what, they should get this done, yeah. They should get this done,
16 versus 5. You can play team deathmatch for as long as what you want. No more lives, no more respawns remaining for London. Rico has gone 12-3 within literally a minute and a half of this first round. And if this is anything to go off, I tell you what, it's not the script that some people might have been expecting. 3 lives only remaining on board with Mist at the minute. 2 members are going to fall.
Tell you what,
have managed to get that A done. A couple of the members will keep your eyes on Eros. Here he comes, flying down. Will take out 1. He's going to get down to just 31 HP. He's going to have a member of London trying to chow towards him. Will find him. 2 lives remaining. No one wants to chow the members of Mistaken. Last member is going to be there, trying to come through Vault. Not going to manage to do so. And look at that. What a round we've just witnessed there, eh?
I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. It's so loud.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Well, I tell you what, I thought they had like 5 lives left. Got A done. Obviously not enough to really do too much. But then I thought, slow 3 dead, moving towards B, surely not. But then again, it was Eros who came round on the pinch, just made them turn the backs, find 1, distracted the pair of them, and then they got taken down. But they didn't manage to get that first tick onto B, did they? So that's just 3 ticks. Try and keep a note of that. So what I expect to happen to go to that round 5 potentially. We'll try and work out who's going to have that one important defense, but maybe not. The way that Mistaken Black came out in that, they might go and take this offense as well. Look at
Rico's killed half the map, mate.
Yeah, I know.
He's killed half the map in the first round.
I know, yeah.
If that's anything to go off, it could break a record, who knows? Sure, it'll be a local one here. I'll make it a record, worst case. So it looks like it's going to be that sort of bit of an interesting one. Drop down through Cat, going to try and play off towards B, try catch the members of London X-Force out here. They are going to manage to get a little bit of progression, but as you can probably hear, kills coming in favour of Mistaken. They are not letting London X-Force off the hook. Last member is going to be brutal in and around time. And here comes those blue, not the blue arrows, sorry, the black ones on towards time. 2 ticks done straight away. And this could be genuinely heading off the way within the first 20 seconds of the round.
Yeah, forget what I said. They're a Vault control team, for sure.
They're certainly not just an S&D team, I can tell you that.
I'm talking about these round 5s, but I don't know. It's getting vocal either side, but that is B scoring the more difficult. And they're just finding kill after kill. Oh.
See, when I say that we don't need to do the talking, that's the sort of content that we're giving you here. This is what the players are doing. Only 7 lives difference at the minute, but 2 minutes and 10 on this A point, nearly the first tick in. We don't even have to do the talking. You can see it on your screen. The gameplay's doing the talking, and that is just going to try and pause the mistaken roster from coming through. But Rico is having an absolute map. He's 20 and 4 on an 8 streak. Someone stop him.
Mate, they can't. Look at him juking around. Surely not. Get some help from the teammate there. But that's the round. Didn't die the whole round. Didn't die the whole round.
I've never seen anything
frying. No, he's frying. He's feeling himself. He's confident, and he's doing the talking.
Those people in the chat, you are witnessing probably the most convincing control you have ever seen. Obviously not over yet. Who knows? London X-Force might just turn it round, flick the switch and start the process as well. But Mistaken are seemingly not letting them even have an opportunity. The entire time we've been talking, he's been chewing their ear off.
He has, but I would like to point out as well as he's doing, amongst all that shouting, there was a little voice break. You don't want to do that. There was a little voice crack.
Oh, no.
That's ruined his moment a little bit. I've got to highlight it.
When he watches that back, everyone make sure that make sure you keep that in there. Don't talk about obviously how well the boys are doing. But Rico,
are we going to see more of the same?
He's going to have a hellstorm in the back pocket. All the London members are going to be trying to line up towards the time, and 2 are going to fall straight away and make it 4. And guess where we're going? Off towards spawn again.
Off towards the blender, mate. London X-Force going to be able to get out of it. Yeah, they've managed to slip the net. A couple of them have. I'm going to push through, but it is number 8, Audacity, who's going to get some info. Flying off the top ropes, taking down one of them. I think that was Fate who managed to do that. And I tell you, they'll find a few transition towards his B, but big pick once again, I think, from Audacity. And they just can't get any control. They can't find their own 4 dead. They can't get anything on the map. They've not progressed on anything. They're starting to get a little bit on A, but they only found 3 ticks in that first round, and they've got to play perfect COD. They're 2-0 down on this Vault control. But in a minute, Mistaken Black are playing with so much confidence. 22 and 6 for Rico. Do find a couple of big kills, but just get traded out, and they just can't get towards the time. And taken down once again, it's a big 2 from Kiosku, who's 9 and 8, having an all right map. It doesn't need to, look at bloody Rico.
Look, I'm a competitive person, right? I'm a competitive person. I don't think I've ever seen anyone this competitive when on a screen, but I mean, the team is absolutely frying. They're up 8 lives, 30 seconds remaining. Most of the members of X-Force having to come off spawn. They're trying to challenge with pistols. They're that confident. Wasn't the case. I'm sure he ran out of bullets, but I'm just going to say it was for the confidence. But that is going to be Eros, that is going to be the one that falls alongside Dozer as well. Dozer really not having the strongest map whatsoever. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Clock is going to be stopped with 15. London X-Force is going to have to try and just play their lives as best as what they can. So progression was coming onto A, not even going to manage to clear that first tick. Speaking about off the top rope, there it was once again. And it's just going to go either way for the next sort of 10 or 13 seconds. I don't think he's hit a single bullet there, I'll be perfectly honest. But, I mean, that's like watching me play. I thought that's quite good, but off the top rope again. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 against 7, 5 seconds remaining. And I tell you what, it's going to potentially get stopped. It is 2 seconds left. And I tell you what, there we go, 3-0. It is done. Mistaken Black are going to finish second. London X-Force are indeed going to finish third, I think, in that group. From what was probably one of the most convincing
controls.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was going to actually allude to the hard point. The absolute chalk and cheese of the respawns is absolutely crazy. But what we like to see, obviously, the fist buns are coming in. Everything's always just in a competitive scene. But I tell you what, the guys on the desk, I'm sure will have something to speak about here, don't you think?
They're giving them plenty to talk about. Yeah. I mean, I think they need to go and have a little rest. I mean, that's their group's game's done for now. They've got a little rest. Go and have a soother or something for them throats, because the vocals were getting a little bit loud there. But yeah, it's a great series for us to cast out.
Absolutely.
We thought it was going to be a little bit closer. But I tell you, that Vault control, I mean, it was emphatic, 3-0.
You did say the offense team will win it.
It was so messy at times. Like you flying around cat, everyone's jumping off the top ropes, everyone's just flying, everyone challenging with pistols.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like us lot loading in against like a top challengers team and messaging them saying let's do snipers like in a 2K. It was like a bit messy at the end, but no, it was good fun. enjoyed that one. But yeah, that is.
We've gone from a round 11 in Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
Nothing to split the teams whatsoever. And you've probably just witnessed the most convincing control you'll maybe see this weekend in terms of lives. I don't know if the X-Force members managed to take a collective 30 lives off, if mistaken. They might not have even won the round on kills. It was genuinely a case of that first round, what was it, 27 to about 15, I think, at one point. They managed to get them into literally the ranked spawn.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't happen at these sort of levels. But
not in a series where, you know, we all kind of spoke about how competitive it was going to be and what was on the line and how close the search was, like you say, but it just was not close at all. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I made the prediction of that. I kept saying it's going round 5, but then I also said that the first team to get an offensive win will win it, but I just did not think it would be that kind of emphatic.
No.
But that is going to finish off, I believe, Group A. I think maybe, interestingly, I think happening upstairs at the moment, I think Project Vapor, which is obviously 3 or 4 of the former AVNG players, I think they've also played against
they're
AVNG, so they've finished as well.
Yeah, all those games, I believe, in Group A are indeed now done. So we are going to be indeed heading off to a little bit of a longer break. Obviously, we've got the transitions of the afternoon games, teams getting themselves ready for the next set of games this afternoon. As soon as we get back up and running, obviously, we'll appreciate you guys sticking around with us. Obviously, there'll be enough stuff to look at, and we will catch you with the next series.
Your heart set, I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. Every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go.
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life. I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time. But please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me beside me. She know when she want it. I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now. But you're the finest of them all. Make me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. Let's do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. 'Cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. Let's do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. We both know it right away. When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. I feel this vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. Oh, I need you to tell me now how much you're into me. Oh, right away. I feel this vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. Oh, I need you to tell me now how much you're into me. Oh, right away. When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. We both know it right away. When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. I feel this vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. Oh, I need you to tell me now how much you're into me. Oh, right away. This vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. Oh, I need you to tell me now how much you're into me. Oh, right away.
Oh, did you cry when I found you in the night? Staying up till 5 a.m. Told me you and him were friends. Woke up in a burning home. Blame myself, I should have known. Destined a place, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights. Was I part of your design? Push me till I broke alone. No one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive, just knee when you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind and talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind and talks my heart online. And talks my heart online.
Gosta de fazer ousia, essa novinha que tá na volanda. Gosta de fazer ousia, você tá em cima da piroca, 24 horas por dia. Eu vou ser levada por cima da vida. Essa novinha que tá na volanda, gosta de fazer ousia. Fica sentando em cima da piroca, 24 horas por dia. Ela quer levar por cima da piroca.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along, yeah. We've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, save relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick-tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know that
wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? 'Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
I'll never mistake the way you give me my faith. My body feels safe in your hands. Feel me fully fade. I'm light as a fire
talk about love. Tell me what do you like? Tell me where do you wanna see me naked? Let's talk about love. Tell me what do you like? Tell me what do you love? Let's talk about let's talk about love. Let's talk about love. Let's talk about I'm gonna be better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous. You don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better. Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Talk about love. Let's talk about love.
Bite dust. If you must. If you must. If you must. Bite dust.
you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. 'Cause I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell, now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Read me those lines, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right, see the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? You never answer when I call, locked in your room and so it don't. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. I feel it in your eyes when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal, so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on.
Eight rounds in the 45 and go down. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down.
Look, I was passing aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties is loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation. He going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake. How could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had. Murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extra so water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look,
8 rounds in the 45 and go down.
look,
8 rounds in the 45 and go down.
Look.
8 rounds in the 45 and go down.
yeah.
8 rounds in the 45 and go
look,
down.
look.
8 rounds in the 45 and go down. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down. 8 rounds in the 45 and go down.
Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. Gotta follow for a follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the posse be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these leaners.
8 rounds in the 45 and go down. 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 relationships will often end in disgust. And I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you going I told my people I would make it out. What? Not the time just to go around. What a world you think is safe and sound. What? Might as well just burn it down. It's always wintertime inside my mind. I find it hard to bury. Cause it gets cold and blurry. Yeah, it gets cold and blurry. She took my heart and then discarded all the evidence. All of her actions were a clear case of malevolence. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, What do you expect me to say?
Hi Esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. My name is Quino, I'm your host, and we've just been through the first set of group stages. So now we're going to group C and D. I'm quite excited, you know, it could be a different kind of performance, but we did see AnnXY and Vapor dominating that first group stage. So, you know, I'm excited for the second one. Is there anything we should be looking out for?
I mean, it was kind of what we expected for the first two groups is Vapor dominating, and it's going to be interesting to see whether anyone can match that sort of like the same level of dominance. I think we could get a lot more even games, hopefully a lot more interesting games, because that last game we just saw was an absolute barn burner.
Oh yeah, 100%. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, that last series was an absolute bang out. You know, we heard Metal Rico. I mean, I'm sure the whole street heard him. You know, he was getting loud. The whole venue could hear him. And, I mean, there was good reason for it, especially in that map number 3 and what was going on. But we should have just as exciting afternoon ahead of us as well.
Yeah.
The only thing I liked from it is that the comeback on Volt. Like, to lose that much on hardpoint and then come back on the control was brilliant to watch in the reverse sweep. I just thought it was a lovely game.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what we're here for, aren't it? We're here for lovely games. So, obviously, we have Amrox Esports versus Project Rose next. These two teams I'm not familiar with, but I'm presuming you guys know a bit more than me. So, you know, educate me a little bit.
But I know a bit about both of them. So, you got Amrox, they're not, I don't know too much about them individually, but as a team, I know they play in leagues, online leagues, and they're quite a high division team. So we're going to be expecting them to come out. They are the favourites for this matchup. They are the highest seeded team, and I think they will probably be the ones that will go on to win the series in the end.
Okay.
Yeah, so as highest seeded, you got to imagine they'd be getting a win early on the books and establish themselves, make a statement win in this game, because you know upsets can always happen. It's been a long day. They have not had as much practice as much, and maybe it's a case of like the LAN pressure getting to them, because as I said, they've played a lot of online games. We don't know what their LAN experience is like. Obviously that's a lot different for a lot of different players, and if we see a game as loud as the last one, that can really get in players' mindsets. Like we joke about it, but like when players start like swearing and like getting in the players' heads and like trash talking, that could really break a player's mental, and on an environment like this, you don't want to lose your mental in the first game.
Oh yeah, but let's be real. We encourage all the energy. We encourage the trash talking, because it's kind of what brings the point of LAN alive. Yeah. And to be fair, you do make a fair point. It is how they perform well under pressure. But I want to ask you guys, what do you think? Because obviously we've seen countless amounts of games. What do you think has been the reason the teams who've won have won? Like, is there anything in specific, or is it just skills?
I mean, I'll say in the last one, like Mistaken, winning Search and Destroy has been their keys to victory because Hardpoint has been. I'll say it, they've been trash on Hardpoint in this tournament so far. They've not been very good. They bring it back on Search and Destroy in some close games and then dominate Control. If you can get a good Search and Destroy in a best-of-3 environment, you're a good chance to win the series.
Yeah, well, they say S&D wins championships, don't they? And obviously that's for best of 5s, and it's slightly different in best of 3s. But with the S&D being in that map number 2, either you're 1-0 up, you take the S&D, you win the series, or, as we saw in that last game, you take the S&D, you might lose that first map, but if you take the S&D, you've got the momentum going into that final map to win the series as well.
I think the main thing seen as well is as soon as you heard Rico start shouting, the mental of X-Force just went down completely. And they just stopped being able to play the game properly. I think it plays a big part in it.
So what I'm hearing is we need as much shouting as possible to whittle the mental down and get people performing differently.
Well, yeah, if you've got someone telling you that you're playing awfully and they're on the other team, it's it's going to affect you.
I made the joke in the prod room, Rico was doing our job for us with minute-to-minute analysis of the game as he was getting 25 plus frags. Yeah. In order to do that, that's impressive. It's a skill I've not seen in I think any event I've worked to do minute-to-minute analysis as playing. That's really impressive. I think if any of those players can match that energy and maybe match that star potential, the star frag and that mentality, one of these two teams could go really far.
And it's not like he was doing it and he wasn't playing well. He was playing amazing. It's probably the best individual performance we have seen on the main stage all weekend. And if you can talk like that and play like that at the same time, he's going to be quite hard to stop throughout the rest of the weekend.
Oh, 100%. But obviously, we're on the side of Project Rose. We haven't really spoken much about them. Do you reckon they're going to be able to fare up with a name like Amrox Esports?
It's going to be a tough game for them. I think they're coming into this understanding that they aren't going to be favourites. They're probably not going to advance, but they're here for a good time. They're here to try their best and make a name for themselves.
To be fair, we were saying this about Avenge earlier, weren't we? We were like, oh, they're not going to perform well. And then they absolutely dominated the first game. Obviously, they didn't win their series, but they still put up a really good fight. And I was like, okay, maybe some more of these livelier attitudes and personalities can actually perform brilliantly.
Yeah, I think it's a case of you wanted the project lineup, so you want to develop as a squad. Obviously, Vapor's going to be one of the 3 project teams to really dominate. If you can show you can compete with some of the bigger names of the tournament, then it's good signs for future tournaments, good signs for future development of the entire team, and potentially you can make your way up, you can beat Vapor in the future. But for now, I think it's just going to be a case of to get a good showing online, get maybe a map on the board, maybe even a series, and just generally just show us some good encouraging signs for development.
Oh yeah, that's what we're here for. We're here for good gameplay. So obviously, I'll ask you, Joe. What are you wanting to see in this matchup?
I don't know, God. There's nothing I want to see. It's just if it happens, and it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Last game, I didn't want to see it. It happened. That's just how it works. We got to witness a kill with a stun grenade.
Oh my God!
I didn't want it to happen.
Hacienda?
It happened. Yeah.
Do you want to witness more Hacienda?
You know what? Yeah. Yeah. I need a Haas day, and then tomorrow it just gets banned every time. That would be beautiful.
But yeah, I feel like we've waffled enough, and I feel like we need to get into the game itself, because we've ranted and raved about the teams enough, but we need to actually see how well they perform on this stage. So we're going to go to our casters, and they're going to take you through this game.
Here we are again, Joel, back again, and another great fixture ahead of us, moving into Group C. Amrox Esports up against Project Rose. Thoughts on this one, Joel?
Short word, interesting, I think, really. I think it's a case, me and you don't know a vast amount about the Amrox roster. It could be these are one of the teams to watch out for. We don't know. Naturally, people would probably lean towards those guys to be probably the favourites for the series, but that's by no stretch counting out the members of Project Rose. They're not here just to turn up for nothing. They've paid their money. They're here to try and take maps and ultimately win series. They're not coming just to be rolled over. So I think we're potentially in for an interesting watch. How it's going to go. Obviously, we're not going to make any assumptions or any thoughts sort of straight away, but I would potentially lean more Amrock's side if they are more of like a well-gelled roster. They're playing, like they mentioned on the desk, they're playing in all the leagues and stuff together. Project Rose, I don't know how much experience they've got playing as a team collectively, but it could be anything. What about you? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head. Amrock's higher seed, higher division, I guess, in the online leagues. But it's LAN, isn't it? It's LAN. And we've seen, they mentioned on the desk about AVNG. I was one of the people who said that this should be a routine 2-0 for mistaken.
Yeah.
They come out and take the first map.
Yeah.
You don't know. Complacency could come into things. Anything can happen. It's LAN. People might get nervous. You don't know. Because they play a lot online, but how many LANs have they showed up at?
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, Project Rose. Got Gabby, who's got some LAN experience. She came and played at the Katana LAN in London earlier this year, so got some experience there. And yeah, they do play in the online leagues together as well. I think most of these guys, and they've been scrimming and whatnot. So
yeah,
I'm hoping for a good series. I'm hoping for it to be competitive, and I do know that the first map we are going to load into a skyline, so it's going to be fast-paced to get started as well.
Yeah, obviously one of your more favourite ones, isn't it? Very sort of SMG heavy. The sort of lower, obviously up above, ARs will normally take over. Obviously, again, it's one that probably you don't think's overly fundamental, but it normally comes down to that P3, P4 rotation. So it's whoever's going to be blocking towards the sort of like back table area, who is going to sort of try and keep them in with the shout. But Skyline, I think, is probably the one that everyone wants to see. Well, I think everyone's bored of Hacienda because obviously it's just so fast-paced, isn't it?
Well, it's what we saw earlier in that mistaken AVNG series. Like the team that was the lower seed, the team that was more of the underdog, were the ones that came out on top. And it wasn't because they got more kills. It wasn't because they out-fragged them or anything like that. They just, the other team kind of got in their groove. It's a fun map if you're getting loads of kills.
Yeah.
AVNG played the fundamentals. They got over the line first, with a lot less kills on the map. So, I know that might be a similar bit of logic, bit of thinking when it comes to the map picks, but it's going to be fast-paced. It's going to be enjoyable. Here you go. Just to confirm, Skyline map 1. Rewind once again over for map 2. Then, should we need it, we're going to go over to protocol control. I think that might be the first time we've seen that up here today. It's a favourite one of mine. It's an interesting pick. Doesn't get picked too often, I don't think.
No.
These days, but yeah, should we need that map? That's going to be an interesting one. Similarly to what we saw in the last series with the spawn traps on Vault and getting them in that blender, we kept saying. That's a map where that is likely to happen. But as I'm saying, we might not need it, we might not go that far. But if we do, that's going to be a good one to look out for, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of rewind today. I think it was only the first series that was on stream today was Hacienda. I think everything since then has been sort of rewind focus. I don't remember another map being sort of involved in it, so people are leaning more towards that than the alternatives. But like you say, all the way down to a protocol, first time that me and you could potentially at least see it. I'm not too sure if any of the other games upstairs have potentially been on protocol, but again, it's one of those maps that can sort of get people's voices raised, etc. But seemingly by the looks of your screens, we are not going to be a million miles away from getting up and running with this first group game, and it is going to be Amrock's Esports taking on a Project Rose on a Skyline hardpoint. Yeah,
it's going to be fast-paced. We are going to struggle with the kill feed without knowing who's who, but we're going to try our best, as we've done for the whole day. But yeah, keep an eye on the overlays at the top, which will confirm. I thought we were going to... Connor Abuse just walked past the camera again, and I thought we were about to cut back to it, but we didn't. He's got away with it. But right, yeah, the countdown is about to begin, and we are about to see the first game in this Group C, Amrock's Esports up against Project Rose. Here we go.
All right, Fabrizio. Was it a sign-in or something?
Yeah, we land.
So, obviously, you'll initially see you've got the Katana names that will be up straight away. I know the production guys that are working just to make sure that we can get a bit of a clearer view into who's where and where is everyone going. But big kills coming in through mid, early doors, and it will be a couple of members of Amrock's all finding one each. And it looks like one of the members, I think, potentially, it was Courtney as the first, started 3-0, actually.
Gabby.
She and Gabby coming through as well, potentially. I'm not too sure which one it is, but I tell you what, good start for them, Spud.
Gabby, 4 off the rip to get us going. Yeah, I think Gabby is your Katana Land 7. So yeah, 4-1 for her to get started. Do have a little early lead, but as we keep saying, P1, it's going to be mixy. It's going to be playing for the control. Does get taken off time. Amrock's going to jump onto that hill, but as we start to see these kills in the back, trying to play towards P2, it is Project Rose at the moment. But look at the split spawns. Both of them spawning up together. So who's going to get this early control? It's going to be an early slight lead. Well, maybe not. Might go back to Project Rose. But yeah, pretty neck and neck as we finish the first hill.
Yeah, predominantly Amrock's going to be making their way over towards P2, going to allow Project Rose to take the last couple of seconds, only 3 seconds in it so far. That is going to be pretty much a slow 4 in favour of Amrock's here. Going to have to try and get themselves set up quite nicely. Seemingly Project Rose going to opt to try and play through Kitch. Nobody's going to be coming through the P1 way. They are literally all in the line, going to bang them out, and that'll be the first one that's going to come through. Trade kills coming in for both teams. Pistol out, not going to manage to do so. Project Rose have got the answer, so it seems. Amrock's are going to still be the one that are in time. Keep your eyes round the back, because here comes Gabby, AR in hand. Gabby will take out one, making her way off to, by the looks of into P2. One of the members going to be close. Stop shooting, but doesn't manage to find it. It's going to be Mixie, Spud.
It is Mixie, but even though the kill feed is that way, Amrock's have been the ones who have clocked up the vast majority of this P2. They are going to have a nice lead heading over towards the third hill. But yeah, we're trying our best to keep you up to date with who is who. We've got a player on the side of Amrock's who we're looking at now, who's on getting our scrap time 7 and 3. Good start. But yeah, I think Gabby is your Katana Land 7. I think that's Corny who we're looking at now at the moment. There we go, we've got the overlays, we know who's who.
Yeah,
go for it, Joe.
So it's going to be Project Rose that will kick us off in towards this P3. It's going to be Det, and it is going to be, I think it was Courtney who was in time, but she's going to fall. They're going to have to try and deal with this first wave. It was all going to be on Gabby to try and deal with. A couple of members are going to be making their way back. OTRM on a 5 streak now, 8 and 3. Good start from him, and seemingly a pretty routine break from Amrock's there. But as soon as I say that, an opportunity for Project Rose to get themselves in, but off towards P4 side of things, thinking we are going to see Courtney try and break away through. She will fall, and that will be 4 dead in favour of Amrock's and the team kill at the same time.
Yeah, Project Rose did find a good wave of kills in the middle of that, but unfortunately that kill in the back, I think, was on to Gabby just to kind of take those spawns back ready for this all-important P4. So Amrock's in a good position at the moment. A 50-point lead, heading over towards P4, finding a couple of kills over towards the transition as well. Can these Project Rose players find anything? Does go in, but the teammates take them down, and it's just going to be difficult to break. You do have one trying to break around the back, does take them off. Back, Patio, good shots, looking for the 2-piece, but just, I think, stops shooting. Does get traded out by the teammate though, and here comes the push from the front, from the back, and they're going to need to get in here and get in here fast. They do manage to do so, take them off the time. If they can find number 3 as well, they are going to leave the rest of these spawning out.
I will say I'm not a big fan of the Amrock's names from a caster perspective. I think we're going to have to try and break down and simplify things a little bit as well. So if you're not 100% sure, we'll try and do our best. But Project Rose have managed to break their way in. Amrock's have gone past that 100-point mark, but by no stretch of the imagination are Project Rose out of this. Trade kills coming in. The pistol is going to be in favour of OTRM there on a 3 streak, 15 and 5 start from him so far. On board with, by the looks, I think it's Det at the minute. SMG in hand will find one, going to get chowed. Fast played. That is going to be 3 that will fall though for Amrock's, and no time remaining. Upstairs we have got XQ is all I'm going to go for, and it's going to be early time in favour of Project Rose. They're going to really need to have to try deal with that first wave, try get some time on the board, not just let it become too mixy, because the more and more you sort of feeding into Amrock's favour there, because they're not the one who needs the time, is going to be Project Rose. But seemingly they've managed to at least deal with the first wave.
Yeah, and we said before the map, you know, keeping it competitive and whatnot, and they're definitely doing so. There's less than a hill in it, and they're getting a lot of this P1. Just to say that, they do get taken off. Laura and Det both falling, so back on the hill for Amrock's, but heading towards his P2 once again. Do try and get them off that old time. Maybe going to try and play for that scrap, not going to do so, but like I say, there's only about a hill in it, and we are going to about to see some gunfights over towards the back for these P2 spawns. Big one coming up here, but it is Amrock's who come out on top. They are going to keep those spawns for new, and maybe this is where they start to kick on and really extend that lead, Joel.
Yeah, quite possibly. Obviously, keep your eyes on that kitchen putch. You've got a couple of members of Project Rose going to try and find the way through. It's going to be a 2 for 2, quick spin and up the zip. Do they go? And they've got an opportunity, not going to have to chal out straight away. Tried to find the kill, not going to manage to do so, and it has allowed Amrock's to pretty much be straight back in, spawning in, and it will spawn the members of Project Rose on the opposite side of the map. So a bit of a trickier one here. Obviously, naturally P2 is probably the sort of money hill that people try and play for. They have to try and find a kill, either coming from piano side or coming through kitchen, actually trying to headbutt through time, not going to manage to do so. But as you mentioned, Amrock's up by well over a hill now, sort of doubling the score of Project Rose. But Courtney is having an absolute map. She is trying to do everything that she can to keep Project Rose involved. Pistol in hand, it is going to be Mowat and EDS Edski. Yeah, Edski. We'll go with that.
Oh, big
but
two.
A quick two-piece from Det there that will keep them at bay. Last sort of 10 seconds or so, opportunity for Project Rose to nearly get in and around that 100-point mark and try and break it with an opportunity. Find the kills transitioning from P2 to P3, and then this could be blown wide open.
They can. They bit of damage control there, didn't they? There was a chance where Amrox did get the majority of that time. But, I mean, there's 4 dead, just as we say it. Project Rose trying their best to keep it competitive. You look at OTRM, he's 24-8 on a 6 streak. Not going to be far off getting those streaks in his hand. He is soaking some time as well. Getting the control in this P1 does get taken down. Big 2-piece, I think, from Det. And here we go, flooding towards the time now. Getting some control, big kill. And your kill feed is looking rose-coloured for the time being. Get themselves above 100 points. Trying to take this time, but in the meantime, the rest of the teammates are going to try and push up towards the spawns as well. But as they do that, Amrox managed to get back on that hill, find some kills and take themselves above 200 seconds.
They are, like you say, it's starting to sort of get away once again from Project Rose. You've got a couple of members trying to fly through sort of bottom bed, try pick a couple of members out the back to at least give them an opportunity, but not going to manage to do so. Sort of potentially going to be on Courtney here to try and find a way through bed, see if she can pick anybody off through wardrobe. You can have XQ out the back, will find one, does then get traded, but then traded back out once again. And seemingly it's still sort of routine for Amrox here, but opportunity for Project Rose to try break through. Contest is going to come in, but just like that, 3 are going to fall. Courtney last member up. That will be a slow 4, and it is going to be on Det to have to try and break his way through into this one.
Yeah, panic stations now. Only less than 20 seconds needed for Amrox to take this map 1, and Project Rose just trying their best to just flood towards it, mounting a last chance push, but it's a great kill off the top. There's 3 down. Last up is going to be Gabby. Does find one, but instantly traded out. 13 seconds needed for Amrox. All the team of Project Rose coming off of spawn, and I'm not sure they're going to get their job, but this might be the end of this map. Oh, you say that though, but in comes one, but does get traded out. Can we get the trade back? Yes, we can. We're still alive. Det finds 2 on the hill. Scrap time going in their favour, but only 6 seconds needed for Amrox.
Yeah, just about managed to get reloaded there. It is still going to be Project Rose keeping the contest alive. Only 6 seconds required for Amrox at the minute. OTRM 32 and 10 on a 5 streak, over a minute in time, having probably one of the better maps that we've probably seen today. Really, if anything, they are going to allow the transition over towards P1. It is going to be all 4 members dead. A couple of love taps after. We'll see a yellow card referee, but that is going to be 1-0 to Amrox Esports.
1-0 to Amrox Esports. Yeah, exactly. And it was competitive for a while.
Yeah.
Project Rose were managing to stay in there and keep it, you know, close for a little bit. But as we mentioned, it was towards that second rotation at the start of it. We said this could be where Amrox started to push on. They managed to hold about 40-45 seconds on that P2, really extend the lead to about 100 points. And then from there, it was just difficult. We kept seeing 4 deads in the feed in favour of those guys. And yeah, it's a good start for them. They're looking good. OTRM in particular, 34 and 10, 32 non-traded kills. So that's
He's only
something.
been traded twice.
Yeah, he's been traded twice. That's something for Project Rose to have a look at as we head in towards the S&D. I mean, they've just got to be maybe playing with their teammates a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know, playing for those trades, because you can't allow someone to get 32 non-traded when they've only got 34 kills on the map.
No, absolutely not. You're not going to do yourself any sort of look at that point, are you? Like I say, if you're not finding the traded kills in and around the hill, you are going to see yourself struggle at that point. It's as simple as that. But we saw this story probably around 30-40 minutes ago, just prior to the break. We saw a team come out, pretty much slam a team on the very first map, and then look what we saw after that. Back-to-back winning rounds and maps, for Mistaken Black. Opportunity for Project Rose to do the same. Obviously, we're going to slow down a little bit, get into the search and destroy. Obviously, off to rewind again as well, like we've seen on countless occasions today, but maybe the search and destroy might be in their favour, the slower sort of gameplay. So I imagine Amrox are probably going to not have the egos involved too much, but they're not going to not be confident at the same time.
Pretty confident.
And there's a chance for Project Rose to try and nick something here.
Well, I know a lot of the members on this Project Rose team, they constantly play in a lot of different tournaments online, which are predominantly search and destroy, so they've definitely got experience. Rewind's a map where we've seen it can go the distance, it can be close, can be competitive. We'll just come around to those all-important trades, which could be a bit of a concern at the moment, but on rewind, you get someone holding that B Street. I reckon we might see Gabby back there with the AR in her hand, maybe.
Should imagine so.
Poised for the chow, and there's every opportunity they can take this map and force us to protocol for the control. It's search and destroy. Anything can happen, and I know a lot of these players, like I say, a lot of reps on search.
Yeah, obviously Courtney will be going into a lot of confidence as well. Held her own quite easily through that first map. Maybe it's like a case to try and play a little bit fundamental in terms of let the ARs hold like the stiff angles, try play a little bit further deeper, and let the SMGs sort of try get in and get a little bit mixy and sort of just bank on the trades and see if they can get the round from there. But big kills like you see on the screen, this is what we were alluding to. It was just consistently the odd 3 or 4 kills that were going in favour of Amrox here to try and just keep Project Rose away from time. And you can see, I think that's OTRM, isn't it, that was just flying through pretty much every member of Project Rose, and ultimately it was like 32 traded out of 34 kills. You're not doing something wrong there, are you? Everything you're doing is working out.
Yeah, definitely a hot start for him and the rest of the team, to be honest. Everyone had a pretty good map. You got people doing their job, soaking up time. I think one of them got close to 2 minutes. I think that was. I'm not actually 100% sure it was, but yeah, they're going to be feeling good. They're going to be feeling confident. They're going to want to get the job done and get this 2-0 and move on to the next game and start off their bracket, their group play in style. But like I say, you can't count anyone out. We're on LAN. Project Rose every opportunity to take this map, and I kind of hope they do. I want to see them get some maps on the board, and I want to see some map 3s today.
Yeah, no, of course, I think it would be good for us to extend ourselves out to a map 3. Looks like we are going to be loading into the rewind, like you say. I imagine a couple of the members of the Project Rose, especially the ARs, will try and stay a little bit deeper, try play for the info, and then they'll sort of go from that base. I feel like Amrox will probably the first round, if they're on offense, they'll try and bash through gens and try to get into Zig straight through into that A bomb and see if they can pick a couple of members off at that point. Just about not letting the last game affect you, like I mentioned not too long ago. Take learnings from that series prior to this one. See if you can take out a couple of the members early doors, sort of build the confidence in yourselves. Don't just sort of back down. But it looks like it is going to be Project Rose that are going to be on offense, and hopefully see an offense round sort of straight off the bat, not always defense.
Yeah, we spoke about these lower seeded teams excuse me, these lower seeded teams requiring to take these S&Ds to keep it competitive, but it's not the best of starts, as Laura does fall to that guy OTRM, who's started just as well as he did on the map 1 respawn. But it's a big pick from Courtney, making it a 3v3. Every opportunity for Project Rose to get towards all these bomb sites. Don't have the bomb in hand at the moment though, and I think, he's so weak. He's got a challenge. Does go down. Big kill in the end from Gabby, and it is advantage Project Rose on lives with 50 seconds left. Do manage to get that bomb in hand, and are we going to see it get planted?
Indeed we are, and it is going to have to be a 2v3 retake from Amrox here. Bomb is going to be down on A. They are going to be trying to sort of play a little bit of a pinch, try to get eyes on the bomb. Seemingly Project Rose are just trying to flutter in and around time, see if they can pick anybody off, and it is just about going to fall. It is going to be Gabby that was inside blue that falls, and it is still going to be 2. It's a 2. Nobody too close as it stands, both on the opposite side of the bomb. Trying to just play the time. Only 15 seconds remaining. Coming round on the pinch is going to be a big 2, and Project Rose are on the board.
Love it. Hey, the crowd like that one. I'm sure we heard that big 2-piece to close out the round. I think we've got a bit of an issue, but yeah, big 2-piece. Project Rose taking the lead. I think that was Det with 2 at the end of that.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah, to give Project Rose the lead. We've got a bit of a technical issue. But
yeah, it just seems to be that someone's just having a bit of a check on to Courtney's PC. Not too sure if we are going to be stopping here. Obviously, we'll say it as we see it. We are pretty much just glancing over. We've got one of the assistants just on the PC at the minute. We are pretty much currently playing a 3v4. Need to chalk this one. It is going to finish 1-0 to Project Rose, and we will come back.
Finish. We'll go to about 3, are we?
Yeah, well, I mean, why not?
Yeah.
It could be
why
anything.
Not? Why not?
Obviously, we don't know anything as it stands yet. As soon as we do, obviously, we'll keep you guys involved.
It's an audio issue.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think I heard something about not having any gameplay audio or something like that.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we've just been told it is an audio issue, so hopefully not too long. Should be something that, if it was right in the first game, I'm not a tech wizard, I'd like to think it's going to
it seems like a bit of a shame there, doesn't it? Because you take that first round, you get a little bit of momentum going, and then you've got a bit of a technical issue. You're going to have to spawn back in. and and go again and reset. But
Yeah.
at least they're going in with only needing to take 5 rounds rather than the full 6. But yeah, I think Courtney did manage to get a kill in that round as well, which was quite impressive considering she had no audio.
Well, yeah.
I think she got a pick towards
and obviously
Gens, didn't she?
good 2-piece from Det
Yeah,
at the end there. The crowd seemed to enjoy that one as well, which is always good to have those guys involved. Obviously, as I keep saying, as soon as we hear something, we will let you guys know. But good start, like you say, they managed to find the kills. They allowed the SMGs to get in and around mid, like we thought that they might do. AR's playing a little bit deeper, played it well on the offense, and ultimately they dealt with what was chucked in front of them. Amrock's trying to group up a little bit and challenge towards them. It didn't matter.
No, I think they did particularly well considering that the first blood, the first person who died for Project Rose was the bomb carrier as well.
Yeah.
So they did well to get that bomb back in their hands and manage to get it down on that A site, because your bomb carrier dying first, difficult on offense, especially on a map like Rewind. But yeah, so done really well to regain. Just trying to see if they can get some audio going on the computer. As it's a bit of an issue, especially in a search and destroy. You might need a little bit of sound going on, but
we'll just call Laura taking a selfie or something like that. I don't know if she
photo
knew
from
that
the couch
camera
up on
was
the big screen.
camera was on her, but I'm sure she'll appreciate that one when she jump back on. Gabby EU on the big screen. I'm sure she's got a big fan Heffy in the chat. I'm sure he'll be loitering around. He is here.
Grinning from ear to ear, bless him. Proud dad.
Oh gosh, it's all fun and games, isn't it? But yeah, no update from us at the minute. It seems to be that everyone's just sort of taking a couple of minutes to take a breather, chill out, work out what's going on. So we'll keep you guys updated when we hear something.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm open in the chat. Anyone got anything to say in the chat? Anything nice and kind?
I see Major chafing in the chat. Major, how are we? Hope we're well.
Major Mod.
Major Mod. That's got a ring to it, Major Mod.
Rebrand. Get the rebrand going.
Yeah.
It looks nice with that. It looks cute with that green sword next to him. Kind of hot.
Yeah, kind of hot, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we got some twerking going. Hi Jazz. Hi Cal. Nice guys. Yeah, all having fun.
Guys, how are we? Cal in chat. What? That's an interesting emote. Wonder where he's got that from.
No self promo. No self promo. Oh, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna have a little look at some replays from that map 1. I think again, whilst we wait for this reset over in the map 2, but. It's a good start. We said we wanted it to go to map 3, and it's a good start for Project Rose to head towards that. But let's have a little look at a reminder. Oh, we got some replays of that first round on Rewind. That was the pick for Courtney with no audio, which is quite impressive.
Yeah.
Big kill. I think that was Gabby.
That was Gabby with the pistol.
Unfortunate not to get that kill there. Did leave him down to 24 HP.
Oh,
that was the one. That was the 2-piece at the end.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. If confidence from their perspective, like you say, this will probably not chalk you as such. It will probably just try and. These things are here to test you. This is LAN. You will have these technical problems. It's how can you bounce back from this sort of adversity. Obviously, it will be only needing 5 rounds for Project Rose. So obviously, don't be thrown off by the scoreboards when we do potentially stop at 5 if Project Rose get that far. But other than that, there's not really too much to sort of break down. Obviously, it was a tough map 1 for them, but you'd have thought, like you say, given the confidence winning that first round, it could have gone any way.
I think looking at these two teams, this is quite a big game. Obviously, it's early on in the group stages, but this is the group where you've got Annex Black, which is that roster of Docs, Nathan Parker and co. They're going to come here, something to prove.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nathan's name always getting mentioned when we're on LAN, and both of these teams are going to have to play those guys today. And then another roster, the other Mistaken roster, with Wadey Beat, Tatesy and Callum Chaos, another team that's one to watch this weekend. And they're going to be tough to beat. So for either of these teams to get a bit of confidence under the belt before going into that game and maybe getting that win on the board when the other ones are going to be maybe a bit more difficult, it'd be a good start for them. But
I'm starting to see headsets go back onto heads. I'm hoping that's from a positive perspective that we're not going to be a million miles away. We should hopefully be able to get back into the search and destroy as quick as we can. Obviously 1-0 to Project Rose as it stands at the minute. Obviously an audio issue is what's paused us so far for, I believe it was Courtney. But other than that, it's a case of we will wait till it's back.
Yeah, not a lot more we can do. I'm just looking forward to it. I think Project Rose, we are going to see them back to back on the main stage as well. So going to get nice and comfortable, ready for the next series there as well. But yeah, it's been a good day so far. It's been a good day so far. We've seen a couple of the groups get finished off this morning. As expected, your Project Vapors and your Annex Whites have gone on and been pretty convincing with theirs. I think they've won 2-0 in all 3 of their games. Probably your
As
two
expected.
favourites. Yeah, your 2 favourites for the weekend. They've got themselves through. I think we've seen some interesting series with Mistaken Black. Maybe not the best on hard point today. I think that's pretty safe to say, but
Got the job done.
yeah, definitely got the job done. That vault control was absolutely like bizarre the way that got played with a swift 3-0. So good to see those guys get through. Obviously as well, I think maybe upstairs in Group D, the likes of Drenga will have been getting started this afternoon as well.
Yes.
Someone else we're looking forward to see on the main stage later on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe they are on the main stage later on. I don't know if it's me and you that will be covering that one, but obviously those who have paid attention to the sort of EU scene. Right, okay, so we're probably not going to see this straight away, but we are going to be pretty much loading straight back in. We've just got to sort out the first round to give, I think it was maybe
a couple of kills
or something in favour of Project Rose, but we've been given the word that we are going to be going back in, which is obviously positive. The audio issue has been sorted, so we're not going to be a million miles away from getting back up and running.
You know, a team I'm looking forward to seeing, a team, obviously we've spoken about Drenga a fair bit. I'm looking forward to seeing the Pink Panthers, you know. Couple of players on that team, and one in particular, I'm a big fan of Kinney.
I knew you were going to say
guy.
Kinney.
I love
He is a
Kinney,
good
mate,
guy.
but didn't have his best performance in London.
No,
got
he said that
in a
himself,
blender.
didn't he?
Yeah, he did not perform as well as he would have liked to. So he's here with something to prove. Different team around him, different players. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him and hoping he puts on a good show. And again, it's a tough group, but every group's tough this weekend. We are on LAN. That Vortex 404 is a bit like a Annex Legends roster as well. Looking forward to seeing those guys in action with the likes of Legacy, Smithstar, Genesis. It's going to be
there'll be some names I'm sure plenty of people in the chat will have heard through the years. There'll have been Cold War Charles, Vanguard Charles, and everything that those guys I'm sure would have been involved in. But that's I think that's enough of watching me and you. How about we go watch some Rewind Search and Destroy, eh?
Yeah, sounds good to me, mate. Are we coming back, are we? Come on, get it on, let's go. Oh, Project Rose, there you go, 1-0.
There we go, 1-0 on the board.
Right, so as we were, kills are all done. Yeah, Deck's got his 2 kills in his plant, and it's going to be Amrox on the offence, getting us restarted. So 1-0 Project Rose.
Yes, let's see how we're going to go. A bit of a sort of 3-1 split. There's going to be Edsky that's going to try and look out towards sort of Berger side. Seemingly Project Rose are going to sort of loiter themselves in and around the A point. It is going to be Gabby, as you mentioned earlier, Spud, that holding that sort of deep B lane. But oh my gosh, look how close this is. We've got Edsky. I don't know which member it is going to be of Project Rose. Going to fly towards. It was actually to Courtney, and Edsky's going to be the one that will find her 4 versus 3 in favour of Amrox here. And we saw this the round before, though. They did get the first kill, but didn't manage to come out on top. Let's see if we can sort of run the same tune back.
Yeah, it is looking like they're going to try and hover towards this A site, see if they can find anything on their way over. They are going to maybe get another pick. Yeah, just gets caught, does that in the middle of B Street. Bit of a easy kind of kill for Amrox. Find themselves in a 4v2 position, but they are going to have to start going towards this bomb. It's a big pick from Laura, taking down MX. Can she get the second? Oh, big 2 from Laura. But now Gabby left all alone, 1v1. Here we go. Gabby up against OTRM. 20 seconds left on the clock. Does have the bomb in hand, does OTRM, but Gabby's just trying to work out which side he's going to go towards, or just maybe gives it up and goes towards the wrong one. He's going to maybe get this bomb down on B. And here comes the 1v1.
Yeah, obviously Gabby's going to have to try to play this quite smart. She has just seen OTRM. He's obviously got the SMG, so Gabby's going to have to try and play at length. Not going to manage to see him. Gabby's not going to manage to find it, and it will be a round back on the board for Amrox, and we will be levelled up here 1 apiece. So actually 2-1, I think. Oh no,
1-1.
It is 1-1. We're not giving back the first round. So much to take from that one.
Yeah, big 2 kills from Laura in the middle of that round. Big 2-piece, got them in a decent position after being kind of 4 and 2 down. But I think a couple of the lives, like Courtney got unfortunate, obviously hit a good spot behind that door, but maybe challing out, not managing to find that kill, and then Det maybe gave his life away a little bit too cheaply in the middle of B Street, just a bit too exposed. But nearly got the job done. Gabby did find one, made it a 1v1, but unfortunately picked the kind of the wrong site and the wrong spot to hover on. But it's that was unlucky. It was unlucky.
Yeah, obviously in and around the lorry, the SMG is going to be the more favourable one there, unless you're sort of caught off guard a little bit. So we are going to be having, I think it was Courtney and Det, we were just on board with there. We will just wait till we get the names back on the screen, but it will be a member for both teams that are going to fall. Bomb still in hand of Project Rose here. And once again, heading off towards that A side, and it will be another member of Amrox that's going to fall here. 3 versus 2 in favour of Project Rose. Bomb is going to be working its way over towards this A point. Amrox isn't going to manage to find another kill. There's only going to be 1 member of them remaining against 2 members of Project Rose. Bomb hasn't still yet gone down. The last remaining member of Amrox is going to be checking through blue, possibly going to see if he can pick somebody off. There's going to be somebody close through P1, but it's going to be a tough ask really here. 30 seconds on the clock, but who's to say it can't happen?
I think this is TRM as well, potentially. I might be wrong, but it may not be. I was going to say if anyone can do it, he can. But yeah, not 100% who we're on board with here. But 1v2, time's ticking down. Info exactly where he is now. So should be, as long as they don't overchow. The nade does land, but time's flying. He's got to just hop towards it. May just go for the defuse. So surely they're going to check.
Yeah, he's hopped off. That'll be the round.
Yeah, last round.
There we go. Round back on the board for Project Rose, taking 2-1 up. Played that quite well in the end, obviously. Yeah. Managed to get the bomb down, get out, separate themselves across through mid, really. Either end, one was by book and one was in zig. So you'd imagine that if one falls, the trade would have been pretty instantaneous there. Set up really well, obviously. That's what we expect. Like you say, the S&D sort of potentially the slower gameplay is going to work in their favour, but this is by no means going to stretch to call out to stop Amrox from picking this round back. Obviously, a couple of offences we've actually seen there that have won, which is good to see. It's not always just defence heavy on this one. Let's see how this one plays out. Big first nade in favour of Project Rose. I tell you what, it's looking good for them already.
It is indeed. I don't know. All 3 of them that could have easily got, because they all ran towards that car. If that car would have blown up, and they could have had a little popcorn moment with that nade. But yeah, there's level it back up, straight shooting, and we are in a 3v3. Bomb hovering around this A site. And all these players of Project Rose just shouldering, maybe just over peaking ever so slightly, making it a bit of a free pick and a 1 life advantage towards Amrox as they work towards this B site. Here we go then. Big gunfight's coming through. Does find one. Doesn't manage to get out, but does find a pick in the process. And I think this is, I believe, Gabby, that this is all down to now in the 1v2. In a decent spot though. Just trying to pinch around the back. He's going to get maybe a freebie, just gets some shots into them and gets out of there. Bomb does go down, so they do have the information on her at the moment, but just got to try and work towards it. 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, just going to take a bit of a breather there for a second. Obviously, would have wanted to find that kill on top of the lorry. Not going to manage to do so. A couple of more taps in towards the orange crates. Going to have to try work our way through garden, trying to pinch round the sort of P4 area. Let's see if any of the members of Amrox are going to read. She's going to have a fantastic read. It stopped shooting. Gabby's got an opportunity, pistol in hand, and eventually the round is going to go in favour of Amrox. It seems like both teams fell short of trying to find a kill there. Stopped shooting both times.
Nerves, maybe, do you think? It's S&D, it's tense. We're at LAN, we're on the main stage. The crowd are involved. It was tense. I thought she was going to take him down there, but
it was the right play, wasn't it? Coming around the back. Obviously, I don't know if it was sort of timing just to sort of check the pinch. Obviously, worked out in Amrox's favour, but we shall see how we're going to play out. Nothing's in between these two at the minute. It's going to be sort of back and forward, seemingly so, as this map. We could go all the way once again. We've seen it once today. Who's to say that we can't again? Let's see how Project Rose are going to start off early doors, heading off sort of in a force though, really. Nades aren't, from what we know, going to be coming in from Amrox straight away. No member has fallen. It is going to be Mauer that is holding the sort of back, sort of B area. Not going to manage to do so. Project Rose going to try and group up through in towards P1, maybe try and re-wrap it round. But good sort of position here from Amrox. They can pretty much see every angle of the map, can't they?
Yeah, difficult to try and mount a push onto an actual bomb site. I mean, they just kind of set up patiently waiting for the chow. No first blood in as of yet, and only 50 seconds left in the round. I think we are about to see push towards mid. They are all so grouped up. Someone spotted B Street, can't quite get out of the way. It was Gabby who does get picked off by XQ. And who's this trying to get away? Oh, she'll find one. We'll manage to get out of there for now as well. Making it 3v3. 35 seconds left in the round. Bomb is going to get planted. If they manage to get this off, they're going to need to be a 3v3 retake in the middle of the map, and this could get explosive now.
Yeah, it was a good reply from Det. Obviously, they didn't want to be able to allow Amrox to sort of drag themselves clear through this round. Bomb is going to be down over towards A at the minute. Members of Amrox are going to actually be on either side of the map, and that will be Det that is going to be the one that falls. And XQ on a 4 streak now has found 7 in total. Trades coming through. Courtney did find 1, then was traded out. So it is going to be on Laura. 2 versus 1. Will find 1. Bomb is still down. Laura's going to have 1 challenge towards her. Not going to manage to find it. 13 seconds will get the defuse in. Unfortunate from Laura there, but an opportunity for them once again to nick around and extend themselves out.
Yeah, it was close, that was. I mean, it was probably the right play, maybe after getting that pick, trying to get away, but when you know they're both so close on you, it's difficult to make that decision in that moment. And if he goes to run off, maybe gets shot in the back anyway. So took the chow, did land a few shots as well, but enough time to find a kill, get the bomb defused for OTRM, and take a 1-round advantage now.
Yeah, obviously with sort of 15 seconds on the clock, you know that everyone's going to sort of be loitering in and around time, aren't they? They're not going to be sort of opposite ends of the map. So Det 6-3 start from them. XQ 7-4. Good starts for both of them so far, and it is seemingly going to be the same sort of play from Amrox here. They're all sort of going to head off up B Street, get in and around the sort of Gens area, and maybe try and invite Project Rose in for a bit of a trade-off through Gens. But I don't think they're going to fall into that trap. Seemingly Laura's just going to try and play smart here, see if anyone's going to bang through. Just consistently checking corners. Laura did get a couple of shots in, not going to manage to do so. Big trade kills, but another one coming in favour of Amrox. 3 versus 2, minute on the clock. Bomb is looking like it's what I thought it was going to go to be, and seemingly there it goes off towards, and it's going to be an opportunity for Amrox here to maybe extend themselves out. Let's see what Project Rose can do.
Yeah, it does get spotted on the plant, so the info is good. Only 2 lives left for Project Rose. It's Gabby and Courtney. They've got the information, but they've got 3 players on this Amrox roster to try and take down. Does land shots into 2 of them. Does Courtney. Gets away from there for now, but still 3 to find. Difficult chance. Courtney just trying to work something. See if you can find this one in the close corner. Just goes for the chow. Does find 1. Manages to get out of there. 25 seconds left in the round. Gabby grouping up with her as well. They're going to have to go, and they're going to have to go shortly. Maybe she's... thought she was going to maybe hop towards the bomb. There's 2. Both fall down. And Amrox with another round on the board. I think, once again, like, just a couple of lives, she's given a little bit cheeky. Yeah. Like, down that street. That's a crazy chow to take with an SMG in hand. Does fall and just puts the team in a little bit of a difficult spot. And yeah, 9-4 now. Who are we watching who's 9-4? Because having one hell of a map.
I think it's XQ, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Of Amrox. I know they were 7-4, I think it was to start off with. Indeed it is. 9-4 from them so far. I don't know if they've got the car in the back pocket, quite possibly. They actually don't, surprisingly. So it must be a couple of kills die sort of situation. But Project Rose going to opt to like a bit of a 3v1. Going to let Gabby, I was going to say, have a look down through mid. She's been taken out sort of instantaneously. And it is going to be a sort of 4v3. Going to try and play in towards mid. OTRN did see one of the members of Project Rose in towards time. Bomb is going to be down, so they're going to invite the sort of 4v3 retake. Going to chal out.
Laura.
Big kill from Laura. Probably not one that we expected straight away, and Det will come through and find one as well. They've managed to flip the script into what was going to be a 3v2, now down to 2 versus 2, and time's ticking down, 25 seconds. Amrox have really got to try and push the button here. Hopefully, Project Rose are going to try and hold on. A couple of members are going to fall for each team. 15 seconds, and Det is just going to try and drop the shoulder. Nearly is going to get taken out, but I don't know. Got to play the time correctly. Indeed, they have done, and Det just about with the time will keep Project Rose. OTRM with a couple of shots into nothing, I think. But other than that, a good round back on the board for Project Rose, not allowing the members of Amrox to go to that series point, and it's keeping them alive.
That got a bit tense. I mentioned in the previous round about maybe getting away rather than hovering around too close to the bomb, and Det did do that, but just completely turned his back. Got spotted, nearly got taken down, but got away, did enough, played the clock, did fall in the end, and gave OT another kill for that 3 streak, but that was a vital round for Project Rose to get on the board. I'll tell you what, Laura's shooting straight.
Yeah, obviously, there's that nade again. It's going to be Det with the nade that will launch it over and take out OTRM, so putting one of the stronger members of Amrox in a bit of a sticky situation here. Edsky hasn't had the greatest of starts. Gabby will come through and find one with the help of Courtney. All 4 members of Project Rose are still alive here, all going to be on the best player in the search and destroy for Amrox on XQ, and he's just going to have to try back up, play for picks. Has 1 member going towards, and that is Gabby. She has chowed out and unfortunately paid the price. So let's see if XQ is just going to continuously try and invite people in for that chow. You'd like to think they're going to be smarter to not do so.
Left, but
40 seconds, but it's still a tough ask, isn't it?
it's a huge ask. They've got info on the bomb, 35 seconds, 3 players left up. They are just going to group up, play for the trade.
Eyes on the bomb.
Yeah. Oh my God, what a pick that was. Tell you what, 1v4 just became a 1v2. And I don't think anyone's going to go for the chow. He has still got to go towards where that bomb is, but they are set up to play for this trade. But he might get it and get out of there.
He's just going to have a bit of a check around. He's somehow managed to pick up the bomb. Coming round the corner, maybe was going to be Laura. Bomb has been managed to go down, and here comes the timing, and Laura's going to find the kill. Gosh, that was, speaking about being intense, I think they're putting us through the ring. I don't know how they're feeling, God. But we are going to be tied back up at 4 apiece. And I tell you what, we're in for an S&D. I don't quite know what really happened that match.
I'm a bit baffled. Surely they had the info on that bomb, because they're both sat
so
towards the
close to it,
spawn.
weren't
They were
they?
so close to it, and they just allowed XQ to just go collect it and get the plant off. But doesn't matter, job got done. Level game, 4-4, and this is one hell of a map so far.
Yeah, obviously it was an opportunity 2 rounds ago for Amrox to put themselves on series point, and they've had 2 rounds thrown back at them. Both, I think, came with nade starts as well from the Project Rose, and no nade has been done so far on this one from either team. Courtney is going to fall to XQ, and they're just going to try and put the pressure on. I thought they were going to try and get this bomb down. Indeed, they do. It is going to be Det that does indeed get the bomb down, and we're in that situation once again where it's the 4v3 retake, and I don't know which way this is going to go.
I do like the play. Does get traded straight back out. Was Det, I think it was, who found one and got traded. Oh my God, it's a big one. Laura comes out on top once again, but again is traded. All down to Gabby, 1v2. I do like the way that they do get blooded, but they still were aggressive with that plant and just put themselves in this position.
Tell you what, Gabby has made quite a smart play here. She's got to check that bomb quite quickly. She's got 2 members challenging towards it. Someone's going to be on the bomb. Not going to matter. It's going to be around. I thought it'd pause then. I thought they were going to carry. I thought he'd hopped off the bomb. Not going to manage to do so. It is going to be 5-4 in favour of Amrox, and it is going to be series point to them. But we can't count out this Project Rose team. They've just won back-to-back rounds, and an opportunity for them to send us to around 11.
It stinks of one, doesn't it? Absolutely stinks of around 11.
Absolutely. But we shall see in
14 kills, by the way.
It's not bad going, is it?
But I say that I don't like to kind of highlight too many times when people aren't doing too great. But Edsky 1-8 at the moment, not doing the best. So if they do come out with this map win, he's got to thank his teammates for that.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I think I imagine probably did relatively all right through the first map. I don't remember off the top of my head, but 1-8 in an S&D. Courtney was going to nearly find 2, trying to go with a pistol, not going to manage to do so. Trade kills, and it is actually Edsky. You were just speaking it into existence.
My bad. Sorry, mate.
You got him killed. He's 1-9. So it is going to be 3 versus 3. Everything's just quieting down a little bit. Amrox potentially just going to try and wait for a couple of members of Project Rose to overextend. But looks like Bomb is going to be coming B-side, and Gabby says, not today, you're not coming this way, and she's going to try and get herself in and around this sort of B point. OTRM's going to fly on top, does manage to take her out. 2 versus 2, Spud.
2 versus 2 to either secure the series for Amrox or force us in to around 11, and they are kind of all grouped up towards this B site. Oh, there's the information. Facing one, does find the kill. 2v1, can get the 2-piece. No, 1v1 then. OTRM up against Det. The information's there. 25 seconds and counting. Doors getting pushed open, and we're going all the way, Joel. We're going all the way.
We are indeed. The crowd enjoyed that one. Off to around 11. We said before we got back onto the cast. And you said it a minute ago, it absolutely stinks of around 11.
Stinks of it. I've got good nose, mate. Good nose.
Do you?
Fantastic.
All right, okay, that's good to know. If anyone's interested, I'll let you take that over, Spud, if he can smell anything in the room. I'm sure there'll be questions about how that's going today. So, round 11, it is going to be sort of XQ 14-7. We've got OTRM 10-7, and we've got Det also on 10 as well. And it will be Project Rose that are going to be on the offense. I don't know which way this is going to go.
No, it's Edsky's time to shine. Edsky's time to try and find something for the team and get them over the line, or Project Rose is going to force us to protocol for map 3. Doors getting bust open all over the place. Both teams a little bit tentative, a little bit nervous. They're grouped up kind of 2-2.
Yeah.
Actually, first blood does go in favour of XQ, and there's another 2, 16-7 for him on this map. Absolutely frying on this map too, and it's a huge advantage to get the information onto, I think, Det as well. Laura sees one, maybe be able to get behind them. But he's just running for his life now, is Det. Tough ass. They know exactly where he is. He's weak.
Everyone's running for their life.
Now it's all down to Laura. 1v4. This would be pretty special, wouldn't it?
This would get some roars, I'm sure, from everybody in the room. She's bobbing and weaving. Everyone's challing towards her, wanting the kill, and that is going to just about see Amrox through. It is going to be a 2-0. They do take the round 11. Obviously, a lot of support from the guys in the room as well for the Project Rose roster and for the Amrox Esports as well. I tell you what, good search and destroy, that wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was a good. I know it's a 2-0, but that was a good series. Amrox had some moments. And OTRM, I say on that map, more unbelievable, but 16-7 from XQ on the S&D as well. Yeah, 13 untraded kills. We spoke about that at the end of the first map. Allowing someone to get 13 non-traded on a search and destroy is going to be tough to go and win it. Yeah. But saying that, Project Rose, they forced the round 11. Fantastic performance, really. They'll be gutted that they didn't manage to get that map win and force the protocol, but some really good things on display. Laura finding some fantastic moments as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Det with the 2 pieces. Yeah, really good series.
Yeah, obviously, let's don't go too far. Obviously, Project Rose are going to be your next team that is going to be up on the main stage. I'm not too sure who it is that they're taking off after this one, but it shan't be myself and Spud that will be on cast. It will be the chap that decided to show himself earlier walking across the camera. That was Mr. Connor Abuse. He will be on the next one.
Oh, that was a big 2.
It was a big 2. Obviously, that was
reset, wasn't
yeah.
it?
I was just about to say that was sort of sort of break really. Didn't seem to affect Project Rose, did it, in terms of the momentum or anything like that? They had 2 rounds sort of disadvantage, clawed themselves back into it, saw it through to the round 11, but they just gave up too much map space. They allowed the pinch far too quickly, and ultimately that's what's cost them in that search and destroy. But a lot of positives to take into this next series for them, isn't it?
Yeah, that was an unfortunate. I think it was Gabby out on the street just trying to get down and out of sight, but just ended up bumping into the wall. But yeah. See, there's some of these kills from Laura. I don't know what she's got on her gun, because she was killing fast.
She was checking her phone in between rounds. It was quite nonchalant. It was like, I'll just jump in, just chin 2 of you, and go back out and message someone back or something like that.
She's got 2 kills, LOL.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just like, I'll just go to a round 11. Just watch me a second. But no, ultimately, Amrox. Anything to take from them? What are you thinking about them so far?
Well, I think Amrox, clearly a good side.
Yeah.
Clearly got some really good players on there. I know, like I say, they play a lot online, and I mean, that S&D, having a player drop that many kills, I mean,
yeah.
Like I say, Edsky's going to have to thank his teammates after that one for getting carried over the line. But it doesn't matter, it's a 2-0 on the board to start off the weekend. Yeah, of course I am. I told Rico about, I took the mick out of his voice breaking.
Really you did, you did call it out. Would you say that 109 is potentially a little bit worse than 007?
Yeah, probably, to be fair. Yeah. With the context of everything, probably. But it's all good. They got the job done, 2-0. But that's enough yapping for us for now. We are going to be back on the main stage with Project Rose once again, I think up against Mistaken Esports, I believe. But we'll head to a quick break, and then we'll be back shortly.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada hunted, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up.
I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had turn tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me awake. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
We're doing alright. When we are apart, we always do the same dance. Always
always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be the one tonight. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. I'm doing alright. Since we are apart, you know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Hey, desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. 'Cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own.
Welcome back to the Esports Showdown. My name is Curtis. Just had a brilliant game with Project Rose. But you know, got Project Rose back and they are against mistake in esports. How are we feeling about that?
I think Project Rose, like they showed exactly what we kind of wanted them to see, that they can compete. Yeah, it was a 2-0 game, but they did show signs of life, especially near the end of S&D, dragging it to overtime. Good competitive game. This game, however, maybe not so much, because they're about to go up against one of the top seeded teams in the entire tournament in Mistaken Esports, the main squad of Mistaken, of course. Like we saw a lot of them earlier, and I guess you do it.
You know, we're just going to move over here because the thing's a bit broken.
Right.
But we'll just ignore that. I'm over here now, guys. So, how are you guys? Obviously, Joel.
Yes.
You haven't been on the desk yet. It's
I haven't.
You've been casting all day. How have the games been for you?
Yeah, obviously, I love casting. I think it's one of the most important parts of obviously bringing something like this together. But no, it's always good to be back in these environments, obviously giving players opportunities to get themselves on a stage. Obviously the facilities here that we've got are fantastic to be able to give people that sort of chance. So no, always sort of jump at them when there's an opportunity that arises. And like we've mentioned here, obviously alluded to quite quickly, one of the stronger teams of the weekend we're going to be seeing on stage. Obviously we've just seen Project Rose as well, so it should be a good game.
Oh yeah, and you were mentioning before actually that Mistaken had just beaten someone very competitive.
Yes.
Which team was that?
It was a team I believe that included Mr. Nathan Parker. I believe that was a 2-1. I think they Mistaken lost the hard point to start off, and I think they won the Search and Destroy and Control. So I know you like 3 maps, so and that did go to all 3.
I feel like you need it to go 3 maps when it's LAN because you just need that drama. So Ian, what do you think is like the win condition? Because obviously we saw how Project Rose plays last time. Do you reckon there's anything they need to just add on?
I think getting off to a good start is going to be important. I think this hard point especially, they got off to a good start, but they just got grinded out eventually. Search and Destroy, I've been harping on it all day. It's the most important factor in a best of 3 like this. So if they can scrape out a Search and Destroy against Mistaken, map 3 is all to play for because we don't know what they're like on Control just yet. Obviously, Mistaken, they won their Control game, but that was off stream. Their first game on stream is going to be an interesting one to see whether they can match their performances in January, but also match their performances upstairs in the studio.
It is a very different feeling when you're playing in the arena compared to the rubbish little room upstairs. Let's be real. So do you reckon Project Rose, they've just had the game in here, do you reckon they'll be able to keep a bit more momentum, whereas Mistaken, they haven't been in here yet? So it's like, are they going to struggle to adjust?
Well, who knows? It's when you're on the big stage, obviously bright lights and all that, and was it Even Bigger City, I think, to quote the song, it can throw up anything. We've just seen Project Rose go literally to the last round of a Search and Destroy, and like you just mentioned, if they can nick the Search and Destroy, the Control's anybody's game. I think there's an opportunity. I think Mistaken will come into this one. I think it's going to be relatively easy. If they've paid attention to the map before, you can't say that. You can't write anybody off, especially when we saw the crowd were getting involved in the last game as well. I know you've alluded to it quite a few times. When people are starting to hear voices and stuff like that, anything can genuinely happen.
Yeah, I think if anything, I'm expecting a 2-0 Mistaken, but again, it's all going to be a case of, I said it before Project Rose's first game, I just want to see the fact that they're competing with the biggest sides, because going into playoffs, you might be able to scrape an upset win and go on a bit of a run. Mistaken, with their first game on stream, they won their first game upstairs, so they're going to want to make a statement. They'll get 2-0, get probably winner's bracket going into tomorrow's games, and make their work a lot easier going forward. They just need this game to be clean now.
Yeah. See, obviously, you've seen that, but Project Rose, I was quite shocked because from what I'd heard, obviously, I'm not the biggest COD nerd in the world, let's be real. Right. But, hearing what I'd heard on the desk, I was like, okay, they're going to get absolutely steamrolled. Right. But then they didn't. They actually put up a decent fight, and even though it was a 2-0, there was still considerable plays from both sides, and it made me think, okay, maybe they just need to get in the zone a bit, because the only reason they lost was by very little mistakes. It was that close.
It's not like it's an experience factor issue either, because they do have LAN experience as well. They've got a lot of online experience, so it's just a case of minute details at the worst possible moments. You just iron that out, and anything really is possible for the side.
Yeah, absolutely. To echo that as well, like you say, to reiterate my point as well, you can't write anybody off. Yeah. They've had the experience of being on the stage. They know the sort of the sounds and stuff like that. If people can hear a few grunts and stuff, they maybe know not to go that way. So there's an opportunity for either team to really pull clear, like you say, an opportunity for Mistaken to go 2-0 and sort of solidify themselves in the group, or a chance for Project Rose to maybe see themselves into a Sunday if they can pick something up here.
And I think if they do pick this up, this entire group is completely
blown open.
Yeah. Anyone can get anything. And I'll be really interested to see, like, if Project Rose do win this, what does the final table looks like? Like, who's going to go on and take the group by the scruff of the neck and go forward and represent their group going into playoff brackets? Because, again, we still have a lot of good teams outside of this.
I feel like it's getting quite intense now. I was early in the day. It was like 9 a.m. when we started. It was kind of everyone was a bit groggy.
Yeah.
It was more just kind of like, oh, there's another game. Oh, there's another game. But now I feel like the energy in the room has changed, and I feel like the way people are performing has changed, and hopefully it gets them the momentum to keep going for Project Rose. Because obviously, Mistaken, from what I've heard, they're like the GOATs. That's what I'm hearing. But I want to hear what people are saying online. So at the Esports Hub on all platforms, say anything. Don't diss me. I've had enough of it already. But it happens. But yeah, keep up to date, because there's a lot going on. There's so many different games, so many different groups. Everything's available online. Is there any games that have been highlights for you guys so far?
I enjoyed the last one. Obviously, naturally, I've got a mutual friend in Gabby that was on that roster, so a little bit more invested in that one, of course. But I had the fortunate chance to do the Mistaken Black game earlier. Probably not one that anyone really expected them to come out on top of against London X-Force. They, to use your words, got steamrolled in the first map, and then the script, was sort of flipped at that point, and they took the momentum. Obviously, before we got on air, we were talking about all the shouting. I think everybody, I know Abuse mentioned it earlier, down the street probably heard it. I think that's probably quite a fair comment, but a chance for them for these boys here to really kick on and do something here this weekend. Obviously only day one as well. Still tomorrow to come.
I know, we're only in group stage.
I know.
It's until playoffs.
Yeah.
What about you, Ian? What's been your highlight?
I'll share the sentiment. Mistaken Black and London X-Force. That's like a highlight of this. One of the loudest games we've ever had in it. And we've had a few loud ones, especially recently. And so the fact that that was so loud, and I won't recite what I said about their hard point, because again, I feel like I'll get some stern words after the event. But their search and destroy and their control have been flawless.
Yeah.
And I think they can keep going with that. I'll be excited to see what Mistaken Black do, especially we have the main team on stage now. This is what's supposed to be like the highest seeded team. If Mistaken Black can potentially go against Mistaken, we could get a good rivalry going, and potentially, depending on how the maps lay out and whether or not Mistaken Black can fix their hard point, I think we're in for an absolute barn burner of a playoffs.
Yeah.
If we're going to talk about the games, I feel like I have the right to be a little bit cheeky. I think we should do our predictions
for this
match here, the series.
Ian, I'll let you go first.
Mistaken 2-0.
Okay.
I don't want to. It's going to sound really mean, but Project Rose shouldn't stand a chance here.
Yeah.
Because again, one of the top seeded teams in the tournament. I just want Project Rose to keep this one close, keep it competitive. But yeah, Mistaken 2-0.
I am going to lean on the fence. I agree in it should probably be the 2-0. But the adversity, obviously, Project Rose, they went 1-0 up. Then we had that short intermission break, so they had to fight back off that. They were 2 rounds down for a couple of times, managed to claw themselves back through that as well. So I'm going to say it's 2-1. I think they take the S&D. I don't see them winning either of the respawns. I see Mistaken the team that goes through here.
Yeah, I can see, because during the respawns, I could see that they couldn't really pick up that kind of momentum, because it's, from what I've seen, it's so hectic. Whereas with the other game mode, it's kind of like, okay, you can chill out a little bit more, you can kind of strategize, and I feel like that's what Project Rose capitalizes off of, and I feel like it works really well. So obviously I'm manifesting they do really well. I agree with you. I think it will be a 2-1.
Yeah.
But from what I've heard, Mistaken just seem like unstoppable.
Yeah, obviously, like we mentioned not too long ago on broadcast, obviously these guys have just taken off a chip of someone who's known quite well in the scene, expected to go quite far from the Annex side of things. So there's a chance for them to continue on and, like we said, solidify themselves in this group, but not an easy opposition to go out whatsoever. You don't know, like we keep saying, this environment can bring out anything in you, but I think we all deserve to go to that map 3.
Oh yeah, 100%. Is there anything in particular you're wanting to see, whether that's the crowd maybe being a bit more lively or just anything gameplay wise?
I think I kind of just want a closer hard point, because we've had quite a few hard points now where you start off really close, and then by the time we get to the 100-point mark, one team just runs away with it and it's kind of just not close by the end. It kind of seems like really one-sided. So I think if we can get all 3 maps potentially, I only think there's going to be 2, but if we do go to a third, I want it to be like really close. I want just, again, signs of growth from Project Rose, because they're not the favourites. Make yourself look at least good going forward into future tournaments.
What do I want to see? Gosh, I would like to see a bit of loudness. I think it's always good to have that involved, but I want to see it by someone turning on someone and having no right to win the gunfight, coming out on top, and then everybody's reaction at that point is the confidence boost for that team. So if we can get something like that, a little bit of body shooting's happened a bit today. I imagine maybe the boys will get involved in that as well. Likewise, I'm sure that the girls are feisty enough to bring it back themselves and do it as well. So a little bit of a heated one, I think, is what I'd like to see in this one.
Yeah, I want to see the crowd get involved. Love you guys, but every time the crowd has been on the camera, it's just everyone's on your phones. I love it. It's like, I get it. You're all busy players, but come on, we want a bit of liveliness. I feel like those crowd shots really help build the momentum. And obviously, when you're playing, you can see everyone in the crowd. It's quite intimidating. So knowing that everyone's at least playing along with you, it's like, okay, I can kind of have a little bit more fun and have a little bit more of a chill. But yeah, I'm trying to think. It's
the engagement, isn't it? Well, that's what we want.
See, come on, guys. Give us some hype. Give us a wave. Give us something.
There's a man in that, well, the 2 men in the top left, they're the ones that I think will be getting loud, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Jack. They'll be the 2 that I'm going to be banking on to start shouting and getting the chants going. But hopefully we see a good series.
Yeah, but if they're not being loud, we can trust 2 people to be loud, and that is our casters. So we're going to go to them and we're going to get into this game.
Lovely, thank you very much. And we are looking forward to the series, just like exactly what the desk was saying. Let's carry on where they were. Predictions for the series going ahead.
I think mistaken clear. Just complete sweep. I think it'll be a 100-point club and the first one on stage, honestly.
Yeah, you're slightly less optimistic of the Project Rose side than I want to be. We saw them in that rewind S&D just a minute ago, 6-5 losers in the end. But it did go down to around 11. They had quite a few good streaks in there. A couple moments maybe gone against them, a couple moments went for them as well. But I think you might be right about the hard point. I think the hard point is going to be a tough one. This mistake in Esports roster, what we just heard from Joe from the desk, they have just beat Nathan Parker and co on that Annex Black side, which are the favourites to win that group. So if they're already beating them in the first game, their confidence is going to be high coming into this map 1. Obviously, on the stage for the first time, maybe that'll have a bit of an impact. But, well, Nora, I do think, the S&D is where Project Rose could try and get control of the series and go from there.
Yeah, definitely. Just honestly, it could be close-ish, but I'm less optimistic. But if I'm being optimistic, they could win rewind. They did look good on it. There was only a few things they did wrong that could easily be cleaned up after just figuring out what you did, and then you can just go, okay, but try not to get punished on the over pushing or those little things, or just like punish the aggression. Yeah, because I'd assume by watching all the players on Mistaken, they seem like an aggressive team. Yeah. They like to go push into the actual fights and just take them instead of just sitting back and waiting for them.
Yeah, and that's something we saw that the Project Rose side on that skyline was a little bit lackluster. They didn't have that slaying that they had against them, so they were being outslayed, and it eventually spiraled out of control into a game, and it does look like we're going to go into our series. So if you're not familiar with the maps, we've got Vault, Hardpoint, we'll then head to an S&D on Rewind, and we'll finish off with a Control on Vault if we need it again. So we are going to see double Vault. Yeah. First time I'm seeing Vault this weekend, as me still behind this desk, so interested to see it.
I like Vault anyways. It's quite a fun match, map to play on, but I personally like it because it's a very heavy SMG friendly. It's so fun to play SMG on this map.
But at the same time, you've got some of those hills that are very AR heavy, and it can spiral out of control if you do not have those spawns, particularly P2, P4.
The P4's a money hill on this map.
P4 is a money hill. If you do not have those back spawns, you are going to struggle. So it's going to be looking at those ARs to see who's going to be the one, really, don't we? Yeah. But we will be heading into the vault in 8 seconds. Predictions? We said 100-point club. I'm going to go...
I'm going to go 250-62.
Very precise. I'm going to say 150 Project Rose. They're going to get at least 150. Then that means if they win, I'm still correct. But...
yeah.
First, Sub's going to fly into mid, and we're already seeing Mistaken with the first kill, but it's going to be traded out straight away. And we're going to see Project Rose with, to be fair, 3 kills straight away. They're going to have an initial time if they choose to get it.
They do take first control.
Do take the first ticks, and they're also going to take a few gunfights. They've currently got these good P2 spawns. They want to try and keep hold of them, and all the kill feeds currently red. In Project Rose colours, there is 3 there. That is Det on a 3. She just fallen there, and Laura and Gabby fall as well, so it's just Courtney last alive now, who will fall as well.
I was about to say, they may have heard us on the kill.
Yeah, a very clean break. Only 20 seconds left, and look at these spawns now, though.
Oh, the punish.
Look at this from Mistaken. Already spawn trapping. There's 2. He saw a 3rd. Will he find it? And he does snap onto it eventually. That is Det that will lose that one. And with only 5 seconds to go, Mistaken are set up at this P2 hill, which we said that is one of the money hills, but it's not quite that P4 money hill, but you can still soak 40, 50 seconds depending on these spawns. But if you look at the minimap, Courtney, number 4, has just spawned in the back, and I'm not sure they know it, but she does get dealt with.
That's a huge win on the point there.
It's a very huge win. We're watching Callum on the hill here. Currently not many engagements, but he's soaking up that time for his team, and if he's not getting many engagements on the hill, his team are doing the right thing, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
See Det pushing through the back.
It's going to be just, so far, it's just looking like a match of who can out-frag or who can out-maneuver.
Yeah, these spawns are very hit and miss at the minute. Project Rose are still spawning in the back, but they have 0 control on this hill as it stands. And there's another 2, 3 kills, if you include the one onto his own teammate, coming in from Mistaken.
And they do break it.
And they will break it, but sadly for them, though, there is only 15 seconds left, and the foot race is going to be already toward that new hill. We can see Courtney on those outer pillars trying to hold it. We can see this Wadey is going to be the first one in this art building. This is the power spot.
Do they spot them? They spot one, but they don't know. I don't know if they know about the other one.
We're going to see here Wadey. He's going to play quite quickly, but there's 2 players there. They do both fall, though.
It's good teamwork there to take and get rid of them.
They help a beat as well. Beat as well. Look at that 7 and 3 star. You got Callum that 5 and 2 star as well, soaking a lot of that time. But Project Rose are doing well to keep it close as it stands.
It's a nice note. Don't know where from, just.
It's this P3 is one of those hills, isn't it, where it's very scrappy on Bolt. So you do have your subs, you know, you can push through this mid, but if you're a sub, you don't really have anywhere else you can go because it's a very long range map.
Yeah, this P3 is really awkward because the main spot most people sit in is this little middle of the door because it's the only bit of actual cover or pillars, and you can get shot from pillars from both sides, and you have to go straight down middle to get rid of the other one.
Yeah, you got to be super careful on that door as well, that you're not accidentally stair glitching it, looking in towards that mid, and with only 10 seconds to go, the spawns are in Mistaken's favour, and so is the score, 74 to 41. Project Rose not able to get the scrap time either. There again, shut down by Callum, 8 and 3. We'll finally get shot in the back, and that is a huge kill coming through there from Det, trying to keep arc control for his side, but
it's a huge win
there from Wadey to stop that from happening. But if you look at the minimap, the spawns are a bit all over the place. There's not a consistent spawn because Project Rose are almost blocking that back, but
Gabby
as soon as I say it,
struggling to get into the game a little bit.
Yeah,
2 and 10 at the moment.
The game is sorted. Yeah, it's an unusual slow start there from Gabby. But there we go. She's got another kill back there, 3 and 10 now. She'll be looking to improve that as the series goes on. And Mistaken already at 100 points within the first rotation. Not something you often see on the Volt, is it, George?
Nah, definitly not.
Well, that's the second car blowing up there. That's a team kill there.
That's a huge win.
Look at this, 14 and 5 from Pete as well. I mean, we didn't see that game, obviously. We were watching the Project Rose game on the main stage. In that last one, Mistaken, we're playing off on one of the side stations upstairs. But maybe if you look at the scoreboard, Pete 14-6, maybe he's the man to look out for on this roster for the rest of the weekend.
Oh, definitely.
But we are going into our second rotation now. Project Rose are currently 55 points behind, but they have got initial control of that hill before Laura does fall off of it. Det is able, though, to pick it straight back up, and Det is the shining light at the minute on this Project Rose side, able to turn around and get
the bullets.
He's looking for more, he's able to get the beat as well. It's a big 2 there from Det. On a 4 streak as well, so let's see if that comes into play. And who is that? That's player 3, that's Laura sneaking through the back there.
Wadey hits a disgusting kill.
Just as before, as soon as Project Rose looked like they're about to get some control of those back spawns, Mistaken just get 3 quick kills, and it leaves that last player alive in such a world of bother.
They've already beat my prediction.
They have beaten your prediction. We're closing in on 150 points. But again, Mistaken, this initial P2 rotation, I think they've had rotations for every single hill so far, and
they've definitely fixed it from the last game.
Yeah, they did drop that hard point, I think we're pretty sure, to the Annex Black side from earlier on. So it does look like the hard point matchup between these two teams is slightly different and is going in Mistaken's favour. But
they might still be working on it, that's probably why.
Project Rose are doing all the right things. It might not be going in their favour, but they are trying to... Oh, that's a tough gunfight. they're doing the right things. They are trying to work for those back spawns and then try and push it through to the hill.
He's fighting for a life over it.
They are just losing out on those gunfights.
They just seem to be everywhere. They just can't seem to get rid of them.
Yeah, and it's that player 5, player 8 on your minimap that are just pushed out. They've now actually trapped them in the back, and as much as the back spawns are the closest to the hill, you can actually spawn trap quite well. Especially if you've got the slaying power that this Mistaken Esports side do. If you just have a quick glance at that scoreboard, beat 21-9. You've got Callum Chaos at 15-9 as well. A combined 8 streak between 3 of the players.
Gabby's definitely picked up. They were 2-10 a minute ago. Now they're 8-16. At least they're only half.
Yeah, you can't quite say the same. Obviously, in the slaying department, it's about a 25 kill difference. Yeah. But they are trying their best to keep it competitive.
Callum is on a 5 currently, trying to build that Hellstorm. Nearly called it a cruise then. Wrong game.
Yeah, exactly like you said. He's looking for those streaks. I don't know where he is on the map.
He seems to be on the high ground, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a sub up there as well, so it's not typically where you see your sub players go on a vault hard point, but if it's working for him, as it clearly is, keep doing it. That's the big 2 kills there again coming through. Just stop this Project Rose team from getting any of the control and time.
Does seem to have got that 6, so he might have the cruise. Oh, the Hellstorm.
And that is dead again, looking through this art building, and this is kind of one of the power spots towards this P4 hill that he is just missing a play. He's getting a shot in the back by 2 players there, tagged up. Comms coming through from Mistaken, nice and clean to make sure they're able to deal with him. And
lots of threes coming on the side of Mistaken here. They got 3, 3, and 6.
Yeah. Behind 12th Street, looking to make it. There you go. There's another one. 13 now between those 3 players. Brady just chilling. Doesn't need to get involved in the kills when his teammates are slaying like they are. And that nade on the cross is going to connect as well. I think that's one thing that we've seen a lot with Mistaken. Obviously, Vault has a lot of vehicles, a lot of cars that will blow up, but the utility usage.
Cruise get popped by the looks of it.
Utility usage is coming through very nicely for them.
Yeah, does pick one.
Yeah, the Cruise is able to pick up only 1, but it does mean the Project Rose players had to take cover unless they wanted to fall to that. And with only 20 seconds to go,
just controlling the area entirely.
Out, yeah. So, 15 seconds left, 3 down. It is all down to Courtney. She's able to get 1, almost gets a second. But with 10 seconds to go, I think this, if we want to predict it early, is probably going to finish here. Although there are 2 players,
they won't,
1 second.
Yeah, they're in time. But
kills come
really
through, and Mistaken Esports are able to close it out as 250 to 87. It was 87.
Wrong about the score, but right about the 100-point.
Yeah. Again,
yeah,
we kind of expected, didn't we? That they know they've just come off the back. They've just beat Nathan Parker, one of the top teams' favourites for this weekend.
Warmed themselves up now.
Maybe they're going to be strong coming into this, and it seems like there's no main stage jitters at all from any of those players.
Just see his best player as well. Just the pure aggression to take every gunfight he sees.
And that's kind of what you need, though, isn't it? From these players, you just want that pure aggression. That
drops a 31 and 14.
28 non-traded kills as well. So it's not only that he is getting those kills, but he's not being traded out by the other team. And obviously, you got to trade the players out. You can't let him get 28 non-traded kills across the map and expect to win. But that kind of might change some of our predictions now getting into this SD with how dominant Mistaken Esports were looking so far in the map 1. We know this map number 2 now that we're going to be going into is a bit more of a Project Rose favourite. They're going to prefer this map to what they've just played. They know the whole point was going to be a tough one. But the S&D, I know, speaking to the players after that last game, they got a bit of hope. They've got a bit of chance for this because they took that last team so close.
It was that rotation to P2 on the second way around on that whole loop. They just got caught after that and just could not seem to get there first or win any gunfights to take a point or long enough than 10, 15 seconds.
And I think following up from your point, I do think you're right that Mistaken Esports literally had the favourable spawns for every single rotation, and as soon as it got to that 25, 20 seconds, they started to think about rotation. They flipped the spawns instantly, and they were spawning Project Rose out and in the back of that old hill where I think a lot of their hill time came from, scrap time and scrappy moments like this on a P3 where you can't really get a good hold of the hill.
Yeah, definitely. I know it's a very weird analogy, but I feel like Mistaken as a team from this game played like they're a hornet's nest. One person gets picked and 3 people appear out of nowhere, and they just all swing together. And it's good teamwork and it's good team play, but it's like you kill one, you just have to deal with the rest of them immediately, because you can see in the kill feeds here, there's 1 kill, then there's 2 to trade it back every time.
And I think that's kind of what you need, isn't it, from your players, especially your subs on a map like this. You need that aggression in there. But it'll be interesting to see later in the weekend. You know, they've got one more game of groups today, and winners bracket tomorrow potentially they're looking at, especially with 1-0 start in the group, 1-0 in this series now. They're looking at getting that winner spot.
Yeah,
are they going to be able to do it against
if they
some
win
of those
this
best
game,
teams?
then all they have to do is go and beat Amrox, and then they take top 3-0.
Exactly, but will that aggression maybe later on in the weekend cost them against a team like Project Vapor, where you've got those players like your Heptics and your Reds and your Julians, where it's a little bit tough, more tough to shut them down.
They're a lot more, tight-knit as well. They play a very similar way that Mistaken does, in the way of just, they like to play as a group, and they like to swing together in time, and they call, and you can tell they definitely, when they're comming it, they call when they're going to go. They go like 3, 2, 1, now go.
Yeah, and I think
they don't just rush it and just hope.
Yeah, the communications are very clear, and I think looking at the 4 players that we've seen there, if you're an amateur player, you play in some of the leagues online, you kind of know those players. You know they kind of stick together. They've been playing with each other on and off for years, recognising some of those names on that roster. But we are going to head into our Rewind S&D now,
which could still go other way. Yes,
it could still go either way, and I know I'm going to go for a Project Rose win here because I want to see them win. I want to hear the crowd's reaction for that map win, because it was so close to that 6-5. There was even a couple boos in the crowd after they lost that map number 2. So it'll be interesting to see whether they're going to be able to convert this map number 2 this time into a win. They've had 11 rounds practice.
They've been able to do the whole way through Rewind, and it is a weird map Rewind because it depends on which side you start, because sometimes you could be a very good defensive team but then a really poor attacking team, or you could be the vice versa. But you never know until you play the other team.
And when we looked at the Mistaken Black, when we watched the Mistaken Black game
nice
early, there's an early
there
nade from Dead. That's the second time he's done that in the last 2 maps. He did that in the first series as well. And going back to my point, that when we watched Mistaken Black on this earlier, it was literally they won all the defensive rounds and 1 offense, and that was the difference maker. And it might be something similar here, but
trade back on the bomb.
Laura has been traded out by Mistaken. It's now a 3 versus 3, but Courtney's able to rip one and get away with her life. Only down to 53 HP though, so it's now a 2 versus 3. Wadey and Beat trying to work this bomb now through mid. But there is a player in mid.
Some very good patience from.
Oh, get shot in the back though. Wadey checking his corners before they opt to go for the bomb plant, and I do think he did get some info there onto Gabby.
I think they saw each other there.
And I think it's happened again.
They seem to be looking for the kills, not the bomb plant. Mistake on the side of Mistaken here. They don't seem to actually be looking to get this bomb down, because they've had a lot of freedom here to put it down.
They have got control of that mid, but at the same time it can be so easy, and everything in that mid is wallbangable. As Kioski was showing us earlier, that everything is wallbangable through mid, so they may be a little bit sketchy knowing that you've got Courtney and Gabby left alive with the ARs. And
it's a 1v1.
We'll get one. So 1v1. Gabby,
it's a huge win.
Does lose it. Mistaken will come out on top there. A tough gunfight in the end. That is a good 1v2 there. The insta-trade, playing tight, which is exactly what we were saying in the hard point, where they were such a close-knitted team, and it's happening again in this S&D, and it's working, and they're able to trade up those kills so efficiently.
I believe that was Beat as well, who got that, because I think that was the bomb carrier.
And they were in the 3v4 there, so Project Rose were able to get the first blood, but Mistaken, because of how tight-knit they were playing, were just getting one pick, trading out, and kept trading out the kills, and eventually able to win that round with the help of Beat and Wadey there, both the kills.
Do they get caught the same way from the car? No.
No, the nades have not come over from the Mistaken team. They are still holding on to them. But we could see a bit of a bang up. Look at this push from Mistaken on the minimap. All 3 of them have pushed that camper van.
They've been caught though.
And one has been spotted and caught, and is backing the rest of the players up.
So they used the nade to keep the sound off so they could run across. Because I did hear an explosion go off on it.
And look at this. The bomb is being laid down now by Det.
They do have the info on that long player.
So
they have put the bomb down.
4 again. Will Project Rose be able to close it out this time rather than concede the round? They're definitely going to hope for that case. And look at this. It's like the red arrows flying in here. All 3 of them holding hands almost, channeling everything together, checking all the corners. But they've already wasted 17 seconds. There's not long left. It's going to be a real bang out towards the end of this round.
You can see as well that Rose aren't giving them anything. They're not trying to take fights for no reason.
It's the first one. He gets spotted, gets shot in the back, will fall. 3 versus 3. Only 15 seconds on the clock. They need to get the kills and the defuse.
Does not spot the low player.
Det is able to get one and get away with her life. Laura gets traded out. Only 9 seconds left.
Sit on the bomb.
All they need to do is check the bomb.
He does get
off the bomb, and there it goes. Comes through in the end. I think that was Courtney with the 2 to finish the round. And that was perfectly played from Project Rose there. They just didn't get over aggressive. They just waited, took their time, and on the Mistaken side, they took too much time, didn't they? Trying to make that pinch, and you know, if they got that first blood, it could have been a completely different round. But where they didn't, it really slowed down their push. They had to back up, regroup, and Project Rose didn't give them any info that they needed. And look at that, Detton.
It was that first blood that got them, pushed them straight into a good position because they caught them as they went to flank them, and over pushed.
What I was saying earlier on the broadcast was that a Rewind SD is typically a defense-heavy map. What we've seen so far is the complete opposite. The two offensive teams have taken the rounds. They just like to prove me wrong.
Yeah, they seem to be trying to push this for this A site. By the looks of it.
We got pretty much all the arrows in and around this A side. Gabby and Callum Chaos could be getting into a gunfight very shortly. Look at this.
The odd
First
gunfight
blood comes through again. They're from Mistaken this time. Laura falling.
Oh, can't see each other.
Being used earlier, but look, check the wrong corner.
Just crosses it.
Gabby will get the pick in the back there. Good patient play from the two players, but Callum will just get bad time in the end. Bomb is down. Depth falls. Gabby Courtney with AOS trying to retake this is not going to be the easiest thing for them.
They do have Wadey here just checking the bomb to make sure they can't ninja.
Much rather have a sub in your hands while trying to do it, but Gabby will be able to get one and get away.
Does get two.
More gets two. It's now a 1 versus 2.
1 versus 2
versus 3. Only 24 seconds,
down, though.
but Tetsi has seen put info onto one. Win the gunfight.
They have to choose.
And we'll get Gabby off the bomb. Gabby decided to try and stick that bomb, hoping that he hadn't spotted both, but I think he did spot both when he first came around the corner.
I think he caught them as they slid to try and get down to get the bomb.
This is a much better map, isn't it? This is much closer. This is a much more competitive map that we're seeing, and this is exactly what we were saying before, that Project Rose kind of knew that hard point was maybe a little out of reach, but the S&D is where they want to take it, and when we get to control, who knows, you know, Mistaken's head could drop if they lose this map. They're coming in probably thinking, we've beat the 3rd seeded team this weekend, we can beat anyone.
Yeah, we can definitely beat anyone.
Couple rounds go Project Rose's way, and who knows what happens to their heads, what their mental.
You'd have a
like.
bit of a polar opposite performance from Callum.
Yeah.
0-3 in this, but did really well in the hard point.
Yeah, we're going to see another A push here from the Project Rose side, and look at this Mistaken there, kind of holding their posted up. They don't want to move. They've got all the angles covered that they need to have covered, and they're just letting Project Rose get this mid control and seeing what they can do. The bomb will be laid down. It's going to be a 4v4 retake into mid, but Laura will be picked off while trying to trout out of the glass. The AR proving too strong at range.
Does get spotted.
2 versus 4 now as well. Gabby Courtney.
Know about one of their
again.
positions.
They almost won it in that last round.
So it's a 1v4 here.
1v4.
With the bomb down,
Gabby,
and they are defusing.
what can you do?
Oh no.
Not able to get one. She stopped shooting just at the wrong time. And Mistaken will deal with it. I mean, that round was pretty much theirs anyway. Whether she got that kill or not, I don't think it was particularly important to the round. But she probably should have got that kill.
Depends who she was about to kill, because they might have been on streak.
True, true. They could obviously now back-to-back rounds. Maybe we're starting to look at some RCs being collected and maybe even building towards those Hellstorms, especially whoever got that defuse will get that extra bonus points as well. 3 rounds to 1 now.
Yeah, Mistaken. We do have. TC definitely does have the RC then.
Towards that streak.
Weirdie's trying to get his.
But
Laura's struggling to get her foot in this game.
Is a bit.
Her and Callum are both struggling to get their foot in this game.
2 players on donuts at the minute, which is unusual at 3 rounds to 1. I'm sure that will change very quickly.
But that's
Laura trying to get aggressive on them, but we'll just get shot in the back, get some bad timing on that door being open there by Wadey, who extends his, by Tetsi, who extends his streak to now a 5, definitely confirming that he has an RCXD in the pocket.
We do see the flank here, early pick on Tetsi as well.
Patient play.
Just down that streak.
Perfect, patient play coming all the way around the back, able to shut down.
The bomb is down though. There's another pick.
Courtney coming through with one there, but it looks like she might be traded out again.
Just about gets away there.
Pete with the knowledge and the reads that someone's going to be challenged from a different angle. Courtney's still alive in the back, so they have info onto her, and they're about to get a free pick onto Gabby, so it's now Courtney in a 1v2 with info. Mistaken, another clean round from then, 4 rounds to 1, and it's looking like they've got a strong foot in the door and another foot closer to guaranteeing themselves a position in our winners bracket. What? 4 rounds to 1. What are Project Rose doing wrong? What can we see from them that he's going to change his map around.
It's the bit of too much early aggression. Like they're playing the S&D. It seems like they're trying to play the S&D like it's a control. Like they're trying to play it so far forward, but they're getting picked by doing so. Because even at the start of that round, Laura gets picked, but they got picked by Unfortunate. But at the same time, they also had their AI player right behind them. They were so far forward.
And I think it's that aggression is they're trying to match that aggression that Mistaken put on them, but they're just getting blooded and, you know.
It's also corner checking. They're not checking
look at this
spot that could possibly be
Beat could get 2 free kills here if he gets the right timing, but he's not. Beat is going to
seems to do the smart way thing instead.
Look at this. So it's going to be Gabby and Courtney. Keep an eye on them on the mini-map because they are fully flanking the entire spawn. Should get at least 1 freebie here on 2.
There's the info onto 1 though.
1, that's Tetsu pushed out there.
Does manage to get out.
Look at this pinch coming in. This kind of swarming around this B bomb site, but currently there's no actual players on that B bomb site here. But they're going to try and retake it from the other way.
Oh, it's brilliant cover there. But they're getting the bomb down on B here. They do get the bomb down.
It's Laura that's able to get the first blood.
Courtney in the process.
Falls though. So Laura is off that donut now. She's going to be more than happy about that. Beat will fall as well.
Kill for Laura.
But look at the defuse. Oh, the defuse was coming through there from Wadey, but Wadey will get caught. And Project Rose see out that round. So nice clean round from them. And that kind of all came from that good play, but also a little bit of fortunate timing, isn't it? Coming around the back from Gabby and Courtney that was able to win that round for them. It opened up the map completely. You know, they were retaking from the defense more, and the defense team weren't expecting it because they had someone over at Burger.
Yeah. That seems like Laura got 3 in that round.
Oh, we'll have to have a look at that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she got through, and that finished it off for her.
There you go. 4-2 now. And this was kind of a similar score to what we saw in Project Rose's Rewind S&D in the last series. That they were down quite a few rounds early on, but they were able to claw it back.
Quite even now.
Streak together. That nade's not quite going to land. It's going to stay on the roof. Not going to hit anyone. I'll be dead to nade, I'm sure, after seeing him do it many times so far this weekend.
Unfortunately, nothing from it.
No, nothing from it today. But complete A bomb site control is there from Mistaken now, and the bomb is also in there, so it'll be interesting to see if they're going to go for the plant here. But look at that number 7 on your minimap. Laura is in a good position here to.
The bomb does go down on A. No one's died, no one's even been seen.
Another 4v4 retake then from both teams, and look at this turtling inside of A from 3 of the Mistaken players. But it's important to keep an eye on that Callum, who's got a line of sight on a different wave.
I think they do. I think that did spot him
on here. Gabby is going to fall.
Yeah, they definitely spotted him, but they didn't spot him.
Okay, there's a big 2 there coming through from Courtney, able to pick up 2 burst into that A side. Now they've actually got A bomb control in comparison.
Kill, it's a 3v1, and the bomb is down.
Alive.
They have to make a decision here: either hot the bomb and someone cover, or try to find this player.
He's yet to get a kill. He's got to be quick because the defuse is coming through.
Brilliant, really good cover, and they get the bomb defused.
Great, exactly what you're saying. It's the cover, isn't it? Making sure that all the angles are watched and that he couldn't be coming through. And you know, Callum would have loved to get at least 1, even if it wasn't bomb plant, just 1. You know, that scoreboard is getting dangerously close. But Project Rose able to take that round. 4-3 now, so it's getting much closer.
Yeah, they're only 1 round off now.
Exactly, momentum is starting to swing in Project Rose's favour, and you know, I think as a neutral, we want to see more map 3s coming. We've had a lot of 2-0s this weekend so far. We're going to want to see a map 3.
Yeah, definitely. You've got Gabby on a 2 and Courtney on a 2 as well. Now,
the pair of Gabby and Courtney are definitely frying for that Project Rose team here in the S&D, making sure they can keep going. I think we saw a very similar story from Courtney in that map, the Rewind S&D.
And Callum is still on that donut.
He is. He's getting a little bit dangerous now for him, but I'm sure he'll be able to pick up 1. But he's doing the right things. He's in the right positions. He's holding the power spots. He's getting unlucky for something.
Do you see the use from Tizzy here?
It'd be interesting to see where he's going to park the car. He does blow up the car in the end because I think they might have some info on.
They seem to have an idea of where they are.
Look at this, Gabby and Courtney, both their arrows facing the same way. If someone wants to walk around into their line of sight, they are screwed.
Unless they flank and catch them, because they both seem to be watching the same area.
And here comes the flank coming through. They're going to try and hit this camper van, but it's going to be Det watching it. The car will blow up and Gabby will fall. And leaves Courtney here on her own, but she could get some great timing here. She's going to slide down and get 1. She gets 2.
Callum does get picked
as well. Again, Courtney with so many 2 pieces across this map. Det is able to get another 1, and more importantly, get away with his life.
Just beat alive in a 1v3. Does have the advantage of the bomb is not down yet. So he can just play for the 1 pick and dip. Okay, never mind. Now the bomb is down.
The bomb has now been planted, and Beat is in a world of issues. And I
believe Beat does have information there.
And I also think Det might have information onto him there as well. The way he backed out of that so quickly.
does look the wrong way, but just about lives.
Health, 2 bullets.
Does get caught, and that's 4-4. We're back
3
even.
rounds on the bounce now. Level
Fortunately, still nothing with the audience.
Level the map up at 4 rounds apiece, and as much as there's not too many smiles at the minute, if Project Rose win 2 more rounds,
we may see
it's going to be more than a few smiles, I'm sure. But 3 rounds on the bounce, you know, that is going to be helping them coming into the rest of this game.
We do have Courtney on a 4 streak, so they should have that RC.
Yeah, it's not very close, you know, 450 for our RC, so it could just be an assist away or bomb plant away, who knows. We'll find out if we end up spectating her at some point across this map. And you've also got Laura, as much as she's only on 1 kill, she is very close
It's
to
a nice early pick
RCXD
already.
with
Onto
the
Gabby
plants
there.
coming through.
Wadey takes the initiative with the bomb.
Courtney looking to try and avenge her teammate, but also Det, if you look at that...
Bomb is already down.
Look at arrow number 6 on the minimap. Det is looking to get pushed up there. Callum Chaos in that spot. Callum could get his first kill and will get his first kill of the match. He's going to be over the moon. Looking to try and get a second now. The confidence is flowing. Laura, Courtney, 2 versus 4. Retake of bomb as well. This is a very uphill challenge if they were to try and win this round.
They do have a very awkward position here because there's... Well, no. I was about to say there was 3 of them alive, but there is 4.
Yeah. Mistaken Esports able there to pick up
that 5th round. They stopped the momentum from continually building.
So, you know, 3 on the bounce. They were 4-1 down, 4-1 up, sorry, and now in the lead again in our series.
And if Rose want a chance of taking this to map 3, they need to win the next one and the one after.
Yeah, exactly that.
These next 2 rounds, this next one especially, is very important.
And look at that, TT 12 and 6 as well. So as much as Callum might have had a slower, maybe a little struggle a little bit, he's on the 2 streak now. We'll give him some
Those
props.
2 kills were very important. They won in those rounds.
You don't want to flash up on the scoreboard in the mainstream, and you have it 0 next to your name. You can see a stereotypical A push, but look at this.
Really early aggression.
Mistaken are also going to try and hit this A push as well, so it's going to be...
And they do get caught.
It's going to be Wadey that was able to get the kill and get away with his life. A stun came through, so Det will fall, so which leaves the 3 ladies by themselves.
They seem to be looking just for the kills instead of the...
They're just going to wait. I'll be a bit more patient now. You know, the early aggression came through from both teams. They're going to back themselves up. Mistaken, you know, you've got the numbers advantage. You just need to trade out the kills here. Project Rose are going to need to try and work for 1 pick first.
They
And
do
there
have
is
the info on one of
onto
them.
2, and this is Courtney. Could be in a position here to make some noise and do something here, especially as she will hear the shots, shoot something in the back. There goes 3v3. Laura's going to be in some gunfights now as well on the other side of the map.
And goes Gabby though.
She wins the first. Laura's about to be in the second, but will fall.
1 versus 2.
Courtney in the 1 versus 2 makes
So
it 1 versus
1v1.
1. She will have time to get the bomb.
1v1
and
with
regen.
bomb. They have to make this decision quickly.
20 seconds left. Callum versus Courtney. Top frag on Project
Do they
Rose,
check?
bottom frag.
Question is, do they
Mistaken.
check before it goes down? Doesn't seem like it.
No. So it's going to be a retake from...
It's an AR versus an SMG by the looks of this.
I'm interested to see where Courtney plays in 1 versus 1, because in a rewind in that E-bomb, there's so many corners and places you can watch the bomb from. There's so many places you can get shot in the back and die from as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
He's hopping it.
He's going to hop the bomb.
Does
Courtney will check it. Round 11 again, Project Rose.
Sorry, better clapping from the audience then.
There you go. Told you.
We got something from
Project Rose. It's a Project Rose fan. If you look carefully, everyone's got a Project Rose shirt on in the crowd. They just, yeah. Not biased though.
Never.
There we go. 12 and 6 there from Courtney as well. So round number 11 here. Can they force them to map 3, which will be a very impressive feat, because you know the team they've just beaten, Mistaken Esports, only also took 1 map off them. So the fact they're taking them this close against a team that have just shut down Nathan Parker's team is definitely something to be aware of for the rest of the weekend. And it's going to be Project Rose on the offensive side. Look how spread this play is from Mistaken. It's a lovely play from Mistaken because you've got entire coverage of the map, but you're so split up.
But we do see a nice little box for A site with Rose here.
I'm interested to see what number 3's doing on the map. I don't know if Beatty's in an RCXD or
Courtney nearly does
what's
get
happened,
picked there.
or if he's just chilling. I don't know. But he's not moving.
Could be a dangerous
on the back of
nade.
the map. He's actually gone further back off spawn.
I think he's just...
Yeah,
Oh, there's
he
an
was
RC
in an
kill,
RC,
okay.
so Det will fall first blooded, which leaves the 3 ladies in exactly the same situation as that last round, but Project Rose were able to keep on top of it in the end. And they do have complete control of this A-bomb site, but here we go, Mistaken have now closed the net that they were casting
They
across
do
the
have the
entire
chance
map.
here to pop this bomb down. It does.
Yeah, Laura is planting that bomb. It will be going down.
I don't think so. I think she's just watching the angle.
I think you might be right, actually. I just assumed.
Yeah, it does look like they were.
Still on that bomb.
Now they pick already.
Yeah.
That's 2.
Gabby will forward. It's now a 2 versus 4. Laura Courtney. You've only got 24 seconds. I can hear another car in my ears.
Car.
You're worried about where that car's going to be coming from.
And it's now a 1v4.
1v4, Courtney. You've got 12 in this game. I mean, a 1v4 here would be something special.
Kills.
That is
There is
able
one.
to get
But
one.
the car is chasing.
Car has chased her, and she does fall. And Project Rose will sadly fall. There's a boo there. I heard that.
So we
they
did
will
see 2
sadly
RC
fall
kills
in
in the
around
second
11 for their second series in a row.
But we did see 2 RC kills in that round.
Yeah, they were definitely getting hunted down here. Courtney didn't have much chance. She was one shot already in a fight, and you know, ran
just unfortunately
straight
runs
into the
directly
nose of an
into it.
RCXD car. But that is going to do it for our series here. But I would say that if you are Project Rose, you know, there's signs of positivity. I mean, Courtney dropping 13 there in that game.
Nearly 2k damage in S&D.
Exactly. I know you had Tatesy on the other side, 12 kills as well, stand-up play from him. And the fact that Mistaken were able to win that with one of their plays, Callum, he wasn't up to pace in that game. It must
Not to begin with, no, but those 2 kills that he got in that round to take them to it were vital.
Exactly. And it's one of those things, isn't it, that a player can, have a slow series, but in those important moments, he can get those kills and be needed. And to be fair, if Tatesy's dropping 12, 14 kills, do you need to get many? Probably not. Same thing on the other side of the Project Rose side, wasn't it, that Courtney was so dominant with the kills there that she had to do it. But Mistaken on the other side of things, 2-0 now in their group. They're looking to try and play to get as high up in that winners bracket as they can. Maybe go 3-0 in the group. They got one last game against Amrox to come this afternoon. That will be happening on one of the side stations upstairs. And Project Rose also have one more game happening off stream, which is against Annex Black. And that one's going to be an interesting one, I don't know how Nathan Parker...
With the way this game just went, if they can manage to get that S&D round, or even, because there's 2 games now, all the way, and they just need to, all they got to do is just win that extra round, that last round.
We got to think, there was a point in that game where I even turned around to you and said, can Project Rose do this? They were 4-1 down. Yeah. If they don't go 4-1 down, maybe it's only 3-1, or even if there's a...
It's that, it's that early putting themselves in an awkward position.
They put themselves in that awkward position early and they just weren't able to quite recoup. They were so close again, but not quite the finishing touch that they needed to close out the game. But I think it's something that is different, isn't it? This Project Race team, we spoke on the desk at the start of the afternoon that they're new as a team. Yep. They don't have much LAN experience, only Gabby's the only player with it. So it's interesting to see that they are able to keep toe-to-toe with strong teams, especially in that S&D map.
Yeah. Oh, no, definitely. They didn't play badly. I will admit, they surprised me in this game. Like, I expected to be a sweep. It wasn't, but it was in one map, but it still wasn't overall. They played well in the rewind. What I would like, though, is I'd like to see, for once, somebody play something other than rewind. Because
we have
seen a lot of rewind today, and it's like, I think that is not a bad thing. Like, a lot of people are probably playing it because it's back in rotation, and it's from the old Season 1. But at the same time, there are other maps. We haven't seen Red Card because he keeps getting permabanned. We don't see Protocol because, again, no one really wants to go to Protocol because it's realistically just a B-site game. You just always go B, hit B, hit B, hit B, and then maybe an A. It's like 1 out of maybe 10 you go for A.
Yeah, well, that is going to do us for this session. We will be back after a short break with our next series on the main stage.
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life. But I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time. But please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Ooh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. beside me. She know when she want it. I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now. But you're the finest of them all. Make me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. Let's do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. 'Cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. Let's do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
Oh, did you cry when I found you in the night? Staying up till 5 a.m. Told me you and him were friends. Woke up in a burning home. Blame myself, I should have known. There's still no place, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Was I blind? Too afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights. Was I part of your design? Push me till I broke alone. No one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive, just see when you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. And talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. And talks my heart online. And talks my heart online.
Gosta de fazer ousia. Essa novinha que tá na volanda. Gosta de fazer ousia. Cê tá em cima da piroca. 24 horas por dia. Ela se decada por cima da vida.
been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along, yeah. We've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. We both know it right away. When I see you dancing, I know you're a 10. It's some kind of magic. We both know it right away. I came here to party, don't want it to end. Getting real ecstatic. I feel this vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. Oh, I need you to tell me now how much you're into me. Oh, right away. I feel this vibe goes from my heart right to my fingertips. My fingertips. talk about love. Tell me what do you like? Tell me where do you wanna see me naked? Let's talk about love. Tell me what do you like? Tell me what do you love? Let's talk about let's talk about talk about love. Let's talk about love. Let's talk about I'm gonna be better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous. You don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better. Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Talk about love. Let's talk about love.
Bite dust. Bite dust. Bite dust. If you must. If you must. Bite dust. If you must. If you must. Bite dust. If you must. If you must. If you must. Bite dust.
yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it.
Hi Esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. I'm your host Quino, and you know, we just had a brilliant game of Project Rose versus Mistaken Esports. It was actually a really good game. We were really engaged, and I'm really happy for it. How do you guys feel like that game went?
Yeah, Mistaken Esports did what they came here to do. They got an easy 2-0 win in the end. I don't think there was really much in it, to be honest. I do like how, like, again, Search and Destroy, I've harped on it all day. It's the most important map, and Project Rose, they're getting so close.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, just the skill level is right there, and ultimately Mistaken Esports showing why they're one of the highest seeded teams. They did what their sister team couldn't. They got a hard point win, and ultimately, like, 2-0 win. Mistaken Esports should qualify.
Yeah. How you feel about that, Spud?
Oh, I'm a bit gutted. I mean, didn't make it any secret. Big fan of Project Rose, and we know that they've come into it as underdogs. We know that they're not expecting to be taking maps and series and stuff like that. But to lose two round 11s, like to lose 2 round 11s in both of their games, I'm a bit gutted. But it just shows that they are here. They are keeping it competitive. They've got another series to play in groups. Every chance they can go and do it there. If put one rewind again, then maybe they'll get the job done and get a map on the board. I really hope they do.
Yeah, I hope so too. And it does suck how close they got, but it shows that they are actually competitors in this, because I know people have had their doubts, but no, that they're actually able to do that. It's like, okay, they are one
against good teams as well.
Exactly, yeah, because we were hyping up Mistaken, but then they were like, I was like, hold on, Project Rose, they're keeping up with this, and I was hoping for it. But obviously now we have Drenga versus Slog. That's the next game. What is your guys' opinion on this matchup?
Drenga were a bit of a fairy tale story at the Katana LAN earlier this year. They were seeded quite low, but managed to take some of the big hitters out, progress quite far, know the org really well, know the owners well, really nice guys, and I'm glad that they've got like a team that's consistent, coming to another LAN event, and I really expect them to go far. I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys.
Oh, what about you?
I think if they are taking scalps off bigger names in LAN tournaments, then there's a little bit of expectation now on them. I don't think they're as much of a wild card.
Yeah.
And so the fact, it's how they deal with expectation. Maybe they win this game. I'm not quite sure how their previous group games have gone, but you've got to think, they know they can beat anyone in this tournament, and I'd be interested to see whether that carries on, or whether the pressure, this is their first game on stage today. It's one of the last games in group stages as well. And so, all to play for really is just how much is the pressure going to get to them.
Oh yeah, and I feel like when you're in this position, it's like you don't know how you're going to perform until you're under these lights, because honestly it's blinding. Let's be real, we're blind right now. Yeah. You don't know how you're actually going to do until you're in that position, so it's very hit or miss. But you were mentioning before that there's a connection between these two teams.
There is indeed. Interestingly, on the team of Slog is the Drenga Esports coach. So it makes you think, have they got to change up some of their strats because their coach is going to know how they play things? So that might be a dynamic that comes into play. So that's something to keep an eye on. Legacy is their coach, but also the rest of the Slog roster. They've all been around for a while. They've played a lot of COD. Yeah. They don't play as much now. They have come here for, again, one of those teams where they've just come to kind of play, but they are good players in their own right. They just don't play as much these days. A few of the members from that team, a big part of the Annex organisation, the bigger picture as well. Got Genesis, who's management over there, so a lot of presence there, and I think they've matched up against one of the Annex rosters today. I'm not too sure, but yeah, definitely a lot to look out for. But that legacy against these guys, in particular the Search and Destroy with the different strats and break-offs and stuff, is going to be a really interesting dynamic in this one.
I feel that's quite cool to see. It's like you have a natural advantage, but it's also could be your downfall. Because I know how these guys play, and then all of a sudden you're like, I didn't tell them to do this. I
think a counterpoint to being positive though, because obviously you're a coach coming into this. That means you're going up against a completely structured side. There's structure behind their game plan. there's set strategies they want to work through. Whereas for Slug, it kind of feels more like a pug team almost, and also like just kind of like a mix of.
You're sending for these teams today.
No. Right. What I mean by that is it's kind of like this sort of mix of like old guard, like veteran players coming here to sort of have a little bit of fun, try and see if they can get a few scalps, rather than a team like maybe a Drengar, maybe like a Mistaken or an Annex, where you go in here and expecting good results.
Yeah.
I think those are the most dangerous sort of matchups.
Got your shovel out there, and you're trying to dig yourself out.
I'm trying to dig myself out the hole.
Right. I think you did quite well.
At this point, I've dug myself through so many holes in
It's
this
valid.
tournament that, at this point, it's going to be entertaining to see whether they can prove me right or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they could. I feel like you doubt people too much.
It's not a case of doubting it. It's more of a case of like just looking at the roster. It's not as structured. It's not as like formulaic as, again, a team like a Drengar, a team like Mistaken. Like, this feels more like you've got a coach in there.
Yeah, I get that.
That's always going to be a factor. Like, you got veteran players that might not have the same firepower, frag potential like that some of the younger players might bring to the table. It's just can the old guard like mix up?
Well, the interesting dynamic with that as well is that this is a team, in particular, players like McCoof, who they like to shit talk. They get loud. So if they're going to get loud against their coach, is he going to make them do some extra reps after? Like, what's going to go on? Are they still going to get vocal against them? Who knows? But I'm hoping they do.
I hope so. I hope they get a bit aggressive, because I feel like that's what we've been lacking on the stage. It's been,
a little bit.
We got one game.
It's been a lot calmer than I thought it would be.
We definitely got one game with
Rico.
Shit talking Rico.
Yeah, but he's lost his voice a bit, I think. Now he's gone to rest.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, so I'll get some soothers going.
There were some stern words for him, but, bring it into the playoffs.
But, I think that's enough for us. I think it's slogging time, guys. I think we're ready for it. So we're going to throw it to our casters, and they're going to take you through this first game.
Hello and welcome back. We are ready for this Drenga game, and following on from what the desk was saying, I mean, Drenga Esports versus Slog, we've seen the results. I don't know if the desk didn't quite have the results ready, but we now have got the results, and predictions are kind of looking one way, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
And which way is that?
Drenga.
Yeah, Drenga, they've won both their Series 2-0 so far, and Slog have lost both their Series 2-0 so far. So it is all looking one way, but as we've seen from the last couple of games, that the favourites in the series, the people that all the people would put their money on, aren't always quite as comfortable as you'd suggest. Think of the last two games of Project Rose. Think of London X-Force Titans earlier against Mistaken Black. They took that map 1, they looked well on to win the rest of the series, and then actually lost the map 2 and 3. So it'll be interesting to see if we get anything like that again. The maps are in as well. We're going to see a red card hardpoint, the first time, at least in the main stage room, that we have seen a red card hardpoint today. Followed by a map I don't think we've seen yet. Rewind S&D?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah,
again.
Rewind S&D again. We've seen it a few times. So
I expect to see it way too much today and way more tomorrow, but I think it's just everyone. I don't know what it is, but I think everyone's got rewind fever. It's just every time since it's come back in rotation, everyone's just like, "Oh, new map." It's not a new map at all. They just think it is.
Yeah, and in the map 3, should we need it? I know predictions aren't particularly looking like we're going to need it, but if we do need map 3, we're going to head it over to a vault control, and kind of going on from that rewind as well, that it's best of 3s as well. So there's only one map pick in the S&D, and so far in the best of 3s, we've had a rewind pretty much every single series.
Yeah.
So when we go to best of 5s for playoffs, are we still going to see rewind?
I think the only one we haven't had rewind is Hash.
When we had
That's
Hassie,
the only Hacienda the first game of the day, and every other game's been rewind.
Yeah, and again, that Hacienda is another map that we'll probably see quite a lot of when we go to the best of 5s, and they have to pick 2 maps for each of the modes, apart from Control, where we only play 1. You'll probably see a lot more Hacienda.
It would be very funny, though, if we just have the best of 5s tomorrow, and they just rewind S&D, and then another random S&D, but we never make it, and it's just, again, still rewind. Just makes 4 or 3, and it's just never the 5th map.
Now, focusing on the players on these 2 rosters, going to, while we wait to load into our map number 1, let's start with Drenga, the favourites here. Those of you that might have watched the Katana LAN in March might know this Drenga team. They were kind of the underdog, so I think they were seed 11 or seed 12 in that event, and they went on to make a really deep run in the tournament, upsetting a few big teams and names on the way. And the team looks pretty similar. So we've got Makuf, Hafron, IDK, and I think it's Spen EU. That might be wrong, because I've got a different name on my sheet to what I've got on the thing. We'll have a look at that one when we get into the game. And on the slog side, we then have Legacy, Genesis, Smithster, and OJPT, which are names I'm familiar with. They have been around for a little while, so that might help them.
Yeah.
But enough about the teams. We're about to watch them instead. Red card hardpoint. The first time we've seen that on the main stage today. Predictions?
What, for the map or
the map? For red card hardpoint. Sorry.
I think, weirdly enough, because we haven't seen either of them play on stage yet, it's hard to judge, but I'm going to say, like, it will be in favor of Drenga, but I think it will be like 250, maybe 210-ish, but I think it will be close, all in all, but it might go the other way.
Nothing on the Drenga boys, but if it was a battle of the best logo, Slog are going to win.
Oh, definitely.
But we're not playing the best battle of logo, we're playing the battle of hardpoint, so it could go that way, who knows, we're going to see. It's a very AR heavy, so we're probably going to see 3 ARs from both teams, which, you know, is not the usual conventional meta. It's normally a 2-2 split, but it looks like it's going to be a 3-1. For most of the time, maybe P1 will be slightly different, but we're going to see Drenga in the blue, Slog in the green, and Drenga are spawning towards that P2 side of the map here. Okay, hopping on board here with Katana Land 3, which we haven't got the player names just yet, but we'll get those up very shortly for you at home. And it's early Drenga control of this hill, but they are going to get shut down off of the hill. But the kill feed is kind of a bit back and forth at the minute, although there is 2 clean kills. Oh, and a third! Oh,
it's a great start for them.
I think that was Mr. McCoof there with that multi-kill there on top heaven.
Very good early rotate that.
I mean, if that's your first life and that's your first death, you're not exactly going to be filled with much confidence for the rest of our map.
You've already got early streaks going for Drenga though. 3, 2s, 1s are just sitting. Now there goes the 2.
But they are able to get the time. So on a scrappy hill like this P1, they're able to still pick up 20 seconds on that hill and are set up perfectly for this P2 hill.
Yeah, no, definitely. But it's all about this first pick here. Who gets picked first?
And it is going to be Slog that fall first. The trades are not coming through either, so that's 3 clean kills. And they're going to spawn that Slog team in the back of this P2 hill, which is where you can start to spawn trap. And that's exactly what they are looking to do. Drenga now extending their lead. Another 20 points have almost been added on, but the hill is going to be contested for a split second. The heroic jump from the top heaven there, trying to shoot through the goal. Not able to pick up the kill in the end.
The bullets.
Running out of bullets as well. But there's another big 2 kills there from the Slog side. But look at that hill, it is still blue, and this Drenga Esports side are already taking a 30-point lead, and we're not even on our 3rd hill just yet.
Whoever 5 is has just ripped everybody.
Yeah. Slog have there, they're able to regain some control for the last 10 seconds, and they are spawning Drenga in the back, but Drenga probably get these kills, push through the hill, and start to push towards that car park. Remember, Red Card is the only map in our rotation this year that actually has 5 hills on it. So we are going to see 5 hills, not 4. But there we go, the names are there as well. So we can see IDK, 7 kills already. He is starting nice and hot. On the other side of things, you've got Legacy maybe lacking a little bit behind. Part of the reason that the gap is starting to, or was starting to widen, sorry, it has narrowed down. Only a 20-point lead now for Drenga, and this is one of those hills that's going to go one of 2 ways. It's going to be scrappy, or it's going to be a money hill.
Seems to be being broken really quickly. Nah, but really well defended by McCoo.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly.
Thought McCoof was about to repeat what he did top heaven earlier on, but he wasn't able to quite do so, and there it is, the kills coming through from Slog. The hill's going to stay contested for a little bit, but with only 20 seconds to go, the players are going to start to think about going towards that new hill. But if you're Slog, you're not in a favourable spawn, you're spawning behind the car park, right at the back by the ambulances. You're not in a good spot for this new hill, and when you look at the blue arrows on the mini-map there, you've got 3 of them set up on that stage already.
Yeah, definitely. We've got, like, what is it? Because Legacy at the moment is still double negative. He needs maybe to pick it up for himself, but they just, you can see the difference, because they're split where the points split to who, because it seems like OJ is the guy on point more than anyone, but at the same time, they haven't really been on the point match.
Yeah, and so the hill time that they have had is kind of split between both teams, and you can say the same for the Drenga side. Obviously, Crumpets maybe on the hill slightly less than his teammates, but you are going to have 1 or 2 players on a map like Red Card that, with that AR being so powerful on this map, there's so many long lines of sight that you are just going to have someone maybe not on the hill at all and just holding the pre-aim, especially on this hill from that top hedge, that top heaven part of the side. And there we go, we're going to see a lot of wall bangs through the bottom of it as well. I think that was McCoof that was on a 5 spree there, that's going to get shut down.
Can't hit the heady, unfortunately.
No, I mean, that hedge is impossible to shoot through. I know these players have slightly more gun skill than me. Quite a lot more gun skill than me. But that is a really hard hedge to shoot them off. Oh, there's our first dead of the series, OG, with the dead there. But Drenger, 50-point lead, and the initial time at new as well. It's only Genesis in the position to try and really break this and contest this early on. But he does well to get a kill, stay alive for long enough, and his team come in for the reinforcements, and there we go. That's going to be T and Crumpets there with another 2 kills. You know, we're stood right by this slog team, and I can hear every single comm coming from them. There are some passionate comms. It's not necessarily your deads and your trash talk that we have heard in this room this afternoon, sorry. But it is very passionate, aggressive comms, which is going to be hopefully concise and clear for their ears. But
and they're not talking over each other at all for it, and you can definitely hear that.
No, exactly that. But Drenger still with that lead. They haven't got much time with this hill. Slog have done quite well here to get about 20, 25 points and was counting, but that is still a problem. 2-piece there coming through from Drenger. Finally, IDK is traded out with inside of that ticket. It's going to be a 30-point lead.
Dennis seems to be trapped in ticket here.
Slog trying to get this initial time, and this hill is impossible, isn't it? You can't really sit anywhere on this hill and have good cover. The amount of ways you can get shot from.
There's only maybe one spot, and that's like this outer door, because you have to like proper like prone, but you also then have to have someone covering here, because if they don't, they're just going to swing you together with SMGs.
And with that hot start that Makufa's had, he has slowed down a little bit, but his teammates have been frying for him. IDK, first player in the lobby, 2-drop 20, and look at that 2-piece there from Smithster.
Lovely transfer.
Lots of headshots going back and forth in the feed. The players are starting to warm up now, getting used to the stage, getting used to the game. Nerves are probably starting to go away from these players.
They're still only in one 1 point gap, really. It's about 30, 40 points. Not too much, well, 50 now, but
50 points, that's only one hill. Just one quick money hill, and P2 is one of those hills that you can get 50 seconds off of if you have the right setup. If you have a player on that stage looking over that hill and you're spawning the other team in the back, you've got a good chance getting the hill. But at the minute, the spawns are all over the gap. There's arrows everywhere. It's Genesis, player 2 on your minimap, that's going to be on for a huge flank, and that's a big kill onto stage if he's able to pick it up onto Havron. There it is.
We do see an insta-trade, though.
Yeah. And just as you're saying, you know, that point gap was 20, 30 points. It's now a 70-point gap going into the rest of this hard point. And currently the hill is staying uncontested, but the kill feed is blue. So any second now, the hill will probably also pop blue.
Does spot the rotation.
And with only 25 seconds left, like you just said, the rotation is now going to be the next important thing here. There's another 3 blue kills. They're looking for the 4th. He's in one of the target nets. Can you see his head?
Just want to just dip and dodge bullets, but
you know, Drenger coming into this as massive favourites, and that 3-piece there.
Oh, he chucked down an assault pack.
Ref?
Yeah, can't do that.
Let's see if that gets spotted by anyone else, but let's keep going for now. Drenger, look at that, IDK now, almost at 30 kills already. Slog on the other side of things there, lacking a little bit, and this gap is just
already here on the early rotation. Again, it's just they keep getting caught in this early rotation.
Yeah, and look at those spawns. They've got all the green arrows spawning in the back. I mean, they're trying their best. Legacy's dipping, diving, dodging everywhere. With actually teammate in the end. But with how close this game was to that first rotation, Drenger have really just taken the game into their own hands. Smithster there almost getting turned on by whoever he was shooting at in the hill, but you know, teammate coming in assisting him with that one. Only 15 seconds left now. They are going to start to think about this next hill. Although the last 10 seconds should go in Slog's favour. If you Slog, well, it's time to Slog it. You need to go to that next hill. You need to go as quick as you can.
And this is an awkward hill here to hold, because it's either you sit underneath or you just take constant gunfights on the top of it.
And if you're Drenger, just 20, 30 points on this hill is huge. You've already got about a 100-point lead. Slog are really needing to get every single second of these next few hills. But as we say that, a clean 4 down, that's a huge win from, I don't know who that was. I think it was IDK on the end there. 1994 now.
It's early, but they do know where he is.
And there's this power spot here from Smithster, can be useful, but he's not able to find the player on the hill through the wall. Gives up his position as well, so it's going to be hard to retake. And see Genesis struggling there in the kill feed, and no, 16, 18, 28, sorry, but he does have that sub in hand, you know. A map like Red Card, when you're playing against some players like Makoof and Hafron and IDK, they're shooting like this, it is going to be hard as a sub player to get anything going when your team does not have control of the map for the most part.
Yeah, it's going to be all about this next P5 rotation.
Pistol coming through there.
I nearly saw another one then.
It's a clean 3 there from Drengo, only one player falling, and they've won this new time ready. They can win it off of this time, but Smithster's trying his best to stop that from being the case. IDK looking like he's about to drop 40 on the map.
He might do if this game comes back in the other favour.
Yeah.
Tries to whip out the pistol, and he still manages to get a kill.
That's a great kill there. That's Hafron, I think. Oh, there we go. T and Crump is another 2 on that hill. They're keeping it contested, and he rips the 3rd. He should not be winning that. Almost gets the 4th. He's been robbed of the 4th by his teammate. Makoof's taking it. Genesis looking to try and get back this hill, and he's just not having the best time out there on this Red Card, you know. As a sub, it might be hard. I don't know if I'm completely missing something here. I can't remember the last time a Drenga player actually got a kill with a Jackal.
Yeah.
I feel like this Drenga team might even have 4 ARs out.
It does feel a little bit like they're stab padding.
2:29.98. Slogger is going to be wanting to hopefully get out of that 100-point club at the very least here. 20 seconds Drenga need to take this map number 1. And all of this current P1 pressure is going away. Another 3. There's 4 kills, all going in Drenga's favour. Slog spawning on the other side of the map now. They will give that information to Drenga if they didn't already.
They do stop the clock for a second there.
12 seconds needed. If you're Drenga, you don't even need to worry about this time. You can try and force those P2 spawns as best as you can. The first big kill on the hedge, the kills are being traded out back and forth. They're blue though in the feed, 3 versus 2 in the kill feed. And there's the 4th. Drenga, 5 seconds is needed, and I don't think anyone's going to be in a position to shut them down. IDK 44 and 25 there in our map number 1.
It's a crazy first map for him.
It's not bad, is it? I think that might be the most kills we've seen on the main stage all afternoon.
I believe so, yeah. I think the closest was a 40 bomb at like match 3, I think it was.
But like we said, the ARs would need to be dominant, and that's exactly what Drenga did. They had the control of pretty much the entire game. I know the first 2-3 hills, the scores were close, but as soon as you got past that, it was all Drenga, wasn't it? There it is, 34 non-traded as well.
Nearly dropped 5k damage.
I mean, IDK stuff for you. I know if you've watched that LAN before with that Drenga roster, they don't have to shoot. I mean, they're going to be again coming here this weekend trying to make that upset for their team going forward into the playoffs later on today and into tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're probably going to be in the winner's side, maybe even pushing for one of those top spots in the playoffs. You know, we've already got a few teams secured now. Annex White, Project Vapor, both went 3-0 in their groups. Drenga are very close to going 3-0 in their groups. They're 1 map away now, and it could be this next map, S&D Rewind.
Yeah.
What do we think? How do we see this going?
See, it's a weird one because, yes, this game did seem a bit like a slaughter in the favour of Drenga. However, both of them were shooting very well. So it still could go anywhere, especially on Rewind, a map that, given the fact they just played an AR, so they've all now warmed up on an AR to go play an AR map.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's been proven to us today is that S&D can be the difference maker. You know, those teams that maybe aren't the favourites or maybe aren't as heavy in slaying power as these two teams have matched up and shown us in that first map, that, you know, it doesn't matter. Project Rose, for example, they didn't come into the event as favourites to win either of their games that they played on the main stage today. They took both their games to around 11. Could we see Slog try and do the same thing?
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully, because it'd be nice to see a close match. And personally, I'd love to see Slog win the next map so that we do go to 3. But if we're being realistic, I think it will go Drenga's way. I think it will be like 6-4 in the way of Drenga, though. So I think it will be close.
Yeah, it's got the make, hasn't it? It can be a close game, but as we have just seen, you look, think that score there is about, what, 60-44. They only finished on 101 points. So it can also spiral out of control very quickly if Slog aren't able to get a grip of it. But hopefully, you know, the sub players will be a little bit more impactful on Rewind. It's hard to be impactful with a sub on this map, but the player that was impactful with that sub on the map, IDK, going to be the one to look at in his S&D. He's got 44 here. I have jinxed it so far every day, every game so far, that as soon as I pick out a player who's done really well on hardpoint for the S&D, they've not done as well.
You see him nearly drop a donut.
I do apologise if he does almost drop a donut, you know, but I don't think he will. I've played with him on ranked play a few times. He's quite good. got me a good amount of SR. But if we do go to that map number 3, you know, Slog do win that map number 2, I think, again, like we've seen that control, it does give them that little bit extra, doesn't it? You know, that little boost that they might need to get going into the rest of our series.
Well, I do definitely think if we do go to 3 and we do go to that vault on control, it's a bit of a weird one because yes, it is kind of a 50-50 map for gun-wise. However, at the same time, I personally think it's more SMG heavy because a lot more gunfights take place with an SMG because they're a lot more close range fights because of how the points are made and how the points are set up. Except for like P3 because it's just the outside one with the long angles, so you might as well just have an AR.
Yeah. But hopefully we'll be getting into that SD soon. The players are all turned around watching the replays on the screens behind them. You know, maybe some of them quite happy to look at the replays. Some of them maybe not so happy to look at the replays as to what was happening, you know. Especially if we were to replay some of the kills we saw, there was quite a few dirty kills from players like Makoof, and that one early on in the game keeps in my mind, you know, that kill we got on that top heaven, that third one was outrageous. But hopefully we'll be heading into our S&D very shortly. It's another rewind though.
Yeah.
We might have to start going around all the teams and asking them to, you know,
Don't pick rewind.
You know, we've watched rewind all day.
We could ask them maybe one map. One map they don't pick rewind as the first S&D.
Yeah, well, when we go to best of 5, we might still see rewind, but maybe it'll be map 5 instead. Who knows? You know, the problem with the SD map what we got now is that I don't think I know a single team that like dealership. We've seen it banned pretty much on every ban sheet that we have seen here this weekend. It's been banned. Red card is a bit of a hit or miss one, isn't it? That teams don't particularly like to play it. So that only leaves you with 3 maps: rewind, Hassie, protocol. And they're all kind of similar maps, aren't they, and do the same thing. But we are going to be heading into our rewind now. Dringer, Slog. Slog, this is their last game in groups for both of these teams. You know, they're going to be wanting to at least take a map with them, you know, give them a better seeding going into playoffs. Dringer do not want to let it slip now because they want that best seeding as possible to get into groups. You know, it's going to help them later in the playoff bracket, the higher up they are in the seeding.
Question is, do we see a nice early nade right on that car?
I'm sure we will, because it's going to be Drenger on the defensive side first. That is Slog we can see there through the wall in their green. Someone's doing a nice little dance for us, little wiggle.
Just saying hello to everyone.
But we are going to see Drenger. Will we see a nade? We'll see the nade the other way, so we're going to see Slog trying to nade towards that garden, see if they can get any info there. But look how quick this A push is from Drenger. They're going straight through. Makoof with 2, sub in hand for Makoof.
Oh, no,
there we go, we're back.
We're back.
And look, all the spikes are coming in further back in the spawn.
Nearly outmaneuvers it, but first round going to Drenger.
Yeah. Drenger, not really much competition in that round, were they? They had 2 players on the flank. They had 2 that sprinted straight through blue, so they complete control of that burger side of the map. And there you go, 12 damage for a kill. That's quite impressive.
He knew, he was like, I'll just have him, don't worry.
He's robbing someone's kills. I think that might be Makoof that has done that as well.
Oh.
Round number 2 then, will it be the same speed of that last round, or are we going to see maybe a little bit more of a patient defensive from the Slog?
I think they'll probably sit back a little bit, mainly just because of how aggressively Drenger just pushed.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. They are looking like they're going to hold some pre-aims, although a bit of an off angle, late prone on that wall, is able to get one, will get traded out, and the trades come back and forth again and again, which leaves T and Crumpets in a 1 versus 2, makes it a 1 versus 1 against Smithster. Bomb in hand as well for Crumpets, that is going to help him out later in the round.
Doesn't seem to realise, oh, he's just spotted him.
There you go, Smithster has knowledge onto where T and Crumpets is, but does not know where he has gone. So I had the info that he was around this camper van area of the map, but from there, look at this. Players just...
They've just slipped through each other there.
Through each other's nets. No one's able to do it, and T and Crumpets is going to opt to just get that bomb down. Might even earn an RCXD off of it. Now he's going to be 50 points away. And that does give the input now to Smithster as to know he now knows where Crumpet is. He's planting a B-bomb. He's got to be somewhere around there. The gunfight comes in. Both players must be one shot. Stun comes through, and he's going to slow down Smithster and gives Crumpets enough time just to get away, player's life, reposition.
He doesn't know.
No. T and Crumpets shooting him in the side. I thought for a second there Smithster had a chance, but great play there from Crumpets, and that kind of shows that he's a player that's been around for enough. He knows what to do. He got him weak, used that stun as well. Holding stuns late in the round can be a really vital thing, you know. It gives them so much information there. And Smithster's not going to chow what he's done. Final kill there, also 4-0. Bomb plant, that's 500 score. That's enough to get him an R6D and to work towards that Hellstorm missile. I know R6Ds, we were having a chat about this outside with a few of us, that R6Ds don't really get used enough. They don't get used much. They're not the best streak in this game, but you do have the option to using them in the S&D mode.
It does really matter depending on the map. I think that's what really does let down the RC, especially in S&D as well, because it gets used in Dealer, it gets used in Rewind. It usually gets used in a map with some sort of explosive vehicle.
Yeah. And
but, yeah.
Talking about explosive vehicle, Crumpets, another kill, 5. He is the explosive vehicle for this Drenga side in this S&D. He was able to get the first blood, but it is going to be answered out. Makoof will fall, which now makes it a 3 versus 3, and the player's going to try and retake. But don't worry, because Crumpets is still alive, so he's going to get another kill. 6-0 now for him.
It's also the bomb down.
If I was Slog, I'm not going anywhere near where Team Crumpets is on the map, because I know exactly what's going to happen based off of the first couple of rounds. This is going to happen.
Like that.
7-0 from Crumpets. Will he be able to find the 8th? I mean, he's looking for it. He is. That's an ace.
Just ripped them. He's on 8. That's an 8.
That is not hard for Crumpets there. He has just walked through the entire team. He's walked through Burger. That street is his. That is now called Crumpets, not Burger.
That's what they should be selling.
Obviously, look at that Dragon team. I mean, they're all sat back in their chair, laid back. I know we're in between rounds, but they're feeling comfortable, aren't they? And I mean, if my teammate was 8-0 with 2 rounds in, I think...
Already on the verge of building that Hellstorm.
Yeah. He's going to be super close to that Hellstorm. Yeah, he's 1 kill away because he has that bomb plant as well to help him. Sorry, it's 3 rounds to 0, not 2 rounds to 0. And I can't really fault the Slog side for what they've been doing, because they've been doing the right things. They're playing it as a kind of typical Rewind map. But you can't shut down Crumpets, and that is going to be the difference maker here. If they can shut down Crumpets, this is a ridiculous play. 4 hitting through mid. First blood's going to come through.
Just needs 1 kill to get this crew. Or Hallie. He knows they're here.
He knows they're here, but what is this play? We've got 4.
I feel like they're playing a trap purely meant for him.
Oh my, what has gone down there? A complete and utter breakdown. Legacy is trying to recoup something for his team now. It's now a 1 versus 2.
Just gifted him so many freebies.
The bomb is being planted, but Crumpets doesn't care. He's hunting for the kill. And that is now 4-0 to Drenga. And yeah, I mean, that play call could work, you know, if you get the kills go your way, but
that should be the Hellstorm.
Yeah, that will be the Hellstorm as well, with that plant coming in to help him. Should we just sit back and just keep watching Crumpets, or?
Yeah, maybe. Seems like he's just...
I don't think we can really switch off him. We want to show love to all the players on main stage.
Makoof's going even at least. But he's dropped 4.
I mean, IDK and Hafron in the first 4 rounds have seen 3 people.
It's the most dominant S&D we've had so far.
I think surely the only word that's come out of Crumpet's mouth for communication to his teammates is dead. I don't think he's needed to say anything else yet in this game.
It's just running through freely.
Makoof getting the first blood this time before being traded out, keeping that pressure up of getting that first blood. IDK will fall with that AR. And now 2 versus 3. So the first time that we're seeing Drenga in a slightly more of a clutch moment here. But
Crumpets has finally died.
He is human, he does die, but Hafron is there to try and bail him out. Gets the first, almost the second.
That's 1 round back at least.
1 on the board. We saw earlier though, we've seen quite a few 4-1 comebacks, you know, forcing around 11.
We already saw one from Project Rose.
Yeah.
They were down 4-1.
Exactly. Can you see it happening here though?
Maybe. I think if they win the next round, yes.
Yeah.
If they don't, no.
One thing that I think is the big difference maker, Mr. Crumpets.
Oh yeah.
They can shut him down. They got a chance. You know, there's nothing on any other players because the rest of the Drenga players have all got enough ability to win 1v2s by themselves. But if you're 9-1 in the map 5 rounds in now, you're doing something right, aren't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. And you can also see that Makoof here as well. He's 5-5, which means he's dead even because he's literally getting every pick and then trading it immediately.
Yep, he is so aggressive. He's getting the first.
It's already a first pick and a half.
But there we go. We're going to see Slog again, first blood this time. And the second blood as well going their way. So T and Crumpets has died. There's Hafron dying as well. It's just Makoof. He's able to get 1 on the top of Burger.
Do we do the straightaway trade?
The Jays look like they're going to try and come in, but he's able to get 2, and
he's looking for this one before.
Looking to potentially get away with his life. A 1v4 at Lamb would be
He spots him.
some scenes. He spots him. It's a 1v2. He knows he's stuck in that corner.
Doesn't know about the player along street.
The 1 versus 1, and he's away with his life. Makoof, OJPT.
He's got 40 seconds to work with here.
40 seconds. Bomb is down though. What can Makoof do here?
We do see OJ just slowly rotating around to come and control this bomb site.
Players are, wrapping what they want to do, in their own heads. 1v1, if you're Slog as well, it's going to be playing on your mind a little bit. If you're OJ, you're in a 1 versus 4, we're in a 4 versus 1, and all of a sudden it's just up to you two, and the gunfire could be coming a lot quicker than we thought, and Makoof is going to win it! A 1 versus 4. Oh, we've seen 2 breakdowns from the Slog players now on this map, one inside that elephant on that stage, and...
I think he saw that Team Crumpets dropped 9, so he had to match it.
Makoof now walking away with a 1 versus 4 as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing that one on the timeline very shortly. 5-1, match point. If that picked up, but one of the Slog players has just said, we got a round win, we're chilling. So that's kind of the
here for the
idea
last at
going
the end of the day.
Yeah. There you go. Who's sure is going to be this round? Makoof or Crumpets? Who's going to get all the kills? Afro and IDK might as well have their feet up on the stage now. IDK's done all the hard work in that last game. His teammates doing it all for him now, and this kind of just goes to prove that what we were saying earlier about this Drenger roster being so strong. Hellstorm was used, but to no use, no kills coming through with it. First blood comes through, it's Makoof going to get instantly traded out, as we've seen so many times throughout the game.
It's a 1v3.
Afro getting 1, IDK getting 1, OJ 1v3, he's able to get 1.
Can he counter back? Oh, he's knifed him.
The knife comes into play there inside
He seemed
the
a bit terrified. He saw him come around that corner with the knife.
And there we can see our Drenger players, smiles on everyone's faces, even the losing side,
They're here for fun at the end of the day.
They're here for fun, it is a fun game sometimes. I'm not playing rank play, but it's a fun game here on a lovely Saturday at our venue. And Drenger now 3-0 in groups, they've won every single map. They're going to potentially, now when they come into winners playoffs tomorrow, looking very strong.
Yeah, we do see as well that Makoof tried to 1-up and he got the 10 kills instead of 9.
I mean, I think Crumpets also did the similar thing where he just chilled out. He got his 9 kills and just thought, that's me done for the game. I got my Hellstorm. I'll just chill back now. Let my teammates do the work. But
didn't even see the RC either.
No, didn't see
Once
RC.
again.
The Hellstorm got used, but didn't come to any avail in the end. But if you got a Hellstorm and RC, which one are you going to call first? Probably the Hellstorm.
Definitely the Hellstorm. Puts more pressure because you can, and you also get the communication from it as well. Just the moment it comes out from the sky.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing about this Drenger team that I would like to say is that before the Katana LAN, I kind of had them as an underdog. A few of us, in and around the scene had them as, these are 4 strong players. They played together a lot. They could do some work. They could do some damage on some of these teams, and we're seeing it now. They're in a bit of a tricky group. They had some tricky teams that I would have called this the group of death at the start of the afternoon. There's 3 very evenly matched teams that could do some damage. Drenger have made it look easy.
Oh yeah.
We saw them between S&D, or IDK, 44.5 point. Pretty good performance. S&D, we saw 2 people drop 10 kills.
You gave him the curse.
You
cast the curse to him.
Yeah, I cast the curse to him. I did say it. I'll be doing it all weekend, but it kind of shows that 3 of the 4 players went off, and that's what they needed to get through the series today. And if all of those players can bring that tomorrow, that power they needed, they're going to go. They've had the experience on the main stage now, so if they're put on it, they're not going to have that maybe anxiety, that worry of what's going to happen if we're on the main stage that other teams might do for the first time. And they walked away, 100-point club, almost 6-1 win. Very strong stuff. We're going to head to a break before we come back with another match this afternoon, and we'll catch you as soon as we are ready for the next game.
Relationships will often end in disgust, and I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I blame nose running, you funny, you going
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What do you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same.
Then get up, get dressed. Before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part, when we get it on. I'm addicted, no denying it. Cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude. In the mood 24/7, 6911. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop. Stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel, eating like a local, cause you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
haters been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels and do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. Falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Hi Sloggers, welcome back to Esports Hub Summer Showdown. I was not forced to say that, that's kind of my own free will. But yeah, we just had Drengo versus Slog. It was a pretty good game, but I feel like the result was pretty expected, I think, from the start, as you would say. But you know, it happens. But they still put up a good performance, and I feel like it could have got a lot worse for them.
It could have got a lot worse for them. They could have been 6-0'd.
Exactly.
Like, they at least got around on the board. Going 0-3 in the brackets, though, like, do I call them a pug team? Like, they're proving me right.
Yeah, we mentioned it before, didn't we, that this team was here for vibes.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the most important thing. Like, you know, even if you're not going to perform the best, you still put on a good show and you still have a lot of fun. I feel like they were quite engaged.
Learning experience for, like, the coach's team as well, to just sort of get a win under their belt, like, get some good experience online and then get fully prepared for tomorrow. So, like, in essence, kind of like a scrim game, but, like, ultimately, you've still lost.
Yeah, you two were casting that game, so how was that?
I mean, I mentioned on the cast that Slog, you know, 0-2, they've been around a while, they know each other, they played with each other a lot. They might win the best logo competition. I've just seen the Pink Panthers logo, so there's a competition in Group D, not only for what we're about to talk about with these two teams, but best logo as well.
Oh yeah. What about you, George?
Honestly, my brain is fried at the moment.
I get that.
From tired, but at the end of the day, it's been a nice day for games. And these guys, we haven't seen them play yet. We haven't seen them on stage, which means 2 new teams, 2 possibility to get new maps.
Oh yeah, hopefully.
Not rewind.
We had one last time, and you know, if anything, I feel like Slog losing was good, considering one of the coaches was there, so the team who coached won. I feel like you can kind of take a victory away from that. But obviously, we are going into Pink Panthers versus Vicious Gaming. What are the vibes for this game?
I think both teams won. Both teams kind of beat up on Slog in their games and then lost to the expected teams. So going into this has got all to play for. Kind of perfect for the last group game of the day. And yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see because so far, as I said, the only teams that these 2 teams have beat is Slog. So even balance, I'm expecting.
Yeah.
Look at the rosters here. I think this Vicious Gaming, let's start with them first, that these 4 players have played as a core of players a lot. So I think they've already got that team chem going into it, whereas Pink Panthers, slightly more of a pickup team. So there was a bit of a last-minute team rather than Vicious, for example, where have been a more consistent team. So I think it's probably going to go the full distance, all the way 3-2 in the control. But if I had to edge it slightly, maybe Vicious, because of the team chem.
Okay, I feel like that synergy plays a core part of every kind of... literally every single game is like that. You have that synergy. What about you, George? Do you think this synergy is going to help them get through?
Nah, I just think Vicious is going to sweep them. Honestly, if we see a rewind, I hope whoever won the first map loses it. Mainly just because I want to see Control not finish on a rewind again. We want to see some new S&D at least. There are a lot of options. I know, I understand banning certain ones.
Yeah.
But I want to see someone randomly just out of the blue go, we're going to ban rewind. Just go random dealership pick.
I feel like you always want that, though.
You won't see Lewis, but...
You want something a bit crazy. But, I feel like the teams are good themselves. Is there any individuals we should be looking out for?
I think on that Vicious team, you've got players like Dino P. He's someone that online maybe has been called out for cheating. Other things like that where people have maybe said he's an onliner. Well, he's here now. He's won the series. He's lost the series to a very strong team. This is now where he's going to prove it. Is he going to start in that winners bracket tomorrow, give him more of a chance to get further in the tournament? Or will the Pink Panthers be that win team instead?
Oh, yeah, and I can confirm there's no cheats in this arena, guys. It's not the reason we're getting delays. The delays are the computers themselves. We're not being DDoSed out. But yeah, how about you, Ian? What are you feeling in this?
I'm feeling like this game should be, again, close, much closer than the last series. Both teams got a point to prove now, especially with players that don't want to be seen as online. As this is your chance now. You get to show to the world. You get to show to the community, especially, that you can do it on both LAN and online, and you're not just gonna sort of crumble when it matters the most.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think, again, like a lot of these games, it's not going to come down to the individuals just yet. I think just solid team play is going to get you through this and get you a better seed in tomorrow's playoff games.
I'm curious. George is giggling in the corner. What's come up?
So we have the maps.
Okay, go on.
We don't have rewind.
Okay.
However, it's made an appearance again.
Triple Hacienda.
Double Hacienda.
Oh my days.
We have Vault first, then double Hacienda.
Okay, at least we get a break first before.
Yeah. The best part, rewind wasn't even banned. They just chose. They just chose.
That does raise an interesting question. Is what is the most picked maps on stream? I think it's between rewind and Hacienda now. Both being played around 5 times.
I would have guessed Vault because of the control.
Vault has been played a lot as well. I think those 3 maps in particular have been the ones that everyone's going to. If you really want to throw a curveball out there in playoffs, avoid those maps entirely.
I think
maybe start picking a protocol or a red card.
I think when we get to playoffs as well, obviously at the minute in groups we're seeing best of 3s, so we can get through all the group games today, but as soon as we get to playoffs tomorrow, it's going to be best of 5s. So we are going to see straight away 2 extra maps.
Yes.
So we're going to see a little bit more map variety tomorrow. Maybe we'll still see a rewind, I'm sure we will. But maybe it's a map 5 and we'll have a different map 2, so we'll see other maps more so tomorrow. Obviously Control is slightly different where we only have 1 of them.
Why do you think we're seeing these same maps over and over again?
I think comfort's going to play the biggest factor into it. If you're playing these maps a lot and you're seeing these maps a lot on stage, then you kind of get to feel each other out a little bit and kind of get to just sort of get through the group stages, knowing that you're not playing into maps you're uncomfortable on. You're not doing anything out of the blue. You're not being forced into anything that might trip you up. It's just sort of playing your own game, not making any mistakes, and yeah, ultimately these are kind of the best maps for that rewind Hacienda. You played it, everyone's played it quite a bit. So yeah, it's just a comfort factor, I think.
I'll ask one last question. What are we expecting to see here? 2-1, 2-0, or is it going the distance, or is it gonna be quick?
I'm gonna go 2-0 Vicious.
2-0 Vicious, okay.
I say we go 2-1 Vicious.
Okay.
But for some weird reason in my mind, I think Pink Panthers take Vault.
Okay.
And I think that's why Vicious want that double Hass.
What about you?
I'm going to go 2-1 Vicious. I think it's going to literally be close game, 6-5, 3-2s.
Okay, see, I'll play the devil's advocate. I'm going to say it's 2-1 for Pink Panthers. That's the vibe we're going to go down. But, I feel like we can't answer this question just ourselves. I feel like the casters also need to answer this question. So, casters, what is your prediction for this game?
Predictions for this game, Joel. We've got a big one ahead. Again, I might have some splinters going on because I'm sitting on the fence. Two teams I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah.
We heard the desk allude to comments about people being onliners and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And so there's a chance for people to prove themselves. I know I mentioned at the start of the stream, I'm looking forward to seeing Kinney back in action on the Pink Panthers. I just went up and told him, I was like, right, do better. That's what I think that was literally my words, do better. So
yeah.
I can see this one going all the way, to be honest. Closing out the group stages, I'm looking forward to it. Map set's interesting. Vault, we saw one earlier, and just how quickly a team can get away. That all-important P4 we mentioned again. Over to Hassie once again for Search and Destroy. Then should we need it, we're going to finish off on Hacienda. What are your thoughts?
That was quite smart there. We are going to finish on a Hacienda today. I don't know a vast amount about the two, I'll be honest. I don't know whether that's sort of more of a personal opinion. I lean more towards the Pink Panthers guys. Obviously, we've played against a couple of them in sort of different times, a long time ago, really. Obviously, Kinney, as you mentioned, he's the one that is looking to try and take that sort of step forward. Hopefully he is going to be able to back up and do the business for the Pink Panthers. And I think with the name as well, I think I'm going to lean towards...
I like the logo.
Yeah, smart.
Pretty cool.
It's a Pink Panther, isn't it?
It's a Pink Panther, yeah. I mean, it should be, I guess. But yeah, also you got JB on that team as well. Excited to see him play on LAN.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plays a
What
lot
about the
of
Vicious
always
boys?
does.
Do you know much about these lot?
Well, yeah, high div players. Again, these are the guys that have had a few kind of things, online, all that kind of thing. So
Right,
online,
okay.
proving themselves. B Marzi, Dino, they're going to be shooting all this series, but I can see it going all the way. I kind of hope it does. This should be a pretty level matchup, but we'll see how this Vault goes really.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that can just soon get away from it. Obviously, we saw it earlier where teams can just sort of do the power plays and evidently just try and take over, really. It seems to be that a couple of people I think we're just having not sure if it's a tech difficulty or something, just having a bit of a browse over the PC, so I can't imagine we'll be hopefully too far away. We are into the sort of business end of the evening. How have you found today?
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, I think we've made pretty good time, really. This is the last scheduled game that we've got that we're covering in here of the group stages, and then we should manage to get ourselves the first best of 5 of the weekend covered as well with a losers round 1 game. Not sure exactly who that's going to be just yet, but we'll bring that to you once we have that confirmed. But first things first, this is a big one. I'm not entirely sure. I've missed what the current situation is with standings and stuff in this group. I'll pull that up as we go just to see how much is on the line.
Yeah.
But I can imagine both of these teams have at least taken a series, you'd imagine. But tough group. They're the group with Drenga in.
What a performance that just was, eh?
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I did, on the way out, I did have a word with McCoof, saying, you're shouting at your coach like that, it's out of order. And I did tell Legacy as well to make sure he drops and gives him 20 press-ups at the car park.
Right.
Might be a bit of a struggle, but...
Yeah, well, obviously, they're 3-0 on the day. They've come into it, obviously managed to tweak a couple of things that they might have maybe hitched up on back in March, come in here, swept through everybody. I don't think they've dropped a map yet, to my knowledge at least, anyway, unless I was misinformed. But we shall see how they've booked themselves obviously into Sunday. See how they manage to progress through. Pink Panthers, Vicious again. I'm just glad we're not going to be on a rewind. I'm going to be perfectly honest for that Search and Destroy. I think the desk mentioned it earlier on. We've seen it so many times today.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot tomorrow. We're probably going to see a few hard points on it tomorrow as well. Those best of 5s are going to bring a bit more variation with the maps. Interesting, we saw a red card that was in the Drenga game. Maybe the other team picked that to maybe try and throw them off a little bit. Who knows? But yeah, this Vault's going to be an interesting thing. I mean, I don't want to predict. But
come on, I've done it.
2-1 Vicious.
Oh, you're going against your mate. Is he going to appreciate that?
2-1 Vicious.
Right, okay. Oh, well, I mean, hopefully we're not going to be a million miles away. Seems like the players are getting their headsets on, so we should be in the process of getting ourselves loaded in to this map 1. And
everyone's looking relaxed.
That,
everyone's looking relaxed. There was just a few issues lobbying up, but I think we are about to get underway. But yeah, I was just saying, look how cool, calm and collected everybody looks. I wonder if this is a series that's going to get a little bit vocal. I wonder if we're going to hear some noises.
Let the guns do the talking.
Maybe. No, I hope not. I want to hear some action. We've heard a little bit today, but I want to hear a bit more to close out what's been a really successful day.
Yeah.
But I want to hear some late Saturday afternoon passion. Yeah, I think there's been just a couple of issues with the lobbies and whatnot, but we will get into that first map as soon as we can. If this is a series that I anticipate being as close as what I'm expecting, I do think there will be some noise.
I don't know
if Kinney has a chance to get loud, I think he will.
Yeah, I think just out of pure just want, I think it's a case of, even if it's just a two-piece or something like that, you let someone know, don't you? Regardless if you're down by 100 points, because I know that's exactly what I'd do, but don't take your learnings from me, by gosh. But, I mean, there's not really too much for us to speak about. It's a case of waiting for these boys, obviously, to get up and running. Obviously, I think it was just a case of lobbying up might not be 100% straightforward, just glancing over. I think it seems to be more so on the vicious side of things. I think a player is dropping off, so I think we'll be in a position where as soon as we hear something, naturally we'll let you guys know. But between now and then, obviously, we'll allude back to when we opened up this morning, speaking about the Annex roster. They've came in sort of business as usual for them, not dropped the map, expecting them to naturally go all the way tomorrow.
Yeah, the Annex White roster. Yeah, they've been impressive. They did get pushed apparently in one of the games upstairs right down to the wire.
Okay.
Apparently there was a hard point that finished like 250 to like 248, 247 or something like that. So they have been pushed.
Yeah.
They haven't dropped anything, but they have been tested a little bit. The Project Vapor team, obviously, they've come out and done what we kind of expected them to do. Breeze through teams and finish the day 3-0 straight into winners, making Sunday. And we'll get a chance to get an updated bracket out later on as well, which is going to be interesting to see some matchups and see which games we're going to be covering tomorrow as well.
100%. I don't know too much about who is going to be meeting who. Obviously, that'll be the players will be working those out, as I'm sure. But that's. I think we're just going to take a quick break just while we get all this sorted. So as soon as we have that, you'll be back on board with us, and we'll be getting ourselves in to that Vault hardpoint.
We're doing alright. When we are apart, we always do the same dance. Always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be the one tonight. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words, but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me, cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. I'm doing alright. Since we are apart, you know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not
Hey, desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. Your heart said, I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone.
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life, but I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time, but please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind, baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night. She'll always find a way around it. I thought she'd be gone, but when I woke up in the morning, she was laying beside me. And she know when she wanted, I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now, but you're the finest of them all. Make me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
Oh, did you cry when I found you in the night? Staying up till 5 a.m. Told me you and him were friends. Woke up in a burning home. Blame myself, I should have known. To stay in our place, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my talent changed her mind. It talks my heart online. Was I blind? Too afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights. Was I part of your design? Push me till I broke alone. No one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive, just knew when you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. And talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a Darks my heart online.
Gosta de fazer orgia. Essa novinha que tá na volanda. Gosta de fazer orgia. Sentando em cima da piroca. 24 horas por dia. Você decanta por cima da vida. Essa novinha que tá na volanda. Gosta de fazer orgia. Fica sentando em cima da piroca. 24 horas por dia. Você decanta por cima da vida.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along, yeah. We've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, save relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through.
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
We're back.
Back again.
Who'd have thought of it? But
Fingers crossed.
seemingly everything is somewhat sorted. It was a couple of crashes, couple of headphone problems, but the guys, the admins, have seemed to have rambled through quite quickly, and hopefully we're seeing headsets on heads, so we shouldn't be hopefully too far away.
Tell you what, this series better not disappoint now.
Oh gosh,
the jacket's come off. We're getting serious. We're ready for it. Yeah, a little bit of a delay. Apologies for that, but yeah, technical issues. It happens. But we are loading in. Looks like everybody is in the lobby and ready to go. So fingers crossed, this series is worth the wait. And I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Obviously, looking forward to see how both of these are going to match up against each other, both 1-on-1. So it stands so far in the group. So winner of this should take second place. So we shall see how this is going to unfold. It's going to be a vault. Let's see who it is that's going to sort of break the mold and try and push themselves forward. Yeah, confirmation they are both actually 1-on-1, and seemingly we're going to find out the answer of who's going to take that second place quite quickly. It is going to be Pink Panthers taking on Vicious Gaming, and we are waiting for the countdown. We're trying to count it in, not going to do so, but we're about to get underway, aren't we?
Nah, that'll be enough to really check me out, I think. You've started counting down in my ears.
Yeah.
Here we go then. Who's going to come second in Group D? Time to find out. We do have movement from every player, so I think we can safely say we're good. Heading towards this first hill. Gunfight is going to come through mid. Where's your first blood coming? It's just a back and forth trade. Couple for Pink Panthers, but a couple returned. 3 dead. Can they get the 4th? Yeah, they can. 4 dead in favour of Vicious Gaming, but no time for anybody just yet. Both trying to focus towards this P2, you think, but yeah, Mixie P1 to get us started. But early bit of time for the Pink Panthers.
Yeah, obviously one of the players that we're just waiting for confirmation of who is who, starting off on early 3-streak, early doors, then has actually just made it 4 coming through. I think it was JB that is going to be the one that is 4-0 start, does eventually fall, but early time was going in favour of Pink Panthers. Vicious are just going to try and soak up a little bit of scrap time. They are going to have the rotation actually over towards New, and smart plays from the Vicious boys, and they are going to have the opportunity to take the scrap time, a little bit of a lead change early doors, and heading off to P2.
Yeah, it looks like Vicious Gaming going to be set up, getting the initial time, are blocking those spawns as well, so it is down to Pink Panthers to try and push towards it, see if they can find a break. Bit of a neck and neck after the first set of hills as expected, and it is JB in the back pushing through. Big 2 on time. Oh my god, Spen finding a massive 2 kills to get Pink Panthers in, and there's all 4 down, and just like that Pink Panthers push through, find a 4 dead, take control of this P2.
Yeah, quite simple really, wasn't it? It wasn't a case of those sort of back and forward traded kills. It's just a case of pretty much a clean 4, and now we're seeing trade for trade once again. And just when we're speaking about how easy it was for Pink Panthers to break their way in, Vicious Gaming have just replied with a break of their own, and they're going to now try hold on to the last sort of 15 seconds or so. Most of the members of Pink Panthers are going to be flying still in around the time. I imagine the last 10 seconds probably going to be uncontested unless this member gets up on top of the, who's going to go on top, off the top rope, in towards time, not going to manage to do anything. Off towards P3 is going to be one of the members of Pink Panthers. It looks like it's going to be Kinney. 5 and 6 start from him. Happy with that?
Yeah, steady. Better than London. I think we can safely say that. If it would have been worse, it might have been time to stop playing. But yeah, much better start. Vicious Gaming with a very, very slight advantage to get us going. Bit of initial time was for Pink Panthers on this P3, but once again, as we've seen all day on this map, getting that P4 control is most important. You've got 2 players around that art area, but that's a big kill. Can he get the second as well? Fancies the chow. Pistol out. Surely not. No, does get taken down, so Pink Panthers regaining that control of that P4 side. But 2 of the players spawning through mid now, going to take them off and push to get these last 25 seconds, but the most important thing is maintaining that P4 spawn.
Yeah, obviously they're extending themselves up by sort of 30 points or so, but what you will see is the Pink Panthers are now just about going to start to look to try and play off some cuts over towards New. It looks like it's going to be Spen that will be the one that will be in and around time with the help of Mad's going to try and cut anybody off through P1. The scrap time still going in favour of Vicious Gaming. They are going to be double the points roughly of Pink Panthers here, but we imagine sneaking around the back is going to be Vinny, and well, actually most of the members are actually going to be sneaking around the back. I don't know how they've got through so quickly. It is only going to be a couple of members in and around time from Pink Panthers now, and it's going to be a pretty much clean break. But again, here come the members of Pink Panthers, and seemingly B Marzi has gone quite crazy there. He's picked off a couple, 4 dead once again. Good start from Vicious Gaming here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and they have got a bit of control. We saw neck and neck back and forth for the first few hills, but this is the chance, as we always see on this map, where P4, where a team can really start to break clear. It looked like Pink Panthers might have been the ones to get the early rotation, but everyone just kind of focused and flood towards the back, have allowed Vicious Gaming to get themselves in there. B Marzi 12 and 5 on a 4 streak at the minute, absolutely frying. Big couple of hills around the time that was on a 5 spree. He goes now, and nearly all of that time ended up going towards Vicious Gaming. So to the first set of rotations, we're going to have a healthy 60 to 70 point lead in favour of Vicious.
Yeah, and like it doesn't seem to be stopping any sort of time soon, really. Obviously, the initial sort of hill time is going to be going in favour of Pink Panthers here, but a couple of members are going to be trying to play towards those P2 spawns, trades coming in for both teams, and just like that, Vicious have managed to get themselves at least in and around P1. Pink Panthers are still spawning sort of P2 side, so there's no sort of worries or concerns from them as it stands at the minute. But it's just banging out through mid as it always does, and it looks like it's going to be Vinny finding one of the members. I think it was Kinney that was actually taken off there, still holding his own at the minute, but you'd imagine that Spen probably wants someone else to help him on time. You've got Maz who's not touched it yet. Just seems to be that they're starting to slip away a little bit. Opportunity for a couple of members of Vicious to get in towards the scrap time. They are going to be potentially put at bay. It's only Matty that's going to find two and potentially try to take the last couple of seconds whilst they have got that P2 spawn pretty much locked in, set up early doors, but they managed to break it quite quickly last time. Let's see if the boys of the Pink Panthers can do the same. But it's going to be Kinney's the closest member through Cat at the minute. He has got Matty that's looking for him, and that is going to be a relatively slow four. Highest member up is going to be Spen, trying to play up through Cat here. It's not looking pretty for Pink Panthers, is it?
No, they did well. They managed to get a good chunk of time at the start of that P1 to try and stay, within 40, 50 points. But at the minute, if you look at the kills, Pink Panthers just don't have that player that's kind of slaying out. Look at the side of Vicious Gaming. You've got B Mars, who's currently on a 2KD. Matty's 18 and 13. And that's just where Pink Panthers are lacking at the minute. But there's only one hill in it on the scoreline, and they do find themselves getting some good time onto this P2. Bit of white time, bit of a surprise. Vicious do hop on there. It is going to be Spen in the back, seeing if he can take him off it, but this scrap time looks like it's going to go in favour of Vicious. So that lead extended once again, but Pink Panthers only about one hill behind. It's still more than on for those guys, but again, I think we're going to come back to that P4.
Yeah, it was an interesting play call there from Vicious. Every single one of the members was actually challenged for the last sort of 10 seconds or so, and it did actually give up the P4 rotation in favour of Pink Panthers. As you can see on your map, you've got Kinney sort of trying to block deep, so no one can do that. They have got that early time, and they're trying to sort of bottleneck Vicious Gaming, coming through P1, going down sort of B Street, trades coming in for both teams, but all-important time is being soaked up here. Just as I say that, he will fall, and the members of Vicious Game are going to try and crowd around, but I imagine this is probably going to be quite busy. Keep your eyes on your map. Look at Matty coming around on that pinch. He's going to possibly find Maz. I don't know if he's going to get spotted. He's got Kinney out by Palms. He's going to chell towards him now and will find him. Spawns are going to now be in favour of Vicious Gaming. 20 seconds to play for. It's become a little bit more competitive. We're not seeing a team sort of drift away quite easily. Pink Panthers are slowly but surely trying to break their way in. The team kill is not going to help them whatsoever, and the last sort of 5 seconds not going in their favour, as it's too much really, and it is going to be Vicious Gaming potentially, unless Yonko can do something here to try and break his way through. Not going to manage to do so, but Maz will find one, and could be quite an interesting hill here.
Yeah, we do see a bit of time for Pink Panthers here, but that's not going to last very long, as they do get taken off by, I think, Dino. And now it's Pink Panthers. They're really maybe going to start getting a little bit desperate. Need to try and get around the back. You've got JB, Yonko finding a big kill towards the back. May allow his teammates to spawn in, but trying to chow from the front as well. But they're just gunning them down. Your kill feed is looking purple. The lead is extended. And look at your minimap. All four of the Pink Panthers spawning out. Still 20 plus seconds on this time. Vicious Gaming can get themselves 100 points ahead, and as we mentioned, this P4 has been all important so far for Vicious Gaming.
Yeah, it looks like B Marzi's sort of been given that license to sort of go hunting, really. They're just going to be soaking up all of that time through P4. He does eventually get taken out. It is Matty that will fall as well, but B Marzi 22 and 13, great start. Still 30 seconds on time from him as well, but keep a look at that from Dino, a minute and a half already. That's where they're extending. They're still, oh, if I can get my words out, they are pushing their way through towards this P1, but let's see how we are going to fare up so far. Trade kills coming in for both teams. On board with Vinny at the minute. He has got a member just underneath him through Cap. Not going to manage to find him, but it's sort of getting to that sort of desperation area now, is it, for Pink Panthers?
It is a bit, but they do find a big team wipe, and this is where they're kind of getting a lot of time. They're getting a lot of time when this P1 pops, and it's keeping them within kind of range to try and make something happen, but they've got to start chaining these hills. This P1, P2 is so important for them. They can't they've got to focus on the P2 spawns, but they can't afford to give 20-30 seconds away to Vicious because they're just going to be so close to getting it done. And when you've got hills like P3 that just kind of be like snuck on and take a quick 15 seconds, it's just so difficult. But a big two-piece for Spen mid-map once again. We've seen him find a couple of big moments, and now it's down to Kinney in the back doing his best. The push is coming, help is on the way from JB, finds one. Can he get the second? Yeah, he does. This is big from Pink Panthers. Need to go and block towards the back. They do so. They do have control of this P2. Now it's popped. Do find that first kill as well. So maybe, just maybe, this is where they get back into this map.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the all-important wave that you'd imagine. And it looks like, I don't know if Maz has actually spotted him here. He's allowed Matty to go through. He's going to fly straight into time. He's got one of the members out on palms. He's found the one on time, one outside. He's putting bullets anywhere. He's knifed one on the way in. The knife kill finds one. Pistols out, and he's not going to manage to find him. But I tell you what, 30 seconds is going to be fantastic for Vicious Gaming if they can hold on to it. The members of Pink Panthers are going to at least be spawning out the back. But they are going to... What? We've just seen a double nade. No one's got a trophy in and around time. But, well, they can't win from here, so it is going to at least be a minimum of P3. Trades coming in for both teams. Pink Panthers are going to have to work their way around. Keep your eyes on your map. Yonko is going to find a big kill in the back. We've got Matty on the way around to try and find him as well. 1v1. Matty's going to try and find him. Does manage to do so. And he's got Kinney that's going to try and pinch him out. Good comeback here from Kinney. He's got himself positive. But, I mean, I tell you what, Pink Panthers have got an opportunity here, but Vicious cannot give up these spawns. Look where they are.
I know it's difficult, as we mentioned, like you can try and play for some of this P3, but you might risk giving up the P4 in the process, and Pink Panthers just can't afford to do that. Vicious needing 13 seconds to close out this map 1, and it's going to turn into a little bit of carnage around this hill. They might try and win it there. They are still trying to hold Art to keep themselves spawning just in case that P4 pops, but it's a big gunfight going to come towards mid, and it does go in favour of Vicious Gaming. A lot of players spread out on your minimap at the moment. It's a big couple of kills on the side of Vicious, and a lot of white time on this P3. They are just going to try and focus and secure that P4 and get it one there, but they can still win on this hill. So it is down. Big gunfight does fall, but the instant trade is there. 10 seconds needed for Vicious. Huge gunfights coming in the back of this P4. Are Vicious going to close the job out? You'd think so from here, but it ain't over just yet.
No, Yonko is going to have to go absolutely crazy here. He's got every member of Vicious Gaming to deal with, but the team nade has come in. It's not going to help him. 3 are going to fall. It's only going to be Kinney and Yonko in and around time. It's going to be trades coming in for both teams. Only 5 seconds remaining. A big two-piece nearly coming through. 1v1 on time. Trades coming in for both teams, and Vicious Gaming just managed to hold on to that into that first map. Sorry, gosh, it seemed to just be action from halfway onwards. Everyone just seemed to got the guns going.
Yeah, it was a close map for a very long time.
Yeah.
And Pink Panthers, even when they fell behind, they kept clawing back, using those Panther claws, there you go, clawing back, bringing it back, keeping within touching distance. But as we mentioned, as soon as that kind of P2, the extended there, they just couldn't afford to give any kind of scrap time to Vicious. But moving towards the P4 as well, that's just where they got the job done on both rotations. Really good performance from the guys of Vicious. But nobody had a disaster class. Everybody kind of held their own to an extent. Good first map. We expected a close series, and it did end up a pretty close map for the most part. But yeah, Vicious were the ones just to get the job done.
Yeah, obviously the desk alluded to before we got into the game that the majority of them fancied Vicious in this series, and if that's something to go off, obviously for 3/4 of that map, they were by far the better team. But then Pink Panthers slowly started to work their way in, but ultimately when you sort of 70, 80 points down quite early doors, you're constantly chasing, and like you mentioned as well, the sort of 10 or 15 seconds that you can rob at the end of a hill as soon adds up. But like you say, no one's really been at any sort of fault. There's no one that's too far away sort of KD-wise. So it's just a case of maybe if they just got themselves going a little bit earlier, we could have seen a different story.
We could have done, I think, as I mentioned during the cast, like a couple of the players for Vicious just were kind of out slaying a little bit, and whilst we're looking at Pink Panthers' side and nobody was kind of taking that on, nobody was kind of finding those extra kills on the map, they were just kind of slogging away, staying in the map, whilst Vicious had just a couple of players that were just frying out a little bit more, and maybe that was just the difference in the end. But yeah, a couple of team nades as well. That didn't help at some unfortunate times. But yeah, maybe just a little too late. But we are going to move over to Hacienda for the S&D, and anything can happen. And I still fancy kind of a map 3 here to close out the groups. Yeah, I mean, my prediction before this was 2-1. I don't think there's any reason why Pink Panthers can't go on to take the Hacienda and Forces back to Hacienda for a control. But yeah, really good performance. B Marzi had a great map. Vinny had some big moments as well.
There was a lot of those sort of like 1v1 moments, weren't there?
Yeah.
On that rotation over towards P4, people obviously know how important it is to try and stay that side, because you are trying to keep the money hill for as long as possible. So the amount of gunfights that were going on the way around there was spectacular.
I was hoping for a certain highlight. That knife, that knife was a huge moment. That got, I think all the crowd reacted to it. I think I even yelped out a little bit. But yeah, just a great map. And look there, look, 100 points ahead. So Pink Panthers did manage to just chain that P1, P2 and stay in it. It was just, like I say, just that little bit too little, too late. But competitive, tight-ish game in the end. That was a big couple of kills. I think this is the moment.
I think it was, yeah. He's going to run through here, gets the knife out in preparation and manages to find. So, but I mean, it's just smart gameplay. Obviously, we'll see it again. Obviously, look, switches straight to the pistol, sees the knife. Obviously, if that would have been the gun, he'd have probably hit with.
Almost got that pistol kill as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But he was just allowed straight through. There was one of the members of Pink Panthers that was in and around lobby, but they allowed Matty just to run straight through, take one off time. Ultimately, then nearly found one out in palms, and then found the knife kill as well. So it's instances like that that are those sort of big moments and can sort of try and flip how the script is going. But like you say, you can't count out either team at this point. Obviously, advantage Vicious Gaming at the minute, but we've seen the teams that have naturally been a bit better at the hard points. It's the S&D is what sometimes lets some of them down.
Yeah, especially this time of the day.
Yeah.
A bit later on. You don't know, some things, certain other factors could come into play. Bit of tiredness, a few delays. They might,
Can't get me words out. Please put my teeth in, don't I?
Well, I did it earlier and laughed at me, so I guess I could laugh back. But we are about to find out if we're going to go to a map 3, or if Vicious Gaming are going to secure that second spot in Group D behind Drenga. Do you think we're going map 3, Joel? Or do you think they close the job out here?
It depends how the first sort of offense goes. If they manage to break that first wave, I think it should be a sort of back and forward. This map is a little bit more forgiving compared to the rest of the maps that you can do. I think we've only seen sort of back and forward games. We've not really seen, with me and you and Cass, we've not really seen a slamming of either team that I can remember.
I think the 6-2 first game maybe was the biggest one we've seen, but that started at 2-2, but then they just kind of kicked on. That was the Annex White game, wasn't it? But the rest of them have been pretty close. We've seen a couple of round 11s on the main stage as well.
We have.
I'd quite like to see another one.
Yeah, and it's going to be, by the looks of it, indeed it is, it's going to be Vicious Gaming. They're going to be sort of potentially heading off towards A. Obviously, you can sort of spread out the map and get as much information as possible on here.
Fast punt, maybe.
There's no sort of need to get it down straight away. You don't really see this very often. It's never, A's never normally the one that's sort of the fast plan. It's normally you find a kill over toward B and you get it down sort of straight away, but we are going to see a 40-second 4v4 bang out, really, and it's going to be on board with Yonko at the minute. He is going to find Dino in the back, working his way out towards sort of top open side. All of the members of Pink Panthers trying to just cluster in and around this time. Trade kills potentially going to be coming in, not going to manage to do so. B Marzi will fall to Spen at that point, on board with Marty at the minute. He'll find one. Oh, he's nearly managed to take him off of the bomb. Last member up is going to be Vinny, fighting for his life. It's not going to mean anything at this point, and it is going to be 1-0 to the Panthers.
Yeah, interesting. Like you say, they got that bomb down pretty quick. Still 8 players alive in the lobby, and then it just ended up a little bit of carnage around there, and almost manages to take him off the bomb. Does hop off it though, smart play, and then just not quite enough in the end. So Pink Panthers bounce straight back, taking a 1-0 lead on this map too.
Yeah, and obviously you see here, like you say, there's people everywhere. I think on the map it was pretty. I think there was one person on the pinch, but other than that, everyone was in sort of like a 10-meter radius, really. But hopefully we'll see a bit of a back and forward. Don't want to see someone just sort of take over, really. At this point, it's always good for everyone to see the sort of the back and forward, see the players go through the motion, have to adapt to sort of different scenarios. But let's see how the Panthers are going to opt to try and play this one. Spen finding 2 in that first round, and pretty much an even split. Vicious Gaming opting just to send everybody to this A point. They imagined that the Panthers were going to back up the same way, but I don't understand how you've not sent anyone B-side.
I don't know how he's got away from that, to be honest. Down to 22 HP. First blood comes in, does go in favour of Vicious Gaming. Kinney does fall, but they could have easily had control of that B-side and got it down, but it's just allowed Vicious Gaming to readjust. Big pick from JB after going for a little swim. Is he going to go back in there? Yeah, he fancies it. Might not read this as well. So 3v3, 45 seconds left in the round, and every single player in the lobby surrounded around this B-side. We're maybe about to see some carnage, big couple of kills, and it's all down to B Marzi now. He had an unbelievable map 1, and he does find himself in a 1v1, but doesn't manage to get it done. And Pink Panthers find yet another round to start this map 2.
Yeah, it was a case of the members of Pink Panthers there really had the opportunity just to get the bomb down straight away, but they've actually made it probably harder than what it needed to be. They've ultimately won the round, obviously a 1v1 at the end there, but I mean there was an opportunity. They could have opted for the same sort of play of which Vicious did in round 1, the sort of 4v4 bang out, but not needing to do so. They are 2-0 up in the S&D. Let's see how Vicious are going to opt to play this one. I'm sure Dino will be wanting to get himself off that donut at the minute, but it looks like they're going to...
2 rounds, give him a chance.
Yeah, everyone else has got a kill, so
yeah,
just trying to make a little bit of a story, mate. But it seems to be that they are just going to try and keep the bomb out by well, bang out, coming through. Big 2-piece there early doors, and that is going to put the pressure onto Vicious Gaming to try and make a bit of a decision. Bomb is going to be down, and they both line up.
Yeah. They've both just lined up, 2 pieces in the round, and Pink Panthers 3-0 up now. Both just lined up for that SMG. And that was a pretty speedy old round, Joel. 2 from Team to start us off. And then I think that was JB who found a 2-piece at the end of that one and just, lined up for him.
I mean, they're seemingly running away with it a little bit. Obviously, the boys have put in a lot of work into their S&Ds. It must be, you'd imagine, this is probably going to be their pick if they're this comfortable on it. But obviously, they had the opportunity for a quick B last time. Let's see if they try and opt to get it down early doors, if they're happy with the sort of 1v1 sort of retake, etc. But again, it's looking like it's a little bit the same. They're going to send the majority of the members through mid. Bomb's just going to be held back towards P2, and that will be Yonko that will fall early doors to Vinny. And there's going to be a couple of members potentially in gunfights in a short space of time. Nearly naded himself was Kinney. You wouldn't have let him live that one down, let me tell you. But opportunity again, look, we've got a couple of members, Maz, and it's spent over by this B-bomb. They could have got it down. Yeah,
B Marzi playing it smart there, just getting some info from Boat, just kind of scare them away from maybe getting that plant down. Life advantage for the defensive side at the minute, with JB going down early in that round, which is interesting to note because I think he was on like a 3 or a 4 spree, so it may have avoided him getting that streak. But interesting, if you take a look at your minimap now, they are looking like they might opt to go towards this A side, and it is number 4, Matty, who is just in a position to maybe pick off both 2 of these players. But
well, surely Matty's going to see him, right?
He is now.
Yeah, manages to find the kill. Bomb is going to be down. I don't know how on earth Pink Panthers have managed to wrap that over from B through A uncontested, but it's not going to matter. All the members are going to fall. Ultimately, Vicious are going to get themselves on the board with the help of Dino getting himself on the board at the same time, may I add. But I just don't know how they got it from B to A quite easily, really.
Unnoticed. There's little parts on this map where he's sneaking through, but yeah, they needed that round really. 3-0 down. A 4-round deficit is a lot worse than just a 2. So big round for Vicious, keep themselves in the map, and we've just seen Pink Panthers take 3 in a row. Who's to say Vicious can't do the same back? We know they've got the gun skill to do so. But yeah, they are going to be on the offense themselves now. What we're going to see, looks like we're maybe getting a B push, similar to how we've seen Pink Panthers break off, getting a bit of control up towards top. It's going to be an EBB Maz who might get a little bit of information, some of these guys, but no, doesn't beak out. They're going to have full control of this B site, and this rewrap is going to be interesting. Surely you're going to get somebody working towards the pinch, and not just somebody. 2 players on the map, maybe even 3 at the moment, just trying to cover both sides. But this is now a difficult retake, but they do still have 40 seconds and 4 players to do so.
Yeah, you're basically trying to break P4 at this point, aren't you? Obviously, everyone's going to have to locate themselves. Smart from Dino to back all the way up and maybe just let the SMGs sit in and around time. It is going to be, I think it's Matty that's the first person to fall, does eventually get traded, and then another kill from there. So it's Spen and Yonko are going to be the players that fall for Pink Panthers here. 18 seconds left remaining. they need to act fast.
They've got to move.
They are going to have to look around. It's going to be Pink Panthers trying to play this time. He's going to have to try and hop in, do as best as what he can, or it will be a round on the board for Vicious. Indeed it is. All the members of Pink Panthers are going to fall. And back to 3-2.
Yeah, we've just said the Pink Panthers have done it. No reason why Vicious can't as well. I think that was Vinny who found that big two-piece with the SMG as the players tried to push through mid. But yeah, the Pink Panthers don't want to kind of find themselves in this position. They started really well, and they've already kind of hacked away and lost some of that deficit. But they need this map. They need to go to...
They took advantage of the position, didn't they? They got themselves out towards B, realised that no one's been contested. Obviously, they had a free run through open. No one's there. So let's get it down, and we're just going to back ourselves in the gunfights to win the round. And ultimately, that's what's paid off. So you can see Vinny on a 4 at the minute. 7 kills going in favour of Vicious. Oh, I don't know if there was a trophy down. Looks like someone has managed to just about get away with their life. No one falling just as it stands. Bomb is teetering in and around this A point, but it will be Maz that is going to be the person that's fall. 2 members of Vicious potentially going to try and play the pinch. Traded back out though is going to be Matty. But Bomb is at least going to be making its way down onto A, and we are probably going to be in for a pretty hectic sort of 20-30 seconds or so.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Vinny on a 4 spree at the minute. 1 life advantage in favour of Vicious. That Bomb is down though. It is going to be all down to Yonko, and there he goes. Down he goes, and that's 3 in a row. The shit talk started.
It has.
This one's going to get tasted. We were saying before, we're hoping it might hear a little bit, and now is the time that we might start to.
Well, you've preached it into existence. 3-0 down, back to 3-3. What's the next couple of rounds going to look like?
I don't know, mate. I'll do the lottery tonight, maybe, if I start keeping these predictions going. But yeah, cheer up, crowd. Come on, let's see something. No, yeah, thank you. Cheers. Everyone's flagging a little bit towards the end of the day, I think. Yeah. Not as though we're raring to go, aren't we, Joel?
Yeah, living the dream, mate. Living the dream. So, 3 apiece. No one... Well, actually, I was going to say no one's close to any sort of big streaks, but Vinny, I'll be interested to see how close he is to that Hellstorm. Obviously, on a 6 at the minute. You'd like to think he has got the car. Yonko's actually got one in the back pocket as well. Obviously, the bomb plants and the diffusers will have all been in his favour, but seemingly they were going to opt to try and play for that B, and Spen, lucky to get away with his life. They're going to try potentially just to back up a little bit. Keep your eyes on Yonko. Big fight between him and Matty on the cards in due course. Vinny is going to find another to put him on to a 7. Spen's going to be... Spen, Dino and Matty all going to fall. Big kills coming in for both teams. It's going to be a 2v2. Bomb is being actually re-wrapped here by the looks of it, and it's going to possibly be maybe just trying to play for a pick or something. Maybe here at this
patient, played it smart, find the pick, take Maz down, and it was all down to Kinney, but he's up against 1 man on a 5 spree, 1 man on a 7 spree.
It's not looking good.
Tough task. They do have the bomb with them as well. But if he can get this timing right,
has he seen him?
Get this timing right. There's
seen him get out.
Nice. He gets himself out there. Coach Joel
from here.
Coach Joel in the background, but it is down to 1v1. Here comes the gunfight, and Vicious come out on top. Oh, that would have been a tasty old 1v2.
3-0 down, 4-3 up. Doing something right, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. These guys, the sprees they were on.
It doesn't phase them though, does it? Like, you have a look at the players and it's just like, yeah, we'll just give you a 3-0 head start. We'll sort of claw it back after that.
I think that might put B Marzi onto a 6 spree potentially now. Yeah.
Oh, look at you. Good at maths.
I'm just paying attention, mate.
I should probably do that, really, shouldn't I?
But so we want to see Maz get something going here. 1 and 6, struggling a little bit. I think that Pink Panthers might need him to find a couple of kills soon if they're going to close this out. Like you say, 4 rounds in a row for Vicious. Early gunfights going to come through. Just some warning shots sent over towards this B site. Pink Panthers slowed down a little bit on their push. Big first pick. And it was Kinney who's found it. Can I get... Oh, Kinney, lad. Big 2-piece. 1 with the AR, 1 with the SMG. Where's the knife for the perfect hat-trick?
I was just going to say, obviously, Panthers need to win this round. They can't allow 5 consecutive rounds to be put against them. They're going to have to try and do something here, and evidently they are going to do so. So we are going to be evened up at 4 apiece. It's starting to get that smell again a little bit, isn't it?
It stinks. Absolutely stinks. It's on the way.
You reckon?
I think that was that 2 for Maz in that round, was it?
Well, it was Kinney 2 early doors, might have been 2 for Maz late on, but they've managed to claw their way back. They've stopped the streak of Vicious gaming here, so they are going to at least bring them back to an even playing field. I imagine might see a streak at this point. Obviously, you probably don't want to leave it too late to call it out if, obviously, some of the players don't like using the car, so they might try and opt just to not do it. But there's a chance at getting the bomb down sort of quite quickly. But seemingly, no one's going to opt to do it. And they are going to be heading off towards this A point.
Yeah.
It's going to be
free plant.
Yonko's just going to see if he can have a peek round, spot any sort of information. And here comes, like we saw in that first round, that fast A point again.
Yeah, still 8 players left up in that last round. The duo of Kinney and Maz finding 2 apiece, and they're going to need to do similar here, and else they're going to find themselves 1 round away, almost lined up, and it's a bit of carnage. 3 lives to 2 in favour of Vicious, making it a 1v2, all down to B Marzi, who finds one, and it's a 1v1 second, but doesn't manage to get it, and it's Kinney once again clutching up 10 and 5, and now Pink Panthers are back in that leading position, which they gave up from 3 maps in a row, but yeah. It still stinks a bit.
You reckon?
It does. They do look pretty calm.
Yeah, just having a bit of a glance up at the screen, seeing what's on, what's on to show. But like you say, Kinney 10 and 5, he'll be more than happy with that.
He's just spawning in with an AR and an SMG at the minute. He always seems to have 2 on the go.
I imagine he probably picks it up.
Well, yeah, obviously, mate. Thanks.
Match point, though, in favour of Pink Panthers here. Vicious are going to have to try and claw their way back in to be able to at least extend themselves out to the round 11. Else we will be heading back into Hacienda again for the control. Opportunity once again to sort of block the bomb with the car. I know, obviously, Vicious Gaming will at least have 1. And it looks like B Marzi's certainly going to have it. And they're just going to opt to sort of fly off towards B, expect to read it. Vinny is going to fall. I think it was Maz that's found that one. But bomb... I tell you what, look at the pinch. You've got 2 of the members of Vicious Gaming. It's going to be Dino, it's going to be Matty on that fast pinch already, completely just giving up that B point. Trade kills coming in for both teams. But just like that, we're into a 3v2 situation for Pink Panthers to potentially close this one out here.
It is a 1v2, all down to B Marzi. Anyone in the lobby who's going to do it, it is him. Makes the 1v3 a 1v2. He's got Maz and Spen to take down and got to defuse. They know exactly where he is after he shoots that gun. Can he find this pick? But the other one's going to be there, surely waiting for the trade. If he does, timeout goes down to 25 seconds. About.
It's a big ask, isn't it? He's going to have to try and play it pretty much perfect. He's got the read. He had the read onto the second guy, not going to manage to do so. But that is going to even the scores up at 1 apiece. This is the reason that both of these teams are 1-1. They're both fighting for this second place. No one was going to roll over, and seemingly it's going to potentially be quite a bang out of a control as well.
Yeah, I think, there was no real kind of loud reaction from the Pink Panthers. It was cool, calm, collected, couple of fist bumps flying about, but I think after they've gone 3-0 up, if they hadn't have managed to take that map, they would have been very, very disappointed. But I think 1-1 is pretty fair. I think they deserve to take that map and take us all the way. We said before the series started, that's what we were hoping to see, that's what we're expecting to see, and we are going to see it. We are going to go back to Hacienda for the control. But yeah, there was some crazy kind of exciting moments. I got a little bit tense. I couldn't speak at the end because I was just trying to watch.
Yeah, there was quite a few moments in there where it was teams were just opting just to give up a bomb sort of completely free. It was a case of they're more than happy sort of try and play the retake and go from that point. But as you can see, it's an opportunity, like you say, going 3-0 up, going then back to 3-3, then losing, then trying to bring it all the way back round. Ultimately, just didn't have enough in the end to be able to claw out and see themselves into a 2-0 win. But if the control that we had earlier on is anything to go off of, I tell you what a map that would be, eh?
What, the 3-0 bang out we saw?
That's the only one we've seen today for me and you.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, most of all the series have all been 2-0s, haven't they? So this one going all the way. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the control. We are going to stay on Hassie, which is a control map that I'm not a fan of. I think that just the points are just kind of a little bit too close together. It's so hard to kind of get yourself out and get yourself set up properly. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Maybe I'm just terrible. That's probably the more likely scenario. But yeah,
you're a protocol man, aren't you?
I'm a pro. Oh, you get me in them cheeks. Get me in them cheeks.
Excuse me?
You heard.
Right. Okay. Speaking about control, that will keep on track. Sorry for anyone who's having to hear that there. Hacienda control. I think it's one of the more forgivable maps in terms of you shouldn't get sort of blocked into spawn sort of straight away. Obviously, there's so much room to sort of spread out of. Obviously, you're going to know roughly where the players are going to be coming from, but it's not going to be like that vault or anything where people have got sort of 20 yards to spawn in, and that's about it, really.
You say that, yeah. The thing is, like I say, you spawn in so close to where both of the points are that it is kind of difficult to get yourself out. So we might still see Ender. But that A point is just a nightmare, isn't it? There's so many different angles from above, the different lanes you can get taken down from. If a team manages to get that off on the offence, put themselves in a good position to take that round, or even just get a couple of ticks on there to build it up for. I'm not going to say it because I said earlier we're going to go to round 5 and it was absolute 3-0 demolition.
Yeah,
so
maybe if you take the other way around, we might get it.
Yeah, but then to be fair, my predictions for this series were going quite well so far. I said if Pink Panthers were going to get over the line, Maz would have to pick it up and find a few more kills. I think he finished with 4 or 5, maybe even a bit more in the end of that map after being about 1 and 5, 1 and 6. So it's I might have to buy a lottery ticket tonight.
Yeah?
Maybe, we'll see. But I did say 2-1 Vicious. No.
Oh, okay. You think you know somebody, you duo with this person for a year, you don't get any sort of return.
You were going to say something else. You said person. What were you going to? You hesitated.
No,
was it not family friendly? You were going to call me something else?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
I'll tell you outside.
It's getting late.
I know.
What? You should offer me outside. What's going on? I need a new duo.
Oh,
thankfully, I'm going to cast with Connor for the next game. So you drop, mate. You drop.
I am, I believe, going to go on the desk. So I think we're just waiting for a couple of members of the Vicious Gaming roster to get back into the seats. Probably just nipped for a glass of water, toilet break, all that sort of jazz. But still got one more series, I believe, after this one.
Best of 5.
And that should be, that'll be the first best of 5 that you guys will see today. Obviously, that will kick off our sort of playoff bracket. I'm sure that we'll see a bit of a clearer picture of what that looks like after this game. I'm not too sure if there's any other games going on upstairs at the minute that we're possibly waiting on. I believe, I think Project Rose were due to play a game, but I don't know if there's any other ones other than that possibly.
Yeah, they're probably finishing off a few up there as well. I'm not sure. I've not seen any. Well, actually, I've just seen a Project Rose player come down here, so I'm not sure what the result of that one was.
Something's happened.
Yeah, they've finished. I'm not sure who's won. We'll try and get you an update. We'll try and get the bracket updated if you want to look at it in the chat. But I'm quite curious about how that game's gone because Project Rose, I think, played really well today, and I'm hoping they just take a map or even the series. Who knows?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's again, well, like I say, we don't know yet, so any sort of scenario could have been put in place, but players are starting to get their headphones back on, get themselves back in and get themselves set and ready for this Hacienda control. I think it's, if I was to lean to one edge, I think if you look at the respawn, the first half of it, obviously Vicious were quite clear that they were the favourite at that point. Pink Panthers eventually got themselves back into it, but if that story is anything to go off, it's hard to look past Vicious at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's definitely advantage those guys going into it, but as we've spoken about all day, the team taking that S&D to force them up 3, that's what can build the momentum, and the confidence is back there. And it wasn't massively convincing win in the end, but there were moments where they were definitely the team that were on top. But then saying that, as we mentioned, this Vicious roster looked really hot on that first respawn. So passing under control is a completely different ball game. So we'll see what happens. Again, I'm not anticipating a 3-0. I do think we'll see at least 4, maybe even 5 rounds on this map.
Yeah, I'd agree.
But yeah, and like I say, I hope we do. This is one of them series where, in my head, there's a bit of a coin toss of who's going to take it. I do have Vicious as favourites, but time's going to tell.
It will indeed, and like you say, we are going to be loading into this control on Hacienda. We shall see who it is that's going to secure themselves second place in the group, and by the looks of it, it's going to be Vicious Gaming that are going to be on this offense with an opportunity for Pink Panthers to win the first defense. Nade's going to be heading off towards B. Normally, this B push is the sort of typical one that players will opt to go for straight away, obviously, because A is such an open thing. But they've been given a bit of a free rein here, really. Trade kills coming in for both teams. As you can see, Yonko is on his way around on a pinch. He will find one. He will nearly find the second. Not going to manage to do so. Does then get taken out. But that's going to be a pretty much clean 4, and all the members of Vicious are going to have to try and come through well here.
Yeah, good start for the Panthers. Didn't even allow them to get that first tick on that first push. Did find a slow dead. Nice pinch out of Yonko. Managed to get the first one. They need a little bit of help from his teammate to get the job done on the other. But here we go. This is where we see the progression, and they are stacking this point. Second tick already in. Progression flying through. Only 5 lives lost for both teams, but this B point is about to be finished. Timer already extended, 2 minutes on the clock, 24 lives, playing 22, and that's a good second push for Vicious Gaming.
Yeah, and just keep your eyes here, because obviously Vicious have got the map advantage. They've got the height to be able to try and stop this A point, but they are going the Pink Panthers, are going to manage to fight their way out of spawn and at least try and get some sort of progression from themselves through the map. Trying to play a little bit of cut-offs. It's just B Marzi that's the only person out. He is going to find Yonko out towards that sort of B point. But I imagine it's just going to probably be sort of 30 seconds of trade, sort of back and forward. But they're halfway through the tick on this A point at the minute, just trying to touch and hop off, trying to see if any players will sort of reveal themselves. But 18 lives playing 18, nothing to split them at the minute.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time for both teams to try and just maintain that little bit of control. You got Pink Panthers just tried to push up a little bit towards the spawn there as well. Vicious Gaming, minute and 15 on the clock, just trying to find a way, but it's just not happening so far. Pink Panthers coming together to find 2 of their own. Does play patiently, does B Marzi to find 1, but he's instantly traded out. And now we only have a minute left on the clock and 12 lives to play with. They do have some progression on that first tick, but it's a big 2 from above from Kinney. Does eventually get taken down, but yeah, time is running out ever so slightly, and those lives are dwindling.
They are indeed, and like you say, all of the members of Vicious going to have to try and play through lobby here. It's going to be a team kill, actually. I'm not too sure how that one's managed to line itself up, but it is also going to be B Marzi, I think, that fell at the same time as well. Matt, you're going to be on a 2, just going to try and play maybe some cut-offs here. He's trying to pick off the members of Pink Panthers through spawn. 11 lives playing 7 with 30 seconds to go. An opportunity they've managed to find, I think it was Yonko out of their own spawn, but they're going to have to try and push quite quickly here, unless they're quite happy with the 3 ticks, try and dwindle down some lives.
On the 4th.
Yeah, they've managed to at least get that first progression on A.
Yeah, and it's still, it's still not over. They can stop that clock and get back on the time. They find this next wave of kills, but that's not a good start to do so. 5 lives left. Dino struggling a little bit in this round, just seeing if he can get an angle onto 1. Will get the help of a teammate onto 1, but no respawns remaining. 13 seconds. They are on that point, but not for long. 3 of the players left up do find a big kill, but look at that timer. 5 seconds left. Do need to stop it. They do find a couple. If they can get that, even that second tick, that would be huge later on in this game. Does find a couple of kills as well. 2 lives playing 5.
Surely
can they find this next one?
Surely not. Pistol in hand, not going to manage to do so. It's only going to be...
It's good.
He's the last person up. Oh, nearly managed to find the second, but it's enough ticks on the board there for the members of Vicious Gaming to try and potentially try to keep Pink Panthers at bay. But first defensive round, you'd expect the defense to sort of come out on top. Naturally, the offense is typically harder, but normally when you see that B taken quite quickly, A doesn't tend to fall too late after that. You normally be able to get the sort of timing and get there, but they've not managed to do so. But the Panthers will be relatively happy with that one.
I think both teams will be. I think both teams. I think you're on offense first round in a best of 3 control, and you manage to get yourself 5 ticks. You're not going to be too disheartened by it. Obviously, you want to win the round, but yeah, 5 ticks on the board to start us off isn't too bad. But yeah, Panthers get over the line. There was a time in the moment where they maybe shouldn't have given away at least that 5th tick. But yeah, it did happen, and now we see Panthers turn to get on that offense. Going to try and get that more difficult point A off first, it looks like, but trying to push through the spawn is JB. Will get... No, he won't. He'll find a huge kill in the back, and if they can start farming some lives here, that could set up that bit of control, and maybe they can start moving towards these points.
Yeah, everyone seems to just be sort of spread across the map at the minute. No one's sort of clustered into one sort of area. No progression has come in so far, only the slightest bit onto A. No lives really to split them after the first sort of 40 seconds or so, but they are going to keep fluttering with that A point, are the Panthers. Big kill there coming in favour of the Panthers. Instantly there was a trade at the same time too. So Dino was going to be in spawn, going to try and pick a couple of the members of the Panthers off, not going to manage to do so. They are going to stop, well, I thought they were going to stop this clock on A, opting to actually try and get off of it. You've got B Marzi coming round on a flank as well. Panthers really need to be a little bit decisive here. They seem to be hopping off, hopping on, not managing to get any sort of progression through on any tick. It's going to be Yonko on the outside of Vinny here, trying to maybe work towards that B point, not going to manage to do so. Vicious Gaming aren't giving up any ticks willingly whatsoever, and with a big 2 kills there, they are going to hop off of time once again. They need to be decisive. There's only been 10 kills for sort of both teams. And it seems like I thought it'd have been a lot more. But just like that, with 12 seconds, they are going to opt to get onto this B point, and they've got 3 members that are going to be trying to chow towards them. But for some reason, Matty's gone to the other side, see if he can pick some people off P2, but not going to be of much use out there.
Yeah, it was a high risk kind of break-off, wasn't it? They were trying to push towards, get a bit of map control, get in their faces towards the spawn and pick off some lives, but in doing that, they found themselves in a position where they've got 12 seconds on the board and they really need to get this point finished, but a 3 dead like that isn't going to help. Last chance Saloon to try and get this timer extended down to 4 seconds. I'm not sure if anybody can get near them points, and it is going to finish with only 3 ticks on the board for Pink Panthers. Good defense in the end, but as I mentioned, just a risky break-off. Like, control, you've got to try and extend that time. Like, yes, you need to have control on the map, but they've just left it a little bit too late to commit and maybe move over towards that B site, which is the easier of the 2. Did manage to get 2 ticks over that way, but didn't manage to extend that timer.
Yeah, I don't think the Panthers will be overly happy with that one there. Obviously had a few opportunities to close off a tick here or there, but ultimately did sort of leave it a little bit too late. They did make some progression. They've managed to find 3 ticks against the 5 of Vicious so far, so not too bad. But like you say, it just seemed to be everyone sort of spread across the map. No one sort of taking control of a specific area. No one sort of backed up. So the sort of trade kills were happening quite consistently, and they just couldn't seem to get themselves on towards the point. It was going to be a nearly big 2-piece there. It is going to fall though. But again, Vicious going to opt to play for that B once again, aren't they?
Yeah, just trying to get it done and get the timer extended early. I mean, we've only got 1 player on it at the moment. Some kind of getting, a couple of them getting picked off for both sides. These are some big gunfights that are coming. They are managing to get that first tick done. Here we go. Somebody's taking the outer map route. Does get spotted though and taken down. The contest is in. The second tick is well on the way. 3 dead, and this is going to be B complete once again, unless Kinney can do something pretty special. But there it goes. Timer already extended and only losing 5 lives in the process.
Yeah, obviously you've got the Panthers down by 5 ticks across the board now, so it's sort of not going in their favour at the minute. Sort of advantage Vicious Gaming here at the minute. 24 still playing 24 after the first sort of 30 to 45 seconds or so. Obviously a very quick B going in favour of Vicious, so you'd imagine for the next sort of 30-40 seconds or so, unless I'm proven wrong, there'll be sort of a bit of a bang out across the map. Teams will try and play through a route, might get picked off here or there. But as you can hear in the crowd, it's getting a little bit loud because the Panthers are starting to heat up a little bit, and they've only got, by the looks of it, Matty is the only person out. He's 19-9 at the minute. He has got 5 ticks of his own at the same time. They are going to have to try and push through Rock to get in towards A. But let's see if Kinney is going to be able to pick a couple of members off. Not going to manage to do so, and it's just going to be trade after trade.
Yeah, Panthers could really do with keeping Vicious to just 3 ticks in this round if they don't want to be in a position where they have to win an offense to win the series. And so far, kind of so good, but just as I say it, the contest is in, and that's a big kill. Can't get the second though. They can just hop off and find that next tick, but no, it gets traded out. Gunfights coming all over the place. Another 2 big kills, I think, for Kinney, who's having a good map of his own as well. Him and Yonko finding the majority of the kills for the Panthers. Ooh. Another big couple of kills from B Marzi. There's 3 down, and this might be where they opt to get on the point, but they've still got 50 seconds and they've got a 3-life advantage, so they don't have to hop on it just yet.
Yeah, Spen's going to have to go sort of crazy here. He's the only member out of spawn for the Panthers at the minute. It is going to be a couple of members falling for both teams. Seemingly, Vicious Gaming are just trying to take that stride ahead. They are up on lives. They have got the tick advantage. Maybe they play for lives because they know they've got the ticks behind them, so there's to try and sort of guarantee that defense if they were to go all the way around to around 5. Trades coming in, 30 seconds on the clock. An opportunity for them to get on and stop this time, which they have. They're making some nice progression through. That's another tick on A that is going to be done. We have got Maz, who's going to be close in around time, going to try and bob and weave through Wine, not going to manage to do so. 2 trade kills coming in for both teams, only 3 lives remaining for the Panthers, so an opportunity for Vicious to, you'd want to get these ticks done because then they are pretty much going to be guaranteed a defense if it was to go all the way. There's a slither of time left. Do eventually get taken out, a slightly prolonged but it is going to be another quite impressive round from Vicious Gaming there.
Yeah, they played it really well. As we saw on their first offense, they got that B done early doors just to extend that timer, and that just gave them a bit of free reign to just kind of get some map control, farm some kills, push up in the spawn, and then towards the latter stages of the round when that timer starts coming down, that's when they start focusing on the point, and they do manage to get themselves all 6 ticks in the end.
So they are pretty much going to be, well, they are going to be guaranteed a defense if it was to go that
Panthers
far.
need to win an offense now.
Yeah, but look at that, mate. 27 and 11. He's pretty much got 10 kills near enough. I imagine his limbs will take him over 10 per round there. So impressive from him so far in this control. Seemingly Panthers not going to try and play that fast A. They have got, I think it's Kinney that's on sort of that outer B point at the minute. Couple kills going in their favour, but no sort of push through. They're going to actually get a bit of time on A if they decide to be a bit decisive, but it's back and forward, back and forward.
JB's moving and grooving. How did he stay up then? 2 HP, manages to get out of there with his life. And yeah, like you say, we are seeing Panthers get some decent little bits of control at times, but again, not focusing on either of these points when they really do need the ticks. 2 kills in favour of Vicious isn't going to help their cause. Less than a minute left in the round. No ticks just yet. Some progression on A towards that first one, but nothing confirmed. They do find a couple of big kills though. But from above, who's this? Vinny in a spot. Oh, gets absolutely flown at and taken down up top. But they are on this B site trying to progress the clock. Somebody taking the outer route as well. They're going to potentially find a kill or two, but this B is still progressing. Kills are just back and forth at the moment though. Can they get this finished here? There's the second tick. Can they get this finished and the timer extended?
So they've got 2 members in on this B point at the minute, and it's going to be an advantage for the Panthers there. They've got 2 members that are going to be flying towards it. It's going to be Matty is going to try and fly towards the people on time. Not going to manage to find this second. You'd imagine that B is going to be pretty much done. Only a slither left, just as I say it. 2 huge kills for Vicious, traded out once again. 16 playing 13 in favour of the Panthers, but I thought that B was going to be pretty much done.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Kinney like a turret taking 2 of them down, I thought that was it. They found the kills they needed to get that completed, but they are back on the point. But Vicious just keep coming back, but a good wave of kills for Pink Panthers. And hang on a second, they got a 4 life advantage. Another minute on the clock and already 1 tick on A. Are they about to win the first of 2 offenses they need? The pistol kill comes out, and that one's got the crowd going. Another big kill up top in favour of Vicious, and a little bit of calm on the map at the moment, but there is a slight bit of progression towards A happening as we speak.
Yeah, seemingly the Panthers are just going to try and pick off member by member of Vicious Gaming here and just try and at least extend it out to this round 5. It's trades for both teams. Obviously the Panthers do have the life advantage, still a minute, so they can afford to play a little bit of team deathmatch, which you'd imagine the members are trying to do so no more respawns for Vicious Gaming. On board with Dino at the minute, bobbing and weaving around the rocks. Somehow flying towards it. Yonko diving off like it was a swim board, and he does get taken out. And they were going to have a little bit of progression on this A point, only 1 tick required, but 8 lives playing 3. I can't imagine that the Panthers can mess this one up, surely.
No, surely not. I think they kind of know that the ticks aren't that important because they're already going to be behind no matter what, and they're already going to have to win another offense, so they are just going to make sure that they get the round done and take us all the way to the round 5, like we said that we're going to see and like we wanted to see. They've just won 1 offense, why can't they go and win another?
Yeah, exactly. Like you say, they're a bit more decisive that time, I think, weren't they, on that offense? They tried to go for that A, it didn't work, won some big kills over towards that B point, and then instantly members all jumped on to try and push that progression through as quick as possible. But like you say, we know that as long as we've done our maths correctly, that Vicious Gaming are going to be on defense, so we're going to have to try and see the Panthers take another offense, typically the harder of the 2 on control sort of in general, really. Kinney 31 and 24.
He's absolutely frying. That AR is shooting very, very straight. Made a good account of himself today. I feel harsh, keep alluding to London where he wasn't quite at his best, but I think he's silenced a lot of people, including me so far, but that doesn't matter unless they get the job done. Vicious aren't going to want to give this up. They do have the advantage of the defense. Nearly found a big 2, did JB, but wasn't 2B. Another couple of big kills. Find a massive 2 from Maz. Gets himself on a 2-streak, and they do hop on this A, trying to just stop the clock a little bit and work towards getting that first bit of progression.
Yeah, Maz going to opt to try and hop off and just get into wine, see if he can pick a couple of members of Vicious Gaming coming off of spawn here. Likewise, the Panthers were high up in the Vicious spawn, seeing if who can find who. Pistol was out for both teams, and it was going to be instantly traded. 25 still playing 25, no progression on any. The B was just about to be done until it's been contested. We are going to start to see Vicious Gaming. They've got a couple of kills on the board. They're still trying to find Maz here. They should know that that's who it is that they're looking for to try and get themselves out. That's right. So they've got the clearance. They've got rid of that sort of B progression that was coming through from the Panthers here. So no ticks as it stands. Only 35 seconds left to play for. They're going to have to try and hit that button to get going.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a bit of a 3 or maybe even 4 dead just so they can get this timer extended, because there's only 30 seconds left. They do hop back on that A and get that first bit of progression, but a big couple of kills from somebody on the side of Vicious is going to make it very difficult now for Pink Panthers to try and take this serious. They do have that unfortunate side of being on offense in this final round, and the advantage is just being used by Vicious at the minute, finding 3 dead. You've got all 4 players of the Panthers towards the spawn. They do find one on the way out with Maz, but almost 10 seconds left. They've got to go, and they've got to go now.
They do, and they've seemingly found a big kill. That was Spen that's found one up above. They are going to stop the clock with just 7 seconds remaining. 2 members are going to fall from the Panthers. Clock is stopped once again. Going to try and get some progression onto the B point this time. 2 members of Vicious going to be flying towards them. Trade kills coming in. It's constantly on and off, on and off. 3.1 remaining, 14 playing 11. It's genuinely stop and go consistently from both teams here, and we are seeing a lot of progression through this A point. They are going to try and see if they can get this clock stopped over towards B. No one is wanting to give up on this 5th round. Progression coming through for the Panthers, but this could go genuinely anyway.
Oh my word, this is going to get extended surely, but the pinch is in. Does find one. Can he get any more than that? The contest is good. But they get back on that time. 2.3 seconds left. 8-6. Oh, it's a big couple of kills though.
Look at the time.
Still 1.7 seconds.
Got to stop it.
They've got to stop, but the contest is good. And Vicious Gaming get the job done in map 3, round 5. Exciting fashion. What a series that was.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we expected that to be over a lot quicker than what it ultimately was. And look at that, 40 and 24.
I think, yeah, 41.
Like, if you're doing that in... That's kills as well. That's not even a limit.
Yeah, that's real.
So if you're pulling up those sort of numbers, you're giving your team the best opportunity. So it will be Vicious Gaming that confirm their second point in, well, finish second, sorry, in their group. But I tell you what a series, like you say, gosh.
Yeah, you're going to be a bit disappointed if you're on the side of Pink Panthers there, coming so close. Really good with the S&D, and they just got themselves in that position where they had to win 2 of the controls. A little bit indecisive at the start of it, and it was just a bit of a mountain to climb. They did manage to get themselves to the round 5 by winning that second offense, but just a lot to do. But I tell you what an exciting end to the group stages. That will conclude all of the games in groups today. But don't worry, we've still got another game coming your way. We are going to start with the losers round 1 game, which I believe is going to be. I think it's going to be Annex Black, actually, up against Project Passion. So that's an exciting series. Neither of those teams we've seen on this main stage today, so I'm looking forward to that. But I'm still just trying to calm down a little bit from what we've seen there.
Yeah, like you say, I don't think the Panthers really had any right to sort of win that last round. The clock was stopped under 10 seconds. Must have been 5-6 times. They weren't letting go. I think they clawed back roughly around 4 ticks. Just keep a look at that. These are the sort of turning moments where the Vicious boys managed just to find a couple consistently, didn't they? Throughout the map, there was sort of 2 and 3 deads every now and then. But the Panthers, like you say, have not disgraced themselves whatsoever in that control. Took it literally to the last second to try and force their way through. But ultimately, defense is what is going to come out on top in that control. But like you say, it was a hell of a lot closer than what we all thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it was. I really enjoyed that series.
Yeah.
I think, as we kind of predicted from the start, we said it was going to be a close one. I was sat on the fence, couldn't call it too much. I did lean towards a 2-1 to Vicious Gaming, but I don't think even I thought it was going to go right down to the wire as it did there. But yeah, really great series to to finish off. And there's so many highlights in this game.
Oh gosh, yeah.
The personal highlights. That a treat, and that was JB just absolutely launching himself at one of the players of Vicious. But I mean, look at this. It was just constant big moments and big kills from both sides. Yeah, really enjoyable series to finish off the groups.
Yeah, and like you say, finishing off the groups there, but as you just mentioned a minute ago, do not go anywhere. We are in the process of getting ourselves lined up and ready for our first, actually, best of 5 that we're going to see on the stream. It is going to be a losers round 1. A couple of the Annex members are loitering down here, so I imagine, like you say, it's going to be those that are going to be up on stage, potentially, as long as everything runs sort of smoothly. As soon as we get confirmation of that, of course, you guys will be the first to know. But like you say, it's been quite an excitable group stage, really. We've seen teams come back from being 1-0 down, eventually taking it 2-1, but that is what will conclude it.
Yeah, I like the format of the groups. I think it gives everybody a chance to ease into the tournament, gives everybody a chance to kind of progress into the latter stages of the bracket, whether it's on the side of winners or losers. And yeah, you get a real feel for who the teams to watch are. Like, you know, there's a few teams that have gone 3-0. They're going to be ones that we're going to be expecting to see at the latter stages. And I think we're going to head to a little break before we conclude the day with a final series, losers round 1. And then Joel, in this break, you can go and ask Nathan Parker for his autograph if you like.
You know what? I'll get you one as well. How about that? Right, we'll see you guys after this short break.
I know it would be goodbye, my love. When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul? I promise I won't jealous. You don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be bad, 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 bad. Let's talk about.
Bite dust. Bite dust.
Lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling where you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Feed me those signs, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right. See the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost. I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? Never answer when I call. Locked in your room and so withdrawn. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I feel you getting lost. I feel you trailing off. I feel it in your eyes when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal. So subliminal about the way that your eyes shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on.
Eight rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look, I was passing aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties as loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation. He going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake. How could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had. Murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extra to water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Yeah.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. Gotta follow for a follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the posse, he be smoking gasolina. I cannot fuck with these Ninas.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Relationships will often end in disgusting. I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I bleed nose running, you funny, you going
actions were a clear case of malevolence. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, funny.
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay.
Hi Esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. My name is Quino and I am your host, and you know, we're finally here for our playoffs. We've gone through the group stages, we've gone through all of that stress, but finally it's time to get into the playoffs. How excited are we?
I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a really good preview of what we have in store for the full playoff bracket. This is the first game on losers, and whilst we do have a couple of games that's going to be played off stream as well, I think Annex Black and Project Passion should be an absolute banger.
Oh yeah, it should be a good game. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm knackered. It's been one long day, but no, it's still good that obviously we're going. It's been fairly seamless in terms of all the guys have managed to get stuff done quite quickly. I've not seen too much of both of these rosters. I think it's the first time they've actually both been on the main stage. They've had to have at least won a series to get themselves into the losers bracket. I know a little bit more about the Annex side of things. Obviously, those guys put a lot of time into the sort of scrims, making sure that stuff is sort of down to a T. So I think those guys might have the edge if I'm just going off any sort of pure knowledge.
How are you feeling, George?
Weirdly enough, that fresh air helped.
Yeah, it does.
now I'm definitely a bit more awake. But yeah, I think the game will be nice though. All in all, it should be a good match. I know it shouldn't be a thing that you do on the cast, or the desk, but I'm personally rooting for Passion.
Oh, okay.
Mainly just because I got a few friends on the other team.
He's got
on that team, so yeah. But I've been chatting with them all day, and they're sound lads, but they've openly said themselves they've literally not had a great day.
Yeah,
So
if you want to just go purely based on standings, neither of these two teams have had the best day. Annex Black going 1-2 in group stages, which a little bit surprised. You kind of expected them to only really lose to Mistaken. Whereas Project Passion, big duck egg. It's 0-3. There's nothing there.
It happens.
It happens, but at the same time, like, going into a playoff game, you got 0 wins under your belt. Like, it's do or die.
Yeah, but
you don't want to be going home with 0 wins.
That's what I mean. That's what you hear. The loser of this will be eliminated. You know, it's single elim right now. So it's like, okay, can they perform well in this best of 5? This is what it all comes down to. Screw what you've done before. Right now is where it counts. So do we think, obviously, these teams haven't been on the stage. Do you reckon, you've got one game, you've got one chance. Yeah, so do you reckon this is going to affect the way they perform?
Will it affect them? I don't know too much. Obviously, these guys religiously will play Call of Duty. I think they've been obviously up in what we call the passion pit for near on, probably 8 hours or so. And I'm not too sure if these were the top bracket or the bottom ones, so it could be that they've only actually turned up this afternoon. So if it was a case of one was this morning, one was this afternoon, it means one's had a longer wait. All completely depends how it works out, but will it affect them? I don't think it will too much.
No. Both teams were on the second half today, so like there's still they're a bit more fresh than perhaps some of the other teams would be, but again, this is the last game of the stream, so ultimately, like, freshness isn't going to be playing too much of a factor unless you get eliminated. And first game on stage for both teams, like, it's going to be really interesting to see how both teams cope with like the lights, the pressure, and just generally like getting the wind back in your sails a little bit, and ultimately like proving that they can do it on a cold Saturday afternoon and stuff.
Yeah, let's be real, they need the fresh air. Obviously, all of these teams have been upstairs. I don't know if any of you have been upstairs.
I've not dared it.
That room is lethal. Right. So if any, like, you think it's warm in here, this is nice. This is cold compared to the room upstairs. So it's like, okay, they finally have a chance to breathe proper air for a sec. And I feel like it's going to be a good matchup. Is there anything about these two teams that you reckon is going to give them the edge over the other?
I think the structured layout of like Annex just feel like, again, Annex just highlight them at the start of the day as like those two teams we kind of expected them to be kind of better than they have been. I'm not sure fully what Annex White stats were looking like, but Annex Black, I expected them to maybe go 2-1 rather than 1-2. Kind of disappointed in them, but playoffs are a different beast. Some teams are group stage teams, some teams are like playoffs. Like, some teams just play better when it's do or die, and I want to see if Annex Black can really like prove that they're in that same category.
I know, we can actually have a look here at the actual group stages, and it's good. There's quite a lot of varied performances. You can see that there's always been a dominant figure, but let's look. Annex Esports Black, they only have 1-1, lost 1, and then cannot find Project Passion. Yeah, you were right, 0-3, and unfortunately a -6 map.
Yeah, haven't won a map, haven't won anything. Really.
You know, maybe they're doing it on purpose. maybe they're like, yeah, we're going to perform badly, and then
they're waiting for this main stage moment.
Exactly. Unfortunately, like for the project team, like the only team that's really performed is Vapor, which kind of expected, but at the same time, you need a map on the board. You're going into a best of 5 now, so it's going to be even tougher to get a win on the board. You can't just steal an SND and hope for the best on control, because then you have 2 more maps to go along with it. So this is going to be the biggest test for Project Passion, maybe to even get a map on the board.
Yeah, I feel like instead of doing predictions, so we just say, do we think Project Passion's going to get a map?
No.
Ooh, that's a very
I think it's going to be
question. Gosh.
Well, it's playoffs. You have to be a bit bold.
Well, you're going to say yes, I'm assuming, are you?
I'm going to be very weird here.
Oh, God.
I think because the fact it's 5 maps, it's slightly different, because, yeah, these guys have been playing BO3s all day. But best of 5 and a BO3 are very different, especially because of the length of it. And the fact that even if you just win one of those in between the gap of the 2, you still have to go and play another hardpoint right after it. Yeah. So you got to play hardpoint, then the S&D, then the control, then a hardpoint again. So you could literally be a very strong team in hardpoint, weaken the other 2, but then you could just get yourself in that momentum from the map 4 into map 5 anyways, so that it can change everything. But if I had to do a random guess, it's a little bit in a
completely
personal prediction, or hope, but I'll go Passion win. I think 3-2.
Such a shocking answer. I would not have expected that from
A realistic answer, they win. Annex win 3-0, but
I think the best of 5 will shake things up, and I really hope it does.
Yeah, I think 3-0 for Annex, though, is the likeliest scenario. I think I'll say that's my prediction. I think ultimately, like, you stop being at a point where you've got to show off how competitive you are. You've got to get wins under the belt, and ultimately you have, like, for a team like Annex to fall at this stage, that'll be a disappointment for them going into the second half of the year. I think this is more a case of like saying we can still contend rather than just saying we completely bottled it on stage.
Yeah, but you know, we can't say enough. You know, it's about how they perform in this playoff. We get to see which team is more passionate. You see what I did there? And obviously we have 2 passionate people on the caster desk, so we're going to throw you to them and they're going to take you through this game.
Well, here we are. You're not Joel.
What was that? 3 seconds it took you to do that?
Where's Joel gone? Yeah, so myself, been joined by Abuse for this one, and it's a hell of a series ahead of us. A team that maybe we did expect to be seeing in losers round one.
No, not at all.
In Annex Esports Black. What do you make of how their day's gone so far?
Well, it's a bit of a shock, isn't it? They're coming in at, seed number 3 of the event, losing their first 2 series. They've gone 0-4 map count. You're like, oh, what's happened here? You know, this is a team that we've seen before. You know, played Katana Land in March. Slightly different look, but they shouldn't be 0-4, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, we're going to start off pacey. We're going to start off hot. We're starting with Skyline. We just get the maps come through now. Then over to Hacienda, Vault Control. Then should we need them in the first best of 5 of the weekend, we're going to finish on Hassi. And was that Hassi?
It was Hassi map 4.
It's been a long day.
Cool map 5. It has been a long day.
It's been a long day. But yeah, do you think that Project Passion, I've not seen an awful lot of this team. We just heard they've not managed to take a map so far this weekend. And it's a big ask going up against a big hitter in the first round of losers.
It's a massive ask. But one thing they have got going for them is that Annex Black have, they've struggled. They did lose their first 2 series. They bounced back against Project Rose, winning that 2-0. But who knows? Main stage for the first time for both of them.
Yeah. Any late day runny bomb? Who knows? But any predictions for this one?
It's hard to look past Annex, isn't it?
It is. 3-0.
Let's go 3-1. Make it interesting.
Okay. I think it's going to be a 3-0. But yeah, I think the crowd are going to be up for this one. There's a lot of support going to come through for Project Passion.
Yeah.
Everyone likes an underdog. I think I need the crowd to give a little bit today to keep me going for this last game. So yeah, lots of noise, please. But we are about to get underway.
Look at that. Lovely view.
It is a lovely view, isn't it? But Natty P loses round 1 on a LAN.
I don't know.
What's going on?
That's the story, isn't it? He's a man, the storyline.
Yeah.
Middlesbrough last
new
year.
New
documentary coming. All about Nathan Parker. Where's Hef?
The fall of No, that's mean. Still, these guys can go and make the run. But
of course.
Here we go. We're underway. We are going to start off in losers round 1. Annex Black up against Project Passion, and straight away Annex Black finding a couple of kills, not opting to get towards the timer just yet, and gets taken down. Does someone else on the side of Project Passion yet to find a kill? There we go. First one on the board. I think for Scott. But the trade is good, and now Annex Black opt to hop onto this hill.
And they've already started to think about these P2 spawns. We've got player 3, player 2 pushed out towards that side, but they need to deal with this man here because on land 7, he's still being a thorn in their side. And there we go. Oh, okay, no, he did get the kill. I thought he was about to get turned on, but no, he did get the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think early bit of time for Annex Black, but as you mentioned, the focus is going to be towards this P2, and we're maybe not giving Project Passion enough kind of credit at the start of this one, but on the first hill, nothing, it's not been too drastic, but this is where we can see Annex Black maybe a little bit of dominance, but there are a couple of players for Project Passion pushing towards the back of time. Big gunfight on New does go in favour of the boys of Project Passion, and they are going to spawn in for this P2, so a chance, but thorn in their side. Somebody 5-0, I think it's Docs, starting off this series on a 6 streak. Oh my God, if he'd have got that one, I might have collapsed.
We can see that, the kills are coming through. Doc's already 6-1. Good start from here. On the other side of things, all 4 players currently negative. Jimmy, probably, let's skip over that one. But another 4 clean kills from Annex, and look how far Project Passion is pulling out all the way towards that cobblestone side of the map as well.
Yeah, I did kind of mention the fact that they did manage to get themselves in there and find a big kill onto time, but just push straight back out, and Annex Black just keeping that control once again. Docs 8-1. The push is still coming from Project Passion, seeing if they can get anywhere near it. Do find one in the process. The contest is good. Do manage to get onto time, but it is going to be naughty. Finding 3, finding 4, frying off the hill. Does manage to eventually get taken down, but instantly traded, and the vast majority of that hill time as we move towards P3 is going to go in favour of Annex Black.
They're able to pick up that last 15-20 seconds. The kills keep coming through, and they've even got this new time with a clean 4 dead in the feed.
Yeah, clean 4 dead, P3, bit of dominance coming now, and they're even playing 4 spawns. There's 1, there's 2, and it's another nearly 4 dead, but there's 1 still going. Does get taken down, so once again, the dominance is starting to come through. 76-13 and counting. Full control on the map for Annex Black. Everybody on that side is frying, and they are putting a statement down like, yep, we're in losers, but we're here to still progress through this tournament. But it's not over yet, but it's a hell of a start for Annex Black.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, wasn't it, before the match, that Annex are the 3rd seed in the tournament they are playing against. A team that are not the 3rd seed.
Yes.
It's a clear difference in the seeding, but Annex Black haven't shown this kind of Annex Black this weekend, but it looks like they've warmed up now.
Yeah, Sean's getting a little bit loud there. Enjoyed that. Regardless of what the score is, regardless whether the expectations are there, the passion is still in this late in the day. And it is a hefty, healthy lead. And they do have P4 on lock at the minute as well. And once again, Project Passion in a position where they've got to try and push through, find some of these kills towards the back. Do manage to take one, but the trade is good. Kill feed looking black once again. 3 dead. Can they find the 4th? They're just kind of toying with him a little bit now. Maybe going to jump off the top ropes, but doesn't get the chance to do so as he's just taken down. And look at Doc, 16 and 4. And look at the rest of his teammates.
Yeah. And look how far with who's this? Naughty. With how far Naughty's pushed out of the spawns, they're spawning Project Passion so far back towards that piano side of the map that it's taken them 15 seconds to even get into this hill.
It has, but maybe a little bit of kind of overconfidence and a bit of complacency has allowed Project Passion to get back in. But just as I say that, oh, big kill on time. Project Passion holding their own now, taking the rest of this time, trying to keep it competitive. Not easy to do so when you've got somebody going 18 and 5 on the other team, but the lead isn't quite as bad as what it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, Docs has got 20 in the first rotation.
Yeah, that's.
Don't need to see it much more, do we?
4KD.
Yeah, I mean, if the stats were being tracked, I'm sure he'd be more than happy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's nobody there that's going to remind him, but he's going to be able to watch this back on the stream. And just on the heady, he continues to just take every kind of chal he can. The deads are coming in now as well. Lead pushing towards 100 points, second rotation, and they're still just having the same kind of dominance. Everything's being watched. There's no way to get anywhere towards the P2 if you're Project Passion. And in the meantime, they're trying to get and flip these spawns, but just while they're doing so, Annex Black are just extending this lead further and further, soaking up this P1.
And someone we've not even really mentioned here is Nathan Parker. Yeah. Now he's on the 7th streak, 19 and 6. So not only is it Docs, but it's Nathan, it's Naughty. I mean, Sean's not really seeing anyone. He's got so little.
He's the only one I've heard shouting.
Oh, it's a big kill. Well, if he gets that, that is ridiculous.
My word. Yeah.
Someone get on the Katana Land 3 setup for whoever's on next to the stage.
Yeah, it is just kind of, as we've been mentioning, it's hard to kind of say too much other than just pure dominance at the minute. 48 points on the board for Project Passion, whilst Annex Black are moving towards 180. I think, did he just get that kill or did he get taken down?
Oh, someone's fell off the map.
Somebody's fallen off.
I think that was Scott that fell off the map.
Once again, it's a 4 dead. Annex Black just pushing further and further in this lead. 140 points and counting. Blocking off every kind of route. Nathan Parker. He's on a 10
He's boosted rank player count still.
Yeah. Is he getting? Yeah. Is he charging for this one? Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of pretty dominant. No other real words to describe it. Jimmy, bless him, struggling.
But this is the Annex Black that when we turned up this weekend, when we were having that chat yesterday night. This is the Annex Black we expected to see this weekend. You know, dominating teams, especially in their group stage. Coming to here, they shouldn't be a loser round 1, and they're proving it.
Big kill out of Sean. He's found himself on a spree now. Does get taken off after getting on a 6. That's 50 seconds on the board for Project Passion. Big kill for Jimmy to get that little bit of extra scrap time. Moving back to P3, and Annex Black can win it on this hill, and they are just finding team wipe after team wipe. Is this going to be another 4?
Yes, Jimmy.
Come on. Jimmy is warming up. It ain't over yet. Jimmy is getting in the game.
It's another 5 spree from Docs though, 31 and 7. I mean, we've not had a Hellstorm missile called in yet. They must have at least 3. Oh, there we go. There's a Hellstorm as soon as I say it.
Spoke it into fruition, mate. But yeah, they can still win on this hill. They've got Infiction just diving around, trying to get the contest. But I'm pretty sure this map is going to get seen out on this P3 unless Project Passion can have one last push. But look at your kill feed. It's just kill after kill after kill. And that's going to be your map 1. 250 to what, 53?
53. Next map?
Yeah, next map. I've just heard some laughing. Where did that come from? Was that one of the players?
I do think that was a Project Passion player that was laughing.
Laughing at his teammate or himself?
I don't think I want to know. And let's hope for the Project Passion players they do not turn around when the scoreboard flashed up in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, not going to want to watch this one back on the VOD. You're going to maybe want to scratch that.
Docs 4KD. Yeah, he's going to want to halfway map. He's going to want to watch that back.
Considering there was only 300 kind of points scored.
The non-traded kills. 23 of Natty P's kills was not traded of his 24.
Yeah. Pretty emphatic.
Yeah.
Statement.
Yeah, definitely.
On to the next map. There's not an awful lot you can say. You can try and give some analysis to it, but at the end of the day, the better team have just come out and just absolutely dominated. kind of as expected. The kill feed was just constantly just black all the way down, wasn't it? Yeah, just 4 dead after 4 dead. I mean, some of the kill streaks that these players went on, I think the smallest kill streak out of all of them, I mean, if he'd got that kill, that would have been ridiculous. But the smallest kill streak that one of the players got on was like a 5 or a 6. Everyone was just kind of having their moments. And just
every single highlight, the Project Passion score's not changed.
Yeah.
The Project Passion time has stayed the same for almost every highlight. It's still 30. There we go.
I want to get I wanted to get a Project Passion highlight, and we're getting one. We got one. Oh, was it going to kill that one? Out towards kitchen. Found the headshot. It's going to get the other one. Yes, you can. We're getting some. We're getting some.
Oh, got on 2-piece. Ooh.
You know, we just watched that. Like.
Oh no, we did watch that.
Comment it like you think it might
sorry.
happen.
It's not live anymore.
Yeah, but that's sad sight for some of the guys on Project Passion. But they've gone into the series, and I asked them to try and beat Alex really quickly 3-0 because I'm getting a bit thirsty. And they said, yeah, cool, we will do. And then one of them did say, actually, we're probably going to get some 3-0. But they might not. S&D's anyone's game, and we've seen teams that are kind of seeded a lot lower really push some of the higher teams on Search and Destroy. And if Annex look at this game, it was so easy for them. They take their foot off the gas for a second and lose 2 or 3 rounds in a row. You never know. We might be seeing a map 4, maybe even a map 5. Who knows?
There's nothing stopping someone like a Dox or an Nathan Parker who's got so much confidence after that map just flying. It's Hassie. You know, you can get picked very easily. There's a lot of power spots that ARs can be sat on, especially through that middle part of the map. That, you know, if you're a sub player sprinting at them, who knows?
Who knows, indeed, but I don't think it's going to be too long. I think all these players are going to be kind of happy to just roll into the next one. As we move towards the latter stage of the day, everybody just wants to play. Everybody wants to... I mean, everyone's having a great time still. Yeah. The crowd were getting involved with that one. They were still cheering for Project Passion at the little few moments that they could. Yeah. But yeah, everyone's just kind of ready to get done and try and book their spot in Sunday to come back and play for that all-important prize. But yeah, I mean, that's just... Yeah, I feel a bit bad to keep talking about it, but... Yeah, just dominated them, really.
But this is the Annex pack we need. We need this Annex pack to turn up tomorrow when they play against some of the other higher seeded teams that are more maybe going to give them a bit more of a run for their money. This is the Annex we need.
Yeah, it might step them into gear a bit, you know. They go in and just do blitz a team that they should blitz, and think, actually, yeah, you know, we're still who we are, we're still good, and they can come back and test some of the teams tomorrow. I'm not sure how the bracket looks, who they might face up if they go on to win this series. I'm not sure who'd be waiting for them. But team coming from losers can go and win the whole lot, who knows?
Yeah. And they have the capability on their team to do it.
Yeah, quality players on that team. Right.
Hacienda,
S&D. Do you like this map?
It's not bad. I mean, I don't think I've cast S&D that isn't Rewind today.
Okay, well, you get a little change.
So, a little change of pace, although I'm going to probably start talking about Burger or something. Just out of
Right, here we go then. Timer counting in. We'll just have a look who's going to be on offense to get a start. I like all these little panoramas.
We get to see all the beautiful maps.
Annex Black on the offense. Can they assert a bit of dominance early on? Look at all 4 of them just flying through.
Yeah, and this is the kind of thing we were saying about, isn't it? That
could just get picked off.
Exactly. Especially if someone's going to play through bottom line, which it looks like someone is. That's going to be Jimmy. Oh, does get the first blood. He's matching his hardpoint kills for the first rotation. Sorry. That's harsh. I'll apologize.
It's true.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah.
That is 2 kills then coming through. Annex now with 3 versus 2. They've got numbers and the bombs being laid down at B.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough retake. That's going to make it a little bit easy, though. It does make it a 2v2, but just gets instantly pushed
Dox on the 3. Can he get the ace? Oh, I don't know who got that kill.
I think it was Sean, maybe. But yeah,
we'll find out.
Pretty routine in the end. They did manage to get the first blood, did Project Passion, which I heard a little cheer from the crowd. A little sad cheer.
Might have been the player.
Yeah, could have been the player. But yeah, the job is done. It wasn't the ace for Dox. Sean finding that last one there, but kind of carrying on as we started in that first map. Annex Black taking an early lead on offense as well.
Yeah, that's a huge round, you know, Hacienda. There's so many power spots you can watch from defense. It's quite easy to plant the bomb, depending on where the players get pushed up on the defensive side, but the retakes are sometimes a bit trickier.
Yeah, absolutely. So Project Passion's turn to get on the offense, try and mount an attack, see if they can find an early pick again this round. They are going to do so, but not before sure Ghosty gets taken down. But again, it's back and forth, and all of a sudden we've got Jimmy all alone in a 1v2. Oh, he's going to get...
He's getting chased.
He's getting chased.
He's just running. He's just running. He's not stopped. He's not stopped. He's still going. But you know, I kind of like the idea from Project Passion. You know, one-on-one gunfights, they struggled with that in that map 1. If all 4 of you fly them, you got a chance.
Yeah, and they did get an early pick once again, just like in the first round. I mean, unfortunately, Annex got one a little bit quicker, about half a second quicker, but if they can find that first blood, then slow it down a little bit and get a bit of control, they've got to use that life advantage to their advantage and push on. But they're going to need to kind of come up with something a little bit creative, I think, because they're the one with 1 gunnies at the minute.
No. And Dox is keeping up his pattern of a routine 4KD.
Yeah. Yeah,
that'd be ridiculous if we can do it all series.
Pretty impressive so far. So, Annex Black on the attack once again. So, did you run backwards towards the spot?
Another mid push, and there's just 2 kills straight away.
Down once again. There's the third.
Jimmy, come on.
Again.
1v4. We've seen 1 today. Oh, I thought we were watching Jimmy.
Yeah, I
was excited for a second there.
The Omni movement was in, but we were on the path of the Annex Black player, and they do look cool, calm, and collected right now.
Smiles
nice little
as well.
smirk. Yeah, nice little smirk. They got their feet up a little bit at the minute, just trying to close this out, and that's Dox finishing the job 6-0. I think he is now. Yeah, his stats for this series will be pretty interesting already, and we've still got at least a control tick.
Yeah, I'd be tweeting them.
Yeah, you still tweet your, what was it, 7th?
7 most control ticks per attacker round. No one forget.
You don't let us forget, mate.
It's on Twitter by for a reason.
No self-promo, please. Oh, right. Here we go. Project Passion. Get yourselves around on the board. We want to see it. They are going to maybe push towards this B site, and you know what? They might get a free plan and make Annex Black force the retake. Do find that first pick as well. It's going to be Scott finding the first blood, but he does instantly get traded out, and it is Dox 7-0. He's gonna. He must have some streaks in the back pocket.
This Dox performance reminds me of a certain man that used a long barrel in Protocol. Someone check his class.
Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that this late in the day. It's Ghosty turns to be all alone, makes it 1v1. Here we go then. Oh, Ghosty!
There's a cheer there.
Round on the board.
His teammates are even clapping him.
His teammates are giving him a round of applause. And I tell you what, that was.
Look at the smiles.
You love to see it. Bit of passion from Project Passion. Talk going across to the other team. And that was a huge 2-piece to win around and get a big round on the board.
It's not an easy jump on that heady.
And I know we're joking and having a laugh about these things, but again, there's no reason they can't string another more rounds like that going and at least force us to.
There's a lot of comebacks from big leads.
Dox has finally been taken down. He found 8 before it happened, but he's finally been taken down. But he's going to have some streaks in the back pocket. Will we see them go into play at some point? But yeah, big couple of kills there at the end of that round.
There is one man that, you know, could do with a kill though. Player 8.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say, but there's a big 2.
But there's another 2.
A bit of momentum coming through. The trade is good. All down to Naughty. He does find 1v2 now for Naughty. He's got Scott and Jimmy to take
right there.
care of. He's going to challenge. Gets away, but there we go. Back to back rounds for Project Passion.
Oh,
Arms lighting
right
up a
my
little
chairs.
bit. He's on his feet. He's on his feet. And see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's S&D. What you can do is find 4 kills.
Yep.
Round's yours.
3-2.
Played that well as well.
Momentum as well.
Use the bait around that B bomb just while his teammate.
Maybe the strat is kill Dox.
Yeah, take him down.
Working in the middle.
Yes, I mean, it's worked the last 2 rounds. 8-2 now. He needs to step it up a little bit. Still, we want to see in Fiction get himself a kill on the board. But 2 huge rounds, and this is more than on now. Looks like we are going to maybe up towards this A site. Watch the nades come through. I don't know if there's any trophies. I just heard someone grunt as he threw the nade. Did you hear that? I don't know if it's just
that's the advantage of being so close to the players in our main stage today. But
big 2 though, from I think Dox.
Yeah, of course it was.
Of course it was. Finding 2 at the start of this round. He's like, hang about.
Got more kills than the rest of his team. That's not a dig on his team either. That's just to show how dominant Dox has been across this map again.
Yeah, absolutely frying. Slowed down Jimmy in Fiction a little bit, and in Fiction, if he is going to get something going, he's going to be now. Gets his first kill on the board.
Team kill there. Deliberate team killing at the end, I think. I don't know who it was, but you'll see it in the best play. Whoever it was that finished off that kill does get killed by his teammate. It's Dox. He's died again, but it's not going down as a death for him, luckily. Oh no, it wasn't. I swear someone died. Maybe I'm tripping.
You all right, mate?
No, it's, what is it? 7.
Exhausted.
Yeah.
Did you go sneak off for a pint in between? You jammy swine.
I wish.
But Eviction, kill on the board. Still, Annex Black extending the lead a little bit more once again. Dox 11-2. It is 4-2 to Annex Black. Their turn again to get on the offense, and let's hope that losing that round didn't take the wind out of Project Passion sales. Finding 2 back-to-back, bit of momentum going their way, some good energy coming across the team, but can they find this first pick once again? A big gunfight that's just come. Both of them managed to get away and regen though. And look at your mini-map. This Annex Black team are just crowding around that A site with the rest of Project Passion trying to cover B.
Be a 4v4 retake. It might take them 20 seconds to get there.
But the bomb does go down. 4v4 retake, you are right. 40 seconds on the clock. Where's this first blood coming? I
Very
think
split
gonna be,
push.
yeah, this is going to be one of them where all of a sudden one goes down and the rest go with them. But which side is that going to be on?
It's a game of dominoes. Shout out Jesse J.
Where's Joel?
Just there.
Where's Joel? It is going to be first pick for Project Passion. Scott finding that kill, but that time is counting down. Just 15 seconds left, and there's 2 kills back in favour of Annex Black. And Scott's all alone. He's weak. He finds 1, but there's only 10 seconds left, and surely he's going to get taken down. A head shake comes in from, is it Docs?
Oh, yeah, of course it was Docs.
Of course it's Docs. Yeah, toying with his prey a little bit there. But yeah, it's another round on the board. 1 round away from sealing this map to our Annex Black. But again, did look like they might have had a chance, but 4v4 retake.
First blood.
Difficult.
It was just how far away they were, wasn't it? It took them 10, 15 seconds of their time just to get into a position to think about where the play's going to be. Where can I get my first gunfight?
Ends up a little bit desperate trying to fly towards the bomb with that timer ticking down in your ears. But yeah, are we going to potentially set ourselves up for a 5-3 curse? Or can Annex Black get the job?
A 5-3 curse right now would be unbelievable.
Oh.
The arena would erupt.
Yeah.
It'd be louder than when Metal or Rico was in there earlier.
No, it wouldn't.
That's sure not
No,
true.
it
Not true.
wouldn't, mate. Right, who's going for a swim? Somebody is going for a swim, and they are just trying to take control of this B side, but there is a pinch coming through.
It's Ghosty going for a swim. Cooling off. He's getting a bit warm in here.
Goes down, does slip away as well, but the push is going to... Is he going to go for the... Nice one. Can he get the second? Gets away temporarily. Help's coming in though, back and forth, 3v2, and he's
like
the
this.
bomb straight away.
Ghosty.
Still got his armbands.
Go back to Ghosty. There we go. He's out the water.
Bomb's on. That's it. That's your map. Annex Black taking the map 6-2, continuing that dominance we saw from the first map. We did see a little flurry from the Project Passion boys finding 2 rounds back to back, but the rest of it just went in favour of Docs and the rest of his team.
Yeah, it was pretty typical, wasn't it? What we expect from this Annex Black side, kind of just doing the business, and 13-2. So what's that? 6.5 KD now. It's not stopped.
Yeah, 13-2. It's
ridiculous.
Nice to see a kill on the board for everybody on the side of the team as well. But yeah, we are.
Was traded though.
Was traded. Yeah, it was traded pretty instantly. But we're going to go over to control shortly. I mean, I'm trying to build something of this one. I'm trying to say that we can see more, but it's
3-1.
just difficult. Yeah, you still sticking with that?
3-1 in the rounds.
Okay.
I'm going to change it. I meant my prediction at the start of the game was actually my control prediction.
Okay, it's Volt, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's Volt.
Yeah.
I think it's Volt. So we might see a bit of a spawn trap blender. But both teams can do that to the other. But yeah, take a look at some of the highlights from that map too. Basically, take a look at Docs for the next couple of minutes. Yeah. Go through these highlights. And the many kills he managed to get. But like I say, there was a few kind of like early kills going in favour of Project Passion. And maybe the idea, like you say, that one should have been in the way. And like you say, I think just kind of trying to get out there and just get that life advantage and see where you can go with that was maybe the tactic. But I think they're enjoying themselves up on the main stage.
Yeah, they're smiling, they're laughing, they got up, they got loud as soon as they went around. You know what it's all about. I think coming into this, they even said it outside, we're not going to win this.
Oh.
They're here, they're having a bit of fun. They're with their mates.
What it's all about, mate. It's what it's all about. And what they could do right now is they're in a position to do one of the craziest things we've ever seen on the LAN. If they got reverse sweep these now, who says they can't? You? Me?
Probably
yeah.
Docs.
Yeah, probably Docs. Probably Docs. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, I mean, it's still enjoyable. This is it's a nice cast to be watching with these guys, especially like I say, when you've got a team that are here to try and compete, to try and win it, who haven't had a good start, and they're bouncing back a little bit and putting some dominance down against a team they should be, and then a team on the other side who are here to have some fun, enjoying themselves, are up on the main stage, they're embracing the moment, and yeah, they're celebrating every little bit they can.
That's what it is, with how lovely the main stage is in here. It's just nice to be in here, isn't it? To play on it. You know, you might look over your monitor and see a crowd of people that, you know, especially if you're 0-5 in S&D.
Well, they can all get a new profile picture, can't they?
Exactly. That's what it's all about, lads, isn't it?
Getting a new
You've got
profile
matching jersey. You get a jersey and a profile picture.
Yeah.
And if your doc's a 17 KD.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, over to Vault we go. I'm a bit worried about what we might see here. I think there's going to be a few blenders coming through. I think the spawn traps are going to be in.
Yeah, and Alex Black are on offense first, so should we start the stopwatch?
Right, calm down, Connor.
Sorry.
Right, here we go then. Here comes the Porsche. Everyone flying in through mid.
Oh,
they're
they'll-
going straight.
there's a snake.
4 through Vault to try and get this B done straight away. First blood going in favour. Second blood going in favour of Alex Black.
There's third.
There's a third. Are they going to get the fourth as well? I think it is. Yes, they are. There's 4 dead.
And
he almost complete. 5 kills to no return from Project Passion. There we go. There's one on the board. Just stop shooting him, I think, there, didn't he? Unless he ran out of bullets. But this is just 1 life lost, 4 ticks secured. It's going the way of being
it is going very
pretty
quickly. I mean, they've not stacked this point as much as normally. You know, we saw that B point where all 3-4 players were stacking it, but we're probably going to see it here. And I don't actually think Scott's got enough time to get on the point.
1 life lost. Attacking round 1.
Yep.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. I'm struggling with words.
Yeah.
Do you still think 3-1?
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. But yeah, but all 4 of them just flew through Vault.
Yeah.
Found 3 dead. Managed to get the 4th, and then.
And if I was in this situation, which in my life I've been in quite a few times, where I'm getting absolutely slammed like this, I'm copying that strat, and I'm doing the exact same thing to them.
Yeah.
4 in Vault.
Yeah.
On that B point straight away.
And then what?
Don't know.
4 dead.
I've got plan A, not got plan B.
Not got that far.
No.
Not got that
Worry about getting the first 4 kills, then we'll go from there, okay?
If I'm ghosty though, if I'm ghosty right now.
Although I would say Docs has died.
Well, yeah, I was going to say. If
So the
I'm
1 kill was a
ghosty,
huge kill.
I'm giving my teammates a little bit of jip now. Say, come on, lads, pull your finger. Actually get a kill on the board, the rest of them haven't.
I mean, they're kind of doing a similar strat. They're 4 hitting cat. It might be the first time I've ever seen it.
Oh.
I think I've just heard him scream weak.
It's true, he was weak.
Yep.
Oh, but they do manage to
go.
get another one on the board. This time it's Scott finding a kill. The rest of his teammates dying around him. Oh, it's a big kill for Jimmy. Just in fiction now. Again, waiting to let him get a kill on the board. The
Here he is.
picture's gone down.
Oh, go on, Scott. Go on, Scott. Body shield.
One, surely get a second. See, this is what it's all about. Project Passion is still bringing the passion. You just said.
That's 3 dead as well. I know they've been traded out for every single kill, but it was a quick 3. Oh, that hip fire.
Yeah.
That was naughty.
Nathan Parker, he's heard us talking Docs up for the first 2 maps, and he's like, hang about, remember me, he's gone 8-2 to start as our 4KD of his own. No tick secured just yet, but the lives are nowhere near as bad. They've managed to find 6 kills in this round, 5 more than the first. But maybe that first tick, not just yet, I'm going to clear it. They're on it. There you go, tick on the board.
There we go. All about ticks around here.
Here we go, what we spoke about, what we feared as we loaded into this one, does almost manage to get away, doesn't do so, he's just trying to run for his life out the left. But this is that spawn trap blender, does get out of there as well, I'm not sure who it is, and does, yeah, get taken down. So all 4 going to come off spawn again. Timer needs to be extended and be extended soon, but it is 22 lives, playing 12, 13 seconds on the clock, just the 1 tick secured. Someone's just...
There's a knife, I've seen that, and that's a Project Passion knife kill as well, so Ghosty there, using all his weaponry.
Naughty 7. He's only died once.
What's he doing?
Clock's been stopped. But that's 4 dead.
There's a team kill
including the team kill. And that's 2-0. Are we 1 round away from closing out the day 1 of Summer Showdown?
I think we are.
I think we're.
Although, we did say what would be really iconic, a reverse sweep. Now, what would be more iconic? A full reverse sweep, a 2-0 to 3-2.
Staying optimistic.
It's not happening, is it?
No, I'm staying optimistic. Are we going to see another straight 4 players for Revolt again?
No, I think they'll switch it up. Where can they hit 4 through? That's a bit weird.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Passion went through Cat, which was interesting.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to copy that shot.
Yeah, just try and confuse him, you know?
No, they don't want to give up VOD for other teams that might be watching this. No, there's just going to be a stereotypical, like, we're in the vault. Okay.
Yeah, exactly the same.
They have read it this time. Ghosty is there. Will Ghosty be able to do anything?
Oh, big kill. Big pick. But just get instantly traded once again. Aggression flying through. Big Chow sliding around the corner, finding the kill was, I think, maybe Nathan, was it? Let's beat him once again. 2 lives lost for Annex Black. Nathan Parker's 14-3, 9-4, 8-3, 8-2. I'm not going to read out the side of Project Passion out of respect, but I'm pretty sure this one may be over pretty soon.
Yeah, we've already got B to, a first stick's done. There's not many kills going down. Although again, Project Passion on that point, really trying to stop them.
Still, if I'm Ghosty, I'm still saying to my teammates now, he's found 7
step it up
across the board. They've got to step it up a little bit, but
fade tweet posted tonight.
I feel like Annex maybe are just prolonging this one for fun at the moment.
They're not really getting any kills. Everything's been traded out. They've only got 1 player left alive. It is Doc, so who knows what he can do here. Probably quite a lot.
Child to perfection. None of his teammates are there. Allows his teammates to push towards him as he's pushed up towards the spawn. Just had a little glance at the players just for a moment there. Second tick almost there, but it's a big pick. Takes him off the time. That's your second tick done though. 1 more required to book their spot into Sunday. And Project Passion, a lot of work to do in this round now, Connor.
Yeah, my 3-1 prediction doesn't look particularly useful here.
The crowd are still optimistic, but when there's another 2-piece coming through, this time from Sean, and the 3rd tick on the way, they're going to have to get there. They're going to have to get there quick. Someone's pushed up. Who's it? Naughty. Just get taken down. Another couple dead, but the contest is in. But there we go. Series over. Annex Black booking their spot into Sunday, and unfortunately, we will say goodbye for the weekend to Project Passion. But you know what? I don't know an awful lot about that team, but I think they've already become one of my favourites. The way that they kind of kept the vibes high, celebrated the little things in there, crowd play favourites, and they're still enjoying themselves now. So
team name I think is quite apt, isn't it? Passion.
Yeah,
that's what they brought.
Yeah, they displayed a solid amount of passion. In the face of adversity, let's say. Tough opposition, but great vibes. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and the cheers that you can hear in the background are actually coming from the players on Project Passion, not the crowd. So
they're enjoying themselves.
They're enjoying themselves too much.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, so that is, I believe, the last game from us today, last you'll see of us. We will be back early in the morning. I think we're just going to head to a little break for now, and then close off the stream shortly. But yeah, cheers, guys. I'm going to the pub. Thank you very much. You know, I don't blame the early throw. I'd be wanting to get out. It's been a long day, and we've seen some brilliant Call of Duty gameplay. It's been sick. How do you guys think the day's gone as a whole?
Well, I think Annex booked themselves into a playoff, and Project Passion rightfully booked themselves into the pub.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like, they were kind of a non-factor in this game. They got completely destroyed on every single map. They got 2 rounds at S&D at the very least. Like, Prod Room cheered for that. I imagine the players cheered for it as well. Like, there was a glimmer of life. They had a bit of passion to them, but unfortunately, like, I just can't be passionate about that display. It was just nothing.
I want to know your thoughts on this, George. You had a lot to say.
It was an expected result at the end of the day, wasn't it? But the best thing about it was at least Jimmy got kills. Jimmy got at least 1 kill. No one ended on a donut. That's the best part. Exactly. No one ended on 0. Even in Fiction got a kill in that S&D.
The team did not get in a single map in this entire
but that's fine.
Yeah, they're vibing, but like something, the competitive like earworm at the back of their brain has got to be thinking, we should be doing way better than 0 and
don't worry.
9.
The thing is,
0 and 9.
I guarantee you they don't care. They're probably just like, yeah, we had fun.
That's what we're here for. We're here for fun ourselves. Obviously, it's a competition, but I feel like some of the teams in this competition were like, hey, we're not going to win, but we want to have the vibes. We want to see what LAN's all about, and it's been an enjoyable experience so far. And obviously, we're only on day 1. Are you guys excited for tomorrow?
I'm really excited for tomorrow. Again, Annex came into this as one of like the top 5 teams, and falling 1 and 2 early, you needed that win on your belt. Now you can go into tomorrow's games with a fresh mindset and really go back to this sort of culture of like, we are winning these games that we should be winning, because ultimately they haven't quite been doing that today. It's going to be a real tough test to see whether they can beat the likes of a Mistaken or even a Project Vapor, who are pretty much the only project side to have won a map today.
Yeah.
But yeah, tomorrow's going to be really interesting to see like who really like steps up to the pressure, whether we get the same repeat performances from the likes of a Heptix or Julian, who we haven't seen on stage today, and whether or not like some of the teams that have struggled so far, like say a Project Rose, whether they can get a map on the board, whether we can get Sloggers get a map on the board. Gotta get a round win for some of the Prod's favourite teams.
Yeah,
like,
we do love them.
It's going to be an interesting day. It's going to be the most competitive action we've seen all tournament.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think just generally, do you have guys any final words for the first day?
Mistaken Black needs to fix their hard point and then they can go far.
Okay.
I'll say for Mistaken Black, yeah. I will say their hard point was a bit iffy, but at the same time, they just need to work on the
control
position.
is really good.
Oh yeah, their
But so if
main
they fix
issue,
their
I'd say,
hard,
is their positioning.
if they fix
and
their hard point, they can get like a top 6 finish potentially.
Maybe.
Maybe
The thing
top
is,
8.
there is some good competition though, because even if you look at all the tops of the groups for everyone, you've got Drenga, very good team so far. Vapor, incredible team. They probably number 1 seed basically. By standard,
Standard
Esports and Black, both teams
Esports, yeah.
very good.
Black just needs to fix
Amrox was a big surprise.
Black fixed the hard point. They're on par with their regular team.
Amrox was a big surprise.
Amrox was really good.
Beating Annex Black in that group stage game as well, which
Also
was a big surprise to everyone. 'Cause
both Annex
they're
teams
the
as well.
3 seed.
Yeah.
Both Annex teams as well. Like they
did
need
well,
to
all
show
in all.
that.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Annex Black played very well.
They have the chip on their shoulder now, like a point to prove almost. Annex Black, they beat the team that should be beaten, and now it's a case of whether they can contend with like the big dogs.
Oh, definitely. For sure.
It is too soon to tell, innit? We won't know anything until tomorrow. But, you know, that is the end of the first day. You saw the group stages, you saw the start of playoffs. And trust tomorrow, we'll have the rest of playoffs and the grand finals where, you know, 2 lucky teams will be competing for the prize pool of £2,000. I'm a little bit jealous. I want to win some of that myself. But, you know, that is all from us today. And we will see you tomorrow for the rest of the Esports Hub Summer Showdown.
If I should have known, there's still no place, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made, such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays, guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Was I blind, but too afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights? Was I part of your design? Push me till I broke alone. No one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive to see when you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made, such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays, guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made, such a fucking waste of Stocks my heart online.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along, yeah. We've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I can tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the